Chapters 445. With the emergence of Kirin and the Burning Emperor, there was a trace of flame around Gao Peng, and the whole human temperament changed dramatically. Like the Emperor of Fire, there was nothing close to him. In fact, those snooping insects, when they are aware of the danger, have fled. If they had not run fast, they would have been burned to the ground by now. All the people stared at the figure. This is it, his real strength. Outside, all the people were deeply shocked. If Gao Peng's strength had shocked them before, it would be irresistible now. With their eyes, we can clearly see Gao Peng's strength, especially what Gao Peng shows them at the moment. This has made them feel desperate. What's more, this may not be his full strength, just what he wants to show to others. After such a thought, let them feel more shocked. How is it that such a young man's strength is so unpredictable? What opportunities does he have? No one can say it, but they are shocked. They refresh their three outlooks again and again, making them fully aware that there are still such horrible guys in the world. That powerful power, it's really despairing. Huang Liuchuan sighed a little when he didn't know. Fortunately, he didn't offend him before, otherwise we would be in great danger. He killed all the explosive emperor, and I don't think it's enough in his hands. It's too strong. It's hopeless just to show us what he has shown us. Besides, who knows if he has hidden it? The emperor was silent for a moment. Lu Changqing can't help but sink into a deep thought. When he fully realized Gao Peng's strength, all he had in mind was to make friends with him. This kind of talent is amazing and the strength is extremely terrible. If they are enemies, it will be a nightmare for their whole life. They didn't want to make such a mistake, and he was thinking about it in his mind at the moment, thinking that their relationship had to be discussed in the long run. Maybe we can pay some price to win over Gao Peng. If you let others know Lu Changqing's idea at the moment, you will surely feel that it is amazing that the emperor of the central region is thinking about how to attract people from other regions. It's hard to believe no matter who says it, and the fact is that Lu Changqing has no hesitation at all, and he doesn't think what he has done is wrong. If we can really win over Gao Peng, we may have another card in the future. With such an idea, he is more firm on how to do it. It seems that it's necessary to work hard. No matter how much it costs, we must attract him. With his talent, sooner or later, we will become a strong man who shakes the world. Although it's a little late to get him together now, we can also make a good relationship, at least we haven't offended him. After all the people saw Gao Peng's performance, everyone had their own ideas, but no one showed them. One by one fell into deep thought, but more were shocked. Especially those guys who saw Gao Peng's dissatisfaction before. At the moment, they just wanted to get into the cracks, and even prayed that Gao Peng would not know what they said. Otherwise it's going to be a disaster. Chapters 446. Gao Peng, like the Emperor of Fire, looks down on this fragmented continent, and looks at all people like ants. Holding the motorbike in his hand, he didn't feel disobedient at all. In Mototes at this time, I closed my mouth completely. Although after a while, he has recovered a little, but now he would rather pretend to die than wake up. It's terrible. Are people so terrible now? He was so strong when he was young, and the horrible atmosphere made him feel the deep despair, as if any fire could kill him. The feeling that life is so fragile makes him seem to return to the past. At that time, he was really fragile, but now he is Emperor Wu. Why does it feel like this? Matos is going crazy, but he doesn't dare to act rashly. He can only be carried by others in shame. It's thankful that he can survive now. Where dare to have more complaints? Gao Peng glanced at Walker without expression and said, What did you just say to me? Again, I didn't catch it. The scene suddenly fell into silence. All the people can't help but step back. They don't even want to stop. They try not to make their own voice, but they all step back. Scared. This is real fear. It's not that they can get involved. One by one, they are so horrible. How can they get involved? Isn't that looking for death? All human Tianzhao faces are green. I thought it was just a common experience. Although it would be a little dangerous, it would not be so terrible, right? But it's not what they think. No, it's just the opposite. Is this still experience? It's just looking for death. There are not only so many demons, but also Emperor Wu. What's the situation now? The Battle of Emperor Wu. This is too terrible. It's no wonder that they are afraid. It's really that the atmosphere is too horrible, especially the breath from Gao Peng, which makes them a little breathless. What makes them more incredible is that the old man of the devil just showed a little surprise on his face, and then he looked at Gao Peng without expression. He not affected. The discovery shocked people all over the place. Can you say is his strength stronger than the previous emperor? Yes, he must be the most powerful one. Otherwise, it would be so peaceful. Even if Gao Peng showed such a powerful force, the expression on his face would not change much. It can be seen that he must have a huge foundation. With this discovery, people are completely afraid to stay. The speed of retreat is unimaginable, but they dare not make a sound. In a flash of thunder, they retreated one after another. When Walker knocked on his crutch, the flame couldn't get close to him, and he looked at Gao Peng expressionless. I still said that, let him go. I don't care who you are. If he has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, you must be buried together. And Sin Yuan continent will bear my anger. You have to think clearly, otherwise it will be irreparable fault. Chapters 447. There was a silence around. Only Gao Peng and Walker look at each other. As if in their eyes, they were pulled out of a certain magnetic field by 2 people, no one dared to approach at all. Even those evil spirits have been dispelled. The voyeur flies far away, which also causes the external reincarnation mirror to be on the top, and the picture displayed is not very clear. It's even a little small. It's because it's too far away, so I can't see it clearly at all. However, they didn't look at each other for long, but Gao Peng suddenly smiled and changed his attitude. Walker also smiled. I think you have made a very wise decision. With your talent and strength, we should not be enemies. Give me the man now. Oh, I'm afraid you didn't make a mistake. Gao Peng tilted his head and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, I didn't say that I would give you the man. You are obviously flirting with yourself. Besides, now that it's in my hands, why should I hand it in? You. Walker's face stopped, and the whole man was angry. Okay, very good. You are looking for death. Do you think you can really deal with me with your strength? Don't be too opinionated. You can deal with him, but that doesn't mean you can really be my opponent. My strength, you can't imagine it. Boom. Suddenly, a voice burst out in the sky. Some of the people who were directly shocked flew out. Even those magic chi are blown away. At this moment, Walker showed unprecedented strength, and his waist even slowly straightened up, a change of the old hunchback figure before. It seems that he is this image from the beginning to the end, and his breath has been climbing. With his breath rising, his whole temperament has quietly changed. This is beyond anyone's imagination. Even Gao Peng was a little surprised, but he was not too surprised. As early as before, he had noticed something wrong with each other. Now the other side showed his teeth and claws completely. But what is Gao Peng afraid of? Click. It's hard for everyone to imagine that Gao Peng did not hesitate to wring the neck of Matos and even pinched his head. Even the body did not stay, directly in the sky was wiped out. Matos is still pretending to die, but at this moment he is completely dead, even his body has completely disappeared. The curtain fell in everyone's eyes. It was a shock. The eyes were about to fall. Lie, slot, how dare he do that? Isn't he going to die? How dare you do such a thing in front of each other? Isn't that irritating? Just with the breath, we can know how powerful the other side is. At this time, Gao Peng's action without hesitation shocked all people. But Gao Peng looks at Walker with a smile. Now that I killed him, what can you do with me? No matter it's human or demon, Gao Peng feels completely mad at the moment. Otherwise, how could he do such a crazy thing? This is crazy, looking for death. Knowing that the other side's strength is so strong, he even makes the move to provoke the other side again and again. This is the rhythm to play out. Chapters 448 inches. Did I just have a daze? Why did I see him kill the emperor? I don't think I'm awake, or I'm hallucinating. No, impossible. How can Lord Devil die? It's absolutely impossible. It's impossible for the Lord to be killed by others. Fake. All fake. I don't believe it. When we saw that Gao Peng killed Mototos, everyone was in an uproar. Completely unable to calm down, whether it is humans or demons, all feel incredible. Everyone thinks they have hallucinations, but when they look at the ashes falling from the sky, they realize that they have not hallucinations. It's that they can't believe everything. One by one, they were shocked to see Gao Peng. Their eyes were about to fall off. Their mouths were so wide open that they could throw eggs into them without any obstacles. We can see how shocked their hearts are. It's not just in debris. The same is true in the outside world. People of all major forces were shocked. The shock Gao Peng brought to them again and again simply refreshed their three outlooks again and again. Let them seem to re-understand the world. Why are there such crazy people in the world? Even if he is young, his strength is still so terrible, and even more incredible is his character. From what he has done, we can know what kind of person he is. That's what shocked them. Some people can't help but come up with a sentence in addition to shock. Better to provoke the king of hell than Gao Peng. And this is the voice of many people, which shows how shocked they are. In the eyes of all people, Emperor Wu is high, but now they actually see a fall of Emperor Wu. That kind of shock is a serious blow to their hearts. Before Gao Peng killed the emperor, all people didn't see it, which was almost known to all people in the real sense. We can see how shocked it is. Although Lu Changqing and others also know the power of Gao Peng, they can't calm down when they see Gao Peng killing Emperor Wu again. At this moment, they really realized that with their strength at the moment, they could not hold on for long in Gao Peng's hands. Like a child without a bond. Ha ha, what a funny and shocking description it is. You know, they are Emperor Wu. Now, as a child, I don't know how terrible Gao Peng is. It's unbelievable, especially they know that Gao Peng's realm is not high. After all, they have seen Gao Peng's plunder. But now, Gao Peng has shown such terrible strength. This time, they have increased their chips. Gao Peng must not provoke. Only solicit, not provoke. This is their conclusion. When everyone felt shocked, there was one person who was completely angry. That was Walker. At this time, Walker's whole face has been twisted together, and a purple-like smoke is emitted from his body, which slowly floats to the sky. And the breath on his body has gradually become extremely strange, and his eyes have become extremely terrible. Just touching his eyes, just like the whole soul has been pulled out. Chapters 449. As Walker's breath rose, the whole sky began to shake. You should know that this is a piece of debris of a whole continent, and the space is extremely stable, which cannot be easily shaken. At most, Emperor Wu only formed a space crack. But now the whole sky was shaking. Maybe it is because of the erosion of magic chi that this fragmentary continent has appeared incomplete, but even so, it can make the whole fragmentary road tremble. That can also be a side note of how powerful Walker is. Walker's eyes glowed with horror. Stare at Gao Peng closely, as if you want to eat Gao Peng. You has touched my bottom line. I will let you know what is the real strong one. There are more powerful people in the world, which you have never seen before. Now you pay for making such a stupid decision. Boom. As if the sky had collapsed, there was a terrible air flow around him, and no one could get close to it at all. At this time, snooping insects are already a little overwhelmed. The picture has appeared a little fuzzy, but it can still let the picture here spread to the outside world, but it can't be compared with the previous one. Here is this the real strength of the devil man. This is too powerful. Such a stable space is almost collapsing. What kind of strength is it? My God, this is terrible. Over. All of us are finished. Where can we deal with it? All of us are finished. Why is that? I don't want to die. There was a sudden confusion in human pride. It's not that they are too timid, but that Walker's strength is beyond everyone's imagination, greatly beyond their expectations. At the moment, they have fully understood. It's not something people can do to defeat. Only appointment among the demons. There was also a confusion. They didn't expect that the humble old man was so powerful, much more powerful than their magic dada, and the breath could not be compared. What's more, all that he showed was much stronger than that man, which made many demons see hope. Now, they are all bloodthirsty looking at the people around them, as if this battle has won them, and they are ready to choose their own spoils. Even the demons began to cheer. Long live the devil! Long live Lord Walker! Long live the devil! Long live Lord Walker! The voice is loud, but it can't hide the horrible breath in the sky that is about to collapse. But when they thought that Gao Peng would be desperate for it, Gao Peng suddenly laughed, and his face was really very excited. Ha 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 ha, it's heaven's help, my luck is too good. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful person here. God is on my side. Ha ha. As Gao Peng's laughter came out, all the people were completely shocked and looked at Gao Peng one by one. Lie, slot, brother, is it time to laugh? Haven't you found out what's going on? What do you think? Chapters 450. Walker showed unprecedented strength, the whole human temperament has changed dramatically, and the sky seems to have collapsed. But Gao Peng was not only not afraid, but also laughed. This moment became a sharp contrast. To everyone's dismay, what's the situation? Don't you see the strength of the other side? And the other side is obviously not afraid of you. Doesn't that mean the strength is even stronger than you? But what's your reaction? Everyone is extremely puzzled. They don't know what Gao Peng is thinking. This brain circuit is unpredictable. Outside, when they saw Walker show their strength, they were in total despair. Is it still manageable? Even if Lu Changqing and others enter, they are not necessarily opponents of each other. Looking at the strength of each other, they already know their own gap. Needless to say, all the people present have felt the gap. Here, how could such a powerful emperor appear? What happened to the one before that? Come back, no number way. When will there be so many strong men in the fragmented continent? Why we haven't found it so far? It's too deep to hide. All people feel powerless, which is not something they can cope with at all, if they know that there are so many strong people in it. They will never let the younger generation in. It's definitely about dying. Who enters who the situation? They do not want to lose the heavy. Elder brother now regrets already too late. Everything is thorough late. No one can get in, even if they are worried anymore. But just when they were worried, I saw Gao Peng laughing there. Although I can't hear the voice, I can see his expression and the look of everyone in it. Needless to say, they know what it is. But it also makes them feel more confused. What is the situation? Of course some people are dissatisfied with Gao Peng. When is it? The elder of the spell sect didn't hide anything at all. He was very dissatisfied and said, "Look at this guy. When is it? I don't want to save those people, but I'm still crazy there." He was afraid that I thought he was invincible. It's really annoying not to see what you look like. As soon as he spoke, someone began to chime in. Only in the current situation can they speak ill of Gao Peng with impunity. Who let them now stand in a favorable situation? They have a good reason to say. No one easily refutes, but many people join in this industry. Ha ha, it is inevitable for him to have such a strong strength when he is young, but what he has done is chilling. Who says no? I don't think he ever thought about the feelings of the others, let alone the idea of saving people. Hateful. For a time, there were different opinions, as if it was a one-sided trend. Gao Peng, who was all fighting against him, felt that what Gao Peng had done was not authentic. Some of the smarter people choose silence. It's better not to participate in this kind of time. Ghosts know what will happen in the end. Chapters 451 Inches Mantra Clan, Peerless Palace, Silver Star Palace. Lu Chungjin did not know when to start, suddenly took out a small book to write and draw on it, with a very serious look. I can't help muttering. This immediately attracted the attention of Gongsundong and others. What are you doing? Gongsundong looked directly over his head and found that Liu Chungjin wrote down the names of one faction after another in the small book, even each one with a mark. When he looked carefully, he found that those who seemed to speak ill of Gao Peng one by one made him feel strange. The rest also found out what was written in the little book. One by one felt a little baffled. Lu Chungjin said without raising his head, "I will write down the crimes of these guys. When the young master comes out, I will tell him. These guys dared to speak ill behind their backs, so they have to pay for it. I will write down all their actions, and leave them to the young master." All of a sudden, all of the corners of the mouth have a convulsion. The corner of the eye even couldn't help shaking. The cold sweat came straight out. This guy, it seems a little scary. Although his strength is not strong, his loyalty to Gao Peng can be seen by all, but at this time, when people saw his performance, they felt a sense of terror for no reason. This kind of action in the back of all people are written down, and then one fell swoop. For some reason, everyone felt a chill. No one knows if their names are on his little book. This kind of unknown crisis, let them unconsciously to Liu Chungjin inexplicably produce a burst of fear. Everyone has their own mind. However, even though they didn't communicate with each other, they had an idea not to offend him. After all, once there is any problem, they will have a disaster. The fat man can't help shaking his flesh, and can't help taking a step back. I'm afraid this man has been blackened, hasn't he? It's terrible. How could this person become so inexplicably? Will my name be in that little book? After such a strange sound, he was even more afraid of Liu Chungjin. Everyone was quiet at the same time, looking at Liu Chungjin with a very strange eyes. Liu Chungjin didn't pay attention to the eyes of the rest of the people at all. Instead, he concentrated on taking his own little notes and looked up at the distance from time to time. Once Gao Peng was involved in his speech, he quickly and incomparably wrote down what he remembered. No one knew at all. But from the eyes they had just peeped, they could almost guess. Gongsun Dong and other people looked at the people who were talking in the distance, and could not help but show a trace of sympathy in their eyes. These guys are going to have bad luck. If Gao Peng didn't know it, they may have no problem, but their behaviors have been recorded on the small book for a long time. That's not to blame for their bad luck. No one thought that somehow he would provoke a strong enemy. It's like the edge behind. Lu Chengzhen's concentration is similar to that of no one. Around him, there seems to be a black light enveloping him, which makes people feel that he is in a great terror. But the real terror may be him. Chapters 452. Gao Peng's sudden smile surprised everyone. Even Walker was a little stunned and furious. Are you looking down on me? Good. Very good. Very good. I have never seen such an arrogant human being, but I want to see what kind of ability you have and dare to be so arrogant. Boom. Walker picked up his crutch and tapped it gently. A dark black lightning came straight to him, accompanied by a strong magic spirit. But Gao Peng didn't want to dodge at all. He faced it with a smile. Damn it, arrogant human, I will let you pay the price. Seeing that his attack is about to arrive in front of the other party is indifferent, which makes his self-esteem deeply hurt. More angry, all the people on the scene were also boiling, directly in an uproar. They were shocked by the guy's indifference and the fact that he didn't respond to such a terrible attack. Is he not afraid of death? Even though it is impossible to cause fatal injury to him, if there is any carelessness, it will certainly hurt him, but he even ignores it. Never seen a man with such a big heart. No, should be said to be arrogant and crazy, otherwise how could someone do such a terrible thing? However, how do they know that Gao Peng is not afraid of these attacks at all? Let alone fight once with his real strength. Not necessarily lose, and when the other hand, he will occupy an absolute advantage, with the rolling attitude, rolling all existence. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name: Walker Blood. Diablo's Blood Constitution. Abyssal Devil's Constitution. Holy Body Realm. Woody's 4th level martial arts. The Divine level martial arts, Devil Roar, is a great success. The Divine level martial arts, Dark Cover, is a great success. The Divine level martial arts, Soul Fear of Panic, is a great success, and the Divine level martial arts, Deep Awakening, is a great success. The enemy's realm is the 4th level of Woody, and will automatically upgrade to the 5th level of Woody. The enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded temporarily. The enemy's strongest constitution is not stronger than the host, so it will not be improved temporarily. Devil Roar, Dark Cover, Soul Panic and Deep Awakening are the most successful martial arts at the level of deity. Xianxia, which will automatically serve as the host, is the most successful martial arts at the level of deity, is the most successful martial arts at the level of deity. Another baptism, Gao Peng's whole strength level has risen several levels. Not only the realm has been improved, but also the martial arts have been improved. The most gratifying thing is that when the beast comes, it becomes a great success. This makes Gao Peng happy. It's just like heaven's help. The coming of the beast is a very promising martial skill, which can be upgraded. Then I saw only a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. I didn't pay much attention to the fierce attack. His right hand stretched out directly. When the dark black lightning came, he squeezed it with his fist without hesitation. Then came out a smoke, in Gao Peng mercilessly under a grasp, lightning directly disappeared. Not only did he not cause any damage, but the attack disappeared completely. Chapters 453 inches. Oh, is this your attack? It's too weak. Don't tell me that this is all your strength. It really disappoints me. Gao Peng shakes his head slightly. There is no injury on his hand. After the smoke is gone, Gao Peng says as if nothing happened. And now all the people are gaping at it, looking at Gao Peng as if nothing had happened. Walker was even more shocked. Even though he didn't use all his strength, he didn't look down on Gao Peng. So his attack is not weak at all, but why is it so easy to be blocked by others? No, how can you resist it? Your strength is not so strong at all, why is it? Do you still have hidden strength? Impossible. You can't be so strong, I don't believe it. Walker is completely confused at the moment. Even if he was confident before, when he saw that his attack was easily resisted by Gao Peng, he could not help it. He had some doubts about himself. I didn't look so powerful before, but why did it happen in a flash? It's too hard for him to accept. When did such a terrible evil happen to human beings? If it is, it must not stay. After the shock, his eyes became fiercer and fiercer, and his murderous spirit burst out. He has made up his mind that he will kill each other even if he tries his best. This mortal demon of mankind must not be kept. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. In the presence of all the more cannot be calm. Looking at Gao Peng one by one, I couldn't speak for a long time. Huang Zan and others are the same. The double hammers in his hands suddenly fall down, and he looks at Gao Peng with a gaping face. It's too tough. I have never seen such a powerful person. How much power does a magic emperor hide when he can resist the attack so easily? Or did he not show all his strength at all? This sentence directly caused everyone's sensation. After all, they have such an idea in their mind. They don't know when Gao Peng will show all his strength. I thought it was all strength before, but it's obvious all of them don't know where Gao Peng's bottom line is. Like an invisible bottomless hole, you never know the depth. No, impossible. It's too powerful. Is he really the same age as us? I can't believe it. Me too, it's just terrible. I feel like I'm dreaming or I'm hallucinating. Otherwise, how can I see this scene in front of me? If it's a dream, then I will wake up quickly, which is too shocking. People can't calm down at all. All people think of themselves as dragons and phoenixes, but now they realize that they are no different from the ordinary local chickens, except for their bright hair. There are no other substantive changes at all. All of us work hard to cultivate and even drop countless cultivation resources, but what's the final result? Even other people's tails can't be seen, which has deeply hit them. Of course they just couldn't believe it. It's not only the arrogance of human beings, but also the demons who are also stunned. Their brains are as if they've crashed. They haven't returned to God for a long time. In this endless crowd of demons, it seemed extremely silent and terrible. Chapters 454 Inches Impossible. Gao Peng glanced at Walker and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you are a waste, don't think that people all over the world are the same as you. People should have self-knowledge. And I am the existence you need to look up to. Although Gao Peng's words are true, but they couldn't help but roll their eyes. If they keep a low profile, they will feel extremely powerful. But Gao Peng said it in such a high-profile way that they always felt that there was something against them, but they couldn't say what was wrong. But Gao Peng didn't want to stop at all. Why do you want to be involved in my affairs? If you had answered my question one day earlier, there would have been no matter now. And why? The crowd was speechless again. Lie, slot, you always ask people to answer your questions, but you never say what questions you want to ask. You start to scold people as soon as you come up. At least others are also the most powerful. How can they stand it? And you say it over and over again and over and over and over and over again. It's a person who gets angry. Okay, but you never say what you want to ask yourself. That's too much. When make complaints about the heart, Walker has been mad for a long time, and the whole person is wrapped in the magic spirit. If someone sees his facial expression, we can know how ferocious his face is at the moment. The whole face was about to be twisted together. His hands tightly clenched a fist, and the black lightning came out from time to time. Damn it, damn, I dare to say that I am a waste, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Boom. Everyone didn't expect that Walker would strike first, and at this time he didn't want to keep his hand. The whole person rushed out directly. With a strong and incomparable breath rushed out. The whole man turned into a flash of lightning and attacked Gao Peng. Gao Peng quickly picked up a handprint with both hands, and a huge one flew out. He collided with Walker on the front. Bang! At the same time, when all the people didn't react, the whole man of Walker flew backwards, which made him very embarrassed. And the whole person has become a little rickety. I don't know where the crutches are going. Gao Peng doesn't stop with a fist in his hand, he took advantage of his success and went out. An unparalleled momentum suddenly appeared around a trace of space cracks, faint signs of collapse. But fortunately, Gao Peng did not make full use of his strength. Instead, he controlled it a little bit, which made the space not collapse directly. If it really breaks down here, even he feels a little bit troubled. Who knows what will happen in the event of a real collapse? He is looking for the entrance to the Devil Kingdom, but he doesn't want to destroy it. Therefore, he has a good control over his own strength, so that all these are within his control. But Walker was really unlucky. Instead of being able to react, he was just like being pressed by a mountain. He could hardly breathe. The mouth has been spitting out purple blood, the breath has become extremely chaotic, the whole person looks very embarrassed. Chapters 455 Inches No. Walker was confused. All he could remember was that he was angry, and then he went out with all his strength. But in the end, he had a little idea of what happened. No, it's the whole person. Even he didn't know how to get hurt. It can be seen that not only all people are at a loss, but also he is in a state of ignorance. Seeing Gao Peng's horrible fist about to swing by, he wanted to avoid, but his body was completely disobedient. Move, move. Why is the body out of control? Boom. In the end, this horrible attack still hit him. He felt that the whole body was about to explode, and finally in the endless pain, he stood down forcefully, but he had no strength at all. The whole man's eyes were glazed over the gray sky. There is total despair in my heart. I never thought that I would encounter such a thing. His former glory was defeated by such a man. He never thought it would end like this, but he had to admit that Gao Peng was really strong. Then he saw only a huge figure standing in front of him. Now he can't bear any anger. His life is in the hands of the other party. Even if how angry. Oh, if you want to kill or cut, you can kill. Don't insult. Walker spits blood in his mouth, and still speaks with great hardness. But Gao Peng didn't hesitate at all, even as if he didn't hear what he said. He said lightly, "Where is the entrance to the Devil Kingdom?" All of a sudden, everyone understood. This may be the question he needs to ask. But would you just say no in the first place? It's also a grumpy temper. Because you want to ask this simple question, you killed a devil emperor. Now, it's estimated that there is another one to follow. This made people feel speechless for a while. If someone offends you, isn't it more terrible? So think, all people feel all over the body of the cold, a cold air from the bottom of the feet. Outside, with the image of reincarnation playing again and again, all people have been quiet down, completely into the silence. People who had opinions before are now completely afraid to speak. Everything has become a foregone conclusion. If you dare to speak ill of it again, once it's heard by the other side, it's really going to be extremely horrible. The face of the elder of the charm is extremely blue, as if he has eaten excrement, and his hands tightly clenched a fist. He is not yet aware of his fault. Even thought it was the other side's problem, and he didn't know that now he was in great danger, and all his actions had already been recorded in the small book. And he and his forces will encounter unprecedented terror. Walker continued to spit purple blood in his mouth, looked up at the figure overlooking him, with a wry smile on his face. Do you think I will tell you? Anyway, I'm defeated by you now. It's a dead word anyway. Why should I tell you? You can find it slowly. Even if you can find it in the end, you don't want to know where the entrance to the Devil Kingdom is right now, ha 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 ha. Chapters 456. As Walker spoke more, the blood spewed out of his mouth increased. His whole face was covered with purple blood and looked extremely ferocious. Even there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. However, Gao Peng did not follow his words at all, but said lightly, "If you don't tell me the truth, I'll kill them all and go down with you by the way. So you should not be lonely, right?" As he spoke, Gao Peng glanced at the boundless devil. As the pupils narrowed, the expression on his face became very obvious. Poof. How dare you? They are just innocent people. They are just ants. Why do you drag them into it? Ha ha, it's just like that the devil people feed on human beings, but say that the devil people are innocent. Isn't that a generous smile? Gao Peng showed a smile, as if determined to let go of these demons. Somehow, the scene suddenly fell into silence. The rest didn't make a sound. Just look at these two peerless strong people in the light of communication. The final communication into how, also represents the next thing will develop into how. This is something that no one can expect. But the pride of human beings is still a little nervous. After all, the number of people is not dominant at all. Looking at the endless demons, even they can't help but panic. But it's also forcing them to pick up their spirits, which won't make them stage fright. For a long time, Walker said with a slight sigh, "I said, but I just hope you can let them go, they just want to survive, there is no fault. And they have been sent here. It's sad enough, I hope you can let them go." Gao Peng nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, I won't kill them." With Gao Peng's words, Walker was completely relieved. Every strong person will not easily make a promise, because behind every promise is the endless influence of oath. If it is really violated, that strong person will suffer unprecedented backfire. The entrance of the Devil Kingdom is at the top of the White Bone Mountain, but the entrance can only be opened with the blood of Emperor-level demons. As soon as he had said that, Walker was not talking. The whole person's breath became extremely unstable, as if it was possible to die at any time. However, Walker still has one of the most critical messages, which he didn't say at all. That is the entrance of this devil kingdom is connected to a place of great terror, which can be destroyed by carelessness. Maybe this is his last revolt. As soon as he said the entrance of the devil kingdom, the breath gradually became extremely weak, and he also closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the surrounding voice. As if you want to die like this. But how did he know that Gao Peng was not afraid of any danger at all, but was afraid of ease? This may be the difference between Gao Peng and others. Although all depend on the system, how to use the system is also different from person to person. When he got the information he wanted, Gao Peng showed a smile for the first time, but in the eyes of others, it seemed that the devil showed his fangs. Chapters 457. When Gao Peng showed a smile, the sky suddenly sounded a sound of thunder. Boom boom. Originally the gray sky, suddenly appeared the scene of thunder and lightning, strong wind. The magic chi seems to meet the natural enemies and dissipate in an instant. The sky slowly recovers its normal color. But as soon as I saw the scene of thunder and lightning in the sky, no one thought it was a normal phenomenon. They all stared at it. Lie down, sink. What's the situation? How can it suddenly become thunderstruck? Is there anything terrible to happen? This is just a wave of ups and downs. Don't you want to play as to death? Why do I feel a little bit of repression, a lot more than just entering this fragment in the mainland? Every conceit of mankind is only a surprise. But all the demons reacted abnormally. One by one they seemed to be ready to move, and their faces were full of restlessness. One by one there was a look of panic. Especially, when they saw the thunder and lightning in the sky, they began to shiver. Outside, everyone is completely restless. They didn't see the scene of thunder and lightning, but saw it under such circumstances, which made them have no reaction. The elders of all forces stared at each other. Lu Changqing and other Emperor Wudi don't know when they have opened their mouths, so they don't take their own image into consideration. Or at the moment they have no time at all. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but two words came out of their mind, Tianrab. Who is the most likely? Gao Peng and Walker are the only ones left. Walker is almost out of breath now, which can be basically ruled out. The only one left Gao Peng. After such a thought, they are more unable to calm down. I've just seen Gao Pengdu's robbery. At that time, his strength was not just strong, but what's the situation now? Maybe they didn't live in the same world at all. What happened has completely broken their three views, so that they don't know what words to use to describe everything at this moment. Are you hallucinating, or too ignorant? After a long time, the Baron Stream slowly said. It's still that he calmed his mood a little bit, which shows how shocked it is to see the scene in front of him. But the rest were equally shocked. They are also deeply confused, more shocked and unbelievable. This is not the same as what they see. Are they really ignorant? At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation in the crowd. Sky disaster. It must be a disaster. Yes, that's right, this must be the heaven robbery. I have seen Emperor Wu's strongmen crossing the robbery, and I have really seen the scene of the heaven robbery, which is absolutely right. As someone exclaimed, when they looked at the scene inside the mirror, they could not describe their mood at the moment except for shock or shock. When they put their eyes on that figure, as if by a layer of mysterious veil shrouded in his body, everything is so mysterious. Chapters 458 inches. Isn't he already Emperor Wu? Is it? He broke through again. My God, is this still human? It's terrible. No, it's impossible. How could there be such a person in the world? How old is he? How could it break through again? It's unbelievable, as if they don't believe their own eyes, and make a voice of disbelief one after another. But no matter how they don't believe it, the pictures in the reincarnation mirror can't be fake. The thunder and lightning scene makes them fully aware. That guy, it's really ready to cross the robbery. It's enough to see how violent the fluctuation is in their heart at the moment, and it's not enough to describe their mood at the moment. Within a fragmented continent, Volker's eyes widened suddenly, feeling the strong thunder and lightning breath in the sky, and the blood in his mouth spewed out more. At the moment, his mood was extremely fluctuant. When he saw the scene of thunder and lightning in the sky, he didn't need to think too much about it at all, so he knew what happened. Only to see his heart-rending cry, "Go! Step on it! Everybody out of here!" Boom! The lightning in the sky is still gathering. But only Walker's voice was used at the scene, and all the people were staring at it, and those human Tianzhao had already run. I can't run back. They don't know this horrible scene. It also made them exert their milk strength. Madman. It must be a complete madman. Other people are extremely prepared to cross the calamity, but he is so casual. Isn't he not afraid of eternal calamity? Me, Japan, does he want us all to be buried together? It's too vicious, too crazy. All the human pride escaped, but they still couldn't help but make complaints about it. Then they never dared to stay. Even if there are demons in front of them, they are still rushing in the past. Now it's a time of life. If we wait for the day to fall, everyone will be finished. Crazy. This guy has gone completely crazy. So many people are within the scope of the sky robbery, which is to cause the dissatisfaction of the sky robbery. If the power is doubled several times at once, the music will be great. And Gao Peng is still calm at the moment. How is it? I said I won't kill them. Now I keep my promise. Is my reputation good? Looking at Gao Peng's hateful face, Walker just wanted to die with him, if not feel the bad situation of his body at the moment. He can't stand it at all. Damn it, damn, you will die, I will. Walker was in a state of extreme exposure, and the blood kept going out. He couldn't stop it. He had been soaked in purple blood for a long time, like a small lake, and the whole person was soaked in blood. And he stared round and tightly at Gao Peng. With his violent reaction, his breath became more unstable. Especially when the sky disaster came down, his eyes stared at Gao Peng, full of hatred, and his breath disappeared. The picture is not willing to breathe. Even when he died, he wanted to unload Gao Peng Da for 8 yuan. When the sky robbery came down, he knew that he could not return to the sky. The demons in the fragmentary continent may also disappear. No, it can also be called obliteration. Chapters 459. The thunderstorm pool in the sky is more and more huge. Originally, Gao Peng jumped 3 steps at a time. The power is incomparable terror. But at this time, so many people gathered under the sky robbery, which seemed to be infuriating. Boom boom, the thunderbolt of terror twinkled in the sky as if the end of the world were coming. And just when everyone wanted to escape, the scourge fell without warning. Directly split in the devil crowd. All the demons didn't react at all. No matter what your strength is, all the demons will be destroyed in such a terrible disaster. Screams are heard all the time. No number. Help, I don't want to die yet. I still have this lofty ambition not to realize, I want to become the Devil Emperor. Many unwilling voices sounded, but it did not help. They were still destroyed by the sky. And those who have just run away from Tianzhou, looking back at the doomsday scene, can't help but sweat a little. Even they dare not breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't run back, but their inner fear of Gao Peng was unprecedented. This guy is crazy. Does he want everyone to be buried with him? Even if we don't remind them, we can still do such terrible things. It's just inferior to animals. Although they want to scold Gao Peng very much, but with their strength at the moment, there is no way. They can only run forward with their lives and try to stay away from this place like the end of the world. Fortunately, they reflected quickly before and were not covered by the sky robbery, but this did not let them breathe a sigh of relief, but it was faster. Damn it, I've never met such a crazy guy. Even if I'm looking for death, why bring us all? Does this mean that everyone should be buried with him? It's terrible. It's better to stay away from this kind of guy. I don't know if he will be confused next time. There's an idea in everyone's heart that we should never be too close to Gao Peng. That's a dangerous person. Whoever is near dies. Just listening to the sad voice behind them, they can imagine how desperate those people are, even though they are hostile. But listening to the voices, they all shuddered. There is even a hint of sympathy. It's terrible. Even the outside world was stunned by the scene. This is the craziest thing they've ever seen. Looking at that day, the robbers split again. And again, not only making the devil lose a lot, but also the ground appeared the wound that could not be healed. With such a fierce attack, the fragmentary continent may not be able to bear it in a short time. If it was only Gao Pengdu's robbery, it would not result in such a terrible result, but Gao Peng's crazy action would surprise everyone. The elder of the spell sect couldn't help shivering. By this time, he had completely abandoned his previous thoughts. No longer dared to hate Gao Pengxin. At this time, he is really afraid. This guy is just a madman. He who provokes, he who brings misfortune. What's more, his strength is so terrible. Whether he can survive such a terrible catastrophe, even if he really survives, he dare not provoke again. It's just a peerless evil star. Chapters 460. Under such a fierce attack, the demons have been killed and injured severely. Some of them are badly injured. The rest are destroyed by the sky. And some of the human Tianzhou didn't respond. When they wanted to escape, they had been completely locked by Tianrab. The end result is also obvious. But those who have escaped a long distance suddenly look back at the moment, with a trace of fear in their eyes. And when they look at it carefully, they suddenly open their eyes. As if he had read wrong, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Here it's impossible. No, I don't believe it's impossible for anyone to survive such a terrible catastrophe. What did they see? Gao Peng even walked in the natural disaster, which seems to be leisurely, giving them a huge impact. And when they thought Gao Peng was just pretending, a thick sky robbery fell from the sky. Boom! The scenery around him suddenly disappeared, while Gao Peng seemed to be unharmed. He held his hand high above his head and kept a posture. This scene is in their eyes, and the eyes are about to fall. Have they ever seen such a horrible scene? Is it still the one they know as the most frightening natural disaster? In front of that man, just like a toy playing at will, it is not a threat at all. I'm afraid it's not a dream, is it? Has the world become so dangerous? All people are in a daze, one by one are forced, for a long time did not return to God. Anyone who sees Gao Peng's performance at the moment will feel the shock of his heart, and the terrifying catastrophe will fall down, and no matter who he is, he will feel trembling. But he was so careless as if he were walking. The power is slowly changing and increasing. Gao Peng felt that the strength in his body was slowly increasing, and he immediately felt full of joy, especially when he looked up at the boundless thunder pool. There was no reason for him to flash a thought, and/or crazy thoughts. If every time he crosses the robberies like this, can his strength be improved all the time? In particular, during the crossing, he can clearly feel that his physique is improving. Even if he does not directly upgrade a level, this kind of promotion is necessary. Let him know all the power in an instant. His power is all given by the system, and with the fall of the scourge, he has gradually mastered all the power. As if these forces were born to him, it also saved him time to master them slowly. Although the system is extremely powerful, its disadvantages are also extremely obvious. If there is no more powerful person, he can no longer improve his own strength. At the same time, because the power given by the system does not belong to him, he can only roll and sweep through the past, but can't do the same as the power from cultivation as others. But with the fall of the scourge, this kind of malpractice has been gradually eliminated. This is the most exciting place for him, and the idea in his heart has been circling in his mind for a long time. Chapters 461. When Gao Peng is bathed in the sky, all people can't calm down. All of us didn't expect that they would see such a horrible scene. It's just unprecedented, and there's no coming. No matter how powerful a person is, he can't do it easily. This is not something a normal person can do at all. And Gao Peng not only did it, but also left it intact. That way it's as if the robbery can't do any harm to him, just like tickling. It's just horrible. God, what kind of monster is this? Is he human? Lu Changqing and others are the most shocked. After all, they are the only ones who have experienced the baptism of the scourge. There is no better understanding of that experience than them, and that's how they feel that this is impossible. But Gao Peng has shown them that nothing is impossible. Looking at the figure bathed in the sky, let them know once again that this is a monster that can never be provoked. It must be lured, no matter what kind of secret he has, but with his mysterious and unpredictable means and his unpredictable strength, we can attract him at all costs. If such people offend, they will be devastated. I don't know why, Lu Changqing can't help but start to ring the explosive Emperor Yan. That wretched guy, not only because of it, but also because of it, Xuanyuanmen may suffer. Although Xuanyuanmen has a strong foundation, once Gao Peng is aroused, no one knows the final result. But according to his current observation, as long as Gao Peng is given a period of time to grow up, no one will really be his opponent. Middle domain, it's not a place to block his way. Emperor Jiwu and Wangliuchuan are also making their own small calculations. Although they may not be able to attract Gao Peng, they are also indispensable for good. Maybe it can be used in the future. In addition to a few of them, some platinum-level forces are also starting to think about the next move, perhaps in their view, once they embrace such thighs. It's like a rocket. This also let them start to play their own small abacus. Each one has his own mind, but when they see the figure in the reincarnation mirror, they are more firm in their mind. At all costs. And when they have their own thoughts. Gao Peng made another move that shocked everyone's eyes. Disregarding the power of the sky robbery, he rushed to the sky directly, clenched his fist tightly and blew it out. I saw all the catastrophes suddenly suffered tremendous resistance, and they didn't fall down at all. This fist ignored the power of all the sky robberies, and went directly to the huge thunder pool in the sky. There was a loud noise in the sky, and a dazzling light flickered. Like fireworks. Bang! What? All of them exclaimed, their mouths slightly opened, and the expression on their faces could not be controlled at all. How could it be that he broke the sky? This has once again subverted their cognition. They have never heard of such a move made by anyone. Everyone is honest in the dance. There has never been such a thing, and only a madman can do such a thing. Most importantly, Gao Peng succeeded, which is the most shocking place. Chapters 462 inches enter. In. My God, is that how he got in? That's the Devil Kingdom. No matter how strong his strength is, it's possible that his life will be in danger. When everyone was still shocked by what Gao Peng did, Gao Peng entered the entrance of the Devil Kingdom without hesitation. Now that the information he wants has been obtained, he will no longer waste time. And what does the chaos outside have to do with him? Regardless of everyone's shock, Gao Peng leaps into the entrance of the Devil Kingdom. All were left in shock. What we do is just crazy. It's a madness that no one can imagine to involve so many people in his scourge. But now what did he do? Without hesitation, he jumped into the entrance of the Devil Kingdom. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed? Even if his strength is no longer strong, will he not consider his own life when he does such an exaggerated thing? People can't understand what Gao Peng did, but that doesn't mean they are not shocked. Is this really something that people can do? Shock. This is the idea of all human brains. After a long time, they slowly began to calm down. But they can't help but start talking. You said, is it still possible for him to come back? No way. No matter how strong his strength is, he can't come back safely, or even die in the Devil Kingdom. Ha ha, this kind of guy is just too arrogant. With the disappearance of Gao Peng, some people's real faces have been exposed, as if they are eager to see Gao Peng go forever. Among them, the most obvious performance is made by the people of the charm school. They all jump happily, as if they want to make it clear to everyone. Gao Peng must not have come back. Lu Chungjin has just written all these things down in a small book, and even now he is gnashing his teeth. Very well, since you dance so happily, I'll write down all your actions. I'd like to see how happy you are. The people around him who heard what he said were twitching at the corners of their mouths. It's just too dark. Although this kind of secret means is a little offensive, they are secretly excited for some reason. Gongsun Dong couldn't help asking himself, what's the matter with me? Do I have such attributes? I'm so excited, my God. When he fell into self-doubt, the fat man quietly came to Lu Chungjin's side and said softly, don't you worry. You should know that it's a Devil Kingdom. No matter who goes in, they may suffer unprecedented threats. No matter how strong our strength is, we may capsize in the gutter. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were on Lu Chungjin, as if they wanted to ask for answers from him. Lu Chungjin said without expression, with those rubbish, how can it be the opponent of the young master? You will wait for the young master to return quietly. Then no one can touch him anymore, and these guys whose names have been written down by me will come to me for revenge. Lu Chungjin's words revealed a sense of perseverance. He didn't worry about Gao Peng at all. The powerful figure has always appeared in his mind. Chapters 463. This is a place full of despair and darkness. The boundless magic chi is like being integrated with the whole space, and it is not separated from each other at all. Looking at the dark sky, a few scarlet eyes radiated from time to time, as if the king was enjoying his territory. On the ground, you can see the boundless skeletons clearly. Skeletons of all kinds of creatures exist, without any trace of blood at all. Some are just desolate. In this place, there is a huge skeleton throne, just want to sit a huge figure with iron ropes all around. As it shakes its body, the iron rope clangs, and all the creatures around it can look at it with fear. What about Fergus? Is there a channel through the mainland of Sin Yuan? A loud voice rose. All the demons standing below began to shiver, and they watched carefully. Back to your excellency, the accident happened to Fergus. For the time being, under the throne of skeletons, one of the magic emperors spoke in horror. As if the whole person saw something extremely horrible, the body can also see clearly in the trembling, and the expression on the face is not faking at all. You know this is Emperor Wu. In the Middle Kingdom, there is a strong one, but now it's like a lamb to be slaughtered, looking at his trembling body. Then we can know how scared he is at the moment. How terrible is the figure sitting on the throne of skeleton that can frighten a magic emperor like this? And are the people standing beside this magic emperor at the same level? People who can sit on equal footing will not be inferior in strength. This is the most frightening place. It's terrible. There are so many strong people who seldom appear at ordinary times, let alone those who are above them. Although the figure on the throne of skeleton pulled the chain on his body, he didn't show too fluctuating emotion, but his action immediately scared the devil emperor below. Big, please calm down. Give us some time, we can certainly get through the channel of Sin Yuan mainland. This time, there will be no more accidents. Give us another chance, my lord. All the magic emperors are frightened. If they are seen, it will be amazing. But all the demons under the throne of skeleton dare not to be unbridled at all. Instead, they are afraid of being killed by the figure sitting on the throne. No, it should be said to be phagocytosis. That legend is just like a figure, a mountain that everyone cannot overtake, and also a master of simultaneous interpreting. No one can escape from his hands, and no one dares to go against his will. He is the only god in the devil kingdom, but if someone saw his image at the moment, he would still feel extremely puzzled. Why is there so many chains around him? It's like being imprisoned, but even so, the breath he sends out at will can make everyone breathless. The sky is filled with a lot of huge magic chi. Just as space is about to be crushed, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressed. Chapters 464. Many magic emperors dare not breathe. Their heads are lowered, just like the prisoners who need to be judged. Only the sound of the chain appeared at the scene. From time to time, the chains collided. From that skull throne, there was a huge breath, but it didn't deliberately target anyone. But it's enough to shock people. Okay, I'll give you another time. If you can't get through, don't blame me for being rude. I don't need waste. Waste can only be food, and I don't want you to be my food. The sound of the thunderous sky rang again, and all the evil emperors broke out in cold sweat at this moment. No one dared to come forward, but somehow, they were secretly relieved. Finally, he was saved. Although cruelty is used to describe all demons, a mountain is still higher than a mountain. The Lord of the Devil Kingdom is the most frightening person for all people. You can know from all the images displayed by the Devil Emperor. Click. Just then, a black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and a shadow fell out of it. What? All the demons were attracted, and even the figure on the throne of skeleton looked past. And just as they were wondering, a voice suddenly rang. What the hell is this? How do you feel? The atmosphere is so depressing. But, I always feel that there are many prey waiting for me. This sudden voice is naturally Gao Peng, who entered the entrance of the Devil Kingdom. After a short shuttle, he came directly to the Devil Kingdom. At the beginning, I was still a little unaccustomed. He rubbed his body a little, then he had the heart to look around, which scared him a little. There are so many people staring at him, looking at the endless white bones around him, as well as the demons who emit evil light. What's the situation? Gao Peng glanced at him and found that all the demons were really looking at him, especially the atmosphere around him. But when Gao Peng was a little confused, all the magic emperors immediately began to boil. Man, my god, real human, how did he come to the Devil Kingdom? Does he know which entrance there is? Or has the human race made its way through? Quote, what has just been talked about seems to be a glimmer of hope. All the people are eager to see Gao Peng, as if to see hope in him. The figure sitting on the throne of skeletons suddenly quieted down. He didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly it seemed to disappear. The sound of the chain disappeared. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've disturbed you. If I do, I'm very sorry. Gao Peng adjusted his mood and looked down at the demons below, although he also felt the horrible atmosphere. But he didn't care at all. The purpose of his coming here is to do things. Naturally, he doesn't care how powerful the other side is. However, Gao Peng's performance immediately caused some misunderstandings among the demons. Human, tell us quickly where you come from and how you enter the Devil Kingdom. Otherwise, hey, you'd better be honest, otherwise, you will be one of these bones. All of a sudden, the boundless magic spirit came out, as if to rise from the sky, and all kinds of violent atmospheres suddenly appeared. Chapters 465. Facing this sudden change, Gao Peng didn't seem to panic, but showed a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Do you really want to know where I came from? Oh, stop pretending there and answer our questions quickly, or I will crush your bones a little bit and let you taste the most painful taste in the world. A magic emperor without much sense of existence came out, covered with barbs all over his body, as if he were a human hedgehog. Although it looks extremely fierce, compared with other magic emperors, it seems too weak. Nothing but a watch, but for the average human being, it's also a nightmare. But is Gao Peng a human being? Obviously not. Are you a hedgehog? Where can I get the animal to talk? Get out of my way. Gao Peng is not used to him at all. He yells at him directly. At the same time, there was a huge change in his expression. He did things. Let's start now. And Gao Peng also saw the strength of these people, which made him full of excitement. If these guys all become the source of his strength, how many times will his strength soar in the end? It's unexpected, but in this way, he will feel more excited. I've been talking about it in my heart. This time I'm right. So many prey, one by one, are so powerful, all of which will become the source of his strength, if he goes out of the Devil Kingdom. He may have become the invincible person in the world. Who can make his opponent? In this way of thinking, I can only see that his eyes suddenly emit bright light, which is particularly dazzling in the Devil Kingdom. When Gao Peng yelled out, all the magic emperors looked at him strangely. Then, only to see them with a good attitude back to one side. Even their hearts are still a little surprised. I didn't expect that the human courage is so great that they dare to talk to them like this. I have to say that the courage is really great. But being brave doesn't mean all of this. It may bring disaster. At this time, instead of rushing to start, they looked at the emperor who was full of barbs. Hey, it's interesting. I haven't seen such a human for a long time, and I don't know how long he can last. I guess it will last for a long time. After all, he's really angry. If he doesn't take a good vent, I'm sorry for this lesson. It's not easy to see a human being. I still want to have a good time. It seems that I can only do it now. Many evil emperors licked their tongues and commented on each other. They didn't want to interfere at all. And the Devil Emperor, who was covered with barbs, was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was already dark enough. At this time, he seemed to melt into the world. At the same time, the barbs on his body slowly retracted into the body, forming little by little bulges on the surface of his body. If you don't look carefully, it seems to cover the surface of his body closely. But in fact, it's as hard as armor, and it can also be his means of attack. His eyes turned scarlet directly, and in the dark world, they were particularly dazzling, plus his gnashing voice. It's a little chilly. Me. Yes. Pinch. Broken. You. Chapters 466. When the emperor revealed this state, the whole body's breath also increased several times, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in blood. His eyes were covered with red. A dark and black light ball slowly condenses on the slender claw. With the ferocity on the face of the barbed Devil Emperor, the light ball in his hand becomes larger and larger. Die for me, mankind. Bang! The ball went straight out, and he didn't stay in place, the whole person rushed out. Phew! There was only a black flash of light, and the Emperor suddenly appeared in front of Gao Peng, with a ferocious smile on his face. His claw is about to reach Gao Peng. However, the next second, the smile on his face solidified. A hand directly on his chest, as if at any time can pinch his heart, and Gao Peng is also smiling at. It's like doing a small thing. However, the Emperor suddenly burst into a cold sweat. His life was only in the hands of others in a moment, which made him have a cold air to rush up his head. It was impossible for him to imagine that such a man suddenly appeared to be so powerful. The expression on his face changed dramatically, from the ferocity before to the horror now. The whole change was only in a moment. No, impossible. How can you be so strong? In addition to panic, the Emperor is still unbelievable. And as he exclaimed, the rest of the demons had already discovered something wrong when they wanted to see what was going on. Everything they seemed to be out of their control. Are you the only rubbish left in the Devil Kingdom? If that's the case, it's really disappointing. Gao Peng's mouth was slightly raised, but his tone was contemptuous, and he didn't pay attention to the monsters in front of him. As soon as his voice fell, a huge breath suddenly emerged, as if a huge vortex had formed in the sky. Magic gas directly gushes out of the well. But even so, Gao Peng is just as unheard of. You look like you're angry. But then what? Garbage is garbage after all. It doesn't take any effort to kill you. You can imagine how weak you are. I'm still looking forward to it, but your performance disappointed me to the Devil Kingdom. Is there no strong one? Is there not one that can fight? Gao Peng's questions echoed here, echoing all the time, as if there were countless voices saying these words. With these words slowly passed on, all the color of the Magic Emperor has become extremely ugly. But they didn't get angry at all. Gao Peng's hands exert a little force. The Devil Emperor didn't have time to beg for mercy. The whole heart has been pinched and exploded. But even so, he did not die directly, only saw his body slightly twitch. Bang! Gao Peng punches out, and the other side is instantly wiped out. The wave of energy reverberates here, and all the Magic Emperors stare at all of this, while looking back at Gao Peng is like doing a trivial thing. I clapped my hands slightly, and the smile on my face never changed. Chapters 467 Quiet. Dead silence. The Demon Kingdom, which was already desolate, is now silent. All the demons don't speak. On the contrary, they all looked at Gao Peng in a gloomy way, especially the Scarlet Eyes. Killing intention has been released without reservation. The surrounding atmosphere became extremely depressed, and the space began to produce some fluctuations, but even so, no one spoke. Just looking at each other. As the enemy does not move, I do not move. For all the demons, the human beings that came out suddenly were so mysterious that they thought they were just lambs to be slaughtered, but who knew that they were actually sheep in wolf skin. This suddenly caught them off guard, but also let the evil Emperor of Barb be completely wiped out. This also makes them have some pitching devices. They still haven't figured out the strength of each other. Even though the strength of the Backstab Emperor is the weakest, it's still a Devil Emperor. But now, unexpectedly, they were killed by the other party in a flash, which was greatly beyond their expectation, which immediately made them a little at a loss. Although they are numerous, they are even stronger than each other. But they also dare not easily do it. Who knows if the other party really starts to go crazy, will they play the trick of ending together with them? This is a real disaster. This also makes them unable to start. There is a sense of humiliation inside. Looking at each other, these guys were indifferent. Gao Peng couldn't help shaking his head. He thought he met a group of fierce demons. But who knows, it's these councils. Strength is very strong, but why the courage is so small? It seems that they don't know what anger is without stimulating them. Gao Peng had a plan in his mind, and then showed his signature smile, glancing at all the Magic Emperors. Why are you all cowards? One by one, they are very ferocious, but what you show me now is like a little sheep. Is this the Devil Kingdom? I'm really disappointed. The former guy dares to rush up. Compared with him, you are just like a sky and a ground. Human beings even regard you as their biggest enemy, which is obviously too high for you. This courage is even smaller than that of mice, and it is not worthy of being human enemies at all. In you it's nothing more than a bunch of rubbish, cowardly rubbish. Gao Peng doesn't care whether the other side will be completely angry or not, but what he wants to do is to arouse their inner shame, and at the same time, he angrily moves. Otherwise how can he improve? If the other side is not hostile to him, even if he meets the most powerful person, it has no effect. He doesn't want to try that again. Therefore, he directly opened the map gun, no matter how the other side will react, anyway, just hate him. In this way, he can improve his strength. However, Gao Peng also noticed the figure on the skeleton throne. The figure above is so powerful that he even panics. Now he doesn't want to provoke such people. He is really invincible, but he doesn't want to kill himself. Although he can improve his strength in an instant, he has a faint sense of foreboding. If he improves too much at once, the power of heaven will surely teach him how to be a man. It is because of such a presentiment that he dare not provoke such a powerful enemy at once. Step by step, it's safer. Chapters 468 Gao Peng's words, like stabbing a hornet's nest, directly angered many evil emperors, only to see waves of evil gas surging, and the whirlpool in the sky became extremely large. Standing in the front of a Magic Emperor's hand, a spear made of bone suddenly appeared in his hand. It was covered with one bulge after another, which made people shudder. Beside him, a Magic Emperor also took out his own weapon. It was a huge knife with many sharp claws on it, as if it could tear other people's bodies directly. In addition to these two Magic Emperors, the rest of the Magic Emperors showed their own skills without any politeness, and immediately there was another wave of magic gas. Oh, human, you're the bravest guy I've ever met, but you will soon know what real life is like. The Devil Kingdom is not a place where you can be wild at will. If you don't hold your tail well, you dare to put your words in front of us. It's very kind. Boom. With the advent of the rolling evil spirit, all the evil emperors swarmed in. Although they despised human beings, they felt that Gao Peng was insulting them. However, they have to admit that Gao Peng has the power to scare them. Only by virtue of the power to kill and stab the Devil Emperor at will, they have to be careful. However, with so many people together, they feel a little relieved. He rushed through with a ferocious face. Shoo shoo shoo. But no one thought that even if so many people swarmed in, the guy even smiled. And it seems to be very excited. It's even more insulting to them. Damn it, I've never seen such an arrogant human before. I'd like to see how long you can survive. Just a guy like you, no matter how strong it is, it can't resist all of us. Bang bang, as if tearing the sky, one after another with the rolling devil gas of the Devil Emperor hit. At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sound sounded again. This time, it's different from everything before. Because, the system prompt sound seems to be a string of bell rings, a series of noisy sounds appear in his mind, even a little confusion. This is the first time for Gao Peng to encounter this situation, but he did not panic and listened quietly to the system prompt. The next second, the system is finally normal. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name. Bone Devil Emperor Blood. Bone, a living creature transformed from the bone of a beast, with strong power of the blood of a beast. Physique. The body of divine bone, Dao in body, realm. The 8th level of Emperor Wu martial arts. The funeral of bone stab. The meaning of bone, the recovery of beast and the spirit of bone are complete. It is detected that the number of enemies in the host is too large, and will automatically increase to the maximum. The highest level of the enemy is Wudi level 8, which will automatically upgrade to Wudi level 9 as the host. The enemy's strongest blood is the blood of Bone's Emperor, which will automatically become the host of the demigod blood hell 3-headed dog. The enemy's strongest constitution is the body of spirit and bone, which will automatically become the host of Thunderbolt body. The enemy's most powerful martial skill is the God-level martial skill Bone Stab Funeral, the God-level martial skill Devil Bone Meaning, the God-level martial skill Beast Recovery, the God-level martial skill Bone Spirit. It will automatically upgrade the host to chapters 469. Gao Peng. What's the situation? What about my martial arts? Gao Peng is completely muddled at the moment. When he was expecting something to happen, the system got stuck. And it looks like it's not going to help him improve. This made him a little confused. At this time, the attacks of many evil emperors have come one after another. Boom boom, I dare to be distracted even when I am dying. I just don't know how to live or die. If you want to die so much, then we will complete you. The boundless magic chi is surging, which is accompanied by the attack of each invincible. Among them, the most eye-catching is the Bone Devil Emperor, holding a bone spear in his hand, and a huge beast figure slowly emerges behind him. It was a monster with no flesh and blood on it, but it exuded unimaginable breath and came with him. Many demons feel a little pressure. But when they looked at Gao Peng, they couldn't help but smile a little ferocious. This human, even now, I can shake my mind. I don't know who he is facing, let alone so many of them. Just a bone demon emperor is enough for him. But just as they were looking forward to the result, they saw Gao Peng suddenly raise his head, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Why is that? Where is my martial art? Gao Pengji was extremely puzzled, but when he was puzzled, so many people interrupted his thinking, which made him feel very unhappy. He grabbed the spear directly and pulled it behind him. The hand changes from claw to fist, and a fist smashes it hard. Bang! Why is that? Even Gao Peng didn't realize that he was very heavy when he took the shot, as if he wanted to kill someone else. The King of Bone Devil didn't know what happened, so he was beaten in place. He was all ignorant. I only felt that the attack of the other side was more and more terrible. Even he was a little frightened. But just when he wanted to dodge, all the attacks fell on him, only to see his whole face green. Lie, slot, he can't help being rude. There are so many demons here, but why do all attacks come to him? But the curtain fell on other people's eyes. They all felt shocked. They besieged this human with so many monsters, but it was unbelievable that such a result would come out in the end. What's more, this human, the focus is obviously not on them. No, impossible. How could this human power be so powerful? It must be an illusion. It's terrible we have so many magic emperors who have dealt with him, but he seems to be able to do it easily. The most hateful thing is that he didn't even put his mind on us, my god. Is this still human? I think he's more like a monster than we are. Gao Peng's various performances shocked all the magic emperors. That easy expression, but also let them be deeply hit. They can all put their best, and each other just like playing. The gap in this period they didn't hear what Gao Peng was muttering. If they heard it, it would be more amazing. Why hasn't my martial arts appeared yet? Isn't it stolen by the system? Chapters 470. Gao Peng's whole body was a little shocked. After all, this is the system he relies on for survival, but now it's obviously a problem, which makes him completely ignore the current scene. On the contrary, I was trying to figure out what happened to the system. At this time, the system prompts the sound to turn on. Ding! The host's martial arts have reached the top of the plane. Next, no martial arts will be improved. Except for the coming of the beast, only when the host has reached the top of the plane in all aspects can it be opened at one time. Gao Peng is slightly stunned. This is the first time he has heard a systematic explanation. Although it is still a bit mechanized, it is much better than the previous one. After seeing this system prompt sound, he was relieved at last, not that there was a problem with the system. On the contrary, his martial arts have reached the top of the plane, which makes sense. Woo! Fortunately, there is no problem with the system, or there is no place to cry. After he understood what was going on, he was relieved at last, and then he put his eyes on the demons. At this time, he was slightly shocked. What's the situation? Why are all the purposes looking at him? Don't you? Is there anything on his face? But in a flash, he knew exactly what was going on. Especially looking at the shocked expression on the face of so many magic emperors, he probably guessed, although his mind was not on this before. It doesn't mean he doesn't know anything. Oh, is this your strength? Sure enough, it's such a waste that I'm really disappointed. I've given you all water, but you can't even touch me. I don't know what to say. You're too weak. I can't bear adjectives to describe you. Gao Peng returned to the way he had pointed at the mountains and rivers before. Looking at the shocked emperor in front of him, he said with a smile on his face. He was extremely satisfied with the harvest of this trip, and has been promoted in all aspects. Of course, besides martial arts. But at the same time, he thoroughly understood that the system is not unlimited, at least there are some limitations. But relatively speaking, it's a little harmless. It won't have a big impact on him. There were angry expressions on the faces of the demons, but they did not dare to act rashly. The bone demons were easily beaten. Even if they rush in, the final result is as if they are being teased by others. This also let them deeply realize the gap. At the same time, they have some concerns now, and dare not act rashly anymore. If this human wants to kill them, it should not be too difficult. It also gives them some mousetrap. Damn it, is this still human? We have never seen that human beings are so powerful, and their realm is not so powerful at all. But why are they so powerful? You said, will he be a rising genius in recent years? Otherwise, how could the gap in strength be so large that people are a little desperate? Impossible. I've never heard of such a genius. It's impossible. During the confrontation, all the evil emperors began to talk in a low voice. Although it seemed a bit shameful, it was much better than losing their lives. And all the people can't help but ignore the figure on the throne of skeleton. Where they didn't see it, the figure nodded slightly, as if he saw something interesting. Chapters 471. When Gao Peng was promoted to the present state, he felt the omen of the sky's calamity, which made his eyelids jump. After breaking through so many ranks, I don't know how terrible the power of the scourge is. Although he had never been afraid of it, it was inevitable that he was a little flustered. Especially looking at that boundless minefield will always give people a kind of psychological pressure. Gao Peng decides not to delay any more. He has a vague feeling that this time, the sky robbery will be extremely terrible, which makes him dare not do the previous move. Since you won't do it, I'll send you to the real hell. Bang! There was a gust of wind and a faint sound of thunder and lightning in the air. Gao Peng seems to have turned into a flash of lightning and rushed directly into the Devil Emperor group. It didn't occur to all that he was so fast that he started at once when he didn't agree. Damn it, be careful, it's too fast, I don't know where he is at all. No way. There was a confusion among the people. Even if their strength was no greater, it would be difficult to take immediate measures after the chaos. Just like at the moment, Gao Peng rushes in without anyone. Once he takes a magic emperor and reveals his flaws, he will impolitely lay down his hands. At this time, he really has no hands left. Bang bang, bang bang bang, annihilation fist, Disha finger, all kinds of martial arts were used by him at once. The real chi was exported as if he didn't need money. In fact, he didn't need to worry about the loss at all. This is also the reason why he is so strong. not only because he is better than his opponents in all aspects, but also because of his fearless power. One body after another fell from the sky, only for a while, many of them had been killed and injured. This is beyond anyone's imagination. At this moment, the emperor, like ordinary people, could not resist the attack of Gao Peng. Even they did not make any resistance, and finally they fell down directly. This epic battle is out of everyone's expectation. But the best thing is hard to guess. The figure on the throne of skeleton didn't want to fight all the time, but looked with interest. This is a little unexpected. But at this time, Gao Peng didn't pay attention to these things. He just wanted to clean up these demons as soon as possible. Since they have no effect, it's good to kill all the demons there. This is his most real idea. And as they fought, there was a faint flash of lightning in the sky. This makes Gao Peng feel that the time is more urgent. He doesn't want to try any crisis at will. No matter how strong he is, he didn't want to be in a crisis either. No, it's horrible. There will be such a powerful human in the world, and his realm has not reached the martial god at all. Why is his strength so powerful? No number. I don't want to die yet. How can I die here if I haven't achieved my great goal? And still die in the hands of a human, I am not willing to. All kinds of unwilling words have sounded, but no one to sympathize with him. In the fierce battle of lightning and flint, if you don't pay attention to it, you will be trapped in an eternal land. Although Gao Peng is strong, he also has a 12-point spirit. With the passage of time, the emperor has been dead more than half. There are mountain collapses and ground cracks all around. The ground blows up one after another, as if one cliff after another is forming slowly. The horrible scene doesn't stop at all. What was once a desolate place has become more desolate. Chapters 472. When Gao Pengshi tried his best to kill all the demons. The whole Devil Kingdom has sensed the epic war here, and also shocked all the strong ones. The energy here fluctuates so violently that it is impossible to miss it. The Devil Kingdom is full of powerful people, and the Devil Emperor has more than that. Even in the gods, it's just many years ago that the last time the devil appeared. So far many people have forgotten the existence of the devil. But it does. Gao Peng and other people's fighting waves have disturbed many people and become the focus of the Devil Kingdom. A demon with two upside-down sheep horns on his head looked into the distance, reached out and touched the horn on his head, and smiled coldly. Cut, the guy who didn't give up started to do something again. Bothering me, I'm sure I'll kill your men. I can't beat you, but I can kill all your men. I'll see what you can do. After that, I will no longer pay attention to that amazing battle in the distance. It's none of his business anyway. Similar things happen in many places, and those at the top of the food chain don't pay attention to such battles at all. For them, finding a breakthrough is the most important thing, and the so-called occupation of territory, they will not care. Only those demons who are about to break through the demons will pay attention to these. For them, maybe this is the pillar to support their hard cultivation. Fergus has an octopus-like suction cup all over his body. The whole person looks very strange. If he only relies on his strange appearance, he will be despised. That would be a real loss. Each of these suckers is his means of attack. At this time, he also sensed the strong wave in the distance. Especially when he knew what direction it was, his face suddenly changed, but even so, he didn't want to check it. Is this what happened? How can there be such a violent energy fluctuation, or are there many people fighting? There must be several magic emperors for the fluctuation of the battle. As soon as this guess came out, he immediately gave up the idea of the past deeply. They knew that there was great danger there. Now they know that there are several magic emperors fighting. He's not going to die. Fergus is only a special case. Not all the devil emperors are as timid as he is. Some people know what that direction represents. But it doesn't mean they're afraid. Several beams of light flew out at a very fast speed. At the same time, with the rolling magic spirit, you can feel how powerful they are from their own breath. But that's it. There's a steady stream of people flying by. From a distance, it seems that everyone is ready to go to the battlefield, but everyone knows that they just want to see if they have any interests. Otherwise, at their level, they are the most sparing of their lives. They will not easily take part in such a powerful battle. As the fight between Gao Peng and others becomes more and more fierce, the destructive power is more and more terrible, and the white bones around have long since been destroyed. There are only deep cracks, and rolling evil spirit. Chapters 473. Seeing the time dragged on for a long time, Gao Peng was also a little flustered. Especially, He felt that the more thunder pools gathered in the sky, it seemed that there might be a disaster at any time. What's more, there are so many powerful monsters here. Once they are pulled into it, no one knows how violent the reaction will be. Gao Peng doesn't want to take another chance. Then, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Gao Peng. A black smoke rose slowly, then gathered, and finally formed a giant. It was a monster with a ferocious face and 3 heads at the same time, each representing a kind of power. Respectively represents death, despair, curse. Looking at the ferocious head is enough to make people afraid. When the power of blood emerged behind Gao Peng, all the magic emperors immediately backed up and looked at it with vigilance. They can feel the power of terror from above, and even threaten them. What kind of monster is this? Never seen such a wonderful thing. Even the creatures in the Devil Kingdom would not have 3 heads. Strange is not the point. I actually feel the threat on him, and it's still a fatal threat. Isn't it? Is this strange creature really so powerful? All the magic emperors watched the 3-headed dogs of hell warily, and no one dared to move easily. However, how could Gao Peng let these guys do this? Only when he waved his hands, the whole man was like riding on the 3-headed dog of hell, and directly dived out. Boom! Roar! The 3 dogs of hell roared out, as if the sky had collapsed, giving a very unstable feeling. At the same time, the face of the Bone Demon Emperor changed slightly. What he felt was the most obvious. He even felt the blood of the beast from the monster. Moreover, it is more powerful than his blood. Here, how is this possible? How can he have the blood power of the beast? Is he really so powerful? My body is afraid and trembling. The sense of the blood power of the Bone Devil Emperor was also exerted on him, which made his whole person have a huge reaction. Especially in the face of Gao Peng, he felt powerless, like a higher-level creature overlooking him, which made him unable to resist at all. Why is that? I don't like it. How can I fall down like this? I will not be afraid. Neither the beast nor its blood will make me afraid. The Bone Demon Emperor roared, and the bone behind him seemed to float behind him. At the same time, his breath also changed dramatically. The whole person's breath has also skyrocketed many times, becoming even colder. Roar! What about the blood of animals? I will let you all sink and float under my feet and become my stepping stone. The king of Bone Devil roared, and the whole man was fused with bone. Maybe even he didn't expect that he would do such a crazy thing. After his complete outbreak, the rest of the Magic Emperor suddenly dodged, and they did not want to be affected by the disaster. But they are the people who want to understand the king of Bone Devil. They naturally know how powerful the other side is, but now they directly stimulate their own blood power. How much does this look up to each other? Do you want to kill it quickly? I have to say that this human is really powerful, killing so many of us without any damage, but if it can take the attack of the Bone Devil Emperor without damage, I absolutely don't believe it. The rest of the demons also talked about it. Chapters 474. It has to be said that they are quite confident about the king of Bone Demon. But they don't want to think about it. Who was the hammer before? Maybe they have intermittent amnesia, otherwise how could they forget the previous scene? To this end, Gao Peng's mouth showed a disdainful smile. Dying. I don't even know how much I waste. I want to see how you regret it. Despair. Gao Peng muttered a word in a low voice, only to see one of the 3 dogs in hell with its head outstretched, and its eyes radiated 2 rays of light, which were directed on the Emperor of Bone Demon. And then, to everyone's surprise, the Bone Demon Emperor is no longer the same as before, and there is fear in his eyes. Even the blood force behind him is wavering at the moment. Gradually, he began to cry out in despair. It's like falling into a nightmare. The curtain fell on everyone's eyes, which was quite unbelievable. One by one, they were shocked. God, what's the matter with the Bone Devil Emperor? What happened? What's the matter? How can I feel something wrong with his breath? It's just clear that it's normal. But what happened in this second? All of us didn't realize the difference in him, but only in a moment, there was such a change. When they wanted to go forward, Gao Peng came directly to him, and the huge and incomparable 3-headed dog of hell looked down on him directly. It seems that every ferocious head can swallow him. Gao Peng looked around, with a mysterious smile on his lips, and said, "Is this the strongest of you? Even fall into their own despair, the strong." Although he did not say how much excessive words, tone and manner, so that all present cannot bear. Which one of them is not a strong one? No one has ever satirized them like this, but today is satirized again and again by others, and is still a human being. It makes them feel very angry, just when they want to talk. Gao Peng didn't give them a chance at all. The hell three-headed dog bit it, and the Bone Devil Emperor entered the hell three-headed dog's belly completely. The hellhound also belched. Then, Gao Peng rushed out without saying anything. Boom. Death. Despair. Damnation. The three heads burst out the most powerful power in an instant. In an instant, all the demons felt a terrible power coming to them. Although they have already been alert, what about that? In the face of absolute power, all vigilance and defense are futile. Gao Peng didn't mean to be merciful at all. The thunder pool of the sky robbery has been formed slowly. He can't waste any more time. Hell's three-headed dogs, one at a time, and he's one punch at a time. In a short time, when all the magic emperors fell into fear and curse again, they all died. Only the broken body was left, but even so, the three dogs of hell did not let go of their body and swallowed them all. By now, the fierce fighting has ended. All that's left is the rolling evil spirit. From the beginning to the end, the figure on the throne of the skeleton was indifferent, even interested in watching all this. This makes Gao Peng a little confused, but he is not too tangled. Soldiers will block water to cover up. The system is his most solid backing, and also makes it become the dependence of the strong in the world. Chapters 475 Shoo Shoo Shoo. A sound of chaos broke the sky, and countless figures of Tao appeared immediately. There was a little noise in the quiet scene, but it was soon replaced by the exclamation. Hear what's going on here? Why are there so many bodies? Who can tell me what happened here? My God, those are all magic emperors. Who in the world killed them? When many powerful people see this scene, they can't calm down at all, not to mention that the whole ground is riddled with holes. It's just the corpse of the Devil Emperor that makes them unable to calm down, even though they have expected the Great War here. However, they were surprised by the horror. Originally, they wanted to get some benefits, but when they came here, they saw this scene, which made their heart completely unable to calm down. In my heart, I am like a river turned over to the sea. This is what they can't imagine. These are all magic emperors. But now, they were killed by others. Just looking at the corpse all over the ground makes them feel a little chilly. And as they slowly return to God, at this time finally found Gao Peng. Although Gao Peng is not impressive, he can stay with this pile of corpses, but it seems particularly abrupt, and even some disobey. As soon as they saw it, they knew it was human, which also caused some doubts in their hearts. This is human. How could human beings be in the Devil Kingdom? It's impossible for them to exert all their strength in the Devil Kingdom. The Devil Chi should erode their power. But why do humans appear here? The most important thing is that he should appear in such a scene. Does that mean? It's no wonder they think so. Looking at the corpse and the last living man, it's no wonder they think so. But that's what makes them feel more shocked. This is too unexpected. However, it is somewhat surprising that none of these strong people from all directions paid attention to the figure on the throne of skeleton, just as no one stayed on the top. Instead, I have been paying attention to the corpse all over the place. At this time, Gao Peng had many doubts in his heart. When he looked at the throne of the skeleton, he found that there was a mysterious power blocking it. This made him more curious. What's going on? How do you think these guys can't find the figure on the throne? Because their strength hasn't arrived, or the other side doesn't want others to see him at all. Gao Peng doesn't understand, but he doesn't want to think much. The figure on the throne of the skull made him a great threat. If you can do it or not, even if he has a system, he doesn't want to do such a stupid thing. Now he has some problems. He doesn't want to upgrade to such a powerful power. If he had been promoted so much, he would not have been able to withstand the scourge. When it comes to the sky robbery, Gao Peng suddenly looks up at the sky, and the whole person's face becomes extremely ugly, which is the expression rarely appeared on his face. But now his face was as ugly as eating shit. Chapters 476 and Gao Peng's reaction immediately attracted the eyes of all the strong. So I only saw all the magic emperors looking up one after another. At this point, their eyes were green. The whole face is as black as the bottom of a pot. No matter what they look like, the expression on their faces is ugly, which is countless times worse than Gao Peng's. This is nothing but a disaster. Here, asshole, it's a disaster. Some people shouted, and they just want to back away from this place where the scourge shrouded, but who knows when they want to do so. Tianji, they're completely locked in. When they feel here, they are completely desperate. When they reach their level, will they not know the power of the scourge? Especially with the intervention of too many people, the power of the scourge will become more terrifying, and the strength of so many of them cannot be underestimated. Just such a prediction made their faces more ugly. Damn it, it must be that son of a bitch, all of whom are hateful human beings. Now we have no other way. If we don't try to find a way, all of them may die in the sky. No way, we can't escape at all. We've been locked up by the robbers. All the demons present were despairing in their hearts. The expression on their faces would be ugly. They thought it might be beneficial. But who knows, not only did not come here to gain any benefits, but also suffered from the scourge of innocence. At this time, a magic emperor covered with purple scales said, "In this case, we have only one way left." "What way? Say it quickly. Come on. Otherwise, when the robbery comes down, all of us will play together. Let's talk." People are very worried. When they look at the thunder pool in the sky, they dare not look down on it, especially the robbery that locked them in. It's like a knife hanging on your head. No one knows when it will be cut down. This is the most worrying part. The purple scale devil said, "That's to kill the man of the plunder. As long as we kill him, the plunder will not fall again, but we will kill him before the plunder, otherwise everything will fall short." Dang. All the magic emperors looked at him one after another. This method was just too dangerous to say whether they could kill Gao Peng. Just close to the center of the sky robbery, it requires enormous courage. No one knows whether the next day robbery will fall directly. And now they have other ways. Obviously not. They just kept silent for a while, then nodded directly and agreed. If they don't make up their mind quickly, everything will be late. So, I only saw that all the magic emperors responded one after another, and looked at Gao Peng with fierce light on their faces, as if they wanted to tear Gao Peng alive. And that's exactly what they think. If this hateful human were not for him, would all the people present be so unlucky? Instead of reaping the benefits, we have encountered a fatal crisis. There's no reason, but when they knew the solution, they had already executed Gao Peng and decided to let him disappear completely. Chapters 477 inches. Damn it, something unexpected happened at this time. The expression on Gao Peng's face is not good looking either. He originally wanted to solve all the demons as soon as possible. Then Anon minds crossing the robbery. But who knows, things will develop like this. Let him have some unexpected. And at this time, he also felt that the power of the scourge had doubled several times, and even he felt some heart tremors. My God, it's too exaggerated. The original disaster has been extremely powerful, but now it has doubled several times. That feeling is just despairing. Even Gao Peng has this feeling, let alone the rest of the people. Otherwise, they would not have made such a desperate decision. The battle is on the verge of attack. Seeing so many demons surrounding him, Gao Peng already knew that things were not good, but his face was just more ugly, not to the point of despair. Well, that's it. There's no other way. I'd like to see how long you can last. It's not so easy to kill me. The three-headed dog of hell appears directly. At the same time, he is surrounded by a trace of lightning, which interlaces as if to protect him. And his temperament has quietly changed. Even if the power of heaven's calamity is terrible again, he has left it behind. These guys dare to fight against him and even want to go to his heart. How could he be polite? Boom. Gao Peng's three abilities of hell's three-headed dog are inspired by him in an instant. Death, despair and curse. He immediately threw it out, his hands tightly clenched his fists, and he punched it out again and again. He didn't want to stop at all. But the present people didn't respond at all. This was their first chance, but because they didn't pay attention, they were preempted by the other party. But now there is no way out. Naturally, they can't relax a little. Kill, kill, kill this human being, and let this human being disappear completely. All the magic emperors have the same idea, kill Gao Peng and live. It was just a moment, and suddenly fell into a very chaotic scene. Gao Peng's fist is one. Some people have not responded at all and have been completely wiped out by him. But even so, so many people did not choose to give up, just more alert up. There is no way back. How can we easily give up? Oh, it's just a group of disposable rubbish. Who gave you the courage to fight me? It's my kindness not to kill you, but you dare to fight me. You just don't know what to do. No matter right or wrong, Gao Peng should first stand on the high ground. When he killed some people, his eyes showed a look of contempt. As all the people present are not his opponents at all, and they are not even in his eyes. And all the people were silent. It has to be said that Gao Peng still has a huge deterrent force, especially in the endless body behind him and the ground full of holes. This kind of species can reflect the power of Gao Peng. Just a few words, the scene suddenly appeared a strange atmosphere, no one even wanted to do it, they are really a bit of chaos. Even if how to want to escape, but when they feel the thunder pool in the sky, they are really desperate. It's going to be a dead end. Chapters 478 Demon. Ha ha, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Gao Peng's mouth. Even if he doesn't speak, everyone knows what he means, but that's what makes people even more angry. It's just looking down on people. Although Gao Peng's image at the moment is extremely frightening, they can't counsel him. How can a demon bathed in blood be frightened by a human? Even less likely to bow to humanity. Human beings are only their food. They are the lowest end of the food chain. They will never allow human beings any chance to resist. Although he has been fighting before, someone always thinks he is the master. Before, I wanted to live, but now it has become honor unconsciously. Just look at the expression on their faces, you can know one or two. Damn, where is this guy from? Is human beings really so powerful? Why I never heard of it. No, I absolutely don't believe that he is human. Human beings don't have such a powerful guy at all, and he is powerful like a monster, not like human beings at all. If it's not for the devil's inconvenience, where can he be arrogant here? All the magic emperors at the scene gnashed their teeth and looked at Gao Peng. Even though they were afraid of Gao Peng for 3 points, they were still very unwilling. If there is a demon here, there is nothing for Gao Peng. That's what they think, but they don't know at all. If there is a demon, Gao Peng's strength is simply not strong anymore. Who else will be his opponent? Of course, there are some risks. In the face of all these talking about the Devil Emperor, Gao Peng has broken some of his broken pots. This is the end of the matter. How can he worry? Tianji has locked them in. He can't go back to heaven. Cut. A group of scum unexpectedly destroys my good deed, then I will kill you all. At last, I'll kill the whole Devil Kingdom. I want to see how you still regard human beings as food, a group of animals. Gao Peng said without hesitation, ignoring the iron-faced Devil Emperor. In addition to the color of iron and green, there is also a hint of shock. More incredible and speechless. This guy has a really big voice. Who gave him the courage to say that he wanted to kill the Devil Kingdom? Did he think that killing so many evil emperors would be invincible in the world, or is he the strongest in the Devil Kingdom? If this is the case, it can be said that he is too naive. Although the emperor is strong, he is not the most powerful existence. In the Devil Kingdom, he is not only a vassal, but also impossible to be an emperor. As you can imagine, there are also many high-end combat effectiveness, but they do not appear in general. When the ordinary people all heard what Gao Peng said, some people immediately showed a disdainful smile. Oh, human beings love to talk big, but you should show me one. Self-righteous guy, human beings have not changed after all, just a little stronger than friendship. An evil emperor made a rude mockery. He didn't believe that Gao Pengjun could do it. Even the martial god couldn't do it. What's more, the guy in front of him. The rest of the magic also laughed. It's like hearing a big prehistoric joke. Chapters 479 Gao Peng's words directly become the laughingstock of all people. Even if they know that Gao Peng is very powerful, they can see from the endless corpse at the moment, but they are still not polite. Why should we be afraid of death? At this moment, all the magic emperors seem to show their most real side. Ha 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 ha, you are really powerful, which is an undeniable fact, but if you say you want to kill the whole Devil Kingdom, don't laugh at our big teeth. Gao Peng's face gradually became colder and colder. He said with a cold smile, what's the matter? Is it funny? It's too arrogant to stop me just because of you rubbish. What's more, my strength is something you will never know. The weak should have the awareness of the weak, and the waste should not be disgraced, otherwise it's nothing more than a generous smile. I've killed so many of you alone, but look at you. Is there any harm to me? Ha ha, Gao Peng said without any face, and what he said was true, but all the people present could not stand it at all. Dying, all the evil emperors were furious and took a step forward. At this time, there was a slight change in the thunder pool in the sky. A lot of thunder and lightning let out, and the target of these thunders is Gao Peng. This is a situation that no one expected. Even Gao Peng was a little confused, which was not the same as what he expected. I saw that he could not but scold. But he dodged for a moment, but it didn't help. What's the situation? How can we somehow let off such terrible thunder and lightning? Is this the way of the sky robbery? But why are those guys all right? Gao Pengji's doubts are to be ready to die together. But now he alone bears the thunder and lightning, while the rest are undamaged, even standing by safely. And when Gao Peng felt upset, a voice interrupted all his thoughts. My God, what's that? A man is a scourge. After this exclamation, it directly attracted everyone's eyes, only to see that all the people on the scene cast their eyes on that lightning pool in the sky. It seems that there is a figure formed by lightning, dressed in lightning armor, with a long spear formed by lightning in his hand. The whole body exudes a sense of dignity. Even if there is no operation, we can know that he is not simple. What's more, it's a human catastrophe. It's something that no one has ever seen. They just feel terrible, unknown as the most terrible. Gao Peng followed their eyes and saw the figure formed by lightning. His face changed. This is a little beyond his expectation. Don't you? Is this my destiny? Gao Peng smiled a little bitterly. If he didn't do it, he would not die. Even though his strength is improving, he feels a little frightened in the face of this unheard of disaster. In particular, this natural disaster turned out to be a human shape. This is the most amazing place. Can you say, is this robbery wise? This one guess let Gao Peng's eyes shine, just like the hunter who saw the prey. Chapters 480. Although Gao Peng thought it meant something, he now is not the time to pay attention to these things. The boundless thunder pool pours down. Just a glance has made his heart quiver. My God, this is to want my life. It never occurred to anyone that this would happen. And those magic emperors are very proud at the moment. Who would have originally thought that they would be unlucky, and might even take their lives, but in the end it would be such a result. Instead, that human being became the target of attack. Looking at the boundless minefield, they could not help shivering. Terrible. Is this a terrible day? It's the most terrible robbery I've ever seen. Although there may be factors in it, his own robbery is also very terrible. Otherwise, it will really happen. Ha ha, let that human be arrogant, and now he is completely unlucky. All the magic emperors were gloating, as if they had met something great. And Gao Peng is still a little confused at the moment. Although he has just escaped the scourge, he can't have been dodging all the time, right? Damn it, what is the situation? Gao Peng is in a bad mood. This is a situation he has never imagined. If you often walk by the river, there is no reason not to wet your shoes. At this time, Gao Peng had to smile bitterly. But then something more shocking happened. Gao Peng's thunder and lightning, which surround him, directly erupts, and makes him all wrapped in thunder and lightning. At the same time, when the thunder pool was pouring down, it did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it erected a layer of gold armor on his body. The armor seems to be the most powerful armor. And his whole person's momentum has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his breath has also skyrocketed countless times in a moment, and his surrounding lightning flashes with horror. That's what no one expected. And Gao Peng, but there are some afterthoughts. This is Thunderbolt. At last, he understood why he had been caught unprepared by such a strange disaster. It turns out that all these are the pots of the body, and it's Thunderbolt who is immortal. He feels his powerful power and is full of confidence. And he never felt so powerful. In his sense, with his powerful explosive force, even a martial god can crush him without hesitation. Of course, it's just his feeling that he doesn't really have such a strong strength. But there is no doubt that he is strong at the moment. And all the demons stared at it. This time it's really stupid. This is not what they expected. Why shouldn't he be blown away? How do you feel that the strength of that human being is becoming more and more powerful, so powerful that it makes people despair? This is the mood of all the magic emperors at the moment. From the previous schadenfreude to the present despair, they were no longer rivals before, let alone the strength of the other side has soared so much. It's like killing everything. My God, what is the situation? Is he the son of heaven and earth? Otherwise, such a thing would happen. Tianrab didn't want to deal with him at all, instead, it promoted his strength. No one may believe it, but they actually saw it with their own eyes, and the eyes were about to fall. Chapters 481 inches. No, this is the divine body. There is absolutely no mistake. I can feel the divinity from this human being. It must be the divinity, and the power of his blood also has divinity. My God. Who is this human? It's the body and the blood. When everyone was in despair, a magic emperor with a sharp eye suddenly cried out and attracted everyone's attention at the same time. And when they heard what the man said, they were all numb. Then he looked at Gao Peng and became more shocked. They don't have too much doubt. It can only be explained by divine body and blood. Why is this human so powerful? At the same level, he is invincible. No, it should be said that he is the strongest under Wuxian. If Wuxian doesn't come out, no one will be his opponent. This kind of description is not very high, but there is no water. It can be seen from the corpses on the ground. This human is beyond imagination. When they knew the details of Gao Peng, cold sweat came out on their foreheads, which was like mice seeing cats. It's over. It's over. It's not an opponent before. What's more, this human being is ready to give all his strength. Don't you? Are we really going to die here? No wonder they have such doubts. It's hopeless just to be locked by the sky. However, there is a more desperate fact. The strength of those who cross the robbery is still so strong. It seems that the corpses are all his masterpieces. And just when they were frightened, Gao Peng suddenly looked over and scared them directly. Gao Peng didn't know why. Seeing these guys in front of him, he was not interested at all. How can he be interested in the fact that he can't improve his ability and has no benefits? However, waste can be used after all. So he only saw Gao Peng step by step and came to the front of many evil emperors and said, "You are just too waste for me to mention any interest at all, and it's tired to kill you." You said, what should I do? Gao Peng's voice just fell. All the evil emperors were embarrassed, but they dare not say more, or even refute. Gao Peng was not prepared to give them time to think, and then said, "It is not impossible to let you go, but I have conditions. If you can promise, then I will let you go. Of course, if some of you dare to tease me, ha ha." The temperature around seems to drop in a straight line. Even if the temperature brought by magic qi drops, there is no terror at this time. The space seemed to be frozen by the cold, which made all the magic emperors shiver. Even if Gao Peng didn't say what the consequences would be, you can guess from his expression, and all the magic emperors have no other way at the moment. If they do not agree, they may be met by becoming a member of the next bar. This let them not have too much hesitation, hurriedly nodded, directly agreed to come down. Although it seems disgraceful, can face compare with life. Stay in the Green Mountain, not afraid to burn without firewood. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Chapters 482. Looking at the nods of all the people present, Gao Peng was more satisfied, which was beyond his expectation. After all, can face compare with life? This multiple choice question is so simple that as long as it is a normal person, he will not choose wrong. What's more, these monsters, who have lived for many years, naturally know what's good for them. Gao Peng smiled and said, "I want you to take a word out and say it's me. I think all the demons in the Devil Kingdom are rubbish, not only rubbish but also cowards." Gao Peng challenges them, and whoever loses will give his life. The crowd was suddenly quiet, looking at Gao Peng with a gaping face. No matter how long they lived, but when they heard what Gao Peng said, there was a blank in their mind. One by one, they all seemed to have hallucinations. Some even slightly opened their mouths. Even those who are so strong have no image. It's not their fault, but Gao Peng's words have a great impact on them, and they can't react to them for a while. Even some of them are difficult to accept. God, what is this man talking about? How dare he say that all demons are rubbish, even cowards? Is he looking for death? Or do you think you live too long? I dare to gamble my life. Do I feel that I have become invincible? It's too much to look down on people. No matter how all the magic emperors thought, Gao Peng looked at them with a smile. He had expected this situation. No matter who, it's hard to accept such words. After all, it's too crazy for ordinary people to bear. In fact, these people are magic emperors. For them, demons are still superior. Even they dare not be slighted. And what about this human being? He even said that all the demons are rubbish, but also to gamble with the demons. Who gave him the courage? Not to say whether he can beat the devil or not, compare his own life with that of the devil. They all think that the human beings are too high up in front of them. Some self-righteous. My God, is this man mad? This kind of words can be said. He even compared his own life with that of the devil, which is really naive. Ha ha, too arrogant. Does he think he is invincible? What kind of existence is the demon god? How can it be reached by his human being? It's too arrogant and conceited. I've never seen such an arrogant person before, but I have to say he's really crazy. After shocked, all the faces make complaints about their faces. Even with their unique way of communication, it can be seen in their eyes that Gao Peng is just a guy who can't help himself. Although we can see how terrible this battlefield is, and even so many demons have been killed by him, the gap between the demons and the demons is huge. No amount can make up for it. However, the human in front of us dared to say that the devil is a waste, or even put it into words, saying that we should gamble with the devil, haha. It's enough to put gold on your face. Some people gloat and even look at Gao Peng with a little irony. That's how they look down upon Gao Peng. Who let Gao Peng say such arrogant words? Chapters 483. Looking at the reaction of these people, Gao Peng can guess what they are talking about without thinking, but he doesn't care. It is only when someone talks about it that he can pass on what he wants to say. So his next plan is almost ready for implementation. Then he glanced at the thunder on his body. Because of the thunder spirit, he was not regarded as the official robbery. On the contrary, it attracted all the thunder and lightning of the whole thunder pool, and finally became his strength. Just look at the thunder armor on his body, you can know how much his strength has been improved. Even if he didn't do it, he could feel the power of terror. This is the real strength. He thinks that with the strength at the moment, there is no problem in dealing with the martial god. However, when Gao Peng was distracted, a magic emperor stood up and said, "Man, although I don't know why you said such a thing, don't repent what you promised us." Gao Peng smiled and nodded, "It's natural. As long as you help me bring my words, I won't trouble you again. Of course if you don't fight me again. If you are still found in the future, don't blame me. Don't worry, we know what to do." Although these demons are extremely unwilling, they also really realize the gap between them. The strength gap is too large, which cannot be made up by the number of people at all. From the previous battles, and the corpses they saw all over the ground, it was enough for them to put an end to the idea of revenge. Now they just want to live. Don't want to provoke this human again. The gap is so obvious that they don't want to die. Where can their little arms twist their thighs? Because they were afraid of Gao Peng, they all seemed to be a little cautious. There is no way to do this. Even if they are all powerful people, what? The situation is better than people, and they have no other way. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, it's enough to sound their alarm. If there is more resentment involved, who knows if they will become a member of the entity below. Then all the magic emperors looked at each other, and finally said, "I don't know what your purpose is, but we will bring your words to us, and what kind of results will be produced in the end, it's none of our business." At this time, they can all foresee what will happen next. It's a defiance of the word of the devil. Just think about it and know what kind of reaction it will cause. And they don't dare to get involved. If they are involved, even the bones and dregs will be eaten. That won't bother you, you just need to bring my words here, and you and I won't be in trouble again. Gao Peng said confidently, "These guys in front of him have no use value at all, so why waste time? It's better to let them create some wealth for him. It's a new round of investment for him. He also wants to quickly raise all aspects to the top. Otherwise, his strength will stagnate." With Gao Peng's voice just falling, all the magic emperors took a deep look at Gao Peng, and then turned around and left directly. And some people also looked at the corpses on the ground, and their eyes were full of happiness. They did not know whether they were powerful, not killed for a while, or lucky. Anyway, they are all lucky. Chapters 484. With all the evil emperors gone, Gao Peng sighed a little. He never thought it would be like this. It's really a trick of nature. I thought it would be very hard to cross this time. But in the end, there are many changes because of his thundering spirit. If he had known this, he would not have killed a lot. It's not what he wants to see at all. In the end, it's still nature. Who let his all these strengths are given by the system is not his own, so he will not know so. With his frequent use, these forces will slowly belong to him. But every time the system prompts the sound, it means that he needs to adapt to the power again, which is the most exciting in light place. Human, you are really interesting. You are the most special human I have ever seen. When Gao Peng lost his mind, a voice suddenly came. Gao Peng also woke up in a flash and looked up directly at the throne of skeleton. He did not relax his vigilance all the time. The figure on the throne of the skeleton still makes him wonder why he didn't make a sound when such a fierce battle happened before. And the last group of magic emperors didn't find his existence. Why on earth? Although Gao Peng can't understand it, it doesn't mean that he will be careless. On the contrary, he will be more vigilant. Who knows what kind of existence he is, especially the threat he has brought to Gao Peng from the beginning to the end. That's what matters most to him. As if I saw Gao Peng's vigilance, I saw that figure and said, "Don't be nervous, I don't have any hatred with you, and I won't fight against you. Although you have killed all my men, there is no use in keeping those wastes. If you kill them, you will kill them. To me, these wastes are only disposable products, but you are different. I see your difference. How about it? Do you want to consider following me?" What the figure on the skull throne said made Gao Peng even more afraid. The whole body stood up with pores, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I didn't expect that the previous demons were his subordinates, and they slaughtered in front of others, which was a bit embarrassing. Gao Peng didn't know whether what he said was true or false. He didn't want to speculate, but the other side brought him such a threat. That must not be unreasonable. Now, Gao Peng doesn't want to deal with such an existence at all. Only when all its strength has risen to the top, maybe just can say with this guy in front of me. Now it may be too early. This is Gao Peng's idea at the moment, but although his idea is very good, he dare not act rashly. So I only saw him lightly saying, "Although I killed all your men, I feel very sorry. But if you let me follow you, it is impossible. Although you are strong, but I'm not good at it. Besides, you may not be able to give me a hand." At this moment, Gao Peng has already noticed the chains on that figure. Looking at those huge chains, Gao Peng can see a trace of extraordinary. But he didn't know what it was. But it can also be explained from the side that the other side can't make an easy move. If it can make an easy move, it won't settle down on the fishing platform. Chapters 485 inches. Haha. It's interesting. You're the most interesting human I've ever seen. In the face of my stage fright, I can still refuse my request frankly. I have to say that your courage is really great. Of course, don't rule out that you think you're too strong and don't pay attention to everything. But in any case, you do have the guts. The figure on the throne of skeletons praised him as if he was optimistic about Gao Peng. And this makes Gao Peng even more alert. He doesn't know what the other party's purpose is, and who knows what the other party is thinking. Gao Peng didn't want to talk easily, so he kept silent. Since he thought he had the system, no one would be his opponent, but now the system has a great limit. It's impossible for him to improve too much at once. Even if he is strong now, he is not sure at all. In his feeling, the voice on the throne of skull seemed to be a vast sea, while he was just a slightly larger lake. There was no comparison between the two. And it's impossible for him to become a bigger water than the ocean. That's why he is so afraid of each other. It was a deep feeling. Gao Peng didn't dare to look down. Looking at Gao Peng's face, the figure on the throne of skeleton didn't speak, but it was brewing a little. Finally said, "Since you refused, I'll talk about a deal with you. It's a win-win deal for you and me." Gao Peng did not speak and nodded slightly. It's not appropriate to say anything now. He just wants to wait for the other party to say his purpose quietly, so that he can speculate on the other party's behavior. The voice on the throne of skeleton didn't care, but said lightly, "I need you to get through the channel of Sinyuan continent. What I need is a stable channel, not the one you appear. If you can really get through, I will give you a chance, okay? It shouldn't be hard for you. After all, you are human. It should be very easy to do this. And you can get another chance. It's an easy thing to do. I don't think you will refuse it." Gao Peng took a deep look at him. Although he didn't know what he was thinking, his first thought was no. Even if it doesn't matter to him, he has heard about the devil's actions. If it really gets through a stable channel, no matter what this guy wants to do in front of him, other demons will attack him. This is not what he wants to see at all. He doesn't have much affection for Sinyuan continent, but it doesn't mean that he will do such a terrible thing. And the guy in front of me is so powerful. What's his purpose? Gao Peng couldn't understand, but he didn't think about asking questions, because he didn't think about agreeing to each other all the time. "I'm sorry, but I can't help it. You are really powerful, and I feel unprecedented pressure, but I will never do such a thing." As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, the whole person began to be alert. He didn't believe that the other side would stop so easily. And the other side's strength is so strong, swept face by him on the spot, who knows whether the other side will be angry. Chapters 486 inches. You don't have to be busy rejecting it. It's not too late for you to listen to the chance I gave you before making a decision. I think you will be very interested. The figure on the throne of skeletons was not angry. Instead, he said a simple sentence. This made Gao Peng even more confused. The other side's reaction was beyond his expectation, which was not the normal person's reaction at all. But he did not have too much entanglement, quietly waiting for each other to say what. And the figure on the throne of skeleton didn't have too much hesitation, saying, "If you can finish what I said, I don't mind taking you away, or telling you how to leave here." Here is very clever and listen from the tone of the other side, not to say the Devil Kingdom, but for Gao Peng, it is more unlikely to be Sinuan continent. Doesn't that mean Gao Peng's face changed a little after he thought about it, which he never thought about? But the figure on the throne of skeleton said so, which immediately made him think of more things, but his brain was suddenly confused. Which figure seems to have been predicted? For Gao Peng's current changes, he did not care too much. In his opinion, as long as he is a smart person, he should not fail to understand the meaning, and what he said is also extremely clear. For everyone, when they know that the world they live in is just a pond, they will want to go out to see the sea. Although it is full of unknown, it is also full of opportunities. Maybe one day it will become a big fish in the pond and a big fish in the sea. These are two concepts. Gao Peng's face changed continuously. As soon as he heard what the other side said, he had roughly guessed what was going on. And I don't want to give up such an opportunity. Especially for the problem of system, only when the system encounters more powerful opponents can it gain more powerful power. And this is also a huge restriction. If he has been in Sin Abyss or Devil Kingdom, it will be a very unfavorable situation for him. He will always be at the top, and then he will stop. This is not what he wants to see. But he doesn't want to do things that violate the principle. Once he really gets through the stable channel, it will be a living disaster. That's why he reacted so strongly. Then, after some thinking, he had a clear answer. Although he was eager to improve his own strength, he didn't want to do that terrible humanitarian thing, so he said lightly, "I can grant your request, but it's not to open a stable channel now, give me a little time." Gao Peng's promise did not come out of his expectation, as if that figure had already predicted this situation. This kind of chance no one will miss it. However, he is totally wrong. Gao Peng is not willing to do that terrible and humane thing. But it's not that there is no compromise, as long as he stands at the top and all his strength reaches the limit, that's when this guy pays the price. It won't be so difficult to get information then. However, the voice on the throne of skeleton is not known, but rather satisfied with Gao Peng's answer. "Well, you made a very wise decision. I have plenty of time to wait, but I also hope you cannot perfunctory me, otherwise the consequences will be very serious." Chapters 487. Gao Peng glanced at the figure on the throne of skeleton. No matter how the other side reacted, he insisted on his own principles. But he will not give up his intention to leave Sinuan continent, and the most safe way is to wait until his strength reaches a certain level, and he will not need to be afraid of this guy. At that time, it is not known who is the Lord and who is the second. Gao Peng is just a little afraid of him at the moment, which does not mean that he will completely compromise. Before that, he was ready. As long as all the demons met with him, he didn't need to counsel each other. Although not premeditated, but more or less in Gao Peng's expectations. "Oh, I'll see. When I'm promoted to Wuxian, I'll see what else you can do." When Gao Peng took the other side's inattention, he showed a slight disdainful smile. If it wasn't for his fear that he could not bear the power of the natural calamity, he would never have been so complacent. But with his enhanced strength, it won't take long to reach the level of crushing each other. In particular, his investment has already begun. Next, it depends on how he acts. In fact, it's not only Gao Peng, but also the figure on the throne of the skeleton with a slight smile. How can we not understand what Gao Peng is thinking when he reaches his level? Of course, he only guessed about it. In his view, this human would not be so easily at his mercy, and finally had to suffer a little bit to be obedient. This is also in his expectation. The strength and talent of the other side is far beyond his expectation, but in his view is still under control. It's not detached, so it's still within control. No matter how you are jumping, you will finally make a real compromise. I don't believe you can resist this huge temptation. As long as you can't resist the temptation, accept my chance. Ha 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 ha, as soon as I take it out, you old guys all have to pay for what they do. The figure on the throne of skeleton laughed secretly, as if he had won the victory, and he also looked at Gao Peng as if he had not, as if he had already eaten him. But is it really as he imagined? No matter how strong he is, he can't predict what kind of reserve Gao Peng has, but in his opinion, no matter what kind of opportunity in reserve he has, it's nothing compared with him. Here, who is his opponent? Both of them have their own ideas, and both of them have extremely strong confidence in themselves. Gao Peng turned around and whispered, "Since I have already agreed, I will go first. When I am ready, I will help you to open a stable channel." "Good, I hope you don't forget your promise. Otherwise the consequences are serious." The figure on the throne didn't say much, but nodded slightly, though he didn't say the severe consequences. But with his strength, it's impossible that what he says will not come true. Individuals have their own thoughts. Although it seems very harmonious and harmonious, just like the cooperation that has been discussed, only they know that the cooperation is not stable. Chapters 488. When all the demons left, a storm was coming. In particular, they also carry Gao Peng's words, which are like humiliating words for every demon. How could this be acceptable to them? All the demons are on the top of the food chain, but now some people even say such words to them. How can this not make them angry? With all the magic emperors spreading what Gao Peng said, the whole devil kingdom was boiling. Everyone did not expect that there would be a human so arrogant, dare to put their words in their territory. Is this to look down on them? Damn it, a hateful human being, who gives him the courage to put his words boldly, and dare to insult the devil, never forgive. Who gives courage to an ant-like human being? I don't believe that he really has the courage to do such an exaggerated thing in the devil kingdom. Doesn't he think he has a long life? No, he is clearly looking for death. There must be no other purpose besides that. It's not just demons. After hearing what Gao Peng said, the demons all have red eyes. I wish I could find Gao Peng's broken body. This hateful human is so contemptuous of people. I dare to insult those who worship their gods because they are so high in their eyes. This makes them hard to accept in time. Of course more people are still shocked. They never thought that someone would say such a word, especially in their territory. You know it's a devil kingdom. What's even more shocking to them is that it's a lot of magic emperors who spread this saying, which is the best incredible place. The devil emperor, who is only inferior to the devil, can spread such words for a hateful human being. What are they trying to do? Many demons don't understand what happened, but they don't know what happened. They suddenly hate those demons. Because what these guys did is almost equivalent to betraying the whole devil kingdom, for some people who don't know the situation at all. This is absolutely unforgivable. A group of traitors. I didn't expect that all of them had become the running dogs of human beings. They were adored at first. Now I decided to stop believing in them, just a group of running dogs. Yes, they are actually spreading such words for human beings. They must not be allowed to have good fruits to eat. Let's work together, they can be pushed down. As the rumors spread, more and more demons could not bear it, and they hated the emperor even more. It's like a common enemy. This is also unexpected to everyone. No one would think that things would develop like this. For a while, just because of Gao Peng's words, there was turbulence in the devil kingdom directly. It makes many demons turn hostile to each other, and the trend is becoming more and more fierce, only for one day. The news spread far, but also caused a huge impact. This is an unimaginable thing for all people. Just a word from a hateful human being has such a terrible impact. Who can think of it? But from the beginning to the end, the creator didn't know what kind of turbulence it caused. Chapters 489 inches. Have you heard? There are even people who say we are rubbish and cowards. Do you think we should fight back? And that guy dared to gamble, ha ha. A devil with 3 corners on his head smiled coldly. Although it seemed that he had left the problem to others, it could be seen from his expression. At this moment, his heart is very angry. I wish I could tear up the living human who said this sentence. Although he was extremely angry, his anger was almost gone. But he endured. It wasn't just his hatred. He doesn't want to be the first bird. Although I don't think a human being can have a great influence on him, I know what kind of means the other party has. Without knowing the enemy, it is better to know yourself and the enemy, and never lose 100 battles. Therefore, he would come here to ask other demons. Since others say that we are rubbish, if we don't meet him well, doesn't it mean that the name of our rubbish has been settled? A giant-like guy stood up and spoke like a thunderclap, which made everyone's eardrum ache. Not only him, many powerful demons have come out one after another. Although they didn't say much, it can be seen from the expression on their faces. They are very dissatisfied at the moment. They have been demons for a long time. No one dared to look down on them like this. Now they are just human beings coming to their territory. How can this be tolerated? I saw one by one standing up, the expression became extremely serious. After seeing here, the three corners of the devil's mouth showed a smile. There are all people moving forward and backward, then he has nothing to worry about. Just to let the outside world know, what is the omnipotent God? Just a human being, just looking for death. Before that, let the traitors know the end of betraying the devil kingdom. Oh, at first, I thought they could be made, but I didn't expect that when we looked away, we would think they are the pillar of the future. It's just confusing. At this moment, when all the demons think of who the news is coming from, they suddenly send out a cold breath. It's like freezing the whole sky. Although they clearly know that these demons are forced to do so, they do not only make all demons lose face. It also caused chaos in the devil kingdom, which is unforgivable. And in the eyes of all the demons, anyone who causes the turmoil of the devil kingdom, no matter who, must pay a heavy price. It's not easy for them to negotiate to calm down the devil kingdom, but who knows that for a mere human being, there will be such a wulong. It makes them feel as if this human is standing on their head, which is even more unacceptable. Let's get rid of that arrogant human first, and then clean up some people who eat inside and eat outside. It's time to clean up. Maybe we haven't appeared for a long time. Some people have forgotten our means. It seems that it's time to show up. Otherwise, we really don't have any authority. Although all the demons are smiling, we can see from their breath that it is absolutely cold. This but the real anger. Chapters 490 inches I. The first day of human beings, before the words are all I said, if there are people dissatisfied, you can come to me. I will not refuse to come loser, give your life. Gao Peng directly punches out, which is his most powerful strength. At the same time, he spreads his voice with real chi. He is not afraid of being known his whereabouts. It can be seen that he is also a skilled man with courage. However, this is what he wants to see. If he hides, the investment he made before will be really wasted. And now just right can attract the attention of the whole devil kingdom, and can also attract the attention of those demons, if even those demons don't know where he is. Isn't that more of an end? Gao Peng won't make such a low-level mistake, so he would rather attract everyone's attention than bother himself. At the end of the day, it's because I want to improve my strength. When Gao Peng's voice just fell, no matter where he came from, he listened with gnashing teeth and looked in the same direction one after another. Hateful! I have never seen such a hateful human being. He is clearly challenging us. Damn it, why didn't anyone teach him a lesson? Let him know what it is. Are you going? You don't know how strong the other side is. If you don't, you will do something so arrogant. My God, even if his strength is so strong, he must fight against the devil kingdom to do such a thing. Does he really think he's invincible? Oh, it's really arrogant. Even the demon lord is not necessarily invincible, but this human being is so arrogant and ignorant, ridiculous. Although many demons are gnashing their teeth and saying that they would like to rush to kill Gao Peng, they still have self-knowledge. Scolding angrily, it's just a way for them to vent. In the whole devil kingdom, many demons regard human beings as food, but they haven't completely lost their sense. In the end, they are still afraid of hard and soft. Although the other side's words are extremely arrogant, which makes every demon extremely difficult to accept, how about it? It can't do any harm to the other side. No matter how many people in the past, they will eventually become a skeleton. At the end of the day, it's still a lack of strength. Therefore, the whole devil kingdom is full of abuse, but few people really go to find Gao Peng. There are not so many fools in the world. What's more, the devil people are very smart. Although they are often stimulated by blood to make crazy moves, in the end, that's because of their blood. But after Gao Peng's words were said, he has become the public enemy of the devil kingdom. Everyone thinks that Gao Peng's behavior is to seek death. Although many demons are not Gao Peng's opponents, they do not mean that there is no one in the devil kingdom. There are still many demons who didn't fight at all. Of course now it's just a matter of time. Who let Gao Peng say such a thing before? I've long had hatred with all the demons. Naturally, those demons can't give up. Now many people are quietly waiting for the time to pass. Wait the arrival of the devil. Chapters 491. When Gao Peng said that, he clearly pointed out his own position, but to his disappointment, not many demons came to him for trouble. It's only a small one at most, and it's still a kind of brain fever. Otherwise, how can you ignore your life? Gao Peng felt extremely disappointed at the result. Originally thought that he named his position, there will be many demons to find his troubles, and in which, he may also be able to slightly improve his strength. But who knows that will happen? He didn't even know it. It's disappointing that the whole Devil Kingdom should have such a situation. I thought everyone in the Devil Kingdom was belligerent, but I found out that they were cowards, not only waste but also cowards. That's it. It also means that to dominate the whole Sinuan continent is really beyond our capacity. Regardless of whether anyone will come or not, Gao Peng said every word without politeness. Every devil heard what he said, his lungs were about to explode. Can still be hard to bear down. Although this man is arrogant, he has arrogant capital. From the plausible news, we can know that the strength of that guy is not something that ordinary people can handle at all. As for the strength, the Emperor has to avoid 3 points, let alone them. But it's not over, Devil Kingdom haha. From the top to the bottom, you are cowards. I am a human being who has hit your territory. No one dares to come out. Is that your pride? It just opened my eyes. If it is true, I will tell all human beings that the evil man is nothing more than a group of cowards, and the rumor is really untrustworthy. If it is true as it is said in history, why dare not fight? Gao Peng pressed them step by step, and didn't want to give them a chance to breathe. Moreover, every word he said hit all demons' hearts. In fact, many evil people with feverish brains have long wanted to rush to revenge, but they are stopped by others. No matter how many people there is no use for the peerless powerful, let alone the evil spirit of Gao Peng. Even the Emperor is not an opponent, let alone they. If you go there, you're just looking for your own way, and you can't even leave a bone residue. The whole Devil Kingdom is filled with strange atmosphere. No one would have thought that a human could make such a terrible act, and also directly press a Devil Kingdom. Now it's surprising that no one has a cold head. Even many demons feel that it's hard to believe that the other side has done such extraordinary things, but up to now, those who are superior have not yet done so. Unconsciously, the demons at the lower level began to complain about those guys. After all, they are nothing but cannon fodder, but the guys on the top are different. They are not only enjoying huge cultivation resources. It is loved by people, but now when they need to fight, none of them appear. This directly caused the dissatisfaction of many demons. Chapters 492. It is still a mystery to others what the purpose of Gao Peng is. After all people don't know Gao Peng's purpose, and he never said it, only that what he did was so crazy. It's crazy and awesome, but what was he doing this for? Is it just for the war of countless years ago? If it is true, how can it be done only by virtue of his own strength? Of course they absolutely do not admit that the challenge of a human being has made the Devil Kingdom turbulent. It's a shame. The figure on the throne of skeleton seems to have penetrated everything, looking directly at Gao Peng's position, and looking at it thoughtfully. This guy, what's the idea? Is that what he wants to do? It's absolutely unrealistic for him to get through safely, but it's in vain for him to do these things. If he didn't get through for me, it would be a dead end for him. Even if he did anything crazy, he would not be able to save his life. The figure on the throne of skeleton didn't understand Gao Peng's purpose from the beginning to the end, but it also made him more curious. I saw him looking at Gao Peng so quietly. No matter what the other party wants to do, he can quickly detect it. At the same time, when Gao Peng still wants to talk, several figures slowly appeared. At the same time, the mountain was also accompanied by boundless pressure. That kind of feeling could not be released by ordinary people at all. Seeing this, Gao Peng's eyes brightened instantly. It seems that there is something that attracts his attention, and also makes him have a huge interest. Because the man he was waiting for finally arrived. Moreover, he came several times at a time, which made Gao Peng feel a kind of happiness. If he doesn't come, he will come several times. My God, does God already care for me like this? Before Gao Peng could speak, the demons came to speak directly. Oh, are you the man who does not know the height of the earth? I don't know where you come from. I dare to be so arrogant at a young age. Didn't your adults tell you? Be low-key, or you will be killed. Then, I saw all the demons surrounding Gao Peng in an instant. I didn't want to give him any way back. After seeing here, those demons who had looked at Gao Peng from afar had a smile on their faces. This is what they hope to see. If this person is always tired and jumping there, even they start to doubt, are they still the omnipotent devil? Ha 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 ha, it seems that this time the human being is dying. It's just wishful thinking that he dared to come to the Devil Kingdom and behave wildly. It's so arrogant that I have to admit that his strength is really very strong. The General Devil is not his opponent at all, but he is too confident in himself and even makes such an arrogant and ignorant move, which finally causes the devil. Now he is finally going to pay for his actions. All the demons were relieved at last. When they saw the coming of the demons, they had already guessed what would happen next. It is natural that human beings are wiped out, and the shame will be wiped out eventually. Chapters 493 inches. Ha 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 ha. At last, you let me have a good wait, but the mansion you have come. Gao Peng suddenly laughed, and all the people felt a little confused. What's the situation? Shouldn't he be alarmed? There are so many demons around him. There are so many demons around him. Not only does he not have any panic intention, but he even laughs now. What do you mean? No one can understand Gao Peng's mood at the moment, so they only see that all the demons stare at Gao Peng, as if they are looking at some crazy guy. In fact, in the eyes of all people, Gao Peng is indeed a madman. Otherwise, how could he do such a crazy thing? Now I suddenly laugh again. If you don't use a madman to describe him, it can't be explained at all. My God, he won't be scared to be silly by the presence of demons, will he? Otherwise, how could I suddenly laugh? I guess right. Oh, human beings are really fragile. They used to be so arrogant, but when they saw the arrival of demons, they were scared to be stupid directly. When the first time I heard what Gao Peng said and did, all the demons thought that Gao Peng was a madman, but then they think Gao Peng is scared and stupid. This is obvious. When there is a huge contrast between what I have met and what I have imagined, my heart can't accept it all of a sudden, and I will be scared to be silly. Gao Peng's performance at the moment, in the eyes of all demons, is nothing more than that. And even the demons are similar. Looking at Gao Peng's performance, he not only didn't have any anger, but also nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I am particularly satisfied with this masterpiece in front of me. This human just saw their coming, and he was scared to be stupid directly. If this is spread out, it can also give them a good prestige. That reputation not bad, but who knows, the next second their smile froze. Gao Peng, who was laughing at the beginning, slightly crooked his head and said, "What are you giggling at one by one?" "I'm afraid I'm not afraid. I can't accept it for a while. It's nothing, it's just a matter of a moment." For a while, all the demons were quiet. He looked at Gao Peng without a word. The play is obviously wrong. Isn't this human being scared to be silly by the demon god? But what is his present performance for? What's more, he said we were all giggling. The last sentence is even more excessive. Although it is not directly pointed out, it does not mean that they do not understand it. In this regard, their hearts are shocked. A human being, if it's just arrogance, it can be said that in the past, but what is he doing now? In the face of the devil, as if they do not put each other in the eyes of the general. Is this really disrelish oneself fatally? That's a demon. How can an ordinary person be an opponent? Even a devil emperor can't be an enemy of unity, let alone a human like a mole ant. For some reason, all the demons look at Gao Peng with a strange meaning, just like looking at the dead. Even if Gao Peng's performance before how against the sky, but compared with the devil, it is still a gap. Chapters 494 Quiet. No one thought that Gao Peng would say such a thing, and those demons were completely ignorant, which was not the same as what they imagined. Especially Gao Peng seemed to swing his fist and smash it directly, which caught them off guard. Why doesn't this human seem to be afraid of them? Is he not afraid of death? But if you are afraid, why do you say something so bold? At this moment, not only the demons are ignorant, but also the demons. No one ever thought that this human would dare to be so arrogant. And still standing in front of the devil, who gave him the backing. Gradually, all the demons have labeled Gao Peng as a dead man. How can such a bold guy survive? Such an insult to the demon, waiting for him will also be death. But and for what they said, Gao Peng spoke again. "Oh, it's said that the devil man is fierce outside, but now I find these rumors are totally false. What I see is just a group of timid guys. And a bunch of self-righteous rubbish." When he said this, Gao Peng took a look at all the demons, consciously or unconsciously, and the last two words also stressed the pronunciation. Everyone was dumbfounded at the time. Is this pointing at someone's nose? Is that too much? You know, there are several demons around him at the moment, and now he says such angry words, once these demons can't stand it completely. So isn't he going to be besieged by all the demons? After such a thought, I don't know why those demons expect Gao Peng to say more exciting words, once they really annoy all the demons. He will be besieged by an unprecedented siege. Ha ha, arrogant human, you will pay a heavy price for what you do. Gao Peng naturally didn't know what they were thinking. But he could clearly feel the anger of those demons and look at the gradually distorted faces. Gao Peng felt the pleasure of body and mind, which was not too good. You can scold others in front of your face, but they can't do anything about themselves. You can see that the whole face is twisted from a smile to now. He saw the change clearly. That's why he felt so deeply. Of course, it's nice to look at these guys' twisted faces, but he hasn't forgotten his own thing, which is to make these guys his enemies. Once he does it, he will become a warrior. If so, he doesn't need to be afraid of the figures on the throne. That guy still has a huge gap from him. If it wasn't for the gap, he wouldn't be afraid. Maybe for others, the figure on the throne of skeleton can't do any harm to them without getting away. But no one knows what the truth is, and Gao Peng doesn't want to bet on the odds. Just when people thought that Gao Peng was crazy, Gao Peng still said to himself, I like to look at your angry eyes, but how angry is it? Waste can only linger to one side. No matter how insulted you are, in order to live, you can only accept it, and you are such a waste. Chapters 495. Looking at Gao Peng's face, I don't know why all the demons seem to want to tear him up. There is a frightening smell all over his body. The gods of the three corners laughed angrily. Okay, well, I never thought that we would be scolded by a human. You are the most courageous human I have ever seen. But the bolder you are, the closer you are to death. You are very kind. It's not just the three-corner demons, the rest of them don't speak, but look at their bad eyes to know that they are completely angry at the moment. I lost all my face. But also by so many demons to see light, this lets them henceforth how should face. How would they be described once they thought of being passed on? Just think about it, they can't stand that kind of situation. It can be seen how angry they are at this time. Of course I'm not like you. I don't have any more seeds. Gao Peng didn't hesitate at all. He replied directly. It's a little unexpected for everyone. One by one looked at him dumbfounded. Although this sentence is very beautiful, but this operation is too surprising, right? What's more, does he feel that he has lived too long? In the eyes of everyone, Gao Peng is simply speeding up his lifetime. Who are those around him? They are all powerful gods. The city stands at the top of the food chain, but Gao Peng scolds it for being speechless, which is shocking. At the same time, he feels that Gao Peng is completely mad. How can a normal person do such a thing? A giant-like demon came out, and there was a turbulence in the whole sky, like a huge shark in a lake. Only a little movement can cause unimaginable fluctuations. Human beings, you are looking for death. No matter what your purpose is, you insult us again and again. It will be impossible to get out of it. No matter what your purpose is, you have completely angered us now, and we will take your life for the time being. See how the gods have spoken. All the demons have retreated violently. They don't want to be involved. But all of a sudden, they saw that man speak. Next second, they have a bad feeling. I don't know if you can take my life, but I just want to say that there or you will kill me. Everyone looked at Gao Peng in shock. Can you say anything like that? It's not just that you don't think you have a long life, but that's what madmen do. They just ignore their life. This human, what is his purpose? In fact, at this moment, although all people feel extremely angry, they are also confused. Even if they are crazy, they should have their own purpose. But looking at Gao Peng's all these actions, he felt that he just wanted to provoke all the people, and what was his purpose of doing this? Some people start to get lost in thought, but not all of them worry about so many people. What's more, now I'm fighting against the devil, which is even more unforgivable. Chapters 496. Inches. Who gave you courage? Irritate us again and again. Since you are so eager to die, let's show you what a real devil is. Like a giant, the god roared, and his body suddenly inflated like air, which doubled directly. It gives people a visual impact. And not only that, although the other demons did not show how powerful they were, they also exuded their own strong breath. With the breath directly locked Gao Peng, this is also to avoid Gao Peng escape, although they think highly of themselves. But I dare not neglect. Who let Gao Peng's actions break their cognition again and again, and let them fully realize that there are all kinds of people in the world. Especially for this human being, nothing he does can be understood by common sense. The giant god beat a fist into the sky, and the whole sky broke like a mirror. Nearby, you can hear a faint voice. Then, everyone seemed to be deaf. There was no sound. No, there is one person who can really hear. That is Gao Peng. At this moment, there was a clear and incomparable system prompt sound in his mind. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name: Titan Troll Blood. Ancient Titan Blood. Thin Constitution. Titan's Body. Dao Realm. Wuxian Level 1 Martial Arts. God Level Martial Arts. Titan Comes. Is complete. God Level Martial Arts. Smash Fist. Is complete. God Level Martial Arts. Titan Spear. Is complete. It is detected that the enemy realm of the host is the first level of Wuxian, and will be automatically upgraded to the second level of Wuxian. The enemy's strongest blood is the Ancient Titan Blood, which will automatically become the God of War Torture Blood for the host. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The host's martial arts have reached the top, and it will automatically upgrade to the divine level martial arts. The Coming of the Beast is complete. Another pleasant sound sounded, and Gao Peng's strength changed dramatically. Even he felt that change. Because he was full of divinity. If he had only been powerful before, he would have arrived at Wuxian completely now, and it's not so easy to get in and out of Wuxian. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't been robbed, his strength would not be so simple. But even so, Gao Peng felt that his whole body was full of the energy of explosion. In particular, the power of blood makes his whole body have a kind of blood as boiling. The martial arts have also been completely upgraded to the top, and, Coming of the Beast, has been completed, so it can be seen that there will be no further improvement. Only when all of them are promoted to the top, can he really break through that level. But he is not in a hurry now. There are so many prey in front of him. He can come one by one. With his strength at the moment, it's not necessary to sweep all the demons, but it's easy to crush some of them. In particular, he is so powerful in all aspects. As long as he has fully mastered his own strength, no one will really be his opponent. Now, he is more confident. Even if the figure on the throne of skeletons finds him in trouble, he is confident that there will be no accidents. Chapters 497. At the time of Titan's release, the rest of the demons had already flashed to one side, although their breath had been locked on Gao Peng. But they didn't mean to interfere. However, just at that moment, they had an illusion. Gao Peng all of a sudden, it's a very powerful threat to them. The pupil of the triangle devil shrinks, as if expecting something, staring at Gao Peng closely. Then he found the problem. That hateful human is full of divinity. Before, he seemed to be an ant-like human. Why did divinity appear now? Why is that? It shouldn't be. How can someone improve so much in an instant and directly break the barrier between man and God? Even he dare not break it 100%. He also experienced some pain, can break that barrier to break through to the demon. But he now has some sudden self-doubt. What is the human condition? In fact, it's not just him. All the demons at this moment realized the key of the problem, only saw them look at each other. They all saw some doubts from each other's eyes, which was their real determination, not their own illusion. It's the fact that this human has this problem. Otherwise, it's impossible for all people to have hallucinations, right? What's the situation? This human power and the divinity in him, how could it suddenly become like this? Is it because of the breakthrough? No, it's impossible. How could someone break through at this time? It's absolutely impossible for someone to break through temporarily. Yes, I've never heard of anyone who can do this, and this human being is even more impossible. He must have something precious, or how could he do this? All the demons were shocked, but they did not believe that Gao Peng was a breakthrough. More willing to believe that Gao Peng used the treasure, otherwise it would have broken their three outlooks. But even so, the answer is already in their hearts. But they would never believe it. What's more, Titan Troll felt something wrong. In front of him, the whole human body gave him a sense of threat. Just at that moment, his whole body was bristling, just like encountering something terrible. But it was only in a moment that it disappeared, so he felt the incomparable doubt. In particular, what gave him this feeling was the human being in front of him, which was the most amazing thing. What's going on? What has just happened to this human being will make me feel threatened? Can you say is he hiding his strength all the time? Whether it is or not, Titan Troll has developed a little vigilance, although he is very confident that he can kill each other. But he did not dare to neglect. Who knows if he dared to neglect, will he be caught by others? So he did his best. There was a big bang, and the whole sky seemed to be blown out of a big hole by his fist. Just now it's just broken, but now it's more serious than before. Even the healing power of space doesn't recover so quickly. Attack! He went towards Gao Peng in a fierce way. Chapters 498. Facing the fierce attack, Gao Peng is not going to ignore it. If it had been before, he would have dealt with it easily, but now he really realized that what's the meaning of just crushing each other. Even though he showed great strength every time, he gradually realized that the system is not omnipotent. Only when he has full control of all the power can he give full play to 100%, and now he is ready to give full play. I saw a huge figure behind him. He was like a man in the fire, wearing red armor, holding a huge axe in his hand, and the whole man was carrying a will to fight against the sky. The most important thing is this figure has no head, but the war he carried made all the people look at him. Gao Peng also didn't expect that the momentum of Xianxia was so powerful. It seems that no matter how powerful the other side is, Xianxia has the potential to fight. Even Gao Peng was affected by that powerful momentum. What's more, these demons. Here, what's this? What is his blood? That headless person? Why give me a kind of incomparably horrible feeling? I am afraid unexpectedly. No, it's impossible. Quote, no, it must be an illusion. I absolutely don't believe it. How can there be anything else in the world that we are afraid of, and it is only the power of our blood. These demons are completely indecisive, because they actually feel that they are afraid, and their bodies have a faint tremor. Even if it is well controlled by them, it is undeniable that at that moment, they are completely afraid. At this moment, they looked at the figure behind Gao Peng and were more afraid. They didn't know what kind of monster it was. A headless man, he could have such a terrible momentum. Just by virtue of the momentum, he felt the horror. This, what kind of existence is it? It's not just the demons around. Titan feels the most obvious, who let him rely on the nearest. As if he was the first to bear the brunt, at that moment he had the intention of surrendering. Fortunately, he controlled the idea in an instant. But when he came back, he looked at the figure behind Gao Peng in horror. It was a thought that only by virtue of momentum made him have ups and downs. What kind of strong man is that? With such momentum, no one is not the most powerful person in the world, and such a person, his blood power is so strong, then how powerful is he? Titan Troll really cannot imagine, only to see a step back slowly, and then he slightly relieved. That kind of feeling can make people suffocate. Even if he is a demon, he can feel the pressure. When he takes a step back, the feeling is much smaller and doesn't put too much pressure on him. Gao Peng didn't expect that the god of war would be so powerful. He could advance and retreat these demons just by virtue of his momentum. How powerful it is! With the power of this blood, Gao Peng felt that these guys in front of him were not enough to see. Originally, these guys were prey in front of him. Now it's almost like a mole ant. Chapters 499 inches. How strong! Gao Peng secretly lamented that this powerful and incomparable power was beyond his imagination. No, it was the power of torture, far beyond his expectation. It is worthy of the name of God of War. That momentum can frighten all the demons. It can be seen how powerful his own strength is. Another look at all the demons, only to see that at this moment, they are still in shock, and some of them look at Gao Peng's behind. The figure in red armor, though headless, can feel his terrible momentum. It's like a battle in the sky. Are you afraid? At this time, Gao Peng suddenly said a word. There was a look of contempt on his face, as if it had been expected, and his tone was contemptuous. This made all the demons feel extremely uncomfortable. They wanted to refute it, but when they saw the torture, they suddenly swallowed the words in their mouth. There is no denying that they are indeed afraid. However, there is one person because of their performance and feels some shame, that is Titan Troll. He thinks he is the most courageous existence. No matter what kind of strong person he meets, he can ignore the pressure brought by the other side. Now, he only saw the strength of the other's blood, and his body began to tremble, which made him feel like shame. Roar! Don't get carried away. If you want to fight, you can fight. With a roar of Titan, a huge figure slowly stood up behind him, several times larger than the sky of torture. However, the Titan is silvery white all over. He does not belong to the nobility among the Titans, but his strength cannot be underestimated. The ancient Titans also seemed to be provoked and defiled. They roared at the sky of torture, and the air echoed with the voice of majesty. The evil spirit was suddenly shaken away, and all the people on the scene were instantly quiet. Just stare at the two roaring figures. The shock to the public is also enormous. When we meet such a strong enemy, we don't flinch at all, but face the difficulties. This brings them a tremendous spiritual shock. On the contrary, he ignored the roar of the other side. Just straightened his body, and then gently waved his axe, which means as if to say, courage is commendable, but it's just an axe thing. Gao Peng also showed a smile. Only those who dare to face it, can he give them real respect. Very good, I didn't expect that there was another seed belt, which surprised me, but you are really appreciated, especially your courage. But that's all. No matter how you appreciate it, you will be wiped out for your own choice. That's your final destiny. When Gao Peng said this, he also glanced at the demons consciously or unconsciously, which means that all the demons except Titan are not too heavy. But in the face of such insulting words as Gao Peng, none of the demons dare to contradict, because it is also true. They're really scared, feeling the endless pressure, they really don't want to be the enemy. If there is any way, they would rather take harmony as their priority. Can it really be like this? Obviously, Gao Peng won't let them go so easily. Chapters 500. Gao Peng no longer cares about the timid demons. In particular, the triangle demon was arrogant before, but now it is quiet. For this kind of guy, Gao Peng himself is extremely despised. After giving him a look of disdain, he has never paid more attention. Instead, he held out 2 fingers. Come on. Let me see your strength. Roar. Titan Troll is insulted, a lunge rushed out, behind him Silver Titan is also a roar, directly rushed to the sky. The battle is on fire. On the contrary, Xianxia is very indifferent. He gently waved his axe twice and took a step forward. An axe is chopped out. The whole sky seemed to be still. It's just a trace of an axe. Sky it was cut in half by a direct chop. All the obstacles were destroyed. The evil spirit dissipated completely with their outburst, which was a very unfavorable situation for Titan Troll. It's hard to resist the momentum of the God of War, and at the moment, the God of War directly splits the sky with an axe. If you want to split the whole day. Gao Peng's preemptive fist went out, directly facing the Titan Troll. He didn't want to keep his hand. No matter the strength of the other side is weak or strong, it is the respect for the opponent to give full play. The two can face each other, only to see that the surrounding space has exploded, and the whole space is directly broken. Even if the space of the Devil Kingdom is stable, it can't stand such a terrible battle, and the battle between them is not so strong. The battle between Ancient Titan and God of War is the most terrible. I saw a series of terrible force collisions, and the space began to tremble. One black hole after another slowly appeared. But if you look carefully, you can see that the ancient wives have been in the downwind, but the God of War's torture seems to be easy. It seems that they didn't make full use of their strength. They always waved their axes easily, but they didn't exert more powerful force. Boom boom, but even so, the destructive power is unimaginable. His scarlet armor, in particular, was like being covered with flames. Though it made no noise, his momentum was stronger than ever. The sky began to tremble because of him. It's easy for Gao Peng to crush the Titan Troll. It's also because he put all his strength into it. His constitution is very strong. But he didn't use it directly because he had a hunch. Once he really uses the power of his own constitution, the catastrophe will come in an instant. For the time being, he doesn't want the scourge to appear, so he can only use his strength, not his constitution. But, even so, Titan is not his opponent. Roar. Impossible. How can you be so strong? I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces, you hateful human being. Titan Troll roared, and rushed out again. Facing Gao Peng, who can choose easily, he seemed to be desperately. It seems that we will never stop killing each other. That momentum is also invincible. If it is not for the God of War, torture, it is indeed invincible. Now it's amazing at best. Chapters 501. The battle did not last long, and it was almost over. And if we look at the battle in front of us, we can see who is the winner and who is the loser. The God of War and Gao Peng seem to be very skillful. On the contrary, Titan Troll and Silver Ancient Titan seem to be particularly embarrassed, but they are still dead in support, did not want to give up. There have been several spouts of blood in the mouth. But their appearance of fighting bravely makes people feel extremely shocked. Even Gao Peng looked at them unconsciously. Here is that too powerful. Is there anyone who can beat him? What kind of monster is this human? It's not always said that human beings are extremely weak, but why? No, I don't believe that human beings are so powerful. It must be an illusion. This will not be human at all. When all the demons saw the performance of Titan Troll, they all felt extremely shocked. That was the high god. All of them have shown their full strength, but now they are still in the downwind, and the situation at the moment is extremely bad. This made them deeply hit. All the demons have been spreading about how weak human beings are, but now this scene has brought tremendous impact on them. It's as if something I firmly believe in was destroyed in an instant. It's hard to accept for a while, especially seeing Titan's mouth spit blood. That kind of shock is beyond words. They were stunned and felt that their three views had been completely broken. They knew that this human being was very powerful. Otherwise, I dare not be so arrogant. But it's so powerful that they don't even know it. At the same time, it brings them a powerful shock. Defeated. With Gao Peng and Xing Tian's last strike, they completely defeated the Titan, but they did not kill the Titan. Just beat him, so that he did not have any resistance. However, in the eyes of all demons, this scene is so incredible that it seems to be a figure that can never fall down. Now it has failed, and it was a complete failure. This shock is hard to express in words. Only to see everyone show a look of shock. Even those demons are the same. They didn't expect that things would be like this. Titan has been defeated so quickly. And it's the other side's mercy, or Titan might be wiped out completely. After that, they felt even more shocked. This human is too powerful. In their cognition, although there is a gap between the demons, it cannot be so large. Unless there is a huge gap in its own realm, the strength displayed will not be so great. However, in front of them, this kind of person thoroughly taught them a lesson. What is real strength? That momentum seems to be able to fight against the sky, which can't be matched, even if they want to control their heart shaking. But it can't restrain the emotion, especially to see the tragic end of Titan, although Titan is slightly different from them. But the gap is not obvious. Once they go up, maybe there's no difference at all. Chapters 502. Looking at the defeated Titan troll, Gao Peng didn't want to pay any more attention to him. The guy's courage was okay, although he wanted to kill all of them. But considering that the guy's character is quite pleasant, Gao Peng decided to let him go. No matter what Titan's heart thinks, he just doesn't want to let this guy die. This guy's character is okay. If you are here, it's a pity. Gao Peng turns around and looks at all the demons. The corners of his mouth rise slightly, showing a smile of disdain. Trash, let's go. As soon as this sentence was uttered, all the demons immediately became angry. But none of them dared to move. Instead, they were angry and speechless. And those demons also look at Gao Peng angrily, as if their dignity has been trampled, but their own strength is completely insufficient. They can only glare at Gao Peng. Put all hope on the devil. But to their disappointment, the demons were indifferent. All of them have been pointed and scolded by others, but they even show such a cowardly side, which makes everyone feel extremely disappointed. I even thought that I was naive, and I would adore these guys. Yes, it's just a guy who doesn't have seed. Now all the demons have slowly accepted. These demons are such people, and that person is also right. Otherwise these guys won't be so eggheads. Unconsciously, all the demons have gradually hated these demons. If these demons are willing to fight, they will not cause such a result. Damn it, I used to adore these guys, but now I know how ridiculous it is. Ha ha, there are so many people who are too tired to do anything. They are afraid. Are these guys the gods we worship? It's so disappointing that I didn't expect to be bullied. This time I finally saw their true faces. With the discussion of all the demons, the faces of the demons became extremely ugly, even though they wanted to work hard. It can be imagined that there may be a life-threatening situation. They give up these ideas in an instant. Even look around. If you encounter any danger, you can run away immediately, as they look at the left and right expressions exposed. Gao Peng is totally disappointed with these guys. I thought there might be some Titan trolls, but these guys are too greedy for life and death. How do they get to this level? Isn't the Devil Kingdom the most cruel world? If you want to survive, you have to go through endless battles. You can survive or become more powerful by fighting for your life. But why are these guys like this? With their timid character, it is impossible to be promoted to this level, which makes Gao Peng feel extremely confused. But Gao Peng did not know that the higher he stood, the more afraid he would lose everything. If their strength is not so strong, they will certainly not have any hesitation, and will certainly fight for their lives. However, now they are almost at the top. Naturally, they dare not work hard anymore, and finally reach this level. How could you easily give up? They haven't lived enough and don't even want to lose face in front of so many people. So that's what everyone saw. Chapters 503. Seeing the performance of these guys in front of him, Gao Peng was completely disappointed. There's no one like Titan. Don't you has Titan troll become out of print? Although these timid guys can make him more relaxed, he prefers tight control, which can let him use power freely. At the same time, you can be familiar with your own strength. Gao Peng shakes his head slightly, and the disappointment on his face shows, it's really disappointing. It's amazing that you can be promoted to the demon. You can become a demon just by your goods, haha, is the devil kingdom such a waste? Gao Peng didn't give them face at all, he said rudely. And this also makes many people blush and blush. They are eager to find Gao Peng's theory. But when they think about what Gao Peng has done, they point out this idea forcefully. They have absolutely no reason to contradict. After all, the highest level of power belonging to the devil kingdom has been counseled now, even if it is the strength. How powerful, what's the use of not having the guts to do it? Garbage, just don't waste resources, let me clean it up for you. Gao Peng's voice rings again, but at this moment, all the people did not see Gao Peng. Next second, Gao Peng appears directly behind one of the demons. The power of this demon is much weaker than that of Titan Troll, and Gao Peng just stares at it and penetrates it with a fist. Gao Peng didn't use the power of bleeding pulse at all, so he directly showed such terrible strength. Not only all people can't see how he moved, and his attack no one can take it. Of course, there are also powerful demons, but they have been afraid to fight for a long time because of their timidity. Watching a demon being killed in an instant, the crowd was shocked. It's just horrible. In his hands, the devil is like an ant. What realm does he belong to? His strength is too strong. Like a bottomless hole, it directly pierced a demon. The body of the demon god is extremely strong, at least it is many times stronger than human beings. But the strength of the human beings is somewhat unreasonable. Even if the strength is strong, but his body is so strong, what else is his short board? My god, is this really human? I've never heard that there is such a powerful human being, and his powerful body is even more powerful than the devil. Who is the human being and who is the devil? It must be an illusion that's a demon. How could it be so weak? The Titan Troll has gone through a battle before, but why was this a second kill? No, I don't believe it, it's impossible. It's hard for all people to accept that the demon was killed so easily. What's more, it happened in front of their eyes. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. But even if they saw it, they were still a little unbelievable. It was just too shocking. It has brought them a huge impact and made them unable to accept it for a while. Chapters 504. The Triangle Demon God looked at Gao Peng stupidly. His eyes were dull. He never thought that such a thing would happen. Although Titan Troll has been completely defeated. But that's just serious injury. As long as there are enough cultivation resources, it can still be recovered. However, in front of his eyes, a demon was killed completely, and was still killed by this hateful human. This made him a little difficult to accept. His eyes slowly changed from dull to reddish red, and the whole face slightly twisted. And not just him, but the rest of the demons. A demon killed. They have been thinking about this sentence in their mind, which also makes their facial expressions become extremely rich, and there is a blank directly in their mind. Staring at the dead body, that once belonged to their partner, but also the most top existence in the Devil Kingdom, but now they are killed by a human in front of their eyes. The impact on them is not small. Damn it, damned human, I must tear you up. The Triangle God roared, and the expression of the whole person had completely changed, especially the look at Gao Peng, which became extremely fierce. It's no longer careful. If he was afraid of any uncontrollable factors before, now he abandoned everything completely. There was only one thought in his mind, that was to kill the human in front of him. The same is true of other demons. They look at Gao Peng with fierce faces. Their breath is soaring all the time, and a wave of demonic qi is surging. The whole sky is covered by a large stream of magic qi, which has already been dispelled after strong fluctuations. Now, it is completely covered by these demons. I saw the black lightning flashed on them, and their eyes turned red, with a faint purple light on them. It's like a transformation, because the whole person's temperament has changed dramatically, and it's totally different from before. Even the demons who used to swear are now staring at these demons. Is this the guy they just abused? It's like turning over a book. What's more, the momentum they give out makes it hard for people to breathe. When Gao Peng saw this scene, he nodded his head with great satisfaction. He could clearly feel the powerful strength of these guys in front of him. Stronger than Titan Troll, but these guys have just been so timid, but now they finally burst out, which made Gao Peng extremely satisfied. At last, it's a bit like that. That's what a strong person on the top should have. You used to look timid and timid. It's just like the weak show it. Now I am extremely satisfied with your performance. Maybe I won't kill you when I'm happy. Gao Peng rubs his chin and ignores the murderous eyes of these demons. He looks very relaxed and calm. It's like a work of art being evaluated. This makes everyone feel extremely speechless. This guy, isn't there any mood change? Or did he not notice the change at all? Chapters 505. Some of them looked at Gao Peng in disbelief, and their eyes were full of doubts. You were really powerful. A demon in your hands in an instant was killed. But is that too much of a reaction for you? Anyway, there are so many demons here. Can't you show what you should be? Not to mention the presence of these demons, only those demons, all feel a little incredible, and this human response is too abnormal. It even seems to be very happy. What is the situation? This guy, how do you feel that there are some abnormalities, which are totally different from the common people's ideas? Do you see his performance at the moment? Is this reaction really what the normal people can show? I don't think it's normal. Otherwise, how could he show such a smile? There are so many demons around him. No matter how powerful his strength is, it's impossible to ignore it. They didn't understand the gap, so they began to talk about it recklessly. But they totally despised Gao Peng. Even if they could talk in a low voice, Gao Peng could hear it clearly, and his face turned black immediately. A few black lines flashed across his forehead. The eyes became extremely fierce and stared at them, as if they wanted to kill them. And those demons were shocked instantly, closed their mouths directly, and dared not speak more. Lie down, sink. Can you hear it in such a low voice so far away? Is this guy blaming me? Some demons think so, but at the moment they dare not speak again. I'm afraid that a bad guy will offend Gao Peng again. Then it's really going to be over. This kind of guy with abnormal brain can't easily provoke him. Looking at those guys who have closed their mouths, Gao Peng still has some dissatisfaction in his heart. These guys even say that his brain is abnormal. It's just that, but he didn't want to wipe them out. He didn't want to be a killer, though he was still a little upset. But that's all. At the moment, Gao Peng's appearance as if nothing had happened fell into the eyes of all the demons. In their eyes, this hateful human ignored them again and again. It's like a shame. Although they know that they have a huge gap with this human being, they are so easily ignored, and their hearts are still a little uncomfortable. Hateful human beings. It's too arrogant to ignore us completely. It's undeniable that your strength is really strong, but you also look down on us too much. The trigonometry god felt extremely angry in his heart. The whole man had reached the edge of eruption. Maybe in his view, it was a very safe thing at the beginning. It is nothing more than a good lesson to a human being. But I don't know why it happened. Titan was seriously injured. Another demon was killed by Sekal. All this was a little unexpected to him. This human is simply too hateful. All the demons showed a strange light to Gao Peng's eyes, and just like locking Gao Peng, they just stared at him. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more depressing. Maybe only Gao Peng looks as if nothing happened, as if he doesn't know what's going to happen, which makes people speechless. People looked at the eyes, the corners of their mouths twitched. Chapters 506. The more he saw Gao Pengyu, the more he felt angry. This hateful human simply didn't pay attention to them. If he had some fear before, he was full of anger now. Looking at the distorted face of the triangle demon, Gao Peng's lips showed a disdainful smile. It seems that you are very dissatisfied. If you're really dissatisfied, then you're doing it. Don't let me look down on you. Gao Peng's language seems to have this kind of temptation, and his language is also slowly guiding each other, as if he wants to let each other out. In fact, it is. Gao Peng just wants to let the other side out. Although he has been promoted once, he feels that the strength of the other side may be much stronger than that of Titan Troll, although he has not completely overcome the disaster. But he has the strength of Wuxian. Of course, if it's not for his constitution, it can't be blocked, even when he wants to cross the robberies. It's also a hole for him. In his opinion, it is the most important thing to improve our strength. As for the fairy robbery with his constitution at the moment, it is actually a very easy thing, although it can also be a baptism. But there are not many promotions. Therefore, which one is at the forefront, he still has self-knowledge, so he wants to induce the other party to hurry up again and again. Only in this way can he improve his strength again. The triangle god has endured to the limit, only to see him suddenly raised his head, his eyes radiated a terrible light. And the breath on him is slowly rising. You are arrogant, but arrogant people always pay for their behavior. Boom. The triangle demon can't stand it. It's like shit on his head to insult him again and again. Never forgive. The whole sky seemed to explode directly with a big bang. Even the other demons felt a huge pressure. I saw that they all turned their heads and did not dare to look directly at the terrible energy ahead. Gao Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never thought of such horror. But then there was a look of enjoyment on his face. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan completed. Name. Triangle Bone and Wing Devil Blood. Bone and Wing Devil Dragon Blood Constitution. Body of Devil Dragon Realm. Wuxian Level 4 Martial Arts. Magic Dragon Roar is complete. Absolute Taboo is complete. Bone Spear Hole is empty is complete. It is detected that the enemy realm of the host is Wuxian Level 4, which will automatically upgrade to Wuxian Level 5 for the host. The enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded temporarily. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The host's martial arts have reached the top and will not be improved temporarily. Only for a moment, Gao Peng's whole temperament changed dramatically. Although his blood and physique have not changed in any way, his realm has been upgraded to the 3rd level, which makes his strength soar countless times. Don't think it's just a few steps up, but the changes in strength can't be described in words. Chapters 507. No one has noticed the changes between Gao Peng's before and after. They only found Gao Peng standing at the same place, and even Xianxia. People showed their expression of enjoyment. This scene directly made them feel that they had an illusion. What's the situation? Not only did he not dodge, but there was such a disgusting expression on his face. My God, this guy is too disgusting. This human is not only disgusting, but also has such a disgusting smile. This guy. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what words to use to describe Gao Peng. Especially looking at Gao Peng's smile, they couldn't help feeling a little cold and swore not to get close to this guy. It's not just the brain that's abnormal. The behavior is so weird, which makes them wonder, is this guy really human? Always feel a bit like change, state. Why I feel the horror of this human being, and I can smile like this at this time, my God. It's terrible. This human being is just terrible. I think it's better for us to stay away from it. It's completely out of the category of normal people. No way, never get close to him, or I think we'll all be in danger. All the demons always feel cold everywhere, especially looking at Gao Peng's expression of enjoyment, which makes them feel strange. Gao Peng doesn't know what these guys are thinking. I am also addicted to improving my strength. If you let him know what these guys are thinking, he will be merciless to blow them through. How could it have been so arranged? Is he that kind of person? Obviously not. The other demons also found the change of Gao Peng at the moment. Looking at Gao Peng's expression, their corners of their mouths twitched slightly. They didn't think of anything bad. Just think that the expression of a hateful human in front of them is too weird, which makes them feel a little unreal. It's rubbish to talk before, but when their boss has already started, that guy will show such an expression. What do you mean? Lie down, sink. What does this hateful human mean? Is he looking down on us? Before that, he wanted to let us do it, but when the boss did it, he didn't care. Damn it, this damned human, I knew it would be like this. Even if I look down on us like this, I'd like to see how he struggles after the boss's real hammer blows him. All the demons feel extremely angry. Even those who have been in Discord for many years suddenly call the Triangle Demons as the eldest one. It can be seen how dissatisfied they are with Gao Peng. It's almost reached the level of common hatred. Maybe it is because of Gao Peng's various actions that they feel extremely angry, especially the kind of blind eyes that they can't stand. Somehow they are also demons. Standing at the top of the food chain, Gao Peng can see it as a common ant, which they can't accept. Unconsciously, they were hostile to Gao Peng. At the same time, they couldn't help but call the Triangle Demon boss. Once they might have called it that, but then they didn't. Chapters 508. Looking at Gao Peng, he didn't dodge. He didn't hesitate at all. He smiled a little bit. Die, you hateful human being. Since you look down on me so much, I'd like to see how you can deal with it. Although it is obvious that Gao Peng is ignoring him, although there is some anger in his heart, it is more cruel. Whenever he thought that Gao Peng would be torn up by him, he would feel happy in body and mind. What could be better than tearing up his enemies alive and making people feel happy? And this man in front of us has always ignored him as if he were an ant. He hates people looking at him with this kind of eyes. He used to be, now it will be the same in the future. This kind of disgusting sight made his heart hate even more. One blow after another, he totally ignored whether the space could bear his attack. Now he has only one purpose, that is to kill Gao Peng directly. But what he thought was too simple. In the face of his fierce attack, Gao Peng didn't pay much attention to it at all. Gao Peng's own strength is extremely strong, plus his blood strength and physique. That's not something ordinary people can resist at all. Naturally, he didn't dare to use his constitution at will, and he was afraid that the scourge would be irresistible. Therefore, the only thing he can use is the power of blood. The god of war, Xianxia, wielding his axe, ignored all the space barriers, and directly hacked it out. Gao Peng is also a group of blowout, as a hole through the whole space, directly came to the triangle god. Boom boom boom, one after another, the earth-shaking sound made everyone feel the energy of destroying the sky and the earth, even they all felt the incomparable danger. The eyes of those demons narrowed slightly, and they wanted to see clearly what happened between the energy fluctuations. But with their strength, they could not see clearly at all. So the energy fluctuations are horrible, even in the same demon, but the strength gap is very obvious. My god, their fight is too horrible. We can't even see clearly. What kind of strength is this? It's so powerful. It's a well-known thing that the power of the eldest brother is powerful, but this hateful human is so powerful. What kind of monster is he? All the demons are shocked, and it's not surprising that they will behave like this. It's not that they are too fussy, but Gao Peng's strength is too unexpected, not only stronger than them, but also comparable to their boss. You know, that's the middle period of Wuxian. If we are one level short, our strength will change dramatically, and the gap is extremely obvious. It can be seen how terrible the power gap between them is, but only then can they fully realize how terrible this hateful human is. Gao Peng has brought them tremendous impact. However, if they really see clearly what happened between the strong energy fluctuations, they will definitely be more skeptical of life. Chapters 509. At the moment, the Triangle Devil is all ignorant. Where am I? What am I doing? Who am I? All of the original good, but when the intense energy collides, everything seems to be out of his control. And the Triangle God was full of self-confidence, but now he can only want to cry and look at all this in front of him. No, it's looking at that hateful human being. Only to see Gao Peng at the moment. According to the Triangle Devil, one fist and one fist to wave down, there is no intention to stop. The god of war is also standing by, but he didn't want to make a move. He didn't disdain to make a move easily. Especially this kind of guy who has been subdued. It's not worth it, but Gao Peng doesn't mind. He waves his fists again and again. Each fist comes out with a trace of purple blood. The picture is just too beautiful for people to look at. Directly being beaten by Gao Peng, the trigonometrical demon was totally confused. It was different from what he expected. Although the human being was very powerful. But it's too powerful, isn't it? It was just too much for his imagination. At this moment, he slightly recalled that he had smashed the whole space with unparalleled potential, which was to tear up Gao Peng alive. However, with that headless blood and an axe waving, its attack will be directly destroyed. Finally, he saw a huge fist covering his eyes, and then when he opened his eyes, he saw the hateful human beating him. This encounter let him feel special suffocation. Damn it, why, how could the strength of this human being be so powerful? It's just too ridiculous. How did he cultivate? I don't know how old he is, but how could his strength be so terrible? Is there any skill that he has been hiding all his information? Way, it's absolutely impossible. No one can do it at all, I don't believe it. The Triangle Demon is in self-doubt at the moment, and his inner activities are very frequent, although he still feels the pain. But he couldn't move, even if he wanted to struggle. This makes him both helpless and suffocating. In the end, he could only bear it honestly, and he didn't want to open his mouth to talk. He was afraid that he would scream directly. That's a shame, but he still felt a little bit lucky. Fortunately, there were chaotic energy fluctuations around. People outside could not see what happened here. This also let him save some face. Now the only one can be thankful, perhaps only this. As for the others, he just wanted not to be killed. Even if he was seriously injured, it would be better than losing his life. In fact, Gao Peng didn't want to kill him. He just wanted to vent and adjust to his strength at the moment. All of his strength is given by the system. Only when he plays and uses it well can he become more proficient. This is not. He found a good chance to grasp this rough and fleshy guy and get familiar with his strength. When he went out with a fist, he felt that his control of power had improved a little bit, which was just wonderful. Although he didn't directly improve his strength, he had a better command of it. For example, he used to have 100% power, but before that he could only use 50%. Now when he has mastered the power completely, he has gradually approached 100% power. Chapters 510. Gao Peng felt that it was wonderful to master his own power, which was not a feeling at all with his own strength soaring directly. Both of them made him feel good. When Gao Peng felt extremely sour, a weak voice rang. Please, please, stop fighting. I really can't stand it. Let me go. After the sound, Gao Peng was brought back to reality. Looking at the miserable god in front of him, Gao Peng showed an embarrassed smile on his face. Just now, he was only concerned about his familiarity with the power, and did not pay attention to the situation of the Triangle Devil. Now, after looking at the past, he found that the Triangle Devil is becoming extremely miserable at the moment. There is not a perfect place all over. Purple blood has covered his whole body. I can't see the prestige on my face. Even the eyes are not clear, as if they have been smashed by Gao Peng, so it looks really miserable. With his powerless voice, my god, it's too bad. Although Gao Peng feels sorry, he can't say it naturally. He only sees him staring at the triangle demon quietly. I didn't speak, I kept staring at him. The trigonometric god was a little stiff in Gao Peng's eyes. The whole body felt uneasy, as if the prey had been stared at by the hunter. So I only saw him say, brother. Can I call you brother? Please don't hit me again. If you hit me again, you will die. Let me go. If you have any request, just put it forward. I will never hesitate. Please don't do it again. I can't stand it. The body of the triangle demon has some signs of breaking down, which is what Gao Peng didn't expect. Who would have thought that would happen? Gao Peng didn't want to kill him. Seeing that he was about to lose his support, he couldn't do it again. But he can't stop at once because of the other party's begging, which makes him face some difficulties, and doesn't it mean that as long as someone prays, he can let them go? It's too unorthodox. Therefore, I only saw Gao Peng ponder for a moment, and said, surrender to me, and I will let you go. I saw a little silence around me. But it didn't take long for the triangle god to say, I surrender. I surrender. As long as you don't hit me again, let me do anything. This tone always feels like a little daughter-in-law who has been wronged. Let Gao Peng have a little illusion, but he immediately shook his head, never imagined much. I nodded slightly and felt very satisfied. With this guy as a little brother, it's a bit of a row, isn't it? Then I will catch all the guys outside. If he wants to go out and do something, I will let them out. That feeling don't be too cool. He just imagined it a little bit, and he could feel the attention of all the people, especially when all the people called him boss. Tut tut tut, that's just another flavor. Gao Peng can't help but sink into meditation, and a satisfied smile appears on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Gao Peng's strange smile, the triangle demon shivered. He was really afraid, especially when seeing Gao Peng's smile. He felt that he had fallen into the ice cellar and a cold air spread all over his body. Chapters 511 inches. Very well, I didn't expect you to have this kind of awareness, which makes me very happy. Then I'll be your boss. You just need to listen to me, and the benefits will be yours. Of course, if you disobey me, you should understand the consequences. Although Gao Peng showed a smile, but this instead directly scared the triangle devil. Even without hesitation, he hurriedly said, I know. No, I will never disobey the boss. At the moment, the triangle devil is really afraid. This human being is just too hateful and powerful beyond his imagination. But although he had some ideas in his mind, he didn't dare to speak out easily. Gao Peng felt extremely satisfied when he saw this little brother in front of him on the way. Gao Peng nodded and smiled at the triangle demon. But he didn't know that his smile was like a devil's paw to the triangle devil. He could not help shaking for a while, but he was very good restraint, did not let Gao Peng see. Ghosts know what they will do once they are seen by Gao Peng. He's really scared. At this time, Gao Peng has a plan for the next step. Since the eldest one of these demons is his younger brother, can other demons also be regarded as his younger brother? Whenever he thought of bringing all these demons out, he felt extremely sour. That feeling, it's really fascinating. So far, only the central region is worth him to go. As for the others, even if their strength is too weak, they can't bring up any strength. It's impossible to say that the Middle Kingdom is too weak. It should be similar to the Devil Kingdom, even a little stronger than the Devil Kingdom. This is his cognition. If these demons are all brought to the past and under his command, these guys will not dare to be presumptuous at will, but he can be authoritative. Gao Peng rubbed his chin and nodded slightly. The Triangle Demon God also saw Gao Peng's reaction, and saw that he had a sense of foreboding. Although he didn't know what Gao Peng was thinking, he knew that there must be no good idea, which made him start to have some doubts. What's next? Life. Always so inexplicable. Good boss is not right, why do you have to be involved in this kind of thing? Now he's a brother in a flash. It's really sad, but in a flash, he was relieved. Somehow he had saved his life, which was better than losing his life. Alas, I don't know what will happen next. The Triangle God is extremely melancholy. He has doubts for several times. Will this hateful human in front of him really not trouble him again? Although he has surrendered, at the same time, he also worshipped this human as the eldest. But there was still some panic in his heart. I don't know what the fate would be next, but he had no way. In addition to his thoughts flying, Gao Peng is thinking about the bright future. He just wants to take this group of demons to fight the world. It doesn't say what kind of fun can be made for him, but just let him push himself up. That's what he yearns for. It's a sense of attention. Don't be too cool. Chapters 512 inches go, let's go out now. When Gao Peng's thoughts returned, he said directly. At the moment, they are still in the broken space, and it is impossible to see what they have done inside. Now, of course, he's going out. Otherwise, this piece of space will not be able to heal up completely, and the trigonometry demon will not dare to resist easily, so it is the default to nod. But just as they were going out, it's boiling outside, they saw two figures appear. Who wins and who loses? Is it a draw? This makes them feel extremely confused, not only all the demons, but also so many demons. Then, only to see them talking about it. What's going on? Are they really tied? What happened in this terrible broken space? Who knows? But now there are two figures, which is not a complete winner, maybe because the space is too broken, so they will stop. Many people speculated, but they did not come to a standard and unified answer at all. Everyone has his own words, but what everyone says feels like some truth. However, they just stay in the guesswork. They don't see the result of things. No one knows what happened. But one thing they know. That's how powerful these two guys are. In particular, that hateful human was supposed to suffer, but who knew that the final result would be like this, which was beyond everyone's expectation. My God, not to mention what happened, it's just that this human being can survive. It's unbelievable. Why is his strength so strong? Is this really human? I think he is a monster, otherwise how could he be so powerful? From my perception, his age is not big, but his strength is powerful and despairing. Ha ha, it must be hidden. How could it be so young? I absolutely don't believe it. They were shocked by the power of Gao Peng and wondered about his age. That vigorous vitality always makes people have great doubts. But no one really believes it. They only think that Gao Peng is a cunning human being, and all they show is that they want to confuse other people. How can they have such terrible strength at such an age? It's all just confusing. Therefore, the eyes of people looking at Gao Peng become more strange. It also made them shiver. This hateful human being is terrible. It's just weird all over. It's just as terrible as inviting people to commit crimes. There are routines everywhere. Isn't there any honesty between people? With the appearance of Gao Peng and the Triangle Devil, all the people are boiling, especially when they see clearly the position between Gao Peng and the Triangle Devil. That look, it changed in an instant. It's not that they think too much, it's all the things that the Triangle Demons show at the moment, which makes them have to think too much. Chapters 513 inches heavens. What do I see? The eldest brother even followed that hateful human. What happened? Am I hallucinating? No, impossible. What is that guy in triangle doing? He didn't know it would have a bad effect on others. All the demons are boiling completely, especially when they see clearly the position of the Triangle Demons, their hearts just can't stand it. In addition to shock, there is more anger. They think that such a move by the Triangle Devil will greatly damage the image of the devil, only to see one by one is glared at the Triangle Devil. Although before they all thought that the Triangle Demon was the eldest, in fact, the gap between them was not so huge. It was just the momentum of the Triangle Demon that they were overwhelmed. But now the guy actually followed the hateful man. It's a little intolerable. And all the demons were shocked. This is beyond their imagination. Even though the Triangle Devil didn't speak up, looking at the performance of the Triangle Devil at the moment, they have guessed about it. But they couldn't accept it. It's unbelievable. That's the most powerful of all the demons. But now, it's hard to accept that they should show such a look. What do I see? I actually saw the Triangle Demon Lord following behind that hateful human. Has this been obeyed? Less nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Some people can't accept it. It's the best fighting force in the Devil Kingdom. But now there is such a situation. Where can they put their face? As if they had been insulted, all the demons were furious. In fact, their performance is also expected by the Triangle Devil. But at the moment, he really dare not speak, stand aside honestly, and even dare not look at these demons and demons. His heart is extremely suffocating. He didn't want things to develop like this, but he really can't help it. Otherwise, his life would not be guaranteed. Does dignity matter? Seeing these guys, Gao Peng said softly, "Wait, can you be my right arm?" Gao Peng's words are extremely domineering, as if he is the only one in the world. But behind him, the Triangle Devil turned his eyes directly and looked speechless. But it's just that you want everyone to be your little brother. How can you say such a big word, face? Although the Triangle God is in his heart, he dare not make complaints about it. He also wants to live for several more years, but he does not want to be killed in front of so many people. This act of death is not acceptable. But with Gao Peng's words, everyone was shocked completely, as if they had hallucinations. They looked at each other, and then they looked at Gao Peng in disbelief. This a hallucination? What did they hear? This human being even made them submit to be his right arm. Lie, slot, it's just intolerable that the courage of this human being has expanded to such a level. Can't bear it. Chapters 514 inches hateful human, who gives you courage? A god roared, his face full of anger. In addition to him, all the demons are completely angry. Whether or not the Triangle demons submit to him, they need dignity. I will submit to a hateful human. However, no matter how angry they were, Gao Peng waved gently and said, "If you help me educate them, if you are not honest then I'll do it myself. I don't know what will happen if I do it." Gao Peng seems to be indifferent, and what he said is even more irritating, as if you despise all the demons. But the gods just wanted to get angry. The Triangle demon stepped out directly, his eyes showed coldness, and he was not as cold as before. No, it should be said that he has no choice. When the Triangle God came out, everyone was quiet for a moment, and wanted to see what he would say. Anyway, he was the first one. Don't look at the Buddha's face. If you know each other, you should surrender quickly. Otherwise, I can't help you. At that time, I won't be merciful. You also know my strength. Although you have a large number of people, it is still unknown who wins or loses when I really get serious. As soon as the Triangle God spoke, all the people were shocked. Is this still the Triangle God they know? Why are they so different? For a while, their brains are a little confused. All the demons seemed to have no idea of him. They kept looking at him with wide eyes, as if they had found a new land. Here this guy, who knows what happened to this guy? Is it really transformational? No, it may have something to do with that hateful human being. Since he contacted that human being, he has completely changed. It should be said that after two people fight, it is like changing a person. Except for all the demons. Many demons are also shocked to see the Triangle demons, and then also to see Gao Peng. The Triangle Devil is the one they are proud of, but now. It was only a few minutes before the mutiny broke out, and he asked all the demons to submit to that human being. God, what's going on here? This change is too fast, which makes all of them can't accept it. They were proud of it and became enemies in an instant. What's more, the enemy actually called them to surrender. What's the name of this? What method did that hateful human do? Why did Lord Demon betray in an instant? He must have used mean means. Yes, this must be the case, otherwise, how could the Demon Lord yield so easily? Although all the demons are making excuses for the Triangle Devil, no matter what they say, as long as they give in, it also represents the Triangle Devil's own problems. It's just that they don't want to believe it. After all, every demon is equal to their faith. A demon who was killed before has already brought them huge impact, let alone now. Now the situation is more complicated, especially looking at the face of the Triangle Demon, all the demons feel suffocating. Chapters 515. No matter what kind of thoughts the demons have, the triangle demons look at them coldly, and they can't help themselves now. Who said he also has a sense of honor and disgrace? But in the end, I think life is more important. This human being is too evil. He dare not look down on each other easily. Even if there are so many demons here, he has some worries in his heart. Therefore, he finally succumbed to Gao Peng's lust and prestige. My time is limited. I have limited time for you to make a decision quickly. It's up to you to decide whether to die or not, said the triangle devil coldly, without any joke at all. Gao Peng is standing by holding his arms and looking at him quietly. There is nothing about him anyway. What's more, these guys can't bring him any promotion at all. Let them go, too. Now he only wants these guys to submit to him. When he brings all these demons to Sin Abyss, he will feel very powerful. But with the triangle, he doesn't have to work hard. All the demons looked at each other, and now their hearts were very hesitant, although they wanted to shout. Traitor. However, considering the strength gap between them, they finally calmed down, but how to choose in the end made them feel extremely difficult. Even the triangle gods have become like this. If they don't obey, who knows what will happen? So they're a little wobbly. Looking at the expression of the trigonometry god as if it was like ice, their hearts have been shaken. Immediately, everyone was caught off guard. Just now, the angry god said in unison, "Boss." Quiet, dead silence. I saw all the people staring at the demons as if they didn't know them. Gao Peng was also shocked. He had never seen such impudent guys. These guys had thicker skin than him. It's not just as thick as a wall. And there was no embarrassment on their faces, as if they were incomparably natural. The expression was just like a movie emperor. This makes Gao Peng deeply doubt that these guys are not all movie masters, are they? The trigonometry god is also slightly stunned. If you look carefully, you can see that his mouth slightly twitches. Naturally, the mood is not very good. These guys react too much in unison, just like they discussed it at the beginning. But before, their reaction was so fierce. Now, such a reversal is unacceptable. However, the triangle devil did not show any difference, but nodded his head with great satisfaction. Well, you'll be glad you're doing it wisely. After saying this, I didn't pay any attention to these demons. But when the triangle god didn't pay attention, all the gods rolled their eyes one after another. Although they didn't say a word at the moment, their inner activities were very rich. They really don't want to choose that. It's better to be able to do it than a human being, not to mention that hateful human being. It's just the trigonometry that makes them feel a little bit tricky. And that hateful human has some mysteries. He doesn't know what kind of ability he has. He looks at the triangle demon being tidied up to be obedient. They have no resistance at all. Chapters 516. Although Gao Peng was surprised by the response of these demons, he was satisfied with the final result. In this way, he almost ruled the whole devil kingdom. After all, the fighting power of the whole top is controlled by him. With these cutting-edge fighting power, he is almost the king of uncrowned from the side. However, Gao Peng was not too inflated. He can still remember the figure on the throne of skeleton, a guy who has brought him tremendous pressure all the time. Now, he has completely controlled the lifeblood of all the demons, no matter what kind of ideas these guys have in mind, as long as they dare to have a different heart. Then he can wipe them out without mercy. He has this confidence and confidence. So he had nothing to fear at all. Take a chance, maybe ask these guys if they know the figure on the throne of skeleton. Now he suddenly understood that the strength of that figure was so powerful that it did not belong to the ranks of demons. Maybe it's above the demons. And what kind of state is that? With his strength at the moment, it may be a little difficult for him to improve, and his current Xianxia has not completely passed through. This is the most sad place. However, Gao Peng is not flustered. For those who have such a strong constitution, Xianxia is nothing more than a source of strength for him. When all the demons put their eyes on Gao Peng suddenly took back his mood, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Your choice will not be wrong, and you will feel lucky in the future, because you chose to follow me. Not only have the benefits you can't imagine, but I can also lead you to appreciate different landscapes, so that you really realize that it's a clear decision to follow me." Everyone's face was speechless. I've never seen anyone boast like that. But also in front of so many people, this cheek is really thick enough, although all the demons in the presence feel extremely speechless. But no one contradicted. It can only be accepted gladly. All right, anyway, it's right to follow you. You're powerful. You're right. All the demons on the scene have been appointed. It's no wonder that they are too weak, but the human beings are too evil. There is no resistance at all. Just look at the lovely appearance of the triangle devil. They can know that there must be a secret, but now it's not the time for them to be curious about the baby. Can only quietly look at Gao Peng. For these guys, Gao Peng is very satisfied, at least now they are very honest. I don't ask much of you, just obey my orders. If any of you dare to ignore me, then don't blame me for being rude. I can't give you a second chance because I can't see sand in my eyes. Although Gao Peng said this sentence with a smile on his face, none of the demons on the scene smiled, they only felt cold all over. Looking at Gao Peng's eyes, there is a trace of fear. I always think this kind of person is not easy to provoke. Now speaking of this sentence, they feel a little bit scared. The triangle devil was trembling all over, and the corners of his mouth were twitching fiercely. His eyes were full of fear. Chapters 517. Seeing the reaction of the triangle demon is so fierce, all the other demons are quiet, though they still think it's weird. But they chose silence. It's better not to be the first bird. The devil knows what kind of means this human has. In the present situation, they are completely unable to cope. No matter what kind of thoughts these guys have, Gao Peng doesn't pay much attention to them, as long as they can be honest and obedient. Otherwise he doesn't mind letting these guys really try his hand. At the same time, all the demons don't know what words to use to describe the mood at the moment. The top fighting power of the whole devil kingdom has completely defected. God, what is the situation? Why are all the demons rebellious and willing to be under the control of that human being? What's the matter? My God, who is this human? Even let all the demons join him. Does he want the whole devil kingdom to disappear? No, he wants the devil kingdom to survive. Now most of the demons in the devil kingdom follow him, which greatly reduces the strength of the whole devil kingdom. If someone wants to revenge, then, here what should I do? Is it up to him to do so? All the demons have been completely confused. If all the demons leave the devil kingdom may be really in a mess. The combat power at the top is not available. Once it is found by some other enemies, they will definitely fall into chaos. They didn't dare to think more deeply. Every time they thought for a while, they felt the horror of that scene. This is to make the devil kingdom disorderly. However, their strength is too weak to help. This is the most painful part. Then they can only look at Gao Peng angrily, but they don't dare to speak out, and even they slowly start to regress. They're scared. This human being is too evil. If you don't like them, maybe they're really finished. Although I don't want to mess with the whole devil kingdom, it's still my own life. Compared with my own life, what's the relationship between chaos and them? This is a question of incomparable reality. No matter what they think, Gao Peng will not pay too much attention. These guys don't have any effect on him. They are just a group of ants. It's troublesome even to start. What's more, I have to care about what they are thinking. Now let these people all become his little brother, although not stable, but he did not care. As long as he fully reveals his muscles, these guys may slowly become honest. Gao Peng has such confidence. Only to see Gao Peng waved, said, "You are all away from this place." Gods of demons, Gao Peng said quietly, "I'm going to take a robbery first. If you are here, it will inevitably affect you. Although I don't care about the power of the scourge, whether it will suddenly soar or not, it may be an unacceptable thing for you. In order to let you not die in vain, you should stay away from here." Chapters 518. What's the situation? Why can he understand every word he said, but the combination of these words means that they are a little confused. Is this their problem? All the demons were stunned on the spot and looked at Gao Peng. They couldn't understand what Gao Peng said. But no matter what, they still went back a long way. No matter what Gao Peng meant, they just need to hide far away. In case of an emergency affecting them. Next second, they knew exactly what was going on. I saw Gao Peng release his breath completely. He was covered with a battle armor formed by lightning, and looked down at the golden light. It always gives people a feeling of incomparably sacred and powerful. In the sky, a moment will emerge countless dark clouds, thunder and lightning. The thunderstorm pools gather directly together, even the larger they gather. With their naked eyes, they can't see how huge they are. It gave them a fright. My God, is this really a disaster? Why is it so huge? I always feel that the energy gathered above can make our fly ash smoke go out. If there is such a calamity, then we should just commit suicide. Can we survive it? It's a terrible robbery. I've never seen such a terrible robbery. Just the power I feel now makes me shiver. It's not that I'm timid, but it's so horrible. All the demons are boiling completely, only to see that they are all stupid. Never seen such a terrible day. The huge thunder pool made them feel their hearts were shaking. At this time, they really realized how terrible the robbery Gao Peng needed to cross was. At the same time, they have been regressing without hesitation. With the power of this scourge, it will certainly affect a wide range. They dare not be within the scope of the scourge. This is just the beginning. If someone dared to stay within the scope of the sky robbery, it will double the power of the sky robbery. Is it still possible for people to survive? There is no one who can resist such a terrible scourge. At this time, they feel a natural fear. When the evil spirits cross the robberies, they are at a disadvantage. What's more, the power of the present robberies is so terrible. They dare not mix in. One by one, they are shocked to see Gao Peng. They really don't know what this human has done to attract such a terrible force of natural calamity. Even if his strength is improved, it's not necessary to be so intimidating, is it? In addition to these demons, those demons run faster. They just don't want to rush out. They also feel that the power of terror is gathering. No one dares to make fun of his own life, especially in this situation of death. What's the matter with this human being? How can he attract such a terrible force of natural calamity? Is his strength really so terrible? The strength of the sky robbers represents the strength of the people who cross the robbers. Of course, this is only a general scope, but more or less, it can also assess the strength of a person. But now, this hateful human has caused such a terrible catastrophe. Doesn't that mean is his strength terrifying? Chapters 519. As all the demons began to evacuate, they realized what was real terror. No matter how they evacuate, even the thunder pool in the air can't see the edge at a glance, and they can't escape easily at all. It makes their hearts tremble all the time. If they don't evacuate in time, doesn't that mean they will be destroyed by the sky? No number. Quick, get out of here, run away, everyone. This human being is so evil. It's a natural disaster. This is clearly the end of the world. It's terrible to destroy all of us. My God, is this a real disaster? I've never seen such a terrible disaster. I can't see it at a glance. At the moment, all the demons are in complete despair. They have tried their best, but now they haven't seen the boundary, which makes them give up. But the ultimate desire to survive makes them run ceaselessly. In fact, it's not only these demons, but also those demons. Their speed is naturally extremely fast, and a few steps seem to pass through. But even so, it took them some time to get out of the sky. At this time, they really realized how terrible this scourge was, and only saw that they looked at each other. They see fear in each other's eyes. Now they really know how terrible this human being is, which is not the level that a normal person can reach at all. And now they're taking care of it. No, it should be said that they are completely afraid of Gao Peng, which is not something they can deal with at all. It can be seen from the robbery that they are not rivals. At the same time, they also understood why the Triangle Devil behaved so abnormally, and they were also a little sober. Fortunately, we chose a wise move. It's hard to imagine what would happen if we didn't choose to surrender at that time. I guess it's going to be ashes. As soon as the answer came out, all the demons were silent. It is undeniable that their strength is indeed very strong. It depends on who they are compared with. Gao Peng, who is like a monster, is not used for comparison at all. That's a blow to self-esteem. After more than a quarter of an hour, most of the magic talents have completely escaped from the place covered by the scourge, but at this time they dare not stay at all. It's still a desperate run out. They are really scared. Who knows what will happen next? They don't want to be involved again. It's really challenging people's psychological endurance. It's terrible. Is this really the power of the scourge? I've never felt such a terrible place. Who is this human? This should be a monster, otherwise how could it attract such a terrible force of heaven? If all of us are so terrible, all of us don't have to think about promotion, just wait for death. Those devils who escaped from heaven gasped for breath. Among them, there are many magic emperors, but now they all look very embarrassed, where there is the image of a hegemon. Chapters 520. This scene in front of them completely refreshes their cognition. Let them really realize that there are many amazing things in the world, not what they see, but the whole world. It's just like the disaster in front of them. It's totally different from what they experienced. When they gasped for breath, they could also feel the thunder pool in the sky. Just such a feeling, They feel their hearts begin to shake, there is no courage to face. How can we survive this catastrophe? It's terrible. No matter what these people think, Gao Peng looks at it with a smile, which is a disaster for others and a pleasure for him. It's not that he's completely safe from the scourge. Just because of his constitution, he can ignore it. At the same time, the power of natural calamity can also make him improve his strength, which is clearly born for him. He still remembers the feeling before. When all the power of the scourge is injected into his body, he will feel that his strength is improving, especially when using the constitution, and its strength reaches the peak in an instant. That feeling is just wonderful. He can't forget a moment. At this time, he is slowly waiting for the complete cohesion of the whole minefield, which will be the peak of the scourge. And then we can assimilate the power of the scourge without mercy. Although he is not afraid of it, he dare not neglect it and is ready to deal with it at any time. Ha ha, come on, let me see your fierce attack, and let the storm be stronger. Gao Peng shouted and directly covered up all the voices of the Laiki. He saw that the whole area was reverberating with his voice. All the people heard his cry. I saw them staring at Gao Peng one by one, and then all the people were shocked. Is this man mad? This is clearly to pick and challenge the sky. It's such a terrible disaster that I dare to pick and challenge like this. Is it not fast enough to select the site in time? They really can't imagine that this human should do such a crazy thing, and with their shock, one by one, they all made a cry. This human must be crazy. Who dares to be so aggressive? That's not the way to die, is it? My God, am I hallucinating? Unless there is something wrong with the human brain, he can't do such a crazy move. This time, it's going to be the end of the game. No, this is self-destruction. In addition to the comments of these demons, the demons are strangely silent. It's not that they don't want to express their inner thoughts. They just don't dare to speak freely, though in common sense. Gao Peng can't resist the terrible disaster. However, it can attract such a terrible force. Is that a normal person? It's obviously not, so how can we say that he can't survive this disaster? No one dares to make sure, even these demons are the same, so they all choose silence one by one. They don't want to express their opinions easily. Who knows if they will be caught by others? If that human can know, their fate will be extremely miserable. So say less, say nothing. Chapters 521. Although all the demons dare not open their mouths easily, it doesn't mean that they have no ideas in their hearts. On the contrary, their psychological activities are more frequent. One wants to see Gao Peng die in the sky. Only in this way can they be truly free. Even if they don't really die in the cataclysm, they will be seriously injured at least, so that they have a chance. Of course, it's just their inner activity. No one dares to show it. For their ideas, if Gao Peng is to know, Gao Peng will only tell them. It's not a matter of minutes and minutes. It's not a hopeless situation. With Gao Peng's cry, the thunder pool in the sky suddenly surged, one after another terrible lightning, slowly flashing. At the same time, with the sound of terror, the whole area suddenly became quiet. Some of them were just the sound of thunder and lightning. Boom boom boom, one after another. It's a big, terrifying noise. The first robbery fell directly. The speed is beyond everyone's imagination, but what's more amazing is that Gao Peng doesn't even dodge. On the contrary, he opened his arms as if to embrace this scourge. My God, is this human being really crazy? If he is such a robber, how many lives are not enough to die? It's not that they are shocked, but what Gao Peng is doing now is too crazy, and everyone is careful to cross the robbery. It's impossible to hide, but it's not like him to bear the power of natural calamity with his body completely. What's not the act of seeking death? No one's body can completely withstand the power of the sky robbery. Once the power of the sky robbery is completely filled in his own body, he will die suddenly. But Gao Peng did so. How can this not shock them? The eyes are almost falling off. Here, so not afraid of death. Does he think his body can withstand the power of the scourge? Crazy. This is a complete madness. My God, never seen such a crazy person. Even if the strength of how powerful, it is impossible to overestimate in their own body. Even if it's us, we can't use our bodies to hide the power of the scourge. It's just looking for death. Gao Peng did it whether he wanted to die or not. With the shouts of the crowd, the sky disaster fell directly on Gao Peng. A dazzling flash of light. All people seem to have lost their eyesight, but this does not prevent them from trying to open their eyes, first to see how Gao Peng will end. There are even a lot of people looking forward to seeing how the arrogant guy will die. But when they opened their eyes slightly, they stared at each other instantly. What did they see? That hateful human being was undamaged, full of the power of thunder and lightning all over his body, even with a smile in his eyes. He has been destroyed for a long time, but his place is intact, especially his current breath, but there is no chaos. It doesn't look like it's injured at all, and there is a glimmer of print right in it. This a daze. Otherwise, how could such a horrific scene appear? How could this human being be intact? Even the breath on my body has risen a little. My God, this must be a hallucination, or else I haven't wake up yet. Chapters 522. Those demons also wiped their eyes, as if they had hallucinations. But no matter how they wipe it, it's all in vain. Depending on their strength at the moment, they will not have hallucinations at all, and are more unlikely to be mistaken because of their own eyes. It's just that they can't believe it. But now looking at the undamaged figure, they have to believe it. But how could it be? What kind of monster is this? It's impossible for human beings or demons to bear the power of natural calamity with their own bodies, but the guy in front of them has done it. It's more about keeping your hair intact. What a strong body it is. Shocked everyone, but Gao Peng shook his head slightly, automatic speaking to himself, suck. That's just a little bit of an improvement. If you follow this speed, when should you wait? No, it's a waste of time. Then I'd better speed it up. No one hears what he is talking about. If he hears it, he will feel incredible. It's still more incredible. Even some people think that the speed of the fall of the sky robbery is too slow. Which one of them doesn't want the speed of the fall of the sky robbery to be a little slower? Only in this way can they have time to prepare. Where can be like Gao Peng? On the contrary, he dislikes the speed of the sky robbery. Then I only saw Gao Peng looking at the sky. Without any hesitation, the whole person rose to the sky and rushed directly into the minefield. Lightning. The whole sky seemed to burst, and the thunder in the thunder pool became more violent, occasionally flashing a shadow of lightning. Each surrounded Gao Peng, and they were completely angry. Tianji is a rule, but now it is completely ignored by Gao Peng. How can Tianji not be angry? Under everyone's shocked eyes, Gao Peng even fought against Tianji. No, it should be said to be unilateral rolling. Every time Gao Peng makes a fist, he absorbs the power of Tianji. The time has not passed at all. The whole Liqi has shrunk several times. It seems that the power has gradually decreased a lot. Even the momentum began to get smaller, but even so, Gao Peng was still happy. If you can feel it carefully, you can know how terrible Gao Peng's strength is at this moment. His armor has changed slowly. The color has changed a little. But even so, Gao Peng still didn't want to stop. All the demons below can hear Gao Peng's voice from time to time, which makes them completely shocked. It's too easy, isn't it? It seems that these days did not bring him any pressure at all. Ha 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 ha, come on, all in my bowl. You are too weak. Don't you have more powerful power of the scourge? If it's just like this, then you can be my strength, become my strength, and I will lead you to defend the world and sweep the universe. Such a voice came out from time to time, but at this time, no one doubted Gao Peng, only thought that the human was too fierce. The fiercest man they've ever seen. No one. Chapters 523 inches this. What's going on? Why is Liqi getting smaller? Do you say, my God, is this still a robbery? I've never seen anyone do this before. It's just amazing. It's too terrible. Such a terrible Scorpio is just like his energy in his hands. Let him knead it at will. What kind of guy is it? People stared at all this, especially after Liqi gradually became smaller. They found out something wrong completely. At this time, I feel more shocked. They didn't live through the natural calamity. Naturally, they knew how terrible the power of the natural calamity was. Especially at this moment, the boundless minefield. That's hopeless. But now, this human even rushed into the minefield directly, and soon the minefield began to shrink. When they looked carefully, they saw that this human being was absorbing the power of Liqi. With its absorption, Liqi gradually became smaller and smaller. The power is not as terrible as before. That's how they feel incredible. No one has ever been such a robber, at the same time. They cannot imagine, but now, they actually saw it with their own eyes. How can this not shock them? One by one, their eyes are widened, and they don't want to miss this scene. No matter how the human beings do it, it can give them a complete lesson. All things are not fixed, only bold attempts can break through the existing confinement. This is something that some people have learned a little bit. Of course, even if you understand it, without that ability, everything is in vain. Just after all the people were shocked, Gao Peng absorbed the power of Liqi more and more quickly, only to see the endless Liqi shrinking slowly, reduced to normal size. And this is not all, only to see Gao Peng is still not let go of any power of Thunder Pool, as if the sky robbery has appeared a little resistance. In the past, he would occasionally turn into a man-shaped scourge, but now he even wants to dissipate. It's not complete. There's no power. It's just that the power of Tianji doesn't want Gao Peng to absorb it. This scene directly shocked everyone. My god, it's too scary. What kind of ferocious person can this result be achieved? They just can't imagine that they can only stare at Gao Peng's figure on the Great Bank, especially the power of the natural calamity, which is about to dissipate. And what shocked them even more was that the human was still very dissatisfied. Hello, what do you mean? Why do other people always have a beginning and an end when they cross the robberies? When they come to me, they are just like a tiger and a snake. You look down on people, cried Gao Pengji with great dissatisfaction. And when all the people heard his words, the corners of their mouths twitched one after another. Even his face was speechless. The reason why other people have a beginning and an end is that other people come to rob in accordance with the routine, and you are different. You are already very regular. Can heaven's power not run? Let you absorb it again, then it will be really absorbed by you. Where is the face of heaven robbery? Don't you want face? Chapters 524. No matter how Gao Peng is shouting, the power of heaven's calamity has completely dissipated, as if fear has been absorbed again. The speed is amazing. Gao Peng wanted to catch up with him again, but his speed was not as fast as that of the sky robbers. In a short time, the power of the sky robbers dissipated. The sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, was cleared in an instant. No, it should be said that the original appearance of the Devil Kingdom has been restored. Looking at the sky disaster that has been completely dissipated, all the people are completely stunned. At this time, their hearts are extremely shocked. Never seen such a wonderful day. That time, the heaven robbery was not majestic, which made the robbers unable to stop, but now, it's unheard of and unheard of to run away. Once it really gets out, it's amazing. Only to see people staring at Gao Peng, at this time they do not know what to say, there is a blank directly in their mind. When Gao Peng came down, they still didn't come back to their senses. However, Gao Peng muttered in great depression, how can it disappear? It's not fair that I haven't finished the robbery yet. Everyone else has a beginning and an end, but when I come here, I will become a tiger with a tail and a tiger with a tail. I'm really angry. With Gao Peng's voice just falling, people are slowly returning to their senses. At the same time, all the people have turned a white eye, is speechless looking at Gao Peng. You may as well say that. You don't see what you're going to do. Everyone else is in line with the rules and regulations, and you're directly in the minefield. What's more, we have absorbed all the power of the minefield. The whole boundless minefield is about to disappear completely. What if others don't dissipate automatically? The final results are not all absorbed by you. It is better to dissipate automatically. Anyway, the final results are the same. Although all the people are speechless, Gao Peng's words at the moment, no one can speak directly. What they mean now is that how terrible this human being is, it's not just the power. It gives people a beast-like atmosphere all over the body. Is this really a human being? It's not like the human they know. In their legends, human beings can only serve as their food, but now the emergence of this human being completely breaks their cognition and makes them aware. Human beings, there is also a very horrible existence. Such as Gao Peng. In fact, when Gao Pengdu was robbed, the figure on the throne of skeleton had been concerned for a long time, but he was still indifferent. Although he felt so surprised, especially what Gao Peng did, he felt extremely surprised. But even so, he didn't want to disrupt his plan. Instead, Gao Peng was allowed to improve his own strength. He believes that this human will fulfill his promise, and no one will refuse the temptation he gives. At the same time, he has great confidence. No matter who comes, he can suppress it all at once. This is his confidence in his own strength. Therefore, he didn't worry too much. After watching Gao Peng improve his strength, he felt extremely happy, and only in this way can he leave for further separation. Chapters 525. The figure on the throne of skeleton looks up at the sky. Although the sky is still gray, it presents another scene in his eyes. His eyes were a little dull, as if they had penetrated the whole sky. Should it's coming. If you let those guys come, I'm afraid I'm in some trouble. You'd better get rid of these shackles as soon as possible, otherwise it's me who will suffer. I hope that person doesn't let me down. In fact, he had his own plan long before. That is to cultivate the demons in the Devil Kingdom, and let these demons open a channel to Xing Yuan continent for him, as long as a stable channel is really opened. Then he can absorb more power. At the same time, when the two boundaries are connected, the shackles on him will be completely loose. At that time, he can also directly break away from the shackles of the present. At the same time, free body is restored. But now, the plan can't keep up with the change. He suddenly felt that those guys were coming, which made him feel that time was becoming more and more urgent. Otherwise, he would not have taken such an action without any plan. But it ended in failure. However, thanks to the appearance of Gao Peng, he saw a glimmer of hope. Although this human is only a superficial promise, he believes that no one can withstand his temptation. Especially the temptation to leave the continent of sin. When the strength has reached a certain level, it is natural that we do not want to be trapped in a cage forever. Everyone wants to break free from the shackles on himself. Let yourself completely free. As a result, they have enormous confidence. So when he saw Gao Peng's various actions, although some doubts, he did not want to stop the meaning. Instead, Gao Pengshi was allowed to do it. Although the figure on the throne of skeleton felt that time was pressing, he had no fear at all. Perhaps in his view, those who are coming will not threaten him at all, at best, only cause him some trouble. But that's all. Otherwise, he would not just have a sense of urgency. But it's going to get him in trouble. Gao Peng seemed to feel that vision, turned around to look at the distance, while the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh, I can't do anything about you for the time being, but when all my strength has reached the top, that's when you're gone. Gao Peng will never forget that the existence that brought him enormous pressure has been watching him all the time. Whenever he felt someone peeping, he knew it must be that guy. Although he felt extremely unhappy inside, since he got the system, there is nothing that can make him feel suffocating. But since meeting that guy, he has felt a sense of crisis. Even if there is a system, it can't let him solve this crisis in an instant. It also made him more aware that he could not rely on the system all the time, but he could not find a way out for a while. That puts him in this awkward position. But he doesn't think it will be far. As long as he has all reached the top, then he can improve again. And that guy will never be his threat again. Chapters 526. Although Gao Peng feels a little bit regretful, he can only do this. Maybe he can do it well next time he crosses the robberies. After such a thought, Gao Peng's eyes brightened. I think he found a good way out, but I didn't fully conceive it. But then he didn't think too much. Now, his strength has also been improved. If he stays in the Devil Kingdom, there will be no chance. On the contrary, it may be spied by that guy at any time. This is not what he wanted to see at all, so he had the idea of returning for a long time, especially with so many demons. It's not too tempting. At this time, he looked at the triangle demon and said, "You should know the passage to the debris continent, right? Who of you knows to tell me that we'll start right now?" All the demons looked at each other and saw some helplessness from each other's eyes. Although they don't want to leave, they can't help it now. Without any hesitation, the triangle demon started to lead the way in the front, but all the demons followed in the back. They don't want to die. So we have to be honest. Naturally, Gao Peng is not afraid of their ideas. However, once someone dares to play tricks, he will suppress them. It's nothing more than a quick kill. If he didn't want to take these guys for a good show, he wouldn't take these guys with him. The weak ones are useless. The main thing is that they are not loyal enough. They are useless. None of them are easy to use. This made Gao Peng instantly miss Liu Chengjian. Whenever he thought about it, he felt that it was good to have such a person around him. At the very least, he can share his worries and solve his difficulties, which saves him a lot of troubles. It's just that Liu Chengjian's strength is too weak after all, otherwise you can take him everywhere. In fact, Gao Peng's strength has been improved too fast. The average person has no one to catch up with. For a long time, they finally reached the entrance. This is also a very strange place, surrounded by space, cracks as if the space is extremely unstable. It's a thrill to watch. Although Gao Peng is not afraid, he doesn't want to get involved in any place for no reason. I saw a little cold in his eyes, looking at the triangle demon. And the triangle demon was so watched that he couldn't help shivering. He hurriedly explained, "This is the entrance to the fragmentary continent. I have never lied, I've been in this place before. Although it looks dangerous, it's really this place. I'll take my life." The rest of the demons were afraid to speak. They were really afraid and unconsciously stepped on the minefield. Obviously, Gao Peng can't trust them on his own, and now he can't be directly at their mercy. But it's not like he's lying to see the triangle demon, but Gao Peng doesn't care at all, as long as he can enter the fragmented continent. So he said softly, "I don't know if your words are true or false, but I advise you not to cheat me. Otherwise the first one to die must be yours." Said this sentence, Gao Peng also did not give them any room to think, waved directly, then rolled them into this space crack together. Chapters 527 The Entrance to a Fragmented Continent. With Gao Peng entering the Devil Kingdom, the battle of genius is really on the right track. However, Gao Peng's name is still hanging high above the first place, just like an insurmountable mountain. However, there are not too many people to pay attention to. Occasionally just think of that fierce man, but he is dead or alive, and there are not too many people to guess. But there is a definition in everyone's mind. That's 10 dead and no life. Because the only magic emperor has been killed, so the magic people here have not been so powerful, as time goes by. A large part of human beings have come out of the debris continent, but some of them are completely sleeping in the debris continent. But the people who appear more or less have a lot of gains. Ha 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 ha, with my current achievements, I can definitely get a place. I'm sure I can get a place, too. No, it's still too early to make a final decision. After all, there are several rounds of screening after all. Now the quota has not been completely determined. It's better to be careful. What's more uncertain, a lot of people have died in it, especially that arrogant guy. He must have died in the Devil Kingdom. When someone suddenly said this, all the people were quiet for a moment. In fact, they don't want to discuss that person at all. It really brings them too much pressure, just like a mountain, which can't be overstepped at all. What's more, what that man did made them dare not discuss it easily. No one knows if he really died in the Devil Kingdom. If they really let their words spread to that person's ears, they will be really unable to eat. Even the forces behind them may not be able to protect them. However, not everyone is taboo. There is a better relationship with the charm of Chinese people, a look dismissive said. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a dead man. It scares you. Even if he is still alive, he doesn't know when he will come back. Why do you fear him? This man is very arrogant, his power is not strong, and his own strength is not strong. The reason why he can survive is that he is lucky, or he has already died in the hands of the devil. With his words spread out, immediately aroused many people's resonance, also do not know whether the heart is jealous, or in itself in the dark. I always feel uncomfortable watching Gao Peng. But they couldn't help but gather together. These people seem to be hostile to Gao Peng, but they don't know if they are not lucky. No, it should be said that without Gao Peng, how could they survive? It has been torn alive by the devil man for a long time. But now they dare to be envious and don't look at their own weight. They are not at the same level, but they can have such emotions. Perhaps in their view, if they are given enough cultivation resources, they can also reach this point. What kind of confidence is this? Many people have already seen what these guys have done, but they don't care. This kind of guy can only be weak after all. Chapters 528 Just as the guys slowly gathered together, a man came directly. That's Wasteland. With 2 big hammers in his hands, he came step by step, followed by Zhao Shangyu. There was a disdainful smile in both eyes. As they passed the group, their steps stopped a little. The weak will never find a reason from themselves, but they will only envy others. You will not look at your ugly face. Your own strength is incomparable rubbish, which means to blame others for everything. Shame on you. Although there is no clear explanation for the war, all people know who he is talking about, and he does not stay at all. Of course, he was not afraid. I just don't want to be with the garbage. It's like lowering his level. Zhao Shangyu also glanced at these guys and said, it's just a group of rubbish that survived. Who gave you the courage? You think your life is too long. If that's the case, I don't mind giving you a ride. When he said this, he paused a little bit and looked at these guys carefully. When all the people lowered their heads, he left with a cold snort, a group of guys without seed. They will only press blindly there, but when they are allowed to make a real move, they are desperately counseled. I don't know how lucky these guys are. In that case, they can survive. Many talented people have died there. In the waste it's just too incredible to be able to walk out alive. But he didn't say much, these guys are just looking for death. Again and again, I was humiliated. These guys are totally pissed off. Only to see their eyes scanning around. When they saw Liu Chengjian and others, anger broke out completely. Let's go and give those guys a good lesson. At this time, they were already angry, and before that, they also paid attention to the small interaction between Gao Peng and Liu Chengjian, although it seemed very hidden. But they saw it. At this time, being humiliated by others again and again naturally makes their face a little hard to put down. So I came up with this method. Liu Chengjian and others also feel some inexplicable at the moment, because he actually saw a group of people coming towards them, and it seems that there are still some fierce momentum. Liu Chengjian was slightly shocked and said, "What are these guys doing? Did we offend them?" Everyone shook their heads one after another, saying that they were also confused. And when they were still a little confused, the group of guys had already flown over, only to see their faces were showing anger. Especially the first leader, he looked at Gongsun Dong and others, then directly roared, "Waste, your master. You servants, who gave you the courage to stay here? And what qualifications do you have to stay here?" As soon as he said this, the surroundings were quiet. All the people stared at him, as if there was a hallucination, which was unbelievable. It's like listening to a fantasy. Chapters 529. Gongsun Dong was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would talk to him like this, and he was still a group of young people. Although he is now totally subordinated to Gao Peng, it does not mean that his strength is weak. He is a half-emperor, an elder of great power. After being stunned, his face suddenly showed a smile of pondering. "Ha ha, I didn't expect that you little guys are kind enough to dare to talk to me like this. Is it your elders who didn't educate you well? If this is the case, let me not mind to educate you for them and let you know what it means to respect the elders." With Gongsun Dong's words out, all the people were stunned. Only seeing all people at this time can we notice Gongsun Dong and others. Maybe no one has paid attention to their actions before, or even paid a little attention to them. So they are ignored. But when Gongsun Dong opened his mouth, they really noticed. At this time, the crowd gloated at the group of guys. That expression is just wonderful. These guys are too bold, aren't they? No matter how hateful they are, if they don't know the identity of each other, they will act recklessly. Ha ha, I think it's really tragic this time. Even their elders dare not talk like this. Maybe they are too domineering and arrogant in general, which makes them forget themselves too much. I don't want to see where it is. There are so many big people hiding here. Everything is low-key. They all talked about it. It was like a frying pan. But more people are watching with interest. It's not easy for the war of genius to end. Then there's such a bustle. How can this not make them feel interesting? Not to mention all the people present, those guys who are dissatisfied with Gao Peng's heart, now their expressions become extremely wonderful. They can't imagine how to know illegally, and things will develop like this. Originally they just want to vent their inner dissatisfaction. But who knows, it will provoke Gongsun Dong. Now they have nothing to say when they look at all these things. Unfortunately, to this extent, what else can they say? Gongsun Dong doesn't care so much. These guys dare to say that. They just don't take him seriously. At the moment, he smiled sarcastically and stared at them. "Let me teach you how to be a good man." He hasn't fully moved, just a step forward. Those guys were quick to talk. Especially the leader, whose face became extremely ugly, said, "No, don't get close to me. If you dare to move us, our elders will definitely trouble you. If you want to die, you can move me." Although he seemed extremely flustered, his voice was still unusually hard, but when his voice just fell, all people looked at him speechless. Even those who are behind him look at him helplessly. "Lie, slot, is it that you don't die fast enough? Even dare to say such words, early death doesn't hurt us." And the rest of them, their eyes were just as strange as seeing a fool. Chapters 530. They've never seen such an idiot. At first, it's just enough to offend others because of saying wrong things. Now it's still threatening. Is this the real brainpower, or is it already in the water? Many people looked at him speechless. Gongsun Dong himself was stunned. Unexpectedly, he dared to threaten him. Is this guy in the water? Otherwise, there is a hole in his mind. Otherwise, how could he threaten him at this time? No matter what, this guy has to teach a lesson. Otherwise, everyone can be domineering in front of him. Doesn't it mean that his face is completely lost? Gongsun Dong smiled, but he didn't get angry at all. He just felt that these guys had a little bit in front of him. You are very kind, it's the best kind of guy I've ever seen. Dare to threaten me face to face, very strong. Then Gongsun Dong took a step and appeared directly in front of the group. Boom! A huge fire shadow swept out and attacked with unstoppable force. There was a little shaking in the space, even a little space crack. Everyone didn't respond, but Gongsun Dong has already done it. Those people were shocked and lost their luster. They did not expect Gongsun Dong to make a sudden move. However, when they wanted to dodge, a hot feeling came on them. Bad. There was a huge flash of fire, and all of them lost their eyes, as did many of the people present. After a while, the people around have just recovered their vision. When they look at the past, they are all staring at it. Because, in their eyes suddenly appeared a few bald, even eyebrows have disappeared, but their clothes are still retained. This may be Gongsun Dong's mercy. He didn't kill them directly. He just made them hairless. But that's it. Everyone was shocked. This horrible means in that precise control, which is impossible for ordinary people. But Gongsun Dong is easy. Even looking at his smile like a mockery, we can know that he did it on purpose. It's not just everyone who's here who's stunned. The same is true of that group of people. At the beginning, when they felt that they were in good condition, they were secretly relieved. But when I found that all the people looked at them with a very strange eyes, I suddenly felt something was wrong. In particular, feel the cool on their head, as if it is instilled by a cold air from the top of their head, so that they feel a trace of cool. So they touched their heads, and they were shocked. At the same time, they made a scream, and then someone directly made a water mirror, when they really saw what they looked like. The eyes are all protruding directly, as if it is unbelievable. No number. No way. How could I be like this? I don't believe it. Which monster is this? It's not. This group of people can't believe that they have become like this. It's a living hairless monster. All the hair on the whole head has been burned. It's just like a brine egg. It's just like a changed person. This makes their hearts some cannot accept. Chapters 531 inches. Ha 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 ha. These stewed eggs, how lovely. Is this really the group just now? It's too ugly. I've seen the ugliest people. When they saw the appearance of those people clearly, they couldn't help laughing. There wasn't a proper shape at all. The images of these people are just too funny. Immediately cut off everyone's smile. Even Gongsun Dong also showed a smile, very satisfied with his works now. Especially looking at the heads like brine eggs, the smooth ones are almost reflective. But as everyone laughed, the faces of those people became extremely ugly, and they were as black as the bottom of the pot. But there is no one to sympathize with, let alone speak for these guys. Those who make these guys have no self-knowledge and don't know each other's identity, dare to speak up. This is the act of seeking death. Now all the people here are just watching their jokes. Lu Chungjin wrote down all this in silence. He knew that once Gao Peng came back, he would definitely calculate the general ledger. However, just then, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Gongsun Dong. Is it too much for you to do so? All the people are slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, there are still people standing up to talk. Is this looking for trouble? This in itself is the trouble caused by those brine eggs themselves. What's the situation of these two guys now? Or are these two the elders of those guys? After such a thought, many people's eyes narrowed slightly, trying to confirm what kind of force these two guys were. Gongsun Dong also narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a sense of terror around him. He just wanted to teach these guys a lesson. But now when these two people suddenly appear, their nature has completely changed. If they don't give these guys some warning, they really think that he's completely finished. Although Gongsun Dong has completely separated from the Extreme Fire Alliance, it does not mean that his strength has degenerated, so he can just use these guys to consolidate his position. Of course, it can also be said to be an example. If not for Emperor Wu, few people are his opponents. The breath he gave out at this time became more and more dangerous. What are you? I can't go too far. Everyone here can give me a certificate. What are you guys qualified to question me in front of me? Or are you two in a hurry to give birth? I don't know why, the whole space exudes a very horrible hot feeling. Some people with low strength feel that the water around them evaporates directly. Gongsun Dong is afraid of Gao Peng, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of the rest. Especially these two guys in front of him are nothing more than rubbish, which can't pose a threat to him at all. Although these two guys are half emperors, there is also a gap between half-emperors and half-emperors. That's why he has such a strong base. For a moment, the air calmed down. All the people stopped breathing, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, just quietly watching Gongsun Dong and the two guys suddenly came out. Chapters 532 and the two guys choked. They didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant, so the strength of the two of them is not very strong. Can be so blatant by people less face, especially in the face of so many people, which makes their face suddenly black. The eyes also slowly become bad. The atmosphere around slowly became strange. And many people just hold the attitude of watching a good play. After all, it's none of their business. You said what about the two guys? What else can I do? The strength is not good. Of course, they can only escape with their tails in their hands. Who makes them like to be the first bird? They are so nosy. It's just an act of looking for death, and they don't look at the strength of each other. Ha ha, I guess it's to try to win over each other. Otherwise, how could I do such a stupid thing? But they must be in a dilemma now. In addition to the beginning of the quiet, now many people have begun to talk about it. When everyone talks about it, they are even more unscrupulous. No one is afraid of those two guys at all. When they heard everyone talking about them, the expression on their faces couldn't be better, but they couldn't get angry. Many people on the court are stronger than them, not to mention there are so many strong players on the court. Once it really causes public anger, it can't leave here. So they are nothing more than the end of the game. But they finally vent all their anger on Gongsun Dong. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. Oh, am I arrogant? Who is so arrogant? It's none of your business, isn't it? And you have too much control over it. Don't you know what to do and what not to do? These guys dare to talk in front of me like this. Are they looking down on me? Don't you know how to respect the elders? Now you say I am arrogant. I am arrogant to show you. Gongsun Dong's voice just fell. The whole sky seemed to be burned by the fire, and he walked out step by step. It seems that there is no intention of stopping, and many people around have retreated and don't want to get involved. But seeing Gongsun Dong's disagreement, he was ready to go, which made those two people look like the bottom of the pot, but they were afraid of each other and hesitated for a while. At this time, it's just like riding a tiger. Those guys behind are not their descendants, just some relationships. People want to settle this conflict as they are. But who knows that the other side is so disrespectful? Of course it's also their fault that they didn't see the situation clearly. I don't want to see what those guys just said, but I dare to step in like this. It's not looking for death. With Gongsun Dong's approaching slowly, the two people's hearts are also a burst of tension, although it is said that the two people may not be invincible together. But the ultimate cost is still enormous. For a few children know, it should be said that they need to pay such a huge price for this human relationship. For a time, they had some regrets. But they have been riding on the tiger, even if regret has no effect, can only be on the scalp. Chapters 533. Looking at these two people's behavior, Gongsun Dong smiled coldly and didn't want to let him go. Boom! A slight hot flame came out and directly attacked the two men. There was a slight crack in the space where they passed. Where we passed, all of us retreated. No one dared to try to take this terrible attack. Even those two people's faces changed at the moment. They didn't expect that the other side would say to start, or even attack with such terror. Here it's too horrible, it's just terrible. There are cracks in the whole space. What kind of attack is this? It will cause such a huge response. Everyone was shocked, not that they didn't see the strong, but they felt that just one of them would have such terrible power. It's still hard for them to accept. More or shock, however just when they were shocked, a more strange force cut directly into the flame, making the flame unable to inch in. After a while, the flame went out. What? Gongsun Dong was shocked. Unexpectedly, someone else would make a sudden move at this time and stop him. Who is it? Only to see him at this time like a glance around, but did not find what he needs to look for, and all the people present are also beginning to look for. After all, it's clear that someone is fighting Gongsun Dong's face when they are shooting. Who is it? This guy even made a move at this time. Does he want to offend each other completely? No matter whether the strength of the other party is strong or weak, you must have offended others to death and deepened the face of others by acting rashly. When many people think about it, they want to find out who did it. At this time, Gongsun Dong has been offended completely. They naturally want to know who did it and who had such courage. But when all the people are looking for the hand, Lu Chengqing's face suddenly changed, and then he said, "It's the guide." As soon as he uttered this sentence, several people beside him also changed their faces, although they all came from the Middle Kingdom. But they are nothing more than Emperor Wu who maintains order, which does not mean that they are really so powerful. And their power itself is not big, but for foreign countries, their status is extremely noble. Comparatively speaking, it is not a level at all with the guide. When Lu Chengqing's words came out, a man dressed in a black robe came out, and his whole body exuded a strange smell. People can't see his face clearly at all, and can't detect his strength at the same time. In the end, he is strong and weak, and only feels that this person is extremely mysterious. When Gongsun Dong saw it at the first sight, he began to be alert. It's not that he didn't know the existence of the guide, just that he didn't remember it for a while. At this time when he saw clearly what the guide was wearing, he woke up and his face became very ugly. I didn't expect that the guide would show up, which is a bit bad. Chapters 534 inches. Who is it let you do it here? When all the people were quietly looking at the guide suddenly spoke. And there is no emotion in his tone, as if it is like a robot, giving people a very cold feeling. But that's it. Gongsun's cold sweat came out directly. At this time, he completely remembered the presence of the guide. Every guide is a strong one between heaven and earth. Even in the middle region, they are extremely powerful, and they will lead people from other regions into the middle region every time. This is their duty. At the same time, they have the duty to maintain order. If someone dares to do something against order between genius wars, they will stand up. And every time you make a shot, it's thunder that kills everything. No one has a chance to explain. Now, this guide didn't make the first move, which was a little unexpected. Gongsun Dong naturally didn't dare to agree. He didn't think he had such a big face. He was watching carefully all the time, for fear that this guide would suddenly come out. In fact, no matter how careful he is, any emperor can kill him in a second, let alone a stronger guide than the general emperor. No one dared to speak at the scene. Those who can stop Gongsun Dong's attack, how can their strength be weak? This is not the time for them to step in. And those brine eggs, at the moment, have a sneer on their faces. There were also some gloating glances at Gongsun Dong and others. Although they didn't speak, they could know from the look on their faces and the light from their eyes. Their hearts must be very happy, with a sense of revenge. But no one paid any attention to these clowns. On the contrary, all eyes are on the guide and Gongsun Dong, and the time seems to be forbidden at this moment. Gongsun Dong, after his previous fear, is now slowly calming down. Although the other side is really strong, there is no doubt about it. But he can't advise. Otherwise, meeting him is nothing more than death. Oh, do I need anyone's permission to do it? Gongsun Dong replied with great firmness, but his palms were already sweating. Although this kind of behavior is stupid, he can't show his counsels when so many people watch him. But he was really scared. But he asked Lu Chengjian to write down all these things. Although he only made eye contact, he almost explained everything clearly. He is afraid of death, but he didn't want everyone to see his advice. Maybe this is to live in face and suffer. Lu Chengjian and others also know the seriousness of the incident. Now they dare not talk much, but they just stay quietly and write down all the information. I only hope Gao Peng can do something to make them feel happy when he comes back. That's revenge for them. As soon as Gongsun Dong spoke, everyone was shocked. They were all shocked that he would say such a thing, and still directly contradicted the guide. Is this looking for death? You should know that the strength of the guide is extremely strong, and even the ability of the guide is strange, which is always a little hard to understand. This is the most painful place. Chapters 535. Quiet. When Gongsun Dong's words were directly exported, the scene fell into silence directly, and the air directly cooled down. All the people stared at him. Was this looking for death? It must be said that it is an extremely courageous act to dare to contradict the guide. The guide lowered his head slightly and said, I didn't expect I have to say that you are really brave enough to run into such a person talking to me today. You are so brave that you have even risked your own life. Although I appreciate your courage, my majesty is inviolable. Bang! When everyone didn't expect it, the space explodes directly, just like a mirror is torn apart. No, it should be said that they are broken one after another. Stop! Just when the guide wants to make a move, Lu Chengqing appears in the middle of them and directly stops the guide. This scene was unexpected to all. Gongsun Dong was also stunned. He didn't know why this emperor would help him, but he didn't say much. On the contrary, it is a slight step back. It's not that he didn't know how to repay, but now he's a little confused, and he doesn't know why things have developed like this. Although the guide stopped, his eyes became extremely dangerous and he kept staring at Lu Changqing. If you don't give me a good explanation, I'm sure you can't go back. I think you know my character. Just a word, let the surrounding temperature drop suddenly, many people have begun to sweat. Somehow, they always feel extremely depressed. It's as if there is a big mountain on their chest, which makes them hard to breathe, but when they see the guide, the feeling is more intense. In addition to Lu Changqing, the other Wudi were also a little nervous, but they were secretly upset. Why is Lu Changqing so reckless? He has always been so steady in his work, but now he is so reckless, which makes them feel extremely puzzled. But they can't stand by. So they are just people who maintain order, but their relationship is very good, so it is impossible for them to survive. So I only saw them come out one after another. The curtain fell in the eyes of the guide. It was like slapping him in the face all the time, which made his prestige plummet. Only to see his eyes at the moment can know how angry he is now. The whole face has been pulled for a long time, and the color has become extremely ugly. It seems that if Lu Changqing doesn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he will definitely make a move without hesitation. Looking at the terrible eyes of the guide, even these Emperor Wudi felt great pressure. They swallowed their saliva and looked at each other. In the end, they didn't retreat, but looked directly at the guide. Lu Changqing first organized the language in his heart, and then said, "What happened here is not what you think, in fact, it has nothing to do with this one. So please ask about the situation first, and then make a conclusion. Otherwise, it will be unjust to others, and will cause unnecessary influence." Chapters 536 inches. If you do anything indiscriminately, your prestige will definitely decline greatly, and at the same time, it will have a very bad impact. So please think twice, do a good job of investigation first, and then make a final conclusion, otherwise the impact is really bad. Lu Changqing Puko said in a kind-hearted way, in fact, the influence is not good. He wants to buy Gao Peng's face more. After all, but he knows how evil Gao Peng is. Since these guys are following Gao Peng, they are his people, aren't they? If he saves these guys' lives at this critical moment, then that demon should owe him a debt. In his mind, Lu Changqing is not vague at all. Although he has some risks like this, once he succeeds, he will get huge gains. So he is willing to take risks. No one knows what he's thinking in his mind, only that he's doing something a little crazy. Although Emperor Wu is very powerful, the guide is more powerful, especially the force standing behind him, which is a breakthrough in the sky. Who dares to disobey? But Lu Changqing doesn't want to miss this opportunity. It's a chance to win over Gao Peng, but it can't be missed. Although the other Wudi didn't speak, they saw Lu Changqing do so and stood on the same line with him. Although I don't know what Lu Changqing is crazy about, there is no way for them. They can only stand on the same front with Lu Changqing in the end. But they totally misjudged the mind of the guide. I don't care what happened, I just believe what I see in my eyes is that the guy behind you wants to destroy the order here, the guide said with a gloomy face, and in order to restore order here, it can only be wiped out. Now you are preventing me from maintaining order. Do you know what will happen? The voice of the guide directly blocked everyone's ears, only to see that many people were shivering, and Lu Changqing was no exception. He didn't expect this guy in front of him to be so ungrateful. He didn't give him face at all. What do you want? Do you tear your face directly? Lu Changqing's rare face became extremely ugly, which may be his rare anger. In terms of his temper, anger is almost non-existent, but now he's really angry. Is this guy too unreasonable? Can't you listen to him? Once these guys behind have an accident, they really offend Gao Peng. That guy's strength is not invincible now, but each other's talent is the most evil. Lu Changqing can't imagine how horrible it would be if that kind of guy became the enemy. Whenever he thought of this place, he always told himself that he must not be against such a guy as Gao Peng. Otherwise, it would be like sleeping and eating. However, the guy in front of me is obviously not normal, with a proud face. Do you think you're very good? Although the strength is indeed very strong, but as for the monster like Gao Peng, it is also extremely fast to improve the strength. Once they are really strong, it will cause a devastating disaster. Especially if they have been in contact with Gao Peng. Naturally, they know some of Gao Peng's character, and they dare not gamble. Chapters 537. Looking at this guy, Lu Changqing is almost bleeding. I've never seen such an idiot before. It's just a muscle in my head. Then, only to see a burst of Lu Changqing angrily scolded and said, "Are you afraid that there is not a tumor on your neck? Can't you think about that tumor on you? What is the order we maintain?" Quiet. The air around was suddenly quiet. The atmosphere seems to be solidified together, which makes people feel strange. And all the people are gaping at Lu Changqing, their hearts are simply turned over, not calm at all. They never thought that a high emperor would scold such words, and still block so many people's faces. What's more, Lu Changqing is swearing at the guide, which is a bit of a bull. "And if you scold me, it will be a bit arrogant. There is a tumor on the neck, tut tut tut." This is very good. I saw that all the people in the audience were impressed with Lu Changqing. It was just a curse from Gao Peng. Of course they have to admit that Lu Changqing is really extremely bold. Knowing that the other side's level is higher and strength is stronger, they can all curse such high-level words in front of the other side. I have to say Lu Changqing is really very kind. The corners of the mouths of Emperor Jiwu and Wang Liuchuan were twitching one after another. Some of them look at Lu Changqing in disbelief, although they feel a little dissatisfied with the way the guide did. But is it not good to scold each other directly? Especially the strength of each other is so strong, and they may not even be able to subdue each other, which makes them feel more speechless. I always feel like falling into the pit. Just when everyone was speechless, Liu Chengzhen's eyes radiated unimaginable light. At the same time, he wrote hard on his small book. After a while, he put down the pen in his hand. There was a glimmer of approval in his eyes, and then he nodded. "This is a talent. How can we recruit it? It should be helpful to you, young master. It seems that it's time to find an opportunity to talk with him. Maybe we can help the young master to receive a good subordinate." Nobody thought that Lu Chengzhen would think of such a thing in his mind at the moment. He didn't pay attention to the guide at all. Although this kind of guy's strength is strong, his brain is obviously a hole, and he is still a muscle. Once you compete with this kind of person, it must be your worst luck. Besides, Lu Chengzhen is not afraid of each other, because he feels the arrival of the young master. The breath is slowly approaching. This is the reason why he has been waiting for no fear, even if all the people are against him. As long as Gao Peng is there, he doesn't need to be afraid of anyone. This is also a true reflection of his heart. The mood of the guide at the moment is extremely bad, just like the volcano is about to erupt. His eyes are fixed on Lu Changqing, which looks like he wants to kill him. In such a large crowd it's unforgivable to insult him so much. The more I think about but he felt more angry in his heart. He wanted to kill all these guys in front of him on the spot. Are these guys afraid of floating? Especially Lu Changqing. Chapters 538 inches good. Since you want to protect them so much, I will kill you first, and then kill all these disorderly people. I'll see who else dares to stop me. As soon as this sentence exits, all people feel that a chill has risen from the bottom of their feet. But those brine eggs were gloating at it. They had already thought that their loss must be determined, but who knew it would develop like this? Even they didn't expect it, but anyway. It was a great way to get rid of their hatred. Ha ha, let you guys be arrogant, now you finally meet more arrogant people, right? I'll see what you can do about it. Some people are happy and others are worried. Everyone's inner thoughts are different, but they are not so easy to show. But more or feel a little wordless. This guide is really a muscle, the brain is all muscles. Lu Changqing is also vigilant. He is really afraid that the other side will be able to help himself. No, it should be said to be a direct operation. At this time, he was also in a dilemma. He just wanted to sell a face to Gao Peng, but who knew that the final thing would be like this? This one tendon. Lu Changqing was secretly annoyed. He didn't expect to meet such a brainless guy. Did he really want to fight them? Damn it, I didn't expect to meet such an idiot who broke all my plans, and now he wants to kill us. No one expected that things would develop like this. What they did not expect was that a huge black shadow appeared directly behind the guide, enveloping him. No one dared to approach him easily. That one black shadow is twisted, one pattern after another is slowly changing. Although it looks a little funny, the breath it emits can't be ignored. Lu Changqing and others felt extremely dignified in an instant, and the expression on their faces was not relaxed before, and they also slowly began to emit their own breath. Attention, this guy may be coming to the real world. Lu Changqing reminded me, and then said, I didn't expect that this guy's brain was muscular. This time, it's really related to you. If you can pass this time safely, there will be a reward. and if you save these guys behind you, you will have a good relationship. With the talent of that demon, no one will be his opponent in a short time. And we are his friends in any way, and we have saved his men. He owes us a favor in any way. As soon as Lu Chengqing's words came out, they made the rest of the people feel a lot of peace of mind. Even some people's eyes flashed a little light. If it was just to help Lu Chengqing before, it's a little different now. Once you really get a feeling from Gao Peng, that's a big profit. Nobody expected that things would develop like this. Maybe they didn't even think about it before, but at this time, they think it's possible. Although the strength of the guide is very strong, but they are so many people together, the strength cannot be underestimated. Chapters 539. At present, the performance of these guys made the guide completely angry. You guys have been completely pissed off. Since you want to die so much, I'll kill all of you. Boom! A shadow enveloped all the people, only to see a crow as if it was a crow, rushing straight across. Lu Chengqing and others didn't react, and they were swept directly. The speed was beyond everyone's imagination, and just when they were still unable to respond, the guide had come to Gongsundong and saw him staring at Gongsundong. You knowable crime, Lu Chengqing and others were swept away directly, and now they are still a little confused, although they are at the same level as Emperor Wu. However, the gap in strength is extremely obvious, and it is impossible to stop the attack of the guide. Gongsundong looks at the guy who is very close to him. He can't help but feel nervous. His palms are already sweating. Is this guy too powerful? His brain was searching for a way quickly, but he finally found that the strength of the other side was really too strong. No matter what method he used, he could not solve the problem up to now. Bad, the strength of the other side is too strong. No matter what method is used, it can't cope with the other side. What should I do? Gongsundong was a little flustered, but he didn't show it directly. He didn't lose. Oh, I think you're thinking about how to deal with it, right? In this world, only absolute strength can make me stand on the top of reason. Now my strength is strong, and I am the truth. If someone dares to contradict me, it's nothing more than killing all. I don't know why he said such a thing. Maybe he thought there was no one to contradict him at all. However, a cold voice suddenly rang. My man, can you touch it? Somehow, everyone felt that time seemed to be still, even their heartbeat. Then only to see their eyes as if there was an illusion, the whole space even folded up. Then I only saw a magic spirit that soared to the sky, accompanied by countless horrible breath, which made them feel extremely depressed. It's not just a mountain on your chest, it's like the sky is falling. This is something that everyone can feel. Even the guide is the same. He also felt the extremely horrible pressure, even if his strength is no longer strong. In the face of this horrible breath, he felt that his breath was not smooth. Some can't breathe. This discovery made him feel a little shocked. What kind of breath is this? Why is it so horrible that he can't breathe? What kind of existence is this? When he wanted to come back to see him, he only found that his body was a little out of control, not by whom. It's because he's faced with a horrible atmosphere, which makes his body slow down. In fact, it's not only him who has this feeling. Everyone here felt that way. It's just many people are not deliberately targeted, but they also feel extremely uncomfortable and uncontrolled. The guide is different, he is directly targeted. Chapters 540. Just when everyone wants to know what's going on. However, they found that the real chi around them gradually thinned, as if all the real chi had been absorbed by a strong one. In this way, they feel very uncomfortable because this inexplicable feeling is the first time they feel it. So they have some maladjustment. However, it wasn't long before a powerful evil spirit suddenly came, which directly distorted the surrounding space and even showed signs of direct collapse. The magic gas around the space is terrible. This is beyond anyone's imagination. Hear what's going on. How could such a terrible evil spirit suddenly appear? Is there a demon man coming? No, impossible. I don't believe that there will be demons. What's the matter with such a horrible evil spirit? The space is about to collapse. Such a powerful magic chi, I don't think even the emperor can do it. At this time, everyone was in a bit of a panic. They didn't expect that things would develop like this. What's the matter with this stronger evil spirit? Directly let the surrounding space appear signs of collapse, even let them can't breathe. The real gas is squeezed to the extremely thin point, even can't absorb. What kind of existence is it? Everyone felt extremely curious, even a little confused. But in their later period, the guide's whole face was green. Unexpectedly, there would be a devil man coming. Moreover, According to his perception, it was not just one wave. That breath, it's the power he never felt. Who in the world emitted this breath? And how can there be so many demons coming? What's going on? He is a little confused now. He can't imagine that there will be so many powerful demons. And even he felt the danger. If it came directly, he would not be able to move. What kind of existence is it? He just can't imagine how terrible is it that he can't move. All the people on the scene can feel the horrible atmosphere, which makes them feel extremely depressed. Especially looking at the direct collapse of the space, they were completely flustered. What kind of existence is this that would cause such a terrible reaction? Lu Chengqing and other Wudi wanted to stop them, but now they can't move. Only the iron green on one face looked at all this. If you eat like this again, the whole space will collapse, and all people will be buried together. On the contrary, Lu Chengqing's face was surprised. He has feel the presence of the young master. Absolutely not wrong, this must be the breath of the young master. At the moment, he doesn't care about the evil qi at all. No matter how the evil qi appears, he only cares about the appearance of Gao Peng. As for the others, what kind of relationship does it have with him? He didn't care at all. The people around him found out about him, but they couldn't talk. They just focused more on Lu Chengqing. Young master, the young master is out. Absolutely not wrong. This breath is absolutely not wrong. Chapters 541. Gongsundong and others finally heard what Liu Chengqing was muttering at this time, but that's it. They were stunned instantly. I haven't responded yet. What's going on? Why will he keep muttering that the young master is back? Do you mean when they flashed a thought, they saw only one figure in front of them, and all the people were attracted by the figure? At that time, all the people in the room made a cry. My God, it's the guy, he's back. He came back from the Devil Kingdom. I'm afraid it's not dazzling, is it? I saw that guy show up. Are they in the Devil Kingdom? And now the debris continent is completely closed, but why can he come out? My God, it's amazing that he is still alive, and or come back at this time. What's the meaning of this? Everyone present was shocked. Then one by one they began to exclaim. In their eyes, Gao Peng's actions were shocking and even incredible. But now Gao Peng has come back from the evil world that has changed a lot. How can they not be shocked? It's too incredible to see Gao Peng staring at him. Some rumors show that the Devil Kingdom is a place of great terror. But now this guy not only entered the Devil Kingdom, but also came back in such a short time. Is it because of escaping back? But it seems that it's a little different, which makes them seem a little confused. Lu Chengqing and others were also stunned. They didn't imagine that Gao Peng would come back at this time, although they were quite confident about Gao Peng. However, this does not mean that they really believe that Gao Pengwei will come back so soon, and look at the breath emanating from his body, which was almost different before. Is this really the same person? It's a little too much to believe. Not only did he come out of the Devil Kingdom so quickly, but also his breath became huge. Whenever he passed, the space collapsed directly. If it wasn't for Gao Peng to stabilize the surrounding space from time to time, it might have really collapsed now. That's why they were shocked. Who has seen such a horrible scene? It's like a human bomb. All the spaces have collapsed. What kind of force can this cause? Isn't this beautiful woman terrible? What did he experience in the Devil Kingdom? Why did he improve so much all of a sudden? He gave me the feeling that he was like a god on the top, which made people dare not approach or profane. After Huang Liuchuan said this sentence in a daze, the rest of the people felt the same, but they didn't speak at all. At this time, when they know that it's not just their own feelings, they can thoroughly find something wrong. Gao Peng, it seems to have become more powerful. They are so powerful that they can only look up to them. For a time, their inner feelings are mixed and complicated. They don't even know what this feeling is. Just feel it's changing so fast. Chapters 542. Although Gao Peng's senses have brought tremendous shock to others, but not all people are afraid of Gao Peng, only to see that the guide has become a little angry at the moment, and he is absolutely unwilling to believe that he will be suppressed by others. Even his own body could not move. He doesn't believe it. Ah, badass. I don't care who you are, you've totally pissed me off. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The guide seems to be in chaos, and his expression becomes extremely ferocious, and he is no longer quiet. As if he had changed a person, maybe in this short time, he had suffered too many blows, which made him a little difficult to accept. Especially looking at Gao Peng like that, which made him more unacceptable. His eyes turn red instantly, and his whole body radiates a huge sense of killing, and his goal is Gao Peng. But Gao Peng didn't care about him at all. He just glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention. It's just one look, which makes the guide feel more angry. Damn it, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? You're done. The guide roared and shouted like a mad dog, and all the people looked at him, with strange expressions on their faces. It's like looking at a mentally retarded person. In fact, that's true. All the people looked at him like a mad dog, and they were still shouting. He was the only one on the scene to react so fiercely. Although Gao Peng was very disdainful to take care of him, the mad dog was shouting all the time, which made him feel extremely unhappy. Plus, before he saw this guy's arrogance, he even wanted to touch his people. This guy, it's just death without pity. I saw Gao Peng's mouth slightly raised and said softly, "You are really like a mad dog, but if you dare to touch me, I'll send you to hell." Of course, kill you, why use me? It has to be said that Gao Peng's words are extremely domineering. Directly shocked many people, so that the present people dare not say anything more, or even no one dared to talk about it now. People all looked at Gao Peng. Most of them were shocked. No one would doubt him. They just thought that Gao Peng was just too overbearing. And that's when a huge figure slowly appeared in front of all the people. At the same time, it carried the rolling magic spirit. When he took a step forward, the space around him was suddenly broken. It's just that he can't bear his power, but he doesn't care at all, even if space can't bear it. These can't do him any harm at all. At their level, how about the collapse of space? Especially in this kind of fragile space, there is no harm to them and no harm can be caused. Click, click. With the appearance of this figure, people find out who this guy is. Two words suddenly appeared in the minds of all the people present. Devil man. God, what do I see? Unexpectedly, I saw a powerful demon man appear, and he also carried the rolling evil spirit. In his way, it's not only the Devil Emperor. Unconsciously, even let a lot of people have a little panic. Chapters 543 inches. God. How can the devil appear here? And his strength is too terrible, the whole space can't accommodate him. It's terrible. It's just a stop there, and the space just collapses. When that demon god came out, all the people were completely shocked, and even their hearts were a little flustered. This is a devil, and just the momentum he showed, it has completely led everyone present despair. This is still people can resist it. Even Emperor Wu did not have such a terrible momentum, let alone resistance, and could not raise the idea of resistance at all. In fact, it doesn't need to mention all the people. It's these Emperor Wu at the moment, it is impossible to make efforts, as if there is something drawing their strength. And when all the people are staring at that demon, I don't know what to do. A demon god knelt on one knee and knelt in front of Gao Peng. Master, I am at your command. Dang. For a time, except for the sound of space cracks, there was no sound. The voice of discussion disappeared directly. All the people were staring at the demon and Gao Peng, and they were shocked. At the same time, it's unbelievable. Why does that powerful demon call that guy master? Only to see all people can't believe it, it's really too unbelievable to see this scene in front of us. Such a powerful demon man even called a human as the master. What does this have to do with it? In spite of this, the scene in front of them is hard to accept, which is too shocking. They know the devil people very well, not to mention killing people, but they also have their own pride, and they can't give in to human beings at all. In particular, human beings are still the food of demons. But now, what did they see unexpectedly? I saw such a powerful demon man kneeling in front of a human being. The most important thing is that the strength of that demon man has exceeded that of Emperor Wu. My God, is the world so crazy? The guide's eyes were dull, and he muttered, no way, how could it be? How could grinding people succumb to human beings? It must be an illusion, something that is impossible in the middle region. How could it happen here? What's the point of this guy? I don't believe it. These are fake, it must be fake. He really can't accept all this. He thought he was a man of high standing, but now he finds out. He seems to have come from the countryside, but he has never seen the world. This contrast makes him very sad. And he also became more crazy, the whole face directly twisted together. No one can feel his mood at the moment. I thought I was a human being, but I'm just a guy who hasn't seen the world. No, it should be said that they are ants in the eyes of others. He couldn't accept the change for a while. In fact, it's not only him, but all the people here are too shocked by the scene. What kind of means does that guy have to worry the devil about kneeling and calling his master? It's like an unsolved mystery. All people are curious, but no one has the courage to ask. Chapters 544. When all the people were still in shock, a roar sounded, and one after another figure came out of the rolling evil spirit. Each of them seems to be a king in the world of clothing, and some of them are generals who are leading their own people to win battles. Every one of them exudes the most terrifying momentum, and their momentum is incomparable. But with the emergence of these demons, the surrounding space is really unbearable, and has begun to fragment. Every time they take a step, the space collapses directly. There is no chance of healing, and it will collapse completely in time. Also at this time, Gao Peng gently waved, as if a space barrier appeared around, so that their appearance did not directly let the whole space collapse. With Gao Peng's current strength, he can completely stabilize the trend of space collapse. If he hadn't completely controlled his power before, he would have been able to do this for a long time. Gao Peng only showed such a hand, which has already made people find some clues. Lu Changqing's eyes flashed a light. If at this time he can't find out the problem, then his mind will not be able to turn around. Although he didn't know what Gao Peng had experienced, the growth of his strength was just too terrifying. It was calculated from the time when they separated. How long has it been? But his strength has grown to this extent, which is beyond his expectation. What did he experience in the Devil Kingdom that made his strength grow so much, and so many powerful demons are obedient to him? Lu Changqing's heart is just like turning over the river and into the sea. He hasn't calmed down for a long time. Especially looking at the demons standing in a row and kneeling on one knee, the scene is extremely shocking. It's not just him, but all of us feel that this scene in front of us has completely refreshed their three outlooks. That kind of shocking scene, all the demons kneel on one knee, and the magic chi rolls around them. If there were not Gao Peng to reinforce the space, the whole space would no longer exist. And where they are is bound to form a huge black hole. By then, all people may be in danger of their lives. From here, we can know that Gao Peng just made such a great feat with a gentle wave. Master! All the demons cried out in unison, and the voice was directly like thunder, not only echoing in all people's ears, but also in their minds. Although I don't know whether these demons are willing or not, they did so at this time. And Gao Peng doesn't care whether they are sincere or not, anyway, they are just ants. He just wants to cause such a result. So he is very useful in the present situation. Naturally, he can feel everyone's shocking heart, but this is not just what he wants. For these ants in front of him, he just wants to frighten them. The ultimate goal of Gao Peng is Zhongyu. Perhaps the only place he wants to go now is the Holy Land that all people yearn for. It is a place of outstanding people, and there is no end to all kinds of arrogant and powerful people. There are a lot of resources. He does not go for these, just want to meet more strong. Chapters 545. When all the people were shocked, Gao Peng slowly approached the guide and finally stood in front of the guide and said softly, "How about that? How do you feel now?" I said, "Kill you? I don't need to do it at all. My men can kill you countless times. I'm just praising you. Now, do you dare to touch my people?" Gao Peng's tone is very gentle, but the pressure on people is enormous. Many people feel it hard to breathe. And it's not just a needle for them. You can imagine how much pressure the guide is under at this time. I saw that the face of the guide turned very blue, his hands tightly clenched his fists, and a little voice came to mind between the bones of his hands. But he did not dare to look up at Gao Peng. He was afraid in his heart, but he felt more humiliation. He is a guide from the central region. When wasn't he highly respected, but now, he was so humiliated by a little boy who didn't know where he came from, which made him feel very angry. But the situation is better than people, he really dare not do anything. Just those horrible demons, he has felt the danger of death, although he does not know how powerful those people are. But at least stronger than him, that's enough. All the people at the scene saw the face of the guide changed for a while, just like a chameleon, and their breath was also visible. Finally, the guide lowered his head and said, "No. Your strength is indeed very strong, but some orders still need to be obeyed. If you do too much, you will certainly cause dissatisfaction in the central region. Please forgive me." Although the words of the guide are in order, there is a hint of threat in them. We're going to take out the central region to crush people. But is Gao Peng the kind of person threatened? Obviously not. Only seeing Gao Peng's fist blow out without any sign, there appears a huge black hole in the space. Gao Peng's fist goes through the black hole and directly attacks the guide. The guide is also a little fragile, but when he wants to dodge, he finds that his body is not strong enough to move. Boom! Behind the guide appeared a space barrier, firmly against him, so that he would not fly out. But it was because there was no buffer that he was attacked more horribly. This scene is a little unpredictable for everyone. But Gao Peng just smiled and said, "I hate people threatening me, no matter who. All the people who threaten me will go to hell, and your luck is better. You have some use value. Otherwise that's not the only way you're going to end up." In a short time, the guide also completely returned to his mind. He had been beaten to death, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It's not fatal, but you've hit him hard. There was a very obvious crack in his body, but he dared not speak out. Just that feeling made him feel the threat of death. Even his own body cannot control, let alone dodge, life is completely in the hands of others. This kind of feeling made him very afraid. For a while, he didn't open his mouth to refute, and even calmed down directly. Chapters 546. Gao Peng's eyes, which had no emotion at all, glanced at him, even though he didn't pay any more attention. And all the people here dare not say anything more. They shut their mouths one by one, even dare not talk. Also at this time, Lu Chungjin came directly and said, "Young master, when you are away, they have said bad things about you behind your back. I have written them down. You see, it's all in this book." I only saw Liu Chungjin hand out a book in his hand. There are many words on it. No one knows what is remembered in it. Gongsun Dong saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched a little directly. He knew that someone would be unlucky later. He saw what Lu Chungjin wrote in the book with his own eyes. If Gao Peng could see it, he didn't need to know what would happen next. Those who know what Liu Chungjin's book says are the same. There is no reason to feel a cold rising from the bottom of their feet. He even shivered all over. His eyes to Liu Chungjin were strange, and there was a trace of fear. They are really afraid of being recorded in that book. No one knows what kind of behavior they will be recorded in it, and Ruotong shows it to Gao Peng. Then the consequences can be imagined. When all the people present saw Lu Chungjin handing Gao Peng a book, they were all slightly stunned and even confused. But some people's pupils shrink, as if thinking of something bad. In particular, people like the incantation always feel that something bad is about to happen, but they don't know what it is. But there will always be such thoughts in the dark. What's the matter? Why is my eyelids jumping all the time? Is there anything to happen? There was a bit of unease in them. But before they knew what was going to happen, Gao Peng's eyes turned to them. Gao Peng focused on the forces of the Incantation Clan, the Peerless Palace, and the Silver Star Palace, and even slightly smiled at the corners of his mouth. Do these forces dare to speak ill of him behind his back when he does not exist? I think are some people gone? Or am I too kind? Otherwise, why do some people always want to die? If you really want to die, you can say it directly. I don't mind completing you, but what's the point of your roundabout? Gao Peng said helplessly. But Gao Peng's words, directly let all people have some circle, do not know what he is talking about. What's more, I can't understand the meaning. Gao Peng was not surprised, not to mention concerned. Waving the small book in his hand, he said, "Here it's all about you guys who say bad things behind my back. You know exactly what you said. Unexpectedly there are a lot of them. Do you really want to die?" At this moment, many people are frozen all over. Especially when they think of what they have said, cold sweat has come out, just like exposure in the hot weather. The speed of the cold sweat is beyond everyone's imagination, and they felt a cold without any reason, especially when they touched Gao Peng's eyes, which seemed to be in the ice cellar. Chapters 547. Regardless of the reaction of all the people present, Gao Peng took up the small book in his own hands and read it softly. Mantra Sect, Peerless Palace, Silver Star Palace. Gao Peng recited the names of more than a dozen forces in a row. Whenever he recited a name, the forces to which the name belongs all trembled. Looking at them, their hearts were already scared. Even regret incomparably, why can say such words? This directly offended Gao Peng. What's more, looking at Gao Peng's appearance now, it seems that they are ready to settle accounts, which makes them feel even more frightened. What's more, they have already knelt down on the ground directly, and they can't work hard all over, as if they have encountered something terrible. And now they are. After seeing the strength shown by Gao Peng, they can't raise any resistance. Once Gao Peng really wants to settle accounts after autumn, who else can escape? Over it's all over. Why is that? If you don't talk cheap, there won't be such a thing. Many people regret it, they can't help but smack their mouth. They think it's all their mouth. Otherwise, they won't suddenly offend such a strong man. They really can't imagine that if Gao Pengjun finds their troubles, who else can resist it? Not to mention the mysterious Gao Peng, only those demons have made them feel desperate. Gongsun Dong and others are different from the people present. They don't feel how terrible Gao Peng is, but they think Lu Chungjin standing beside Gao Peng is dangerous. If he's been typing a little report, who else can stand it? This is just defenseless. People cast their eyes one after another, and swear secretly in their hearts that they will not offend that dark guy. This guy has been completely blacked out. The devil knows what he will do next. If he secretly reports behind all the people, the result I just can't think about it. At this point, all the people have put an invincible label on Liu Chungjin. Gao Peng looked at many people. As he read out his name, they all fell to the ground. He was more satisfied with this result. He didn't intend to kill them all. Although the behavior of these guys made him extremely unhappy, he didn't want to be a butcher with no feelings at all. These people are just showing off for a while. They don't really hurt him. It's okay to punish them properly. Of course, the main thing is to make an example of others. Let these people really remember him. He doesn't want to be bothered again and again. Then he will be really bored. He looked at the guys and said, "I'll let you go this time, but I can't get away with it. Hand over all the space rings on you and buy your life with your belongings. If you don't want to, then I'll kill you and get it myself." As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, all the people took off the space ring in their hands in an instant. The speed surprised many people, but they also did not feel strange, in this life and death moment, where to allow them to have any trace of procrastination. Chapters 548. With all the people taking off the space ring, this is the end of the matter. Gao Peng didn't plan to worry too much with them. If he didn't have many people to support, he would not have asked for these space rings at all. Because no amount of cultivation resources is of any use to him. Then, Gao Peng put his eyes on the guide. "I think you should know the entrance to the central region, right? Don't tell me you don't know. The consequences will be serious." Although Gao Peng has no threat, his smile is even more frightening than the threat. The guide shivered, as if thinking of something terrible, then nodded suddenly and said, I know. Gao Peng's mouth turned up and said, "Just no. Next it's your turn to put it to use. I don't know if you want to take other people into the middle field. But you must go in. If you can't, what will happen?" The guide took a look at the place full of evil spirit, and the whole face collapsed. The expression was worse than crying. He really wanted to shout, "I can't do it," either to let him bring so many people into the Middle Kingdom at once, or to those demons who are full of evil spirit, he will feel that his head is about to move. Once he really brings so many demons into the Middle Kingdom, does he have a life to live? He really can't imagine. What's more, he has to bring so many people in. Anyway, he has reached the cliff edge. He can't refuse it. In the end, I could only nod my head in tears. "Well, I will do it." Hearing this affirmative reply, Gao Peng nodded his head with satisfaction, and immediately appeared at the side of the guide, lifting him with one hand. Gao Peng didn't want to waste any more time. Then he said, "Let's go. You show me the way. Don't play tricks on me." "No, dare not." After a while, Gao Peng and those demons disappeared together, followed by Gongsun Dong and others. After all the people left, these people still didn't come back to their senses. They were staring at each other. There are so many things happened in this short period of time that they haven't responded. Genius War is at the end. I always feel that there are some difficulties, and those Tianzhao who stand out in the talent war don't seem to have got the place to enter the middle field. Who is the winner? They are covered in circles, but no one dares to lie. It's really that they are too sensitive to talk now. They don't know whether the Demon King has gone or not. It's terrible. No one can stand the stimulation again and again. After waiting for a long time, they slowly slowed down, but they still looked around, didn't see Gao Peng before a sigh of relief. Finally, I left. I always felt that only this big mountain was pressing on my chest, making people unable to breathe at all. It's too depressing. Well, fortunately, I didn't offend him, or we will be the first one to die. A lot of people have already begun to feel lucky. They will not wait until they see the forces of the Incantation Clan, the Peerless Palace and the Silver Star Palace. Somehow they have a sense of superiority. Compared with these bad guys, their experience is just as good. It's like winning a big prize, even with a smile on his face. This is called no comparison, no harm. Chapters 549. After Guan Kaimeng was separated from Gao Peng, she ran out alone secretly. She really wanted to follow Gao Peng's route to find him. But who knows, gradually, she even had a bit of a circle, not only didn't find Gao Peng, but also didn't know the way back. It's a worry for her. And there will be these inexplicable things in the world. When Guan Kaimeng is confused, a Taoist-dressed person appears in front of her. Little girl, where are you going? Looking at this Taoist-dressed man in front of him, Guan Kaimeng felt a little scared, and slightly backed up and said, no place to go. This Taoist clearly found Guan Kaimeng's uneasiness, but she just smiled and said, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. But I see that your talent is okay, and you have a pure heart. I wonder if you can be my apprentice. I mean it, if you promise to be my apprentice, I'm sure you will get more cultivation resources, improve your strength in a short time, and play your full potential. This Taoist priest seems to be selling herself, trying to sell herself, and she has been saying good things about herself, just like how powerful she is. When I heard Guan Kaimeng's words, I didn't know how many of them were true and how many were false. Guan Kaimeng instinctively wants to shake her head in refuse, and the eyes of that Taoist suddenly narrowed, giving her a very dangerous feeling. This made her swallow the words in her mouth. Seeing Guan Kaimeng as if she had acquiesced, the Taoist priest nodded her head with great satisfaction and thought that she had persuaded the other side with her eloquence. This just says, believe me, you will feel happy for your own decision, then let me take you to a new world. Although your talent is just ordinary, you have a pure heart, which is just suitable for cultivating my skills. I will let you know that there is not only such a simple talent in the world. Sometimes talent is only the most inferior measure. You just need to know that you are very powerful. This Taoist god said a lot, however Guan Kaimeng didn't hear what she was talking about at all. In the end, those who were confused were taken away. In the end Guan Kaimeng only knew that she had somehow become a Taoist's disciple, and then was taken to a strange place. But at this time her heart was desperate. God, why is that? I don't want to be a nun. I just want to find Gao Peng. Why? Guan Kaimeng is desperate, but she can't resist. She can only follow the Taoist honestly. No, it should be said that they were arrested. Unconsciously, she came to a strange place, but she felt that the surrounding real qi was unusually thick. Just a little practice, it would be up to her Kar Guanshan castle for 10 days. This discovery completely shocked Guan Kaimeng. I didn't expect that this strange place would have such a thick qi. Chapters 550. After this discovery, Guan Kaimeng did not care why the Taoist brought him to this strange place, but began to devote himself to the ascetic. After all, she also wants to improve her own strength. She can at least keep up with Gao Peng, no matter how strong she is. Gao Peng has brought her a lot of pressure. From the time they separated, we can know how powerful Gao Peng is. In this period of time, I don't know how far Gao Peng has grown. Guan Kaimeng didn't know anything about it, but she knew that she could not see the back of the other party at the slow speed before. It made her cherish the opportunity. I will not fall behind, I will catch up with you. I absolutely don't want to look at your back, not even your back. Guan Kaimeng secretly made up his mind and then worked hard to cultivate. But no matter how tough the will is, it's impossible to practice all the time. In his spare time, Guan Kaimeng occasionally wanders around. Although her activities are not large, she has made new discoveries. In this strange place, everyone's strength is extremely strong. Walking on the street, the strength of any one person is much stronger than her. No, it had reached her father's point, which made her feel more shocked. Any ordinary people have such terrible power. What kind of place is it? And what kind of strength does the Taoist who brought her here have? Guan Kaimeng really dare not think about it anymore. It's just too scary, looking at the people's street, especially many people's breath of terror. This is the more desperate thing. In her cognition, Emperor Wu has been regarded as a relatively high-level combat power. However, she is just an ordinary person here. Because anyone passing by has such strength. What's more, they even hawk along the street like ordinary peddlers, which is the most frightening place. Guan Kaimeng can't describe her mood at the moment with words, as if it was a very luxurious treasure in her eyes, but in this place, it was just a common goods. This kind of gap in reversal made her unable to accept it for a while. However, with her contact, she has gradually adapted to such a life. Although Guan Kaimeng's strength is relatively weak, who makes her have such a strong backing? That Taoist left her here, not in complete disregard, but in order to let her get used to the steps here. Only in this way can we change our mind slowly. With the passage of time, Guan Kaimeng also thoroughly and slowly accepted the reality. Although her strength is still relatively weak at the moment, no one dares to bully her. Even everyone who saw her was very respectful. That kind of eyes seemed to see big people, which made Guan Kaimeng feel extremely confused several times. I wanted to ask, but I gave up. Thinking about it, it should also be about that Taoist. Otherwise, how could she let so many powerful people pay homage to her when she first came here? Chapters 551. When Guan Kaimeng was completely used to this strange place, the Taoist who turned her here left a copy of the skill, and then disappeared. What Guan Kaimeng saw was stupefied. She really couldn't understand. The other side left her here. What was the plan? Not only to take care of all her affairs, but also to give her more advanced cultivation. Is it just because she is a Taoist's apprentice? But it's obviously a little different. Shouldn't an apprentice need to be taught by the master himself? Guan Kaimeng couldn't understand this, but she didn't think about these things too much. Since she couldn't get the answer, there was no need to pay attention to it. Care too much, on the contrary, it will increase your worries. Guan Kaimeng shakes her head, picks up the skill and looks at it. Then the whole person is stunned. Xianxia scripture. Just seeing these 4 words, her heart is like turning over the river, and the whole person can't calm down. It can be called a divine skill. At least you can cultivate the martial god, and the power is extremely huge. This Guan Kaimeng is still very clear, that is to say, because she is quite clear, it makes her feel a little incredible. That Taoist lost such an important and precious skill to her, which made her a little fragile but also incredible. Such a precious skill was thrown in front of her casually. Is it too hard to pay attention to the divine code? My God, this skill is so powerful. That Taoist threw it to me. It seems so casual. Is it so cheap in her eyes? Guan Qi Dream is unable to make complaints about it, but anyway, the Taoist priest really did. It really seemed to be as cheap as it was, and it was directly thrown in front of her. At first, she thought it was not a precious thing. But after reading it, I know that this is not a precious thing. What else can it be called precious? It's really shocking. Holy scripture. Although Guan Kaimeng is still shocked by her inner feelings, she swallows her saliva without any image, and finally begins to practice when she picks up the Xianxia scripture. At this moment, Guan Kaimeng finally understood what the Taoist said. Pure and void scripture, cultivation requirements. Women with pure hearts are needed, and those who are not covered with stone skin are also needed to cultivate. When all the requirements are met, the cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. If there is any violation, if the cultivation is light, you will be possessed by the devil. If the cultivation is heavy, you will die of violence. Seeing this little introduction, Guan Kaimeng finally understood the causes and consequences, but also couldn't help shivering. If someone doesn't follow the requirements of cultivation, maybe something will happen. Seeing the introduction of this skill, Guan Kaimeng couldn't resist it at all. At the same time, he nodded secretly. This is in line with her standards, and then she began to practice without saying a word. Especially in this strange place, the real qi content is so high that you can feel the strength in your body loosening by taking a breath at will. If we absorb it all the time, our strength will become stronger. Guan Kaimeng thought of the people in the street for the first time. Maybe these people didn't fully practice. They just stayed for a long time, and finally they had such terrible strength. After such a thought, Guan Kaimeng felt more desperate. Chapters 552. After realizing the reality, Guan Kaimeng did not dare to waste any minute and second, and devoted himself to the cultivation of the pure and void scripture. At this time, she really understood the power of this skill. The speed is beyond imagination. And it was only 1 day of practice, which almost matched her 1 year of practice. This result shocked her. God, this skill is too powerful. How long have I been practicing it? It's the best time for me to practice for 1 year. If I had such a strong skill earlier, now. Guan Kaimeng really can't imagine. If she had such a horrible and powerful skill before, now her strength is already beyond imagination. But it's only a matter of thinking. If she didn't meet that Taoist, how could she have such a powerful skill? After all, it's still a matter of opportunity. Great. With this skill, I can catch up with him as long as I keep working hard, no matter how strong his talent is. Sooner or later I will catch up. This time, Guan Kaimeng is more confident in himself. Especially in this place, the intensity of real qi is beyond imagination. In addition, the skill he has now cultivated. If we can't improve our strength as soon as possible, it may be our own problem. After that, Guan Kaimeng no longer thinks about other things and devotes herself to the cultivation. This is perhaps the most hard work in her life, right? It's just like forgetting. With her efforts, her strength is also rising rapidly. Emperor Wu Semi-Emperor. Guan Kaimeng didn't know how long she had been practicing, but she felt that her strength had soared a lot, relying on her strength at the moment. If it's in Outland, no one is her opponent at all. When Guan Kaimeng thought that no one cared about her and left her alone. In the dark, there has been a person who has been staring at her every move for a long time, looking at all kinds of actions of Guan Kaimeng. From the beginning of the dazed and helpless, to the present all-out cultivation, this makes the Taoist feel extremely satisfied. There are more talented people in the world, but the only thing missing is people who are willing to persevere and have patience. Only those who are willing to persevere and have patience can persevere to the end, not to say to be the most powerful person between heaven and earth, but at least the strength will not be poor. When you have a strong strength, no one dares to bully you to the end. They can also safeguard their own rights and interests. Taoist nodded. It's very good. Although the performance at the beginning was a little bit poor, she finally straightened out her mind and put herself on the right track. This kind of ability to adjust mentality is really very good. It will not waste my time, then I will let you settle down for a period of time. Next, but it's not so easy. Although I don't know what kind of idea Taoist is thinking, it can be seen from her words and expressions that she didn't want to hurt Guan Kaimeng at all. But it's not friendly. From this kind of action, we can know that it's also a cruel person. Otherwise, how could such a move be made? Just leave others in a strange place, let people live and die, even without any explanation, just come out from time to brush the sense of existence. This feeling, it's just too bad. Chapters 553 Middle Domain Entry. It's already on the territory of the central region. The qi around it is extremely dense. You can feel your strength slightly stable after taking a sip. However, for people in the Middle Kingdom, the real qi here is like dirt, which makes them feel disgusted. And here, at this time, there are a group of people, each of them looks very young, but their breath is very frightening. One by one you can stir up the power between the heaven and the earth at will, but how powerful they are cannot cause space cracks. In the middle, not all people can cause such terrible destructive power, because the space stability of the Middle Kingdom is even stronger than that of the Devil Kingdom. It's just like a place where people are outstanding. Everyone who lives here is blessed by heaven, but some people always put on a pair of high-ranking face, think that they are the pride of nature. But in fact they are flowers in a greenhouse. It's really slow. Isn't it just a bunch of rubbish? Why do we have to wait here, a group of wastes from other regions? Some people are already impatient, and directly say that they are extremely dissatisfied. From his face, we can see how much he looks down on Outland. As for the rest of the people, the same expression appeared on their faces. Even their hearts are more dissatisfied. What can I do? Every time there will be such a ceremony, which has already become a tradition. Naturally, it is impossible for us not to come. Just you can let those guys know the truth. This is the Middle Kingdom, it's not the place where those who haven't seen the world can behave at will. You should listen to us honestly when you come here, otherwise the consequences are serious. Yes, we must let those guys know the reality. They are not like cats and dogs. They all think they are the best ones. Only we can call them with their discontent. It gradually turned into excitement. Their discussions have also begun to change dramatically. If they don't know what happened, they may think they are very hospitable. Even listen to their words, will feel some inexplicable. But when we really understand the history, we know that there is a ceremony at last, that is, the resistance from the central region to the foreign region. This is not to really crack down on the Outlands, but to let the Outlanders feel the power of the Middle Kingdom, and at the same time let them really understand the reality. In fact, after all, I still want a Shamaway. Because once there was a person from other regions who directly penetrated the whole central region. During that period of time, there was tremendous turbulence, and finally almost lost the dominant position. In the end, after a hard time, they slowly passed the dark period, and finally decided to hold such a ceremony to let the Outland really understand the reality. At the same time, it can also crack down on the confidence of these arrogant people, so that there will be no more cases of that person. Perhaps in many people's hearts, there is a great fear of the psychological, otherwise it will not do such a thing. This fear has always been with them, although they do not admit it, but their behavior has revealed their inner thoughts. Chapters 554. When Gao Peng and others entered the middle area entrance, they only felt that this channel was extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. This makes Gao Peng feel a little flustered. If there is a real breakdown, will he die? He really can't imagine. Even if he has a very powerful system, he can't guarantee that there will be accidents in this situation. So he asked the guide specially. Finally, the guide can only explain in fear, because the domain boundary between the two is different, and the stability of the space is far from each other. When the two are connected, this channel will appear extremely unstable. However, after some powerful cooperation, this channel has already formed a good stability. Although there are some chaotic energies in it, as long as we don't have internal strife. As long as there is no fighting, this passage will be stable all the time, and we just need to fly forward, and we will definitely reach the destination. After the introduction and explanation of the guide, Gao Peng finally learned something, although he still had some doubts in his heart. But he said nothing more. Anyway, this guy is at his side. If you dare to play tricks, the first one to die is this guy. Although I can't deny whether he would want to pull everyone's back together, I don't dare to do such crazy things when I look at his advice before. After that, Gao Peng went through a 1-month-long crossing passage, which he didn't expect to take so long. In fact, people at his level of strength can fly at a faster speed, but in this channel, the energy is too chaotic. If there is a little bit of a bad situation, it may really collapse. In such a boring flying month, Gao Peng felt the most unyielding place. Unexpectedly, his strength has been raised to this level. Because of the energy of chaos, I finally succumbed. But this should be considered as force majeure. Even those demons, in this case, are very honest and let their own demonic chi completely converge. They really dare not be presumptuous. Not to mention that in this channel of chaotic energy, only Gao Peng is beside them, so they are not brave to make mistakes. You can imagine how clever they are now. After spending a month like this, Gao Peng finally saw the exit in front of him, which made him smile a little. If he can't get to the place again, he's really unbearable. This is it here? Lu Chungjin asked. With the strength of Gao Peng and others, there is nothing, at most, it just seems to be a little bit subdued. However, Liu Chungjin and others are more uncomfortable. Their strength is extremely weak. If they are allowed to fly by themselves, the speed will certainly be slower. Now because with Gao Peng and others, those who are slow are carried by others for a month. It's hard for people to accept. However, thanks to their higher realm, they do not need to add any energy, and can be supported by their own genuine chi. Maybe this is also the reason why people who reach a certain level are allowed to enter the middle domain. This passage many people have been stopped. Chapters 555. Just when all Tianzhou were impatient, there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the channel entering the central region, which also made Tianzhou's face on the scene happy. At last finally, when these guys show up, otherwise they would be really impatient. Also, these guys from Outland didn't let them wait too long. Of course, in any case, they were deeply dissatisfied. Oh, these guys dared to let us wait for such a long time. I want to see how many pounds they have. If I don't teach them a good lesson, I can't get rid of this tone in my heart. If we don't teach them how to be human, we've been waiting for so long. All Tianzhou on the scene showed a bad smile, as if a trick had been successful. One by one, they all showed the hunter's eyes and looked at the entrance. They were looking forward to it. That little look just as the bridegroom is looking forward to lifting the bride's head, the eyes are just like a hair. Hey, dare to let us wait so long, see if we don't take care of you. And this also belongs to the right and bright, who let the ancient times have this ceremony, you will enjoy our hospitality. At this moment, they have already given up all their previous discontent, and only have a sense of expectation. They really want to see those guys, see their faces, what's going to happen. Must be a surprise, or scare. In any case, their hearts are full of expectation. However, a dazzling light flashed through their eyes, but they felt that there were countless figures suddenly standing in front of them. And one by one is as dazzling as the sun, and the energy in the body is so abundant. I always feel that each one can crush them mercilessly. This feeling at the first time, they were confused. What's the situation? When they regained their vision, they looked at each other stupidly, and even their brains were blank. What do they see here? A large group of people stood in front of them, one by one also exuded a very horrible atmosphere. What's more shocking to them is that there seems to be a demon in it. Although they don't emit magic chi, they do look like devil people. They will never admit their mistake. But what's the matter? How could these demons appear in this entrance? And look at their appearance, how can they seem to be brought in by the guide? At this moment, all people are directly confused. Not to mention these Tianzhao. In fact, even Gao Peng and others are also slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, there are so many people to welcome them. It's a little unexpected, but Gao Peng doesn't have too much mood swings. He's looking at some guys. It didn't put too much pressure on him. It can even be said that it's a bunch of garbage. He didn't care how many people there were. When the guide saw this scene, his whole face was green. He didn't expect this to happen. No, it is he who has forgotten the ceremony, otherwise he will not forget it directly. This makes him appear passive. If we let the big guys know, he will not only bring some unimportant people into the Middle Kingdom, but also the possessed people. Then he chapters 556. The guide's body shook, which was just too bad. But then he only saw that he bit his teeth and said, "My lord, these guys are the talents of some major forces. The reason why they came here, that's because every time I bring people into the central region, there will be a special ceremony. That is to let the talents from other regions know the reality by the talents of various forces. That's what these guys are for. They're not here to welcome them." The guide said it in one breath. Even when he said it, he was a little relieved. Although he doesn't know whether the decision is right or not, it's the wisest move for him, if he stands directly on the side of these arrogants. So it's still a question whether he can go back alive. What's more, Gao Peng and others are brought in by him. He can't guarantee whether he can be forgiven. So he can only take risks. This is what all people didn't expect. Tianzhao from the central region didn't react at the beginning until they did. There was a look of anger on each face, even glared at the guide. Damn it, is this guy looking for death? Dare to betray us? Don't let me catch him, otherwise, I will definitely let him taste something to be called real torture. We must catch this pickpocket and look at the people behind him. It's obvious that he didn't get a pass, but he took these guys into the central region. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. All Tianzhao from the central region are extremely angry, and they are gnashing their teeth at the guide. Although they are still a little confused at the moment, it doesn't mean that they don't know that the guide has sold them out completely. Relatively speaking, Gao Peng takes a look at the guide with a little approbation. Although he is very clear about why this guy said that, now he is not familiar with the place of life. With such a familiar person, some things can be avoided. Even though he doesn't need to be afraid, he hates trouble. For example, the current group of people are not only not powerful, but also not necessarily better than him. This kind of guy, he's too lazy to do it. It's obviously a waste of his time. But if these guys come to trouble him beyond their control, he'll still be a bit perplexed. This is also what he thinks the words of the guide are useful to him. What's more, the words of the guide also made Gongsun Dong and others fully understand what kind of treatment they will receive when they enter the central region every time. This also makes them look at the eyes of these Tianzhao a little bit bad, although at the moment they have no much relationship with Jaihuo Alliance. However, there are still some origins. When they think about what kind of humiliation those geniuses will encounter when they enter the central region, their anger can hardly be calmed down. Asshole, I must teach you guys a good lesson. I don't believe that you are so lawless. Don't think you are invincible in the world if you stand in the middle field. A bunch of damned people. Gongsun Dong and others gnash their teeth and say, one by one, their eyes are emitting fierce light. Of course, although they were extremely angry at the moment, they didn't rush forward so recklessly, but he felt that the strength of these exchanges was not weak. Even if it's them, they have to weigh it. Chapters 557. Gongsun Dong may have some concerns, but Gao Peng doesn't care about them at all, regardless of the other party's mind. He only felt that this way of greeting made him a little satisfied. Good, I'm very satisfied with your way of greeting. For your good performance, I won't teach you a lesson for the time being. Let you go now. I forgive you for what you did before. Go from where to where. Gao Peng gently waved his hand, just like an elder talking with the younger. But when I saw Gao Peng's face clearly, I felt a very strange feeling, which filled everyone's mind. Everyone in the room felt speechless. This scene really can't bear to look straight, although those behind Gao Peng understand that Gao Peng really has such capital. But people don't know. And how can every conceited conceit bear your speech? It's not a fault. What is it? Sure enough, when I heard Gao Peng's words, Tianzhao, who was still a little confused, became more angry one by one. Especially looking at Gao Peng's young face seems to be on the same level with them. How can this make their arrogant arrogance bear it? The leader glared angrily and said, "What are you? Can you teach us a lesson, too? Don't look down on people too much. You are just some foreigners. I think you certainly don't feel the full vitality. You should beg us like a dog, or you will be driven out." I don't know who gave him the confidence to say such words, and he forgot the feeling before. Maybe it was anger that made him lose his mind, and he couldn't help but ignore those figures standing behind Gao Peng. But when he said this, all the people were quiet and looked at him strangely. There was a strange light in his eyes. Although no one spoke, but this atmosphere is extremely depressing. Even Tianzhao from the Middle Kingdom is now quiet. Of course more of them are still stunned. They really didn't expect that someone would say such words. Is this looking for death? Just now they feel the horrible breath of each other, and these breath are still countless shares, otherwise how could they be directly ignorant before? Even speak carefully, but now it's almost unnecessary. Maybe he has offended the other party directly, right? These words are so bad, as long as a normal person will feel angry. To their surprise, Gao Peng was smiling at the moment, with no real anger on his face. This makes them a little confused now. What kind of situation is this guy? Not to say that there are so many powerful people standing behind him, but to say that his own strength should not be worse. Every person standing at this level has some pride in his heart, especially when he is reviled face to face, which inevitably shows his anger. Inner dissatisfaction must be more or less. But now, this guy looks at them with a smile on his face and makes them not find any weird. What kind of situation is this? This reaction instead, they are at a loss. Chapters 558. When Gao Peng's eyes narrowed, all the people felt the cold hair standing up, and the cold sweat came out directly. A stream of cold air came out for no reason. Even all the people can't help but stay away from Gao Peng. It's really around Gao Peng, making them feel uneasy. Even Gongsun Dong and others can't help but step back. Don't look at Gao Peng's smile, but that's the most dangerous moment. These guys are going to suffer. Gao Peng's expression must be really angry. He might have let them go, but who knows, these guys are going to die by themselves. Gongsun Dong secretly shook his head, very sympathetic for these guys. Originally he wanted to teach these guys a good lesson. But now it seems that he is not needed at all. In the pride of the Middle Kingdom, a fat man looked at Gao Peng's smiling face and couldn't help shivering. There was a bad feeling in my heart. What's the matter? How do I feel like something bad is going to happen, or is it my delusion? The fat man looks at Gao Peng again, and the fat body shakes again. No, this guy is definitely not well intentioned, just his smile, it must be something bad. With this premonition, the fat man said that when all the people didn't pay attention, he slipped to the end. Even he stepped back step by step, so he didn't want to get involved in this matter at all. Maybe it was just for fun at the beginning, but now when he has a bad feeling, things here have changed dramatically. Especially Gao Peng brings him enormous pressure. Although we can't see through, we need to be more careful because of this. At the same time, Gao Peng looks at these ineffable guys in front of him. He seems to have a slight illusion, just as this scene happened in front of him again. But it's like a dream. Even so, he didn't want to let go of these guys. Who let these guys keep their mouths open? Maybe he was lazy before, but now others have already sent them to the door by themselves. What's more, the other side has already said such words. If he doesn't do anything, isn't it belittled? Phew, it's when no one is reacting. Gao Peng has already appeared in the Tianzhao crowd in the central region, with a loud and shocking sound, which directly explodes in the crowd. All the people didn't react, so they had already flown out. The speed was beyond imagination. Only to see Gao Peng himself standing in the middle, if nothing happened to look around. One by one Tianzhao was blown out. Even that fat man is no exception, but fortunately, he has a quick reaction before him and is not the focus of care. But at this moment, his heart is also desperate. He has retreated so far, and even will be affected. Sure enough, those who squint are not good people. I've known that his smile was not good at all. I didn't expect that he would fight if he didn't agree. His strength is so terrible. What kind of monster is this guy? The fat man thought angrily. At the same time, with the aid of this horrible breath, he flew to the farther place, as if he had been shot. In fact, He wants to escape as soon as possible. Chapters 559 inches. What? Is this guy a monster? What kind of strength is this? All Tianzhou were shocked and looked at Gao Peng with an unbelievable face. Although they are not injured at the moment, this kind of moment appears in them, and the feeling of being blown away can only be seen in the elders. But now it seems that a person of the same generation can make them so embarrassed. This makes them hard to accept for a while. They look at Gao Peng with some diffidence, as if they have hallucinated. Up to now, they still can't accept the fact. I'm not as alert as that fat man. Instead, I think I'm careless. No, I should say I don't believe that Gao Peng has such strength. This makes them a little dissatisfied. After looking at Gao Peng one by one, their eyes suddenly shine. A fierce breath came from them. This scene was just seen by the fat man, who looked at them like a fool. This situation is so obvious now, but these guys even rush up foolishly, and they can't use their brains. Isn't it because the mind is broken? These guys, I'm afraid I'm stupid, right? Haven't they found something wrong? It's so obvious that we haven't found it yet. I don't know if these guys have brains when they go out. Fat people really don't know what to say, but he can't remind them at this time. Dead friends, not dead poor friends. He didn't want to get involved in it again. It was so obvious here that he didn't want to go in and find his own death. That one squint is obviously something wrong, and the demons behind him are also weird, although they don't emit the demonic chi directly. But their breath, it's very disturbing. This is the reason why he is determined not to fight. Now when he sees Gao Peng, he doesn't want to fight anymore. The ghost knows what will happen once he makes a move. He hasn't lived long enough. Then I saw that the fat man had been going backwards. At first, all the people were standing aside. But when the fat man was going backwards, he was very conspicuous. For a while, everyone began to notice that this fat man was full of meat. Looking at his eyes like a slit, he felt that the fat man was extremely smart. He would quickly slip away when he knew there was danger, which would not be like these guys. As if without a brain, many people secretly nodded their heads at this time, thinking that this fat man was too smart. They didn't expect to find something wrong just at a glance. Gongsun Dong also had to sigh. It's really smart enough. Maybe in this group of idiots, mixed with such a smart fat man, I'm not used to it. I thought all the guys were idiots, but I didn't think there was a smart man. Even many people are also lamenting that even Gao Peng has to take a look at that fat man, so he can't escape immediately. This is indeed a wise move. But will Gao Peng let him escape so easily? Although the fat man is very smart, Gao Peng doesn't want to let anyone go. Chapters 560 inches. Little fat man, who let you go? When the fat man thought he had fled, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It made him shiver uncontrollably. Then he found that his body couldn't move, but the voice came back to his ear. This scared him to close his mouth immediately. Even in his heart he was unlucky, but now his body can't move at all, except for his nervousness. He can't do anything at all. In fact, it's not just him. All Tianzhou found his body and couldn't move for a moment. It's just like being fixed by someone else. What's the matter? Why can't my body work harder and move? No, impossible. Who can do this? My body can't even move. Don't you say have all of us been settled? When all the people say their feelings, only their faces are shocked, which can't disappear for a long time. The heart seems to be turning over the river. It's just an uproar. What kind of level can this be achieved? They couldn't believe it, and they didn't know who had done it to them, but they were horrified. Anyway, the person who holds them is definitely one of them. It makes them feel like they've hit the iron plate. But at this time, a conversation suddenly came into their ears, which made them really realize who was the culprit. Gao Peng looked at the fat man in front of him and looked up and down. He didn't expect that there was a person who understood, and also want to escape under his eyes. I have to say the courage is really great, but the strength is a little weak. But Gao Peng doesn't want to think about it. No one can surpass him just because of his strength. Only those old monsters who have been practicing for a long time can compete with him. Otherwise, among the younger generation, how could anyone be inferior to him? You are very smart. You want to slip away when you find something wrong. You are much smarter than those guys. Those guys have tumors on the top of their necks, and you are a brain, but you forget in the face of absolute strength, sometimes it is futile to be smart. You still can't escape my Wuxia. Gao Peng said lightly that there was no mood fluctuation at all. But this is heard by fat man, but it seems to be a dangerous signal, which makes him dare not continue to silence. Big brother, please let me go. I really didn't scold you, and I just came here to join in the fun, and I didn't even think about the idea of taking action. It's all they want to do. I'm totally innocent. If you want to get angry, you can get angry with them. Just let me go. The fat man begged for mercy directly, even ignoring his face. Maybe in the beginning he didn't care about the question of face. However, as soon as the fat man's words came out, Xianxia from the central region also fully understood who had given them a place to live. That is to say, it shocked them even more. That guy, how is this possible? Chapters 561. Although all Xianxia's hearts are full of shock, at the same time, their hearts are also extremely angry. The fat man betrayed them. No, it should be said that he left his relationship behind and pushed all the people in front of the stage. Damn fat man. All the people were so angry that they wanted to break the fat man down, but now they couldn't move at all. Even if they can speak, they will not die early until now. Maybe quieting down will give them a little bit of life. This feeling is really oppressive. Originally, they are the pride of all major forces, and everyone behind them is not the strong one of all major forces. But now they have been held by people directly, and they may not be in control of life and death, which is the most unacceptable thing. Gao Peng led himself close to the fat man, and the two faces were almost pasted together, which scared the fat man to sweat, and the whole face became pale. I really didn't say it. Fat man is completely flustered now. Seeing that so many people are settled, does he have the reason not to be afraid? What's more, this guy has so many demons. The devil knows what his purpose is, but it's obvious that he's not good at coming. Fat people are so scared at this time. Gao Peng looked up and down and said, "Tell me what kind of strong people there are in the distribution of the major forces in the central region, and who is the strongest. Tell me all these things, or..." In the end, it was just a cold laugh. Although it didn't say what the consequences would be, it made the fat man completely panic. It was the most terrible thing that he didn't say the consequences. Who knows what it will be to meet him if he doesn't say it? I said, I know all this, I can tell you. Fat man can't have any doubts at this time. He just wants to escape from the devil in front of him. The devil knows if he will really be staying. He is really afraid. Let's talk about it quickly, but I still have to find these strong men to duel. How can I pluck some hairs from them? It's better to tell me the strong ones, give me the detailed address, but don't give me any false information, or I will crush you on the spot. When Gao Peng's voice just fell, all the people were quieter. One by one, I glanced at him as if Gao Peng had said something difficult to accept. But it's true. So you want to compete with the strong? I'm afraid it's not a brain problem, is it? This is the Middle Kingdom. Every strong person here is a groundbreaking guy. It's not easy to deal with it, let alone to compete. It will bring huge pressure to you when you look far away. Even if all Xianxia are present, they can't guarantee that their elders are the most powerful group. It can be seen that his words at this time have a huge impact on them. Is this looking for death? At the same time, an idea came out of their heart. Is this guy arrogant or ignorant? Or is there something wrong with his brain? The audience didn't know it, but it didn't hinder their thinking, but no one spoke. This kind of topic is too sensitive. Chapters 562. Compared with Xianxia in the Middle Kingdom, all kinds of demons smile coldly, but they secretly gloat. They don't think Gao Peng is just talking about it. That man is very cruel. As long as that human went to the Devil Kingdom, the whole Devil Kingdom was in deficit, and they were all captured here. It can be imagined how ferocious Gao Peng is. But now when they heard what Gao Peng said, they were gloating. This human being is finally coming to the Middle Kingdom of disaster. Although they are all human beings, it is obvious that they are not close to each other. The Triangle Devil looked at him without expression, but his heart had already blossomed happily. This time, it was not their misfortune, and it's still the party involved. This made him very happy. He could do harm to others at last, and he was still following this fierce human. Just thinking about it, he felt extremely excited. For the first time in so many years, I feel excited inexplicably. It's really amazing. Maybe it's because I have a kind heart, otherwise it's impossible to spread love in the Middle region. Let them experience our love. The Triangle God is completely shameless. If you let others know, you will spray saliva on his face directly. He kills the most lives. Now he even says that he sows his love in the Middle Kingdom. Never seen such a shameless guy. Which devil of the Devil Kingdom is not standing on the sea of blood? There is no one who is kind at all. His words and ideas are not tenable at all. In fact, in addition to the triangle devil, other demons have their own ideas in their hearts. At the moment, they have all mixed so badly. Naturally, I don't mind letting more people try what happened to them. That's what makes them feel balanced inside. Therefore, I only saw the twinkling eyes of all the demons, especially after looking at Tianzhao in Zhongyu. It seemed that I met my beloved toy. This makes all Tianzhao grow cold all over, as if the surrounding air suddenly solidified and the temperature dropped a lot. With their strength, it's impossible to feel cold. But now they feel that their body is getting cold slowly. Needless to say, it must be because of some strong ones that they have changed. So does this mean that someone is making their idea? Only these Tianzhao used their movable eyes to scan around them, but when they saw those demons staring at them, this makes them feel like they want to cry without tears. Lie, slot, it's a deadly rhythm that so many demons stare at it all of a sudden. This is the first thought of all Tianzhao's heart. Being stared at by so many demons at a time makes them have a very bad premonition. In particular, they also clearly feel that the strength of these demons is extremely strong, which makes them almost desperate. Although I don't know who is stronger or weaker between these demons and that human, judging from their moves and breath, the gap is not so obvious. All of a sudden, their hearts were about to collapse. This is to push people to the end. What to do? What should we do? These demons may have been staring at us. If we let them do it, it's really over. Some people seem a little flustered, said softly. But no one has responded. Someone mercilessly hit. You'd better think about how to live now. Chapters 563. This sentence is like a thump, hammering hard on the chest of all people, so that they have an impulse to spit blood. But finally they stifled it. But it is also true that whether they can survive for a while is unknown, and there is no time to pay attention to whether the demons are staring at them. My God, why is that? We are also the pride of all forces. Even in the end, we make others need to be afraid of our existence. Why does it develop like this? Why else? It is not because our strength is too weak, otherwise the chess will be given directly by others, and the whole army will be destroyed. This sentence is particularly striking, but the fact is that they cannot tolerate any sophistry. Especially for these self-righteous Tianzhao, it was a huge blow, as if they were slapped in the face. It's hard for them to accept. They are the most talented people. Not to mention the best talent, but at least they can stand at the top. As long as they are given time, they can certainly grow into the best. But now, I was given a place because of my lack of strength. Total annihilation. It's almost ironic. They can't imagine how terrifying the strength of each other is. They are almost the same age. Some people can still see their bone age. Although it has been a little vague, but also let them be sure that Gao Peng is not as big as them, but why is his strength so terrible? Is there any evil in the world that they don't know? In the Middle Kingdom, sometimes there are so many people who are so evil to suppress them. But now this guy from the Outer Kingdom is so terrible. Does this make people live? They can't imagine how Gao Peng practiced. How to cultivate to this extent is not only a matter of talent, but also of sufficient cultivation resources. There are all kinds of opportunities. But isn't the resources in the foreign domain very scarce? How can we compete with them? They have such abundant cultivation resources, and their talent is not bad, but now they are even beaten by others. It's a shame. If it wasn't for the moment that their bodies were fixed, it would be like finding a seam to drill in. They couldn't afford to lose this man. I just want to know where these guys come from. I absolutely don't believe that they come from Outland. How could Outland people mix with Devil people? This may be the plot of Devil Kingdom. Maybe there is such a possibility. This possibility is not ruled out. I don't think so. I think it's possible that someone is targeting us. Otherwise, how can we know that we are waiting in this entrance? It's as if knowing we're waiting here, and then sending some powerful guys to subdue us, the final result is to threaten the forces behind us. With the speculation of Tianzhao, things have become more and more outrageous. Some people even think that this is just a premeditated kidnapping. The purpose is nothing more than to threaten their forces. And they will certainly be in good condition, and they don't know how to get such a result, but many people really believe it. But if they knew it's not what they think, how rich are the expressions on their faces? Chapters 564. Gao Peng doesn't care what Tianzhao is talking about, because he doesn't care. He looked at the fat man and said, "It's time for you to play. Don't let me down." At this time, Fat Man was scared. He dared to have any hesitation. The central region, in short, is the middle of the continent of Xinyuan, which can also be called the core. The real qi here is always the most abundant. Even the most ordinary people living here, their strength is much stronger than some forces in the outer region. It's also that many people want to enter the central region, but as we all know, it's not so easy to enter at last. Every entry needs conditions and requirements. This has also promoted the strength of people in the central region to be extremely strong. People in the central region have been screened layer by layer. People in the central region are either the peerless demons squeezed in from the outside or the native people of the central region. It also makes the land more precious. At the same time, many powerful people are slowly sprouting. These strong people occupy one side, just like one side of the princes. There are many powerful people in every force. Emperor Wu is the most common. The general powerful people are at this level at most. The slightly stronger one is Emperor. A little bit more powerful is Wuxian, but in the middle region, Wuxian is also a relatively common strong person, not a strong person who can suppress one side. So in the end, there is a saying that Emperor Wu is more like a dog. Emperor Wu walks all over the place. Only God Wu can walk for a while. With the introduction of the Fat Man, the high industry has thoroughly understood what kind of situation the central region is, although there is still no clear understanding of which place has what kind of strong people. But it has aroused his interest completely. There are just too many strong people in this place. Just listen to his speech. Gao Peng will have roughly understood that here is simply more powerful than the Devil Kingdom. Maybe in the Devil Kingdom, there are many strong people he doesn't know, but he doesn't care about them at all now. The only thing he thinks about is to find more strong players at last, so that all his strength can reach the top, so that his strength can go further. Even now, he still hasn't forgotten the guy in the Devil Kingdom. He must wait until he can improve his strength, and then go back to the Devil Kingdom to make the guy fully understand. He not so threatening. Whoever dares to threaten him will pay the price in the end. So when Gao Peng heard of so many strong people in the Middle Kingdom, the whole people were completely excited, even the expression had not been calm before. Wuxian is so rare no matter where it is. But now it's not so rare here, which immediately makes him feel extremely excited, and he has a renewed sense of expectation for improving his strength. In addition, there may be some interesting things in the middle region. This is more to be expected. In fact, it's not only Gao Peng, but also the people behind him are looking forward to it. At least there are so many strong people here. It is impossible for them to be short of opportunities. If they find them, maybe their strength will soar countless times. This is something they can't even think of. Of course, they also know what they should do. Gao Peng's thigh must not be held. Chapters 565. With the change of expression on Gao Peng's face, all the people on the scene were slightly stunned, and even the expression on his face became extremely wonderful. They can't imagine why this guy has such an expression on his face. Is this excitement, or expectations? This really makes them a little unbelievable, and also a little confused. What is Gao Peng thinking about, or how could he show such an expression inexplicably? In fact, not to mention them, the fat man who is closest to Gao Peng is also stunned. I can't imagine why this guy shows such an expression in the end. Shouldn't he be afraid? After all, there are so many strong people here in the central region that any one of them can kill them. But now he doesn't show fear. It's unbelievable. He's afraid it's not a brain problem, is it? Not to say that he has completely offended us, but now he shows such an expression. What do you mean? You're not going to die, are you? Fat man's heart felt a little shaky. He was not afraid of the real strong. He was most afraid of the kind of lunatic who didn't even want to die. The real strong don't go out for no reason. Even if they are powerful, they have to weigh the power behind them. But if you are a complete lunatic, it's a different matter. How can others manage the number of strong people behind you? Whether or not you will eventually get revenge, you will surely die in his hands, which is the most frightening thing. People are dead, even if how to revenge. There is no need at all. This is what fat people are most afraid of at the moment. Who knows if this inexplicable guy in front of us is really a complete lunatic? No one can guarantee, even more dare not bet. In fact, not only fat people think of this, but also other Tianzhao. When they see Gao Peng, their eyes have changed dramatically. Fear in the eyes. Damn it, we won't meet a madman. If it is true, isn't it bad or bad for us? No, I haven't lived long enough. I still have great ambitions that haven't come true. I don't want to die. No, unable. Even a madman should be considerate. and as long as we hand in enough chips, we should not be killed so soon. As long as there is any chance, I am not willing to give up. Some of them are a little bit collapsed, but they are arrogant. Although they are flowers in the greenhouse, they are not complete idiots. Some of the reasons will be understood. Naturally, they want to delay. If someone can send out a call for help, they will have a chance to be saved. And if they stay too long, they may be found out, so that they can be saved. This is their inner thought at the moment, but it has to be said that what they think is too naive. How could Gao Peng let them go so easily? Don't even want to make small moves in front of Gao Peng, it's unrealistic. So only to see these people in the discussion, although Gao Peng heard, but did not care. Chapters 566. No. Gao Peng doesn't care, but now he is thinking about a problem. Is that to let these guys go? Now it should be considered that all of them are offended. In this way, they can call their elders, right? If so, isn't he able to improve his own strength? Although he said this, he didn't want to roll on some wool. The wool still came out of the sheep. It's impossible to catch one all the time, just roll on this one. It seems to be immoral. This is what Gao Peng thinks now, but as he thinks for a while, he is relieved. Anyway, he is not familiar with these guys. He has no sense of guilt at all. In this case, what can I do for him? Gao Peng waved, and the power on all Tianzhao disappeared in a flash. Tianzhao in the middle region also completely recovered his freedom. It's just at the moment, although they feel that their body is back in control, they seem to be at a loss. What's the situation? Why can they move all of a sudden? How can I move? Is it because the power has disappeared? Still, there is a time limit to this force. They don't understand what the situation is. But just as they wanted to talk, they found that the guy suddenly looked at them, which made all the people stop breathing. Even though they can move, they are afraid of Gao Peng. Facing these guys, Gao Peng smiled and said, "Now you are completely back to freedom. I think you hate me, right? I wish I could be broken up. If it is true, then I'll give you a chance. Call all your elders, and call them as powerful as you can, and occasionally wait for their arrival here. If there is any dissatisfaction, then you can let it out and let your elders come to me for trouble. I'm very welcome." What? All of them were stunned, even some of them were stupid. They know every word that Gao Peng said, but when they are connected, they seem to be a little confused. But when they think they have hallucinations, they look around one after another, many of them are at a loss. At this time, they fully understand that they just did not have hallucinations or auditory hallucinations. But that guy actually said such a sentence, which made their hearts have a huge fluctuation. Even in my heart, there are waves. It's really hard to calm my mood. In fact, it's not only them, but also those who follow Gao Peng Lai. Is this too crazy? It's not that they don't trust Gao Peng, it's that they are too arrogant, or even crazy. Just after entering the central region, we began to pick things. Even playing so much for a while, do you want to be so exciting? Gongsun Dong and others are completely stupid. They just want to get better treatment and even get opportunities to improve their strength. But they don't want to provoke so many strong people directly. But now they have no choice. Gao Peng's words have been spoken, and as followers, there is no chance to refute them, but it's hard to calm down for a long time. It's really a decision made by Gao Peng. It's too crazy for them to imagine. Chapters 567 inches. My God. Is this true or not? He even asked us for help. Isn't he afraid of death? It's too confident. If we really ask for help, how can he still live? Or does he just want to seduce us to make mistakes and then have a reason to kill us? No, it's absolutely impossible. If he wants to kill us, he doesn't need to find any excuses or reasons at all. Then is he really crazy? Otherwise, how can we do such a behavior that we know it's looking for death? All of Tianzhao was completely ignorant, and they just turned over the waves inside. They all felt incredible. Even when they look at each other, they can't believe it from everyone's eyes. What Gao Peng has done is too hard to understand. This made everyone burst the pot in a flash. Nobody expected that this guy would do such a thing. What is his purpose? All the people here don't believe that Gao Peng has no purpose. Is he just playing? Just after the idea came out, they denied it instantly. If it's really just for fun, it's impossible to do such dangerous things at all. There's no powerful power behind everyone's presence. Once they attract deep power, the consequences are also unbearable for ordinary people. They don't believe that this guy can really resist such a terrible force. But why did he do so? I really don't understand. Not only them, but also those who followed Gao Peng Lai. Gao Peng's operation was just too coquettish and caught them off guard. Even think that Gao Peng's move is too dangerous. It's not that they are afraid, it's just that it's too horrible. All of a sudden, so many strong people have been provoked. Do you want to be tough with others? Terrible. This time, everyone has made some changes to Gao Peng. This guy's strength is not only strong, but also his work style is a little surprising. And the body is still flowing with the blood of madmen, otherwise why do things become so crazy? A group of demons were only slightly stunned, and then they were relieved. Gao Peng did not do such crazy things for the first time. Similar things have been done in the Devil Kingdom. What's more, they don't think it's scary. They are very bloodthirsty. Now they can't come out to do things easily, so they will be excited. They more agree with Gao Peng's practice. What are the intrigues? This is their worst way. Now when they heard Gao Peng's words and actions, the whole body began to boil. It has almost reached the critical point. Ha 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 ha, it's so addictive. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful thing when I arrived. I must fight happily. It's really beyond my expectation. I didn't expect to compete with the strong of human beings. I really hope to have more powerful people, otherwise it would be too disappointing. Some of the more straightforward gods laughed. No matter what kind of situation it is at this time, they are just looking forward to the arrival of the strong human beings, so that they can fight happily. In fact, when they face Gao Peng, there is no such expectation and excitement, mainly because the strength of their friends is too strong. That's just one-sided rolling. Chapters 568. In contrast, Gong Sundong and others are completely ignorant. It's different from what they always thought. What are these guys like? How do you feel more crazy than one? Is this still human? Why do they seem so excited when they encounter such things? Are they really not in a parallel line? This really makes them feel puzzled. Although their strength is not weak, they are also the first time to enter the central region. It is even more difficult to understand what these people have done. After all, with their current strength, if there are real enemies, all of them can only be left behind. What's more, it's the Middle Kingdom, where the strong are like clouds. If you provoke any one person, you may provoke many strong people, let alone so many Tianzhao. Obviously, there are many strong people behind him, but what is Gao Peng doing now? I have totally offended them. Even if I don't kill these Tianzhao, I want to let them go and ask for help. What kind of operation is this? Damn it, a group of lunatics. Gong Sundong scolded secretly. He couldn't imagine what would happen next. But now he can't flinch. In this unfamiliar middle field of life, he can't guarantee what kind of things he will encounter when he flinches. Now, he can also hold Gao Peng's thigh tightly, which will prevent him from any accident. Once the sky falls down, he will have a high head. And he just needs to make it under the tree. And if he can't think of flinching, then meeting him will be an unknown danger. He still knows the stakes. Now he can only scold secretly at most. Other people can't do anything at all. The people around him were almost the same. The expression on his face became extremely ugly, but they didn't dare to say more. I'm really afraid that Gao Peng will listen to them, and then it's over to give them eye drops. They can only vent their dissatisfaction in their hearts, and they dare not show it. Tianzhao from Zhongyu is looking at me. I see you. No one makes a decision first. They don't know what Gao Peng wants to do. There is a little fear in my heart. I'm afraid that Gao Peng will kill them in an instant for their help. Although they have denied this idea before, but people are separated from each other. Who knows what the purpose of this guy is? Seeing that these guys haven't acted, Gao Peng said with a little dissatisfaction, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to help you? Or shall I kill some of you first, and then let you go for help? After this question, all Tianzhao suddenly shivered. If Gao Peng does this, doesn't it mean that some of them will be killed? Who knows if the next one will be himself? Let them quickly take out a rune from themselves, and immediately crush it without hesitation, and then only see a mysterious power floating towards the distance. Although Gao Peng doesn't know what these are, it doesn't prevent him from knowing that this is a distress signal, and they have done what he hoped. Then there's just waiting. Gao Peng nodded slightly and was very satisfied with the present thing. He didn't know how many strong people he would attract, but he should not be too weak. Chapters 569. A palace suspended in the sky. It seems to be a huge island from a distance, and it's still in the air. It's a palace after a close look. There are many bird creatures circling on the top, and the breath emanating from each of them is extremely strong. Any bird has the strength of a warrior. Among them, those with a slightly larger body size are more powerful. There are also some people vaguely seen in it, but these bird creatures dare not close to human at all. No, it should be said that there is some vigilance. But it's also a matter of the peace. We meet before we meet. From time to time, some people throw their heads in some meat. And those birds quickly snatched with the force of thunder, circling and strengthening in the air. When they caught a piece of meat, they flew to the sky in an instant. I don't want any creatures to come near at all. At this time, a deliberate rune flew slowly from the original place, directly across all the birds, and reached the front of human beings. And when those humans saw these runes, their faces suddenly changed and their movements stopped. Then he tossed the meat out of his hand. He would not go back, and the speed was very fast. And this human is still mumbling to himself. How could it be a rune for help? Who dares to move us? In terms of the speed of this rune, the distance is not too far. But number 1 seems to be leaving the palace at present, right? No, 2 people have left the palace, but aren't they going to pick up foreigners? How can I use the rune for help? This human being really doesn't understand, but he doesn't dare to delay at all. Who knows what will happen if he delays for a minute? He can't imagine it. This kind of thing can only be done as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, he rushed back directly. Now he can't make a decision at all, and he doesn't know what happened. What happened? This is obviously a very easy thing, but now it is obvious that there is an accident, so he cannot have any negligence. At the same time, many forces in the central region also received the rune for help. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it. Think it's just like before. But when they knew that it wasn't just that they received the rune for help, but that Tianzhao, who many people went to meet people from other regions, had crushed the rune for help. Doesn't that mean did they die collectively? This immediately made many people nervous. Some people didn't even know the confirmation, so they flew in the direction of the rescue rune. This also caused a lot of sensations. It was only known by some forces at first, but the final news has spread completely. Everyone knows that such a big event happened. Although there are still some imitations, it is possible to know where things happened, and even more likely to have relations with people from other regions. I don't know why this makes many people think of the legend, although it is too unreal. It's not like a real thing at all, but it's undeniable that it's widely spread and let everyone know that the outland is not so poor. But now it's obvious that there has been an accident. Is the legend staged again? Chapters 570. Although many people are worried about this, and are afraid that the legendary event will happen again, after all, just listening to it makes them feel scared. Let alone this time. However, then many people have shaken their heads, firmly do not believe that the legend will happen to them. It's impossible. I absolutely don't believe that legends will come true. Legends are legends after all, don't be alarmist. Who knows? Although some people don't believe it very much, they still have the mentality of trusting or not. It's a sudden that too many people are asking for help, so they have to pay attention to it, and the direction of asking for help. They don't need to guess too much. They already know where they are from. That's the entrance to the central region. It can be explained here, but some people still can't believe it. In the past, they were holding other mentality. Who knows if there are other people who design traps to frame these Tianzhao. Sometimes it can't be too arbitrary. Of course, some of them are extremely hot-tempered. For example, if one of them is like a golden lion, the momentum of the whole man is extraordinary, and even there is no timidity in his eyes. When I heard a lot of people talking about it, instead, he became more excited. Just like everyone's discussion, he just touched his exciting point, which made him unable to extricate himself. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to let me encounter such a thing. I just want to see who I'm really looking forward to it. We must have some powerful guys. No, as long as there is one that can be supported under my hand, then it can also let me have a good play, not so boring. After this golden lion finished speaking, many people suddenly became quiet and looked at him strangely. This is like the king of the golden lion. No one knows him. It's his name that's been heard for a long time. Lion King Thunder. That's a guy with an incomparably irascible temper. Although his temper is incomparably irascible, it's a little hard to accept, but his strength is indeed incomparably strong. Let all people have a look. Even many ancestors are afraid to provoke easily, not afraid. The police just don't want to cause trouble. Lion King is a very difficult guy, but also special belligerent, plus he has a very strong background behind him, no one dare to provoke him easily. Although occasionally just duel, but dare not really move the real case. Once something bad happens, it's really deadly. For the lion's words, many people make complaints about them in the mind, but they dare not show them. This kind of fighting maniac, once he is really entangled with it, it's really deadly. He can't fight again. Once he takes out his mace, who knows that he can't stand it? If he doesn't dare to have any result at last, he has to bear the consequences himself. This kind of guy is like a hedgehog. No one wants to provoke him, so he goes. Over time, he also made a reputation, not only because of the background behind him, but also because of his strength and talent. The stronger the talent of Vietnam War, many people are envious of it. Even more, they are already envious, but who let others be so fierce? Chapters 571. When the Lion King expressed his ideas, many people couldn't help but look at him a few more times. It was really that his image was too eye-catching. Moreover, many people are looking forward to the battle. All of a sudden, there are so many talismans for help, many people have already understood that things are not good, where there will be any general idea. As more and more people receive the rune for help, when they go in the same direction, they also meet many people of various forces. When they communicate with each other, they are more convinced. It must have happened, and it was a big thing. Otherwise, how could it sweep? All Tianzhao, let them all crush the runes for help. This must be a tough thing. So they did not dare to delay. They kept flying towards the entrance of the central region. You say, what happened? Why do these guys crush the runes for help together, as if they have made an appointment, and there is no danger in this way, but why does it suddenly become so urgent? There should be something important, and I've heard that it's possible that the legend will really play out again. This sentence just opened, many people have a lang. Although at the beginning still some do not understand, but when they think a little, the whole body hit a shiver. The brain also wakes up, and knows what kind of legend this man is talking about. That legend, it's something that all people can't forget and ignore. It's not that they have completely forgotten now, just want to fade the impression from all people's eyes. Let people not be in the shadow of that person. But it's as if the track of the wheel is back to the origin again. No matter how light they are, they finally reach this place. The same thing, the same place. No, it can't be true. It's hard to believe that this happens once. How could it happen again? Who knows? This makes me curious. Outland is really a magical place. Although there is a lack of genuine chi and resources, many people are also weak in talent. Why do you have such a strong one or two? And it's unbelievable to be the strongest in the world. This short communication keeps many people silent. Maybe that legend put too much pressure on them to think in that direction, but not everyone will believe it. Some people turned their mouths and said with great dissatisfaction, "Look at you, that's what you're doing. It's just some troublemakers. They scare you so much that they dare not face the enemy. Or do you forget the real battle because of the comfortable life? It's so sad that I don't care who the other party is and who dares to move me. I will let him really understand the reality. Here not everyone can be wild." A man with runes engraved on his body said, only to see his muscles double and his whole body full of strength. Let people see there is an explosive attack, and his face is not good looking. There are so many people alarmist. He can't stand it. Chapters 572. Middle China. Unconsciously there has been unrest. No, it should be said that there is an unimaginable scene. All people did not expect to see so many forces flying in one direction one day. And their goals are clearly the same. At this moment, the influence of the brick and stone level has become insignificant, just like a small stone thrown in the sea, which cannot turn over any trace of spray. Emperor Wu in the middle region, it is only a fairly strong one, and not the top one. Only martial god can shake one side and become the overlord of Xianxia force. But now, there are so many powerful people of star power, which naturally attracts many people's attention. If there are only one or two strong ones, there is nothing wrong. And all of a sudden there were so many. Or to fly in the same direction, which has to make many people think deeply. This is what happened. Why do I see so many martial gods flying in one direction? It's too spectacular. I have never seen such a scene before. What happened to these martial gods? At ordinary times, I can't even see people's shadows, but now I see so many of them all at once. My God, I saw Wuxian, and all of a sudden I saw so many. I must be dreaming. Really, if it's a dream, please don't let me wake up. Although there are many powerful people in the Middle Kingdom, the god of martial arts is always on the top of the existence, but also the god and the dragon do not see the end. It's lucky to have a look. But, now there are so many of them all at once, which will certainly cause vibration, but only the reaction of some lower-level personnel. There's no right to know what happened. Although many cases do not have too much communication, and they have a common purpose. Originally, I just wanted my own disciples to see the world, even to give the outsiders a lower hand. But who knew that things would develop like this? This makes them a little unexpected, but also makes them more curious about what happened. Of course, there will be anxiety. No one knows whether those arrogants can support their coming. Although time seems to have passed for a long time, in fact, it has not passed for a long time at all. The strength possessed by the martial god is simply too powerful, and it has already exceeded the range that can be predicted by all people. It doesn't take much effort to get to a place. Even in this huge and incomparable place, it is not too far away for the martial god. No matter who dares to move us to destroy the god palace, I will let him go to dust. Ha ha, my corpse Yin clan is not easy to provoke, just short of a few corpses. This speaker, every time he said a word, seemed to fall to the freezing point, giving a very cold feeling. And he was carrying a coffin on his back, and the color was incomparably pale. He looked like a dead man, and his whole body revealed a gloomy feeling. People around him can't help but stay away from him. It's really that this man's reputation is not very pleasant, but also too insidious. No one wants to deal with him. It's hard to believe that someone who can make someone else's body into a puppet at any time. Chapters 573. When the strong from all sides come together, Gao Peng is the first time to feel it. Only to see the corner of his mouth slowly showed a smile, from his eyes also faintly felt a trace of excitement. The little sheep are here at last. As soon as this sentence was uttered, everyone present was stunned. Even those demons, they feel some indeterminate. What does this sentence mean? All of us don't understand why Gao Peng said this for no reason. Is it because of his feelings? But it doesn't look like it either. Especially at the moment, his expression makes them have a little illusion. Is it exciting? It's too hard to imagine. What can excite him? Lu Chungjin was also stunned, but then he immediately responded. As a loyal subordinate, he naturally understood what Gao Peng would be excited about. Only powerful guys can excite the young master. So isn't it said that the strong have come near? He didn't respond in any way, or even be careful, because he believed in Gao Peng's strength, so there was no need to do this. It's enough to have Gao Peng alone. At the beginning, many people were still in a trance, but after a while, their eyes were full of strange things. They have already felt many strong people coming together slowly, these breath not weaker than them, and even more powerful than them. When they feel such a huge breath, although they are slightly excited, they are more cautious. No way, they really can't do it with such great heart as Gao Peng. After all, they are quite normal. No matter how bloodthirsty and belligerent they can't make fun of their lives. Master, there are enemies, said the triangle demon in a deep voice. He doesn't have any thoughts at the moment. No, it should be said that he dare not have two minds, although he feels that there are many strong people in the central region. But think about the comparison with Gao Peng, maybe it's a little bit worse. This is not a multiple choice question at all. And all Tianzhou were stunned, and then they were surprised. If the other side said it was the enemy, it should be their helper. Before that, they all crushed the rune for help. Now should be here, too. This makes them feel very happy, and look at Gao Peng and others with more unbridled eyes, although they have not done such stupid things now. But their eyes have been a little provocative. It's really reassuring to hear that the enemy is coming. This should be the person who has come to save them. The strong of all forces are coming. Ha 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 ha, rescuers are finally here. These guys, I'd like to see when they can make it. Damn it, dare to do this to me, I must show you. A bunch of hicks. Damn Outlander, you are ready to shake. A lot of Tianzhou's inner wildness is incomparable, as if it can foresee the next scene, and each inner play is incomparably sufficient. And they also looked at Gao Peng frequently, with hatred in their eyes. It was Gao Peng who brought them a big blow, and also made them lose their face completely. What's more, Gao Peng is also the culprit. Naturally, they are extremely high. Chapters 574. Comparatively speaking, fat people suddenly scold them when they see their eyes. A group of fools, don't they see the reality clearly? If other people want to kill you, it's just a matter of minutes. You dare to show it? It's like dying. Damn it, don't get into trouble. If you want to die, stay away from me. Don't involve me. Fat Man just wanted to run away, but Gao Peng was so close to him that he had no assurance. Especially looking at those stupid people, they even show hostility now. Is this looking for death? Or do you think you have a long life? Even if it's your own helper, it's not necessarily someone else's opponent. Now it shows hostility so quickly, no matter what will happen in the end. This is the stupidest thing to do. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Anyway, I have to wait until my life is saved. Moreover, the fat man has some doubts in his heart. The other side is too calm and has no fear at all. Before that, all of them broke the rune for help. How could they be afraid of the arrival of the strong if they had such sufficient strength? Although Fat Man still has some doubts in his heart, it doesn't prevent him from running away from here. Who said he had crushed the rune for help before? But it doesn't conflict with his escape. This is the truth. Why don't you hurry? Standing so close, I can't escape at all. This kind of distance doesn't need to be said to escape. I just need to move my mind, and I'll be caught in an instant. At that time, I'll probably lose my life. After observation, the fat man has been completely desperate, which cannot escape at all. Because Gao Peng is always standing beside him from time to time, which makes him have an inescapable illusion, even if he will open a long distance sometimes, but he does have a feeling. Gao Peng has been stopping him. The feeling made him want to cry. What kind of situation is this? At least you are such a powerful person. Do you want to fight me all the time? I'm a fat man with little courage. I don't want to get involved. But no matter how sad Fat Man is, he still can't escape fate, and even he sometimes feels Gao Peng's eyes on him. That's an unbridled warning at all. If he really dared to do anything rashly, it's a very heavy price to meet him. So he wants to cry, damn it, do you want to bully people like this? So many people don't stare, why just stare at me? No matter how desperate he is, in the current situation, he can't escape, and there is not much time for him. In fact, Gao Peng is very concerned about this fat man. Comparatively speaking, Gao Peng thinks that this fat man is smart. There should be something to use next. And in Gao Peng's team, there is already a fat man. What kind of spark can he make? Gao Peng thinks. So, if fat people know, they don't know how to cry. It's just too bad. Doesn't he just want to have a party? Who knows what will happen, and he's been caught. God, the earth, who did I offend? Chapters 575. Just when Fat Man is crying in his heart, the sky suddenly quieted down, and a strong breath came from oppression, which made many people feel that their breath was not smooth. That feeling, it's like a mountain on its chest. Cold sweat could not help but come out. Gao Peng's unbridled smile is what he wants to see. From these breath, we can judge the strength of these guys. Middle domain, it wasn't blown out. It's obviously much more powerful than the Devil Kingdom. Everyone felt a different atmosphere. Several voices of breaking the sky sounded. One after another phantom figures slowly appeared in front of all people, each with a very strange atmosphere. It's not only a powerful breath, but it makes people feel unreal, as if they are not in front of them at all. However, they can actually see each other. It's a wonderful feeling, but it's only relative. For Gao Peng and others, it's just a trick. It's just not on the table. Seeing this, the Triangle Devil snorted coldly. Play the devil. When the sky burst, all the martial gods appeared in an instant, not the illusory figure before. One by one, they all looked at the Triangle Devil, and their faces became extremely ugly. It turns out that they are evil demons. How did they enter the Middle Kingdom? Has the seal been completely broken? It was sealed by my ancestors after a lot of hard work. How could it be so easy to get loose? If not, how did these guys get out? All the people look like the Triangle Demon, and the eyes of other demons are very strange, and the expression on their faces is increasingly ugly. It's just that the demons are so unpopular, and there are so many demons all of a sudden, which makes them feel a little tricky. Once we fight, Tianzhao of the major forces may be in real trouble. At this time, Gao Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. It's like looking at the past. It's all Wuxian. The quantity and quality of the martial god is very high. Gao Peng was a little excited, and he also thought it was a little inconceivable. Even if the central region is no better, the number of such martial gods is too high. And this is clearly not the whole amount. It's much more powerful than the Devil Kingdom. Why did you say that the Devil Kingdom can cause turmoil in the whole continent? I don't understand. I really don't understand. At this time, Gao Peng felt the doubt in his heart, but he didn't have too much entanglement. This kind of thing can't be thought out by him. You have to go to someone you really know, and you can know these things. However, he was only curious about these, and did not have much interest. He has only one interest: improve his own strength. When the fat man feels that the atmosphere is not right now, the whole person is huddled together. He really doesn't want to be the first bird. At such a time, where can he come out? It's over, it's all over. Why does this happen? If we do fight, aren't we going to die in a flash? No, I must run away quickly. I can't get caught in the middle of them, or I will be dead. Fat man's heart is extremely firm, that is to flee here as soon as possible, otherwise once the two sides really have a fight, they will be destroyed in the first place. Chapters 576. Not all people know as much as fat people do. When they saw so many martial gods appearing, the expression on their faces was so wonderful that they could not help laughing 3 times. But in the end, they restrained themselves well, but even so, the expression on their faces was still twitching. The eyes are even more unbridled. Before there was a little careful, but now there is no fear. Maybe there are so many martial gods in it, so that they have a more sufficient foundation. Of course, there are still people who have been suffocating for a long time. Ha 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 ha, you foreigners, don't kowtow for mercy now. If you are sincere, maybe we can let you go. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Otherwise, your little men will really accept it. You know that all of them are martial gods. You guys have never seen them, have you? In that case, why don't you get down on your knees and beg for mercy? After having a person to talk like this, many people seem to slowly let go. Maybe they were too oppressive before. They can't bear it. At the beginning, they may feel that the atmosphere is a little bit out of place, so that they can control their inner thoughts. But now, obviously, there is no need. Are you stupid? You guys who haven't seen the world, I'm going to show you what real power is. Open your eyes and see. You be ready to surrender. When a lot of Tianzhao are unbridled shouting, some people are really stupid. However, it is not Gao Peng, but the newly arrived warrior god. They are completely ignorant at this time. I can't imagine that these guys would say such a thing. These guys don't have brains, do they? Do you want to die by yourself? Even if they all have to deal with it carefully, but these guys even jump out to pick and quarrel directly. Do they think they don't die fast enough? I saw a lot of black lines appear on the forehead of the martial god. One by one, blue tendons burst up, as if they had endured for a long time. Fat people are also stupid. At first, he thought these guys were stupid enough, but this remark has completely refreshed his 3 views. He never thought that these guys should be so stupid. It's like a pig. God, what brains are these guys? If not everyone has a strong background, with their brains like this, maybe they would have already died and could not die anymore. This kind of brain, don't be killed by others, don't lose the strong background behind them. This is Fat Man's first thought at the moment. In fact, it's not only him, but also many people's thoughts. I really admire the pride these days. This admiration is naturally derogatory. Lu Chungjin was also stunned. He never thought of anyone else. These seemingly gifted Tianzhao have problems with their brains. Not all, but most of them, right? At the same time, only to see his heart-cold smile. I don't know how to be fearless. These guys don't die so early, do they? Do they think that the presence of the martial god will surely protect them? No, these stupid guys are not only so, but also think that when the god of arms appears, they will win. Stupid enough. Chapters 577. Just when Tianzhao is very excited. The surrounding atmosphere has already become extremely strange. Many people have long been closed breath, even a little voice is afraid to send out. It's just that the atmosphere is so scary. Also at this time, Gao Peng's hand gently waved, and the voice of the one who jumped most happily suddenly stopped. In the end, everyone could see his head flying straight up, a blood column soaring. Zizi. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of us was so unexpected that people didn't react at all. But a overpass had become a headless body. Fall from the air. Boo. All of them were suddenly quiet, their eyes were full of shock, and their faces were also very wonderful. Especially just came to Wuxian, that expression words are beyond description. Although the strength of the other side really makes them afraid, but the current behavior of the other party is too unexpected. No one expected such a situation. They didn't respond and started killing people. Do you mean didn't the Other side want to blackmail them at all. Damn it, what do they really want to do? What is the purpose? Can't forgive, really can't forgive. This guy even killed in front of us. Does that really look down upon us? Damn it, I must kill them, even if there is a demon stronghold. It's just a bunch of local dogs. I want to see how arrogant they are. When all the martial gods came back to God, they were completely angry. When they didn't expect him to come, this still happened. How can they stand it? Once it's spread out, it's sure to say that these martial gods are useless. How unjust it is. What's more, some people dare to kill in front of them. What's more, they need protection. It's just like fighting in public. Spread out they were completely discredited. I saw that all the martial gods were very angry one by one. Looking at Gao Peng's eyes, they were almost ready to spray flames. But Gao Peng didn't seem to realize it. He always focused on all the martial gods. If he looked carefully, he would surely find that Gao Peng's old house is not selecting prey. I'm picky. However, Gongsundong and other people standing behind Gao Peng are completely ignorant at the moment, and have not returned to their senses at all. Finally, I hesitated to take a look at Gao Peng. I could not calm down for a long time. It's unbelievable that Gao Peng killed Tianzhao in front of so many martial gods. Although he didn't know which force it was equivalent to fighting in public. Hatred, it's completely closed. Every strong man has a good face. It's impossible to let others face him. Now Gao Heng has let so many martial gods lose face. That's a dead-end situation. What's more, I don't know if that Tianzhao elder is here. If he is here, Gongsundong really can't imagine that there will be a big war, and they are nothing more than a drag on the oil bottle, let alone participate in the war. Whether we can survive or not is an unknown question. Chapters 578 inches. My God. This time, it's really a big game. Do you really want to have so many battles with martial gods? Lie down, sink. I want to finish. It's over. Gongsundong's face was directly green when he shouted in his heart, but now he has no choice but to shout in his heart. Here, in addition to those arrogance, he may be the weakest. No, it is possible that he may not even be able to fight those Tianzhao. Who makes the strength of Tianzhao so terrible? Although most people are weaker than him, don't forget every genius has the ability to fight, which is the most terrible place. That's how he felt despair. There are so many martial gods here. In his eyes, Emperor Wu is already superior, let alone the god of Wu. So that by this time his whole face was green. How dare he? Is he not afraid of death? There are so many martial gods here who dare to fight. They are just looking for death. I'm sure he won't live long. He even dared to fight in front of the martial god. I bet he won't live for an hour. Oh, once Wuxian gives it a shot, it must be killed in minutes. I want to see how arrogant he can be. It's just a group of local dogs. Although watching Gao Peng kill a person in a flash, they are still shocked. But after the shock, one by one began to smile coldly. A look of Gao Peng being killed later. In that way, it's just like a lot of beating. But at this time, they are more cautious. They are far away from each other for a moment. After all, their bodies are controlled by them. It's impossible to be so close to Gao Peng. Especially just Gao Peng's move really scared them. Who knows if Gao Peng will make a sudden move? Who will be the next target then? No one knows, so let them feel more cautious up. One by one retreat far away. I dare not go near Gao Peng at all. However, they are still cynical there, and even some people start to bet that Gao Peng and others will not live long. After all, there are so many martial gods here. So many powerful people are here. Can't you deal with these guys? If it's true, it's easy to laugh with others. This is also the reason why these Tianzhao are so confident, and they still have hatred on their faces at the moment. At this time, they still don't forget the shame they just suffered. At this time, the reason why they didn't run away directly was that they wanted to see Gao Peng and other people being killed. That's what they stay for. Damned outlander, wait for the silent anger. If you are honest, maybe you can save your life, and you are so bold, that will let you really understand the reality. Here it's not a place where you can go wild. A martial god roared and looked at his twisted face. Maybe we can know why he was so angry. Because Tianzhao, who was just killed, is exactly the disciple he said was in the force. Chapters 579 inches. Do you know who you killed? You damn beast. The martial god is still angry and roaring. He is surrounded by a terrifying force. If we don't consider that it's not easy to fight here. At this moment, he had already rushed out without hesitation. But even so, his anger could be felt by all present. But there is one person, from the beginning to the end, there is no change of expression on his face. That's Gao Peng. Gao Peng looks at the angry warrior god, and shakes his head slightly. The breath from the other side has made him feel the strength. But compared with him, it's just too weak. I kill people, no matter who they are. Who can't kill if I want to? Besides, you are so weak. Who gave you the courage to talk like this in front of me? Is it because of these guys around? If that's the case, I'll tell you how wrong you think. No matter how many people there are, they can't bring you a real sense of security, because I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Gao Peng's faint voice echoed in the sky. All the people were completely shocked. This guy who gave him the courage to say such a thing. He can't provoke all the people completely. It's just a provocation, and still throw other people's faces on the ground and trample hard. It has to be said that all the people here are totally admired. They never thought that there were people who spoke so hard, especially in the face of so many martial gods. In the face of so many martial gods, you can say the roaring words, and you don't know where his confidence comes from. But no matter what, people all feel extremely admire for Gao Peng. Of course, it's more like looking at a fool. They don't think Gao Peng really has such a bull, who can't boast. Who is this to scare? No one can be frightened so easily. Instead, he thinks that this guy is too arrogant to say such a thing. Arrogance to no end. The one who was very angry before laughed angrily. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Who gave you the backing? That's what I said to us. Do you rely on the demons behind you? If it is, I think you will be disappointed. They can't protect you. To this end, many martial gods smile on their faces. Although there are many demons, they are not weak. But here, it's human home. How is it possible for these demons to behave recklessly? What's more, there are many powerful martial gods here. Their strength can reach the sky. Why should they be afraid of each other? This is the reason why these martial gods suddenly laughed. I don't think these people from other regions have a clear understanding of the situation at all. Perhaps they think that China is only at this level. Oh, a bunch of ignorant guys. All the demons are very angry. They are looked down upon by others like this. They can't stand it, but they are surprisingly quiet at this time. Although their faces were angry all the time, they restrained themselves very well. Now is not the time for them to talk. Although these martial gods are arrogant, they do. But this is not the way things are going. However, these demons know how terrible Gao Peng's strength is. With Gao Peng alone, do you still need to be afraid of these martial gods? Chapters 580. Such a performance of the demon god made all the martial gods stunned. They really don't know. It seems to them that the devil, who has a hot temper, is so quiet. There's something wrong with that. But they didn't think much about it. They thought they had the upper hand. After all, they outnumbered many others. When the strength is equal, the number of people is the key to success. What's more, their strength is much stronger than those demons. That's why they have such a base. Unexpectedly, the man from the Outlands spoke again. Did I say that I relied on them? Are you afraid that the top of your neck is not a tumor? Is it all shit in your head? Gao Peng looked at all the martial gods with disdain, and said directly disdainfully. The moment quieted down. All the people didn't expect Gao Peng to have such a mortal, which was really unexpected. All the people present were shocked. This guy, it's like a crazy trial on the verge of death. Does he really think he is invincible? It's terrible. For the first time, I saw someone looking for death like this. Maybe he was too arrogant. I think I'm invincible. Or the demons behind him bring him enormous confidence, otherwise how could he not put all the people in his eyes? In particular, scolding such fresh and refined words, directly stunned all the martial gods, which has not been heard for many years. Since they arrived at Wuxian, no one dared to scold them. After all, Wuxian also needs face. It is more impossible for each other to say such words, and for those who are less powerful than them, they are more afraid to say such words. Even in the back of Careful, no one dares so unbridled. But now they even heard someone scolding in front of them, and there are still so many people present. In an instant, the faces of several martial gods became extremely livid, and even the blue tendons could be seen, and the breath on them almost showed signs of violence. It can be seen how angry they are at this time. Damn it, I must kill you. I don't care where it is, I must kill you. Some martial gods have been angry, and they don't want to care about where it is, even if they die together. We must kill this hateful guy in front of us. However, when Gao Peng saw these guys chattering all the time, he was already very upset. In addition, these guys always say they want to kill him, which makes him more upset. Oh, trying to kill me, you deserve it. In my eyes, you are just a group of rubbish. You are so arrogant that you want to kill me. Who gave you the support? Or is it a tumor on your neck that has made you forget? Quiet. At this time, the people in the central region are completely ignorant. This is not only a provocation, but also a look down on them. All Tianzhou stared at Gao Peng. Although this guy is a foreigner, he is really extremely fierce, and his speech is so fresh and refined. And it's on the verge of early death. This kind of person, I'm afraid it's not a madman, is it? Normal people who want to die, unless they don't want to live. Chapters 581 inches. You are arrogant. However, you can know that the more arrogant people are, the easier they are to die. Because they are arrogant, they often do not have enough strength to set off, so they often die very early. And it's going to be the next one. The first angry warrior god has calmed down a lot at the moment. Maybe he doesn't think it's necessary to care about a dying man. So he's calmed down. But when he said this, all the people had already known what he wanted to do. It was just doing it here. But no one stopped. All the martial gods have been completely angry. Naturally, it is impossible to stop them. Although it's very dangerous to start here, you can make a quick decision if you do your best. A huge white snake came. It's unexpected for all of us. Unexpectedly, a huge white snake will appear, and his goal is Gao Peng. But when everyone looked carefully, it was the blood power of that martial god. It's just like a living thing. There's a bit of turbulence in the said space, but fortunately, the space in the central region is still stable. There is no problem with the Wuxian fighting. That is to say, this is the entrance to the middle domain, otherwise even a little jitter will not appear. Maybe this is also the reason why all the martial gods don't want to fight here. No one knows if there will be a space collapse when the fight reaches the most intense moment. If this happens, it's really bad. But it was just when everyone was in a trance. A huge axe suddenly appeared, and directly towards the white snake, and all the people just saw a shadow. He heard a scream. A huge body fell from the sky, followed by a slightly smaller sound. Bam bam. When all the people can see the falling shadow clearly, their mouth can't help but open, and their eyes are also very big. Here, how is this possible? What happened? Why is that? No, it's absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. All Tianzhou was completely shocked. For a time, he felt that what appeared in front of him was an illusion, and he couldn't believe it. Because the falling shadow is exactly that warrior god. And now it's clear that life and death don't know. No, it should be said that there is no breath, but the people here are not willing to believe it at all. However, the scene in front of them is just too unreal. It's not that they don't want to believe it, it's that they can't believe it. Foreigners actually killed a martial god. And it's a second kill. Even they had not yet returned to their senses. When did he do it? It's too scary. Never thought there would be such a terrible person. That axe, comparatively speaking, all the demons look at it very seriously. They actually see that figure. In particular, this axe is just for the familiar. At this time, in addition to being serious, they also have a light sense of happiness. Fortunately, they didn't really fight with Gao Peng. Otherwise, the fate of the warrior god now may be their fate, right? There was no resistance at all, and they were killed directly by Sekal. This kind of strength is beyond imagination, but that human is really so terrible. It's hopeless. Chapters 582. Even at this time, all the martial gods still did not return to God, one by one staring at Gao Peng. They can't believe this scene, just like they are in a dream. How could the world have such a person? Kill a warrior god directly. Although it's not the most powerful, it's just a short promotion, but it can't be so weak. But why is it killed by seconds in an instant? This is really unacceptable to them. Even in the Middle Kingdom, Wuxian is a very powerful existence, let alone in the outer domain. And now what do they see? Such a powerful martial god was killed in an instant. What's more, the murderer is still called the most resource-deficient alien, which is the most shocking place. For a time, all the martial gods couldn't accept all these things in front of them, and they didn't return to God. Even though all the people uttered a cry of shock, they still didn't ask for God back in that scene, when they looked at the fallen body. The pupils shrink, as if seeing something terrible. If they have any idea at this time, the first one is to think of the legend. At the beginning, when I came here and saw the guys who were just beyond their control, they didn't have much mental activity. Although there are demons, there is nothing to worry about. But now, it seems that everything has exceeded their expectations. Some guys who were just able to deal with it easily have not only killed a genius in front of them. What's more, he killed a martial god. Wuxian, each one needs to be piled up with countless resources, but now they even watch a warrior god being killed, and they have no way. This makes their eyes slowly show a trace of anger. In the middle region, there are many competitions. However, when they face foreign enemies, they will naturally show a unified external vision, that is, they will become so united. Damn it, what exactly did he use? I absolutely don't believe that he can be so powerful, that he is so young, I absolutely don't believe it. It must be by means we don't know. Otherwise, how can we kill Wuxian in a second? We must catch this guy and let him spit out everything. Otherwise, if we let him develop, it will definitely threaten us. I saw all the martial gods looking at Gao Peng, but their eyes were strangely strange. Although they occasionally flashed a little anger, they were more greedy. At this moment, they even made their own explanation for Gao Peng. Perhaps in their opinion, such a young guy can never have such a strong strength, so the only possible thing is that the other party has these means they don't know. This can make the other side kill Wuxian. And if they can get this way, doesn't it mean will their strength soar countless times in an instant? With this idea, their eyes on Gao Peng are even more different, and this kind of change is just seen by Gao Peng. However, he did not care, but slightly raised the corner of the mouth. Chapters 583. When Gao Peng showed a smile, a martial god suddenly stood out, but he and Gao Peng had a long distance. Although he thinks he can't get to the road, he doesn't dare to get too close. I don't know what kind of means you used, he said bluntly, but if you are caught, maybe we can spare your life. Here, no matter you have such means, you can't escape the palm of our hand, so you can confess your life honestly. As this warrior god spoke, the rest of them also stood out, as if they agreed with each other in their eyes. So, a very strange sight appeared in front of us. This also makes those Tianzhao feel very ignorant, why things go beyond their expectations, and why they don't know for a while. This is what is the situation. Why am I a little confused? Don't you say did we just miss something? Why does it develop like this, and we feel like a fragment? The last person said everyone's thoughts, and they did have such feelings, but they did not dare to ask questions. We can only retreat from the reality. Now it's not a place for them to step in. Gongsun Dong and others are also very ignorant. They can't really react. The actions of these martial gods are unbelievable. No, it should be said that it is unpredictable. However, there are still many intelligent people. Most of the demons can see clearly the actions of these martial gods, especially the triangle demons. There was a very ugly smile on the corner of the triangle devil's mouth, but he smiled proudly. Stupid people, don't think about it. This is the true idea of the inner heart of the triangle devil. It's really that these humans are too greedy to show such stupidity. And also completely refresh his three views. Indeed, although human beings have enormous power, it is because of internal strife and stupidity, as well as greed, which hinder human development. In particular, it's a blessing for the gods, or they won't make a lot of noise. If all human beings are not so greedy, or even all of them are in common with the outside world, then there will be no demons. But greed is sin. Seeing the performance of these martial gods, Gao Peng even showed a sarcastic expression. Your stupidity has completely refreshed my cognition. I really haven't seen such a stupid person. And you let me see, there is no stupidest, only stupider. They were speechless. All people are still inexplicable, but Gao Peng opened his mouth and scolded directly. Isn't that awesome? It's not the first time for us to scold directly. Although the people here are getting used to Gao Peng's way of speaking, they look at him and insult all the martial gods again and again. It's still hard for them to accept. This guy has scolded so many times, and now he can still jump around. It's a miracle. Originally, all Tianzhao thought that this guy would be killed in minutes, but who knew that he could live for such a long time, which they couldn't understand. Chapters 584 inches. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect such an interesting person in the world. I really want to treat your body as a zombie. It should be very powerful, right? And the demons behind you. This is the best material. Just then, a gloomy voice suddenly rang. All people seem to have a wind blowing, and when all people look at the past, they see a thin man carrying a huge coffin. The pace of walking is also very slow, step by step out of the crowd. With his steps, everyone could hear his heartbeat, as if he felt the heaviness of every step. The sky seemed to shake. Yin Corpse Clan, I didn't expect them to show up. These bedbugs will come here to have fun. What's strange about this? Where there are battles, they will appear. Who let them play with corpses? The stronger the corpses are collected, for them, it's like our cultivation. All Tianzhou took a breath of cool air and looked scared. At the same time, they could not help but step back. It's just that this force feels so unfriendly. Although there has been no terrible fighting all along, but this kind of guy who often plays with corpses, who knows if he will start behind his back. Not only that, then your body will be used as a fighting tool by them to make one powerful zombie after another, which is the most unacceptable thing. So many people will stay away. When the man of the Yin Corpse Clan came out, he was like a god of plague, and directly dispersed many people. Even those martial gods can't help but open a little distance. With the voice of the people's discussion, Gao Peng also thoroughly knew what kind of character this guy was, and then looked at him curiously. It's interesting. I didn't expect that there are such interesting forces in the central region. It seems that I can visit them when I have time. Maybe there are some unexpected gains. Gao Peng completely ignored each other and rubbed his chin, which made him feel very interested. The reaction was unexpected for all. God, what kind of reaction are you having? Although the other side is not so terrible, just to bring a cold hair to others, but what's the matter with your interesting expression? Are you so interested in corpses? Or is your own hobby more special? This suddenly made everyone a little unbelievable, and the look at Gao Peng was even more strange. No one knows what they are thinking, but Gao Peng clearly feels that there are some changes in people's views on him. It's not right either. But he did not pay attention to it. He was still interested in looking at this guy with the body on his back. No, it should be said that carrying the coffin, that heavy feeling, just like carrying a mountain, every step can shake the whole world. We can know how many zombies he carries behind him. His strength should not be too weak, but I don't know if he will be given the opportunity to improve his strength. Chapters 585. Gao Peng's eyes made the strong of the Yin Corpse Clan feel insulted, and the sunken eyes gave off a trace of anger. What the hell are you looking at? Are you looking down on me? No, I just think you are too thin, and you can see the bones quickly. Gao Peng looked at each other seriously, and then said, "Come on, I'll stand and let you kill. This is my highest respect for you." The strong of Yin Corpse Clan only saw his eyes revealed a trace of murderous. Looking at Gao Peng's eyes became more terrifying. All the people present were completely speechless. Lie, Slot, do you want to completely annoy each other this time? This guy is not looking for death. I never thought that he would be like this. He wants to die. Don't you want to provoke the Hell Corpse Clan? It's just that you can't live safely without dying. You'll be turned into a zombie eventually. This kind of result, it's an insult. But Gao Peng's current behavior is beyond everyone's doubt. The people of the Yin Corpse Clan will refine him into a zombie. It's just that this guy is so hateful. He's only to blame himself. Bang! With a loud sound, the man of the Yin Corpse Clan released the coffin and looked at Gao Peng with a gloomy face. As he moved, a colder breath spread, and around him, there was a faint flash of red line, just like blood, and more and more. When everyone saw this scene, they knew that there would be incredible things that would happen. Even the thought of heaven and earth had already happened. It is conceivable that there are so many terrible people in it. The coffin was slowly opened by him. A dark body slowly appeared in everyone's eyes, and the body was closed. But with the opening of the coffin, a sense of terror spread, and the blood became more and more. There was a sudden stir in the crowd. My God, what kind of zombie is this? You can feel the irresistible power from this breath. What kind of monster does this guy bring? Has he brought his most powerful zombie? It's impossible. Their most powerful zombies are generally left to slowly improve their strength, and they are generally impossible to answer. But why this zombie is so horrible? People who have known each other a little are shocked at this time. The Yin Corpse Clan is different from the general forces. Their most powerful strength is zombies, and their weakness is very obvious, that is, they themselves. But their zombies are not countless. When they reach a certain number, that is, when they can't bear it. But there is a feature. People in the Yin Corpse Clan usually put their most powerful zombies on the ground, and they will not take them out. This can make their zombies improve their strength all the time. But now, I always feel that the other side is bringing out the most powerful power. How can this not shock them? The triangle god also felt the very dangerous breath, the fist tightly clenched, the whole person felt extremely uncomfortable. Even the triangle demons are like this, let alone the other martial gods. Now they are further apart from the Yin Corpse clan. What the hell do you want to do with each other? Unexpectedly all of a sudden out of their most powerful power, if there is no ghost in the heart, who will believe? Chapters 586 inches. I can feel your body is strong, but your body just right for me. You'll take your life. If you provoke me completely, then pay back your life. The strong man of the Yin Corpse clan smiled darkly, as if he had already won half of the battle, and they were often with the corpse. It's easy to find that Gao Peng's body is different. The strength of the body is much more terrifying than all the people present. That's why he came out in the first place. At first, he didn't want to move so fast, but Gao Peng's repeated statements made him unbearable. However, when he thought that the man was about to become his zombie, he couldn't help but smile. This kind of strong body can create an extremely powerful zombie for him, and then his strength will be greatly improved. When he thought about it, he was very happy. In fact, those demons are not in his eyes. Because compared with Gao Peng, it's nothing. Sure enough, I've been with the corpse for so long that I can't even laugh. Is that what I want to do to scare people? It's not your fault to be ugly. It's your fault to know that you are ugly but still scare people. Gao Peng said with a disgusted face. The crowd was speechless. When is this all? Do you think you've made a lot of hair? The people in the room didn't understand this guy. They only saw them and didn't know what to say. The people of the Yin Corpse clan are not ordinary. Each of them is extremely powerful. They just carry a coffin. But it doesn't have to be just one zombie. That's why many people are afraid. The face of the people in the Yin Corpse clan was stiff. There were some black faces, but the whole face was just like his zombie. There is a similarity of 70 to 80%. Gao Peng was shocked to see it, only when he wanted to talk. The other party suddenly moved. No, it's the dark zombie. A roaring sound came up, and the space seemed to be torn apart alive. All the people saw a flash of black shadow. Gao Peng can see each other's voice clearly. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name. Xianxia blood atavism constitution. Zombie constitution realm. Wuxian level 6 martial arts. None. The highest realm of the enemy is Wuxian level 6, which will automatically upgrade to Wuxian level 7 as the host. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The enemy's blood is not stronger than the host, and will not be promoted temporarily. If the enemy's martial arts are not better than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. With the sound of the system prompt, Gao Peng was stunned. This is the most rubbish data he has ever seen. It's not that he didn't improve, but the strength of the other side. I make complaints about him. The martial arts are empty. Is he just fighting with his own physical strength? It's just incredible. Chapters 587. Originally, looking at such a bull, Gao Peng still had some expectations, especially when the system prompts the sound. His face really shows an excited look. But then the whole face pulled down. It's just like saying nothing. Apart from the improvement of the realm, nothing else has moved at all. What's more, Gao Peng can't imagine the other side's data, and it's also the most concise data he has ever seen. The other side simply has this extremely strong body. There is no other place to praise. Of course the realm is also very high. But this kind of data is so miserable. No wonder the strength is not so good, otherwise it will not be mixed with these people. If his strength really has such a strong, how can he honestly follow behind everyone? With his own strength, Gao Peng can seize his own interests. When he really sees the strength of the other side, Gao Peng is fully aware of it. It's just a representation of what you can't see. Then I saw only the look of disgust on his face. It's really unexpected weakness. I thought I could look forward to it a little bit, but it's all based on my physical strength, and there's no praise beyond that. What a disappointment. Facing the attack of the god corpse, Gao Peng still showed great calmness and shook his head in disgust. This performance is in everyone's eyes. It also makes them feel extremely confused and shocked. This guy, is he really so confident? But why does he look like this? And his attacks on zombies didn't mean to dodge. It's just incredible. God, is that too arrogant? Even if you think of yourself as powerful and look down on others like this, you will definitely suffer the punishment you deserve. This is the inner thought of many people present. Because they don't know the real strength of the zombie at all, just looking at the threatening appearance, they are extremely powerful. Especially the strange speed seems to tear the whole space directly, which makes them mistakenly think that the zombie is extremely powerful. But they miscalculated the power of zombies. The body of that zombie assassin is really powerful, but that's also because it will be like this after being refined into a zombie, otherwise his body is just ordinary. For a second, it seems to change rapidly. Many thoughts flashed through the audience, but they were still staring at the zombie. However, the next second they were completely stunned. Because Gao Peng flicked out with a fist, and stopped the zombie attack directly. Even the other side felt that it was difficult to move. If you look closely, you can see that the body of the zombie has cracks, although it is still struggling. But in vain. Hear what's going on. Why is the other side so powerful? How could it be? All the people are shocked, more still can't believe it. It's just that the scene is too hard to accept. The fierce zombie can't do any harm to him at all. How could that guy be so powerful? All the people don't understand. Chapters 588 inches. No. This is not the case. When all the people thought that Gao Peng was very powerful, the Lion King suddenly made a sound. His strength is relatively strong in this group of people, and his eyesight is naturally extremely sharp, and he immediately found out the problems. And when all the people heard him, they also put their eyes on him and were happy to hear how he explained it. The Lion King did not fail to live up to expectations. He looked at the corpse lightly and said, "In the end, it's still a zombie that has no expression, although it shows great strength and amazing speed. But his strength is not strong, it's just a strong body. There is no praiseworthy place besides that, which is the reason why he can't defeat the other side. Didn't you find out that this zombie was just blundering and didn't use any martial arts at all?" With the explanation of the Lion King, all the people at the scene suddenly realized that when they looked at the zombie carefully, they had slowly seen the problem. As the lion said, it's just a zombie with its own appearance. Although they know that the Yin Corpse clan is extremely powerful, each zombie has different abilities. But obviously, this zombie doesn't have that kind of powerful power, just a powerful body. This disappointed many people. I thought it was a very powerful person, but I didn't expect to be so vulnerable. What's the use of this kind of guy? What's more, we were expecting so much. It's a waste of emotion. Who says no? The god of martial arts, who was shocked before, now shows great disrespect. The man who looks at the Yin Corpse clan is also disdainful. After all, they thought they were strong before, but now they find that they are not much different from each other. A zombie just with strong body has no great threat to them. Just like falling to the altar, all the people didn't expect him. Not to mention the martial gods, but also the Tianzhou of the major forces. One by one, they are exaggerating. They want to see Gao Peng make a fool of themselves before, but now things are developing like this, which makes them extremely dissatisfied. Damn it, a broken body, even if its strength is not strong, has come out in disgrace. I don't know what he thinks. I think this time he will take his own life. I can't even see things clearly. Thanks to his ability to reach the level of Wuxian, I really don't know how he practices. With the voices of the people, the face of the people of Xianxia clan became more ugly. At first, he only had skin and bones, but now his eyes became more gloomy. It's like a dead body. It gives people a very cold feeling, but now he really has no track, although many people have guessed that maybe he has more powerful zombies. But only he knows that this is all his strength. Damn it, why is that? How could he be so strong? Didn't he say he wasn't strong? Why, he couldn't understand how Gao Peng could have such a horrible power. Isn't it because of the protection of the devil that he can jump here? Now he found out how wrong his idea was. Chapters 589. At the moment, he was in a dilemma. Although there was a faint flash of fire in his sunken eyes, he knew that there was no way. So I only saw him go back slowly. Some want to get back behind everyone. But this kind of action is too fanciful for him. How could Gao Peng let him go easily without saying that he has already done something to Gao Peng? Besides, other martial gods will not let him escape so easily. This kind of unruly guy should bear due punishment. Boom! Gao Peng took a step forward and waved out his fist. The whole space seemed to turn over a hurricane, and the center of the hurricane was the zombie. Gao Peng walked out step by step. Every step, you can see that zombie appears more cracks, and gradually he is covered with cracks. Like a spider's web on his body, even occasionally you can hear the clear sound. This makes many people suddenly nervous. This visual feast they haven't seen, such a powerful zombie, the assassin was played by Gao Peng and clapped. This is something that no one can expect. Although the zombie is not strong, but his body at least than many people in the presence of a lot of powerful, but it is so, still easily defeated. It's unbelievable. Bang! There was a sound of explosion, only to see that the zombie directly exploded, and turned into one stone after another and fell down directly. To this end, the zombies are dead. It also made all the people's faces stiff. They didn't expect that things would develop like this. Although they also thought that the zombie had no watch, it was so easy to be killed by seconds. It's still a little hard for them to accept. It's also a martial god. Its strength is not weak, especially the strength of its strong body. This kind of power can represent the strength of that zombie, not too weak. But after all, I can't walk in that guy's hands. This is the other side too strong. They couldn't believe it. They all looked at Gao Peng in shock. How many times has this happened? I didn't expect that a foreigner would still show such terrible strength. There was no reason to make many people nervous. It was as if the legend had been played out before their eyes. But before their tense atmosphere was fully developed, they were flushed with a word. Is that all you have? If that's the case, I think it's disgraceful for you to go back and have a rest. The god of martial arts has only this level, and you still represent all the major forces. Although I don't know which force you are from, I'm not sure how to say that you are the most influential people in the Middle Kingdom. But it's weak and unexpected. Gao Peng's face showed a very disappointed expression, and, with every word he said, it was like a critical hit, directly hit in the heart of all the martial gods. This is a kind of naked ridicule. But some of them can't refute. This is the fall of two martial gods. In a real sense, the people of the Yin Corpse clan are not dead, but they have completely become no threat, which is no different from the fall of the two martial gods. Chapters 590 inches. What are you? Do you think you can do whatever you want after killing two martial gods? This is not a place where you are arrogant, let alone you can look down on it. If you just think it's invincible in the world, then I can only say that you look down on the Middle Kingdom too much. Before the rest of the martial gods opened their mouths, the man of the Yin Corpse clan first refuted. It was also unexpected for everyone. Unexpectedly, he was the first one who spoke like this, which made many people look at him. Even Gao Peng is a little unbelievable. Does this guy dare to talk to him like this? Is he not afraid to die? Although he didn't want to kill him before, since he has such a sense of existence, if he doesn't treat him well, isn't it a little sorry for him? Gao Peng thought so, but Liu Chungjin and others took a deep look at the man. In their eyes, it was almost dead. No one dares to fight against Gao Peng. He can still live. In particular, the original book already wanted to let him go, but he was still looking for uneasiness. What is it not that he wanted to die? I don't blame others for trying to get him in trouble. Other people didn't respond, only to see Gao Peng go forward slowly. Each step brought him tremendous pressure. At the same time, this scene also surprised everyone. What does he want to do? Do you want to kill him? My god, this is just a killer. Don't he know that he has offended everyone in the central region now? Now I want to offend others to death. Although the Yin Corpse clan is a force that all people are disgusted with, it has to be said that its strength is indeed very strong, which does not fully show all its strength, but if the people who killed them, the consequences. By this time someone had begun to exclaim. The reputation of Xianxia clan is not pleasant, but it does not mean that his strength is not strong. On the contrary, his strength is incomparable to many forces. This is also the reason why some forces, though very disgusted, are helpless. The other side is too strong. But now, it's obvious that this guy wants to kill people. This kind of person with such a heavy killing heart must not stay. Otherwise, who knows what crazy things he will do next. That's what many people think. But just when they had this idea, Gao Peng had already approached that person. Every step brings him tremendous pressure. Now he has no trump card, even if there are zombies in his coffin. But he doesn't think he can resist the attack. Gao Peng said as he walked along, I didn't expect to forget a piece of garbage. I'll clean it up now. No, don't come. When he went backward, he directly sent out several zombies. Although the strength was good, there was a huge gap with the previous one. But only in this way, Gao Peng's steps could not be stopped. Only to see Gao Peng wave a few hands in a row, the crowd did not see clearly, and those zombies have disintegrated, not even a trace. Then Gao Peng did not hesitate, a huge panorama directly submerged the figure of the man. No screams, there is not too much noise. Only a figure disappeared in the sky, leaving only the mysterious figure of Gao Peng. Chapters 591. I don't know why, after killing that man, Gao Peng felt a little boring. Maybe the strength of these people made him feel no mood. I thought there would be many strong people. Although these are really powerful, they are just like ants to him. It's not much different from those demons in the Devil Kingdom. How does this interest him? Directly let those demons to kill the four sides, let alone him. It's boring. I wanted to look forward to it seriously, but you really didn't interest me. Maybe I can go to your forces. Gao Peng's voice seemed powerless, just like just waking up, but such a voice directly stimulated all the martial gods present. Make their eyes red instantly. The whole person's mood also became very excited. Maybe Gao Peng's disregard made them feel shame. How to say their strength is not living. But in Gao Peng's eyes it seems that there is no figure of them at all. Being ignored directly, how can they not be angry? At least their strength is not weak, but in the end they are looked down upon by others. How can these two people stand it? Arrogance. Don't look down on people too much. Do you think killing the two weakest martial gods will be invincible in the world? If you don't know if you can survive in our hands, just by your words, you don't want to leave today. Damn it, don't be arrogant there. You are not qualified to say such a thing because of your strength. Many martial gods are very angry. You can see that they are fully aroused by Gao Peng because of the mood fluctuation. Although they are all old monsters who have lived for countless years. Can be looked down upon face to face, this is really unbearable things. Gao Peng's lips show a smile. Although he thinks these guys are still boring, he has to deny that once these guys get angry, their strength has improved a little. This is a pretty good discovery. But that's not enough. Perhaps these people have not reached the extreme of their anger, and now there is no impulse, just a very violent emotional fluctuation. But for Gao Peng, it doesn't mean anything. However, he found that the strength of these people in the crowd was not bad, which made him unable to help beating up the minds of these people. Why don't you go together? It's a waste of time to come here one by one. Besides, your strength is not my opponent. It's better to go together. There's still some suspense, so you won't lose so fast. What do you think? Gao Peng's mouth showed a trace of irony. It seemed that the whole face was a play, which made many people angry at the sight. Don't say it's the martial gods. Tianzhao of all the major forces is very angry and can't suppress his actions. If he doesn't consider that he is not his opponent at all. They have already rushed up at the moment. Bastard, if it's not inferior to him, I would have rushed to kill him now. I never thought this guy was such a bastard. Damn, this guy is so arrogant. Unforgivable, it's really unforgivable. Chapters 592. The people standing behind Gao Peng are already stunned at the moment. They can't imagine that Gao Peng always mocks like this. Every time it's a map cannon. No matter the other side can't stand it, it's a direct bombardment. Now, all the martial gods are obviously angry. It's needless to say that they only see their eyes turn red completely. This is a sign of impending eruption. Is it too dangerous? Gongsun Dong carefully said a word, and those who followed him nodded. But then Liu Chungjin turned a white eye and said, "Where is this? It's just a bunch of rubbish. What's so nervous about it? Not enough for fear." Gongsun Dong is speechless. As like as two peas in a book, this is not much knowledge. How can you be so confident? How many martial gods are there? Once all the martial gods join hands, he can't imagine how terrible the destructive power is. Anyway, in his opinion, Gao Peng is just like walking on a tightrope. If he wants to be more dangerous, he will be more dangerous. However, he couldn't do anything. He could only pray that nothing would happen. Otherwise, he didn't get the training resources he should have. On the contrary, he just stepped into the Middle Kingdom and was completely finished. Among them, the Triangle Demon God is to say, "Master, do you want us to fight?" "No, it's just a bunch of rubbish. Even if we let them, they can't do me any harm." Gao Peng waved and said, and that's how it enraged all the warrior gods. At this time, they can't help but ignore the owner of the trigonometric devil's cry, but hear Gao Peng say that they are a group of wastes, which is particularly harsh. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you, shoo shoo shoo." A burst of sound broke the sky, only to see all the Wuxian appeared in Gao Peng's side, directly surrounded Gao Peng in the middle. With the help of these martial gods, the space seemed to shake for a while, and none of them wanted to stay. Of course, if anyone noticed, there were still a few people who didn't make it. From the beginning to the end, they hold their arms and look at them thoughtfully, although they also think that Gao Peng's strength is too strong. However, they are not yet reduced to the point of mass attack. But it's just that there are so many martial gods to fight together, which is a little unexpected. If they can survive in the hands of so many martial gods, they are qualified to fight. Maybe they just have that meaning. There are also Lion King Lei Bang inside. Seeing these moves of Wuxian, Gao Peng finally showed a happy smile, although there is not necessarily one of these guys that can make him improve his strength. But that didn't stop him from feeling happy. If you kill all these guys, isn't that the biggest investment? He doesn't believe that these people only have such a strong power behind them, and there may be power beyond his imagination behind them, which is what he expects to see. That's what he's been looking forward to. Sometimes just drive them crazy, and they will get unexpected results, which is what Gao Peng has been doing. Although it can be said that it is a little inhumane, but it can improve its own strength. How about this kind of method? And in the end, it's not Gao Peng's first choice. He's just dealing with it passively. At most, Gao Peng started to laugh. Chapters 593 inches. I thought you were all cowards. But I'm a little satisfied with your move. Although you get rid of the status of coward, it doesn't mean that your strength will be recognized by me. Let me see your real strength. For some reason, every time Gao Peng talks, he can directly affect the emotions of all martial gods. Maybe it's also the reason why Gao Peng sneers at hopelessness. Every time he opens his satire, he can directly attack everyone's heart and let their emotions fluctuate completely, so their strength erupts unprecedented strength. This is beyond many people's imagination. And at this time, all the martial spirits on the scene were full of blue tendons, and the whole face was extremely blue. Only to see their surging breath can we know how angry they are now. They stare at Gao Peng with red eyes. That look, as if want to eat Gao Peng. Boom. There was a martial god who took the lead in attacking. Maybe the cause couldn't bear Gao Peng's words, so he began to attack directly. Next to them are the rest of the martial gods. They don't have any left hands. Even the strength of their blood is directly aroused. The bright fire is really dazzling. I think it's an exaggeration that all kinds of blood force and physique bloom at the same time, making the whole void shaking all the time. The space here is not so stable. How can we prevent the instability of the space when so many martial gods burst out with all their strength? But no one cares. Now the only thing these martial gods want is to kill Gao Peng. But when all the attacks fell on Gao Peng, a more strange scene made them drop their eyes. It seemed that there was a film beside Gao Peng, making their attacks unable to fall on Gao Peng's real body. Hear what's going on. What is his defense? We can take all our attacks directly. Impossible. I absolutely don't believe in such a strong defense. Many martial gods were shocked. Although they wanted to refute or even find a reason, they finally found it was in vain. Gao Peng is still facing calmly, with no mood fluctuation from the beginning to the end, or even the expression on his face. It's like having a strong confidence in your defense. This makes many people unconsciously produce a little shake. Maybe it's a defense that can't be broken at all, right? And those Tianzhao seem to be shocked. This defense is just too powerful, which is beyond their expectation. How could it be so powerful? How can he resist all the attacks of the warrior gods at once? And it's true that he has made every effort. Is his strength really so strong? Isn't it too frightening? In addition to the arrogance of these forces, one of the most shocked is the guide. When he enters the central region, he tries to reduce his sense of existence, so that he would not be discovered by others. Although he had already decided to betray, he didn't want to be stared at by others. But when he completely reduced his sense of existence, he found that what he saw in front of him had completely refreshed his three views. For a time, he doubted that these were the martial gods he knew. Why do you feel weak? Or is that guy too powerful? He put his eyes on Gao Peng, thinking thoughtfully. Chapters 594. When the Lion King saw Gao Peng's defense, his pupils shrank, and his expression became more dignified. Even he didn't expect that Gao Peng would have such a terrible defense, which was beyond his imagination. Is his defense too terrifying? Do you mean he's just amazing in defense, but isn't he really powerful? The Lion King thought so, but even if he denied it immediately, no, he can't only have such a level, if only, he would not dare to say such arrogant words. Perhaps his real strength has not been revealed at all. After this thought, the Lion King's expression became more serious, only to see that he had been looking at Gao Peng. Maybe in his view, it was also a strong enemy. Gao Peng didn't know at all that someone had already put his idea on him. But even if he knew, he would not care too much. Now, he has felt his blood boiling. Maybe he hasn't had such a feeling for a long time. Since his strength has been skyrocketing, it's hard for anyone to let him experience this kind of blood boiling, rarely let him feel excited. But now, because there are so many martial gods besieged at once, he suddenly experienced the feeling of the past, although the strength of these martial gods is not strong. But when they join hands, they will still cause him enormous trouble. I saw a smile on his face, even exaggerated. But when Gao Peng's smile comes out, as soon as all the demons' faces changed, they could feel something wrong, no, there should be a bad feeling. Because when they fought, Gao Peng also showed this expression. At that time, they didn't know what the meaning of this question was until they were completely defeated. They really know that Gao Peng is going to do his best. It's really a good play this time. The master must try his best this time. I don't know if these guys can resist it. I hope they won't be defeated so soon. The triangle god said naturally. Now in his opinion, Han Gaopeng is used to being the master. So he said it naturally. And the other demons don't have any antipathy. Gao Peng is too fierce. It may be a wise decision to hold such a thigh. At the same time, they also agree with the words of the triangle devil. Gao Peng may be really going to be very powerful. At this time, they didn't know that Gao Peng had already changed. No, the rest of the disease did not change much, just a little bit above the realm. But this is also extremely huge for the improvement of Gao Peng's strength. Many martial gods looked at each other one by one, and saw a very dignified look from each other's eyes. At this time, they really valued it. The guy in front of them was not as simple as they imagined. Strength, it may be beyond their imagination. With such an idea, their faces became extremely ugly one by one, and they were no longer prepared to keep their hands. I did my best before, but now I'm ready to do my best. Chapters 595 inches. We should try our best, or all of us may die here. Yes, who would have thought that so many of our martial gods are here, but they still can't defeat each other. This is a monster. Many martial gods' eyes become extremely ugly, but there is also a trace of madness in the dark. Maybe in many people's eyes, it is not necessary at all. But for Wuxian, it's about reputation. Once their ugliness and smell have been spread out, their influence on them is enormous. Moreover, they don't want Gao Peng to live. This kind of guy full of variables, it's better to solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the future. However, at the moment, these martial gods hate those who do not. Once they do, it is easy to solve the current situation. But those guys seem to be indifferent. It is the most intolerable place to stand on one side with arms. Many martial gods are also dissatisfied, but now they cannot pay too much attention to it. But there are still some people murmuring with dissatisfaction. Damn it, if it wasn't for the Lion King, how could it have happened? Sooner or later, these arrogant guys will pay for their actions. Now they don't know the importance, they will regret it sooner or later. Many martial gods hate each other secretly, but they have no way. They can only complain and vent at most. When all the Wu gods were talking about it, Gao Peng hooked his fingers and looked at them with a full face. Though he didn't speak, the expression on his face fully explained his contempt at the moment. This makes the mind feel more angry. Unforgivable, this guy dared to look down on us. I must let him know what is real power. There was a roar. Everyone was no exception. There was no response. It is followed by the roar of many beasts, as well as the sound like a heartbeat. All kinds of complicated sounds are mixed together, making many people feel enormous pressure. Lu Chungjin frowned more tightly, but at this time he did not hesitate to fly back. He knew his own strength. If you stay here, you can only become a burden at most. And he can't bear the terrible pressure. As for the rest, the same is true. Of course, those demons are the exception. If Gao Peng hadn't stopped them before, they would have wanted to rush up now. They are very keen on fighting. This group of martial gods has a tremendous momentum, but it is undeniable that their strength has increased a lot. Gao Peng can clearly feel this change. This made him more interested. I didn't expect that after a little stimulation from these guys, their strength had been improved so much. This method is surprisingly effective. Hey, I didn't expect that these guys would be so easily angered. Maybe their situation is too smooth. A little provocation makes them angry. However, after their anger, their strength has increased a lot, which is a little unexpected, but it's also good I can fight. As hard as I can. Chapters 596 Boom. A fierce tiger, which seems to be made of rocks, pours at us directly, accompanied by a deafening roar. Every time, we feel the vibration in the sky. And not only here, but also there are many kinds of rare animals, all of which are the blood power of the martial god, and each moment exudes a very horrible atmosphere. This should not be underestimated. With all the martial gods holding a desperate mind, their strength is impressive. Even Gao Peng had to admire them. Oh, let me see the strength of your joint efforts. Gao Peng is not ready to have any of his followers to stay, only to see his hands surging, a huge stream of real gas directly emerged. And when all the attacks were coming on him, all the martial gods felt something different in their bodies. It's as if something is growing. At the same time, they heard Gao Peng's shout. Barbed funeral. Next came their popping voice, which they didn't care much about at first, but when they found that the power of the attack was waning. It turns out that more than half of them stay in the same place, with a painful look on their faces. What's more terrifying is that all human bodies seem to have grown countless white bones, which grow directly from their bodies. And still solve the problem. Maybe that's what a series of voices are like. At this time, they were still not aware of Li, but they knew that all these must be Gao Peng's means, although they did not know what kind of magic it was. But it has to be said that it really cost them a lot. Many people lost their combat effectiveness directly. It's just terrible. Who has ever seen such a means? Let the enemy's bones grow directly from the body, and I still can't control it. I can only let these bones grow slowly. They pay more attention to it, and find that all the bones are slowly absorbing the strength of their body, and the speed is faster and faster. It's like a parasite. What's the matter? What's the matter with all this? Why can't we even control our bodies? Why do these bones grow out directly? And has been absorbing the strength of our body, is this his trick? If it is, we can't resist it at all. The whole army was almost destroyed in a flash. It's just terrible. All the martial gods are shocked. This is a method they have never seen before. Once they do it, all the people will lose their fighting power. This is the most amazing place. Looking at the martial gods with painful faces, they know how powerful these martial gods are, but now they are all suffering and unable to act. Wuxian can be very tough character, with their own independent will of the guys, not so easy to be defeated. But now, I don't know what kind of means the other side uses, which directly makes these martial gods lose their fighting power. What's more, they have such a painful expression. How can this not be shocking? Many people are staring at all this, it is unbelievable, as if they saw something incredible. Chapters 597 inches. What's going on? How can such a change happen in an instant? So many martial gods lose their fighting power in an instant. How could his power be so terrifying? My god, hasn't he done his best? I can't believe it. The shock on everyone's face was that the scene was too unbelievable for them to believe. As if in a dream, so many high-ranking martial arts emissaries exert all their strength and even have a desperate posture. But in this way, it was completely destroyed in an instant. It's too hard to say. All of a sudden let all the people shocked to stay on the spot, one by one can't believe looking at Gao Peng, think the scene is too dreamy. Lu Chungjin even worships Gao Peng very much, but he is shocked at this time. It's really that Gao Peng's strength is too strong. Again and again, he refreshed his three views. The fat man who belongs to the Middle Kingdom has even bigger eyes. This time he is really sure that the guy is just like a monster. Monster in human skin. This is the nickname given by Fat Man to Gao Peng. Maybe it is. Who let Gao Peng show his strength is too weird and unpredictable. No one knows what kind of means he has. But they all know that Gao Peng is more powerful than everyone present. Those demons are even more cheerful, only with more powerful people, they can see more beautiful scenery. At this time, they also think that their decision is extremely correct. At least they follow a person who is many times stronger than them. I say how much benefits can be brought to them. At least it can bring them endless fighting. That's enough. The most shocked are the Lion King and others. They were prepared to stand by all the time, but now they even feel the danger. A strong sense of crisis came to them. I saw these people look at each other and see the final answer from each other's eyes. That's right now. If they don't, they may not have any chance, no matter how strong their strength is. But these mysterious means of Gao Peng still make them a little caught off guard and scared. We can't let him go on like this, or even we won't be able to settle it, it's time to solve him. Then which gods? I don't care, do I? If all of us had made a concerted effort, the demons might have thought of ways to do it, and we would not have dealt with so much at once. Now we can only make a quick decision. We must not give them any chance to breathe. The Lion King said calmly. The rest of the people also nodded slightly, each of them narrowed their own eyes slowly, looking for suitable opportunities. Especially waiting for Gao Peng to have another flaw, that may be the best time for them to enter the arena directly. But Gao Pengkai won't give them such a good chance. Gao Peng didn't hesitate to blow out one fist after another. Many panoramas directly covered the martial gods. They had lost their fighting power. At that time, they were faced with such terrible attacks. There is no resistance at all, but they are not weak either. Some people carry it hard. However, a part of Wuxian was destroyed by this attack. Chapters 598 inches no. As a scream came out, everyone's pupils shrank one after another and looked at the source. Only to see that it was the shrill scream of a martial god, and there was no resistance, it was wiped out in an instant. It's a huge impact for all of us. But it's not over. Gao Peng still doesn't want to let go of those people's common and frequent moves. One fist is one fist. Each fist carries the life of a powerful martial god. At this time, all people are completely stunned. Perhaps this is the most powerful impact on them. The mighty god was slaughtered by others as if he were an ant, and there was no resistance, which had the greatest impact on them. Gongsun Dong is a fool. He never thought that he would see such a horrible scene. He just wanted to get more resources to practice, but who knew that he would see such a horrible scene? The shock brought to him is not small. At the same time, he is more determined to follow the steps of Gao Peng, not to say that he can reach the level of Wuxian, at least he can make great progress in his strength. This made his eyes on Gao Peng hot. It must be I must hold this thigh tightly. Maybe I want to improve my strength. That's the only way. He thinks so in his heart, and there is no any distracting thoughts. What he thinks is to follow Gao Peng well, and the benefits are inevitable. Besides him, many people have their own ideas. But it's nothing more than to follow Gao Peng's steps and never let him fall behind. But Gao Peng really shocked all the people, and let them fully understand how terrible this guy is, and the means revealed are so amazing. Killing without blinking. It's amazing that so many martial gods have been wiped out without any inner fluctuation. Gao Peng is like killing a tyrant. With his method of killing without blinking an eye, so many martial gods were wiped out in his hands, and his emotions did not fluctuate. From this kind of view, we can know how cold-blooded he is. The fat man muttered, "Tyrant. This must be tyrant, or a tyrant who specializes in killing." I don't know why, he even felt a little fear. It was Gao Peng who impressed him deeply. And at this time, he could not help feeling a little situation. If Gao Peng had shown such a cold-blooded side directly before, they might not have any room for survival at all. This is the place where he feels most grateful. But at the moment, his eyes flashed a little light, as if he had some idea. But it is also true that he found that Gao Peng's character is just what he needs. Not only his strength is incomparably strong, but also his character has incomparably matched. Maybe this is an opportunity. The fat man thought so in his heart. He slowly began to look at Gao Peng. No one knew what he was thinking. But it has to be said that his courage is really great, and he actually hit Gao Peng with his idea. It's just walking a tightrope. Gao Peng, not everyone can control it, not to listen to others, he has his own views. Chapters 599. Just when fat people are thinking about things. The battle has entered the white heat. Most of the martial gods have been completely wiped out. Many of them still want to escape, but the result left to them is completely gone. When they saw this scene, the Lion King and other people were extremely livid. Originally, he wanted to stop it, but in the end, Gao Peng was the fastest. He wiped out all the martial gods directly. At this time, all the talents fully realized the seriousness of the matter. There were so many martial gods before, but now only those top ones are left. And the rest of the gods were killed. We need to know that these people are from all major forces. Everyone has a great position, but such people have been killed mercilessly. This left them unresponsive for a while. Crazy, completely crazy. Do you know how many people you have provoked? This is almost the enemy of the whole central region. No matter how strong your strength is, it will be accounted for by everyone sooner or later depending on your current strength. The lion said angrily. When he saw that all the martial gods had been wiped out, he knew the bad things. But he had no time to stop it. Now that he is done, He has no choice but to look at Gao Peng with a gloomy face, which is as ugly as his face. And the people around him are almost the same, so at this time they also realize that things are really big, if only part of the genius is killed. That's not going to have a huge impact. Even if all the geniuses were killed, it would not really cause a stir, but now things have become unpredictable. These are all martial gods. It's not some genius who hasn't grown up, but these martial gods are actually wiped out in front of them, and they are still indifferent. No, it's just that they didn't have time to stop it. But anyway, who knows if those old guys will be angry with them. This makes their whole face green, and the look at Gao Peng is more fierce. It's just to make them carry the pot. Do you know you're in trouble? He killed all the martial gods, which almost made a hole in the whole day. Once all the rooms start to go crazy, no matter what strength you are, you can't bear their anger. Now you can only be caught, or you will be met with a life like death. The Lion King's face was extremely blue and said, although it seemed very admonishing, who knew what kind of heart he was in. What's more, how could Gao Peng be caught so easily? No matter who the enemy is, he is willing to accompany him. And he is not afraid of any enemies. The stronger he is, the better he will be. Oh, joke, how can I be afraid of Gao Peng? No matter who it is, it can't make me look down. If they really want to get in trouble, just let the horses come. If you have any opinions, let's go together. Or I'm afraid I'll kill you by accident. Gao Peng's mouth slightly rose, saying such arrogant words. All people were directly shocked by him. What kind of self-confidence is this? How confident is he to say such a thing? Is he really confident in his own strength? Or arrogance? No one can say that, but they are really shocked. Chapter 600. Oh my god. What this guy said, do you want to look down on others? I don't deny that he is powerful, but what he said is too outrageous, as if it is possible to wipe out others at any time. Let alone talk to such a powerful person. Is this humiliating? Although Gao Peng has shown tremendous terror before, and even made a feat of killing all the martial gods directly, he can't change everyone's mind. Gao Peng is really strong, but Lion King and others are not bad. This is the reason why all the people on the scene feel that they can't believe it. If their strength is only between Bazong and Bazong, these Tianzhao may just accept it. You should know that the Lion King and other people can compete with many people of the ancestors level PK, which shows how powerful their strength is. This is also the reason why they think Gao Peng is arrogant. Killing so many martial gods really shocked everyone present. But they still think that the Lion King is the most powerful existence, and the people beside the Lion King are not equal in strength. At the moment, they heard what Gao Peng said, but they didn't know what words to use to describe it. It was a long way to die. After hearing what Gao Peng said, Lion King no longer has any mood fluctuation, but is very interested in watching Gao Peng. Have you ever met the most arrogant guy? Although I don't know your real strength so far, if you really think you are a legend, it's a big mistake. I'm here, you can't be a legend. Boom. A strong breath suddenly came out, and a huge lion slowly emerged behind the Lion King, whose hair was purple. The purple hair made the lion look very powerful. Although it doesn't roar, just going to that station will bring huge pressure to many people. Even those demons, at the moment, have a very dignified face. The triangle demons feel the fatal danger. They don't think that they can really deal with this guy. Maybe it's true that the Middle Kingdom is extremely powerful, but I don't know what their purpose is to make the Devil Kingdom survive all the time. But it is undeniable that it is finally much stronger than the Devil Kingdom. Just look at this guy with long hair, just use his own blood force, you can feel his extremely horrible breath. Let alone the people around him. People who can stand with him, and his strength should not be much less, which makes all people more serious. And those Tianzhao's faces were shocked. And there is a trace of excitement in the dark. They know Lion King well, but they haven't seen such a powerful elder for a long time. The lion is also a legend. In the shortest possible time, it made everyone realize that Lion King is not an unknown guy. In the appearance of the Lion King, but with the fall of many people, it really confirmed their identity. All Tianzhao are very excited to look at the Lion King, looking at the purple hair lion behind him, giving them a huge pressure. But they don't have any fear, some just fear. Chapter 601. As for the rest of the people, the corners of their mouths showed arrogance, as if they didn't want to fight. Maybe in their opinion, it's okay to have the lion alone, and they don't need to intervene at all. After all, the Lion King is a little stronger than them. If the Lion King can't deal with it, there is no need for them to fight again. But is this really possible? This is obviously an impossible thing. In this regard, Gao Peng feels extremely excited. This is what he wants to see. This is the strong one he needs. Ha 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 ha. At last, there is a guy who can see clearly. Otherwise, I thought that among all of you, there is only one zombie that can't be seen. Now you've impressed me a bit, but at the most, it's just to win my interest. Why don't you join me in the fight? I'm really afraid to accidentally kill you. That would be too boring. Gao Peng had an unprecedented smile on his face. When they saw the smile on his face, they felt a little shocked. They didn't understand what Gao Peng was thinking. It's time for him to laugh. My God, who gave him the courage? Hasn't he seen the situation before? He can laugh at such a bad situation. As expected, he is a complete madman, which really makes them speechless. Actually, Gao Peng's appearance is no different from that of the madman. Even more than that, all the people present were dumbfounded and stared at Gao Peng. They couldn't believe what kind of brain circuit he had. Isn't he crazy? It's time to laugh, my God. It's unbelievable. He was a madman. How could a complete madman do such a crazy thing? He killed all the martial gods. If he is not a madman, who else can be called that? After many people think about it, they also think it is true. It's what Gao Peng did. It's just crazy for them. Again and again, they have refreshed their three views. What's more, Gao Peng is a foreigner they think is extremely poor, but now his strength is beyond their expectation. Even Gongsun Dong and those demons think Gao Peng is too crazy, though they don't deny his strength. But Gao Peng stimulates the other side again and again. If the other side really works hard, the final result can't be finished. Now the lion's strength has made them feel extremely dangerous. And if the lion and those people do their best, the consequences will be unimaginable. All of a sudden, they were scared and sweating. They want to enter the middle field to improve their strength, but not for the sake of death. Now Gao Peng's actions are beyond their comprehension. They have just come to this place where they are not familiar with the land, but they have offended all the powerful forces once. What should they do next? Although they want to stop it, who can stop what Gao Peng wants to do? Chapter 602 Inches. Since you want to die like this, I'll do it for you. The Lion King didn't care whether the others wanted to do it or not, but saw his eyes narrowed slightly. The purple lion behind him raised his head and stared at Gao Peng closely. It's like waiting for orders. A breath of horror spread around. Those who don't want to do it, go back quickly. They don't want to be hurt. In fact, they are not afraid, but they don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Are you ready to go all out this time? I don't know how long that guy can last. I bet he will be killed in a flash. Here it's impossible, isn't it? The other side has also wiped out so many martial gods. Even though there is a little gap in strength, it is not so obvious, is it? Oh, you look down on the lion too much, don't you? He is stronger than us. In my opinion, any one of us can teach that guy a good lesson, let alone the Lion King. A thin as firewood said, his eyes have always revealed fierce light, all the time, the eyes on Gao Peng and others. It's as if you're ready to do it anytime, anywhere. And the breath he exudes is dangerous. The people around him sometimes can't help but avoid him. They are timid even when they touch his eyes. It's not how powerful he is. It's that he fought, and that's all his life. It's almost as if you don't want to die. You'll be seriously injured in every battle. You'd rather have yourself seriously injured than kill someone else. This kind of crazy fighting really makes many people afraid, which is why so many people are afraid of him. At this moment, his eyes are extremely dangerous. Every martial god has his own idea, and every martial god thinks that he can solve Gao Peng easily. How much more powerful is the Lion King than them? Roar! A startling roar began, and the purple lion rushed out directly, and the Lion King also followed. Moreover, the lion's body is filled with extremely horrible thunder and lightning, crackling, and the whole space is shaken by him. All the people are retreating. But they did not find that Gao Peng's mouth suddenly smiled. Ding! Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan completed. Name: Lei Bang Blood. Purple Gold Lion King Physique. Thunder Wei Body Realm. Wuxian Level 7 Martial Arts. The God Level Martial Arts. Purple Gold Field. Is complete. The God Level Martial Arts. Lion King Roar. Is complete. The God Level Martial Arts. Thunder Around. Is complete. It is detected that the enemy realm of the host is Wuxian Level 7, which will automatically upgrade to Wuxian Level 8 for the host. The enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded temporarily. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The host's martial arts have reached the top and will not be improved temporarily. Just for a moment, Gao Peng's strength has been growing rapidly. He can also clearly feel his strength and greatly improve. Although it's just a state, it's very exciting for him, who makes almost everything reach the top. It's very difficult to improve. Chapter 603 Boom. When all the people looked at Gao Peng without blinking, they only saw a huge figure emerge behind him. It was a headless warrior with a huge axe in his hand. When he really appeared, the whole world trembled with him. Just a casual wave of the axe twice, the space has appeared a crack. On the other hand, Gao Peng is a little indifferent at the moment. Holding his arms, he looks at the Lion King quietly and is totally indifferent to the attack of the other side. And it happened to fall into everyone's eyes. My God, don't be so arrogant, just release their own blood force, standing there quietly, how despise each other, damn it. How dare he look down upon the elder Lion King? Who gave him the courage to rely on him? When someone said this angrily, someone immediately went back. It's his own strength. Others have wiped out so many martial gods with their own strength. Only by virtue of his own strength can he have such capital. Didn't you see it before? Although some people say so, they are shocked by Gao Peng's light-hearted performance. And he ignored the lion's attack directly. These are the places where everyone is shocked. Lu Chengzhen's whole heart is torn. He really believes in Gao Peng, but it doesn't mean that he understands Gao Peng's real strength. The strength shown by the other side is obviously incomparable. Who knows if Gao Peng can resist it? I hope nothing happens. All of us dare not blink. We are afraid to miss any key point. We can only see them staring at us. Although they really want to remind, and they know how to remind in time, Gao Peng will not accept it at all, and I can only watch it. It's no wonder that they have such thoughts. It's really that the strength of the other party is too horrible for them to have any thoughts. Looking at the space that directly stirs the whole space, how can they have the mind to resist? But no one can feel Lion's anger. When he has already made a move, he thinks that the other side will show his full strength directly. Who knows that the other side is indifferent and just gives out his own blood? It's just looking down on people. This immediately let him feel the blood flow up, the whole person's blue tendons are burst up, as if the hair is going to burst up, the eyes become more and more fierce. I'll make you regret it. Since you look down on me so much, I'll let you know what real strength is. As soon as the voice fell, he didn't care whether Gao Peng wanted to fight or not, so he rushed out. And his face became very horrible. The whole face was twisted together, but his strength cannot be underestimated. Boom boom. Seeing the attack coming to Gao Peng's eyes, Gao Peng is still indifferent, even the blood power behind him is the same. In addition to just appeared, he waved his axe twice, and never thought about making a move, which made the Lion King seem to be insulted. However, the next second, the whole world is dim again and again. All men are ants. Chapter 604 Everyone here felt a blur in front of their eyes. They lose consciousness directly. No matter their eyes or their perception, they can't feel anything. They are just blind. This made them lose their color. What's going on? What's going on here? Why can't I see it? I can't even use perception. What the hell is going on? My God, what kind of collision is this? It makes all of us lose consciousness directly. Is the fight between the strong just like this? No one responded to him, only to see that everyone felt a bit of chaos, and many people were still panicking about what they felt at the moment. After all, when all your senses are closed, you will naturally panic, not necessarily someone wants to attack you. It's the confusion of human psychology. This made them all scream one by one, but all people could not hear it, as if there was only one person here, that is themselves. No matter how they shout and scream, no one responds to their words. But with the passage of time, they have slowly felt the surrounding situation, only to see all the people are still extremely panicked. But when they slowly recovered their perception, they had calmed down slowly, but their eyes were still shocked. It's just that kind of feeling that brings them a huge feeling that they can't forget. Even more shocking than them is the Lion King. From the beginning to the end, he could feel that his attack seemed to touch the cotton, and then disappeared. And the attack of the other side is just like that. The whole sky can be split directly. It made him feel the waves in his heart. I'll be right there in a minute. At the moment, Gao Peng said faintly, it's not that I look down on you, it's that you are too weak. This sentence is so understatement, but the Lion King does have this feeling, this time let him not know how to refute. As for the onlookers, they also think Gao Peng's words are a little arrogant, although they don't know what happened here when they just lost consciousness. But that doesn't mean they have the same old ideas. However, when they saw the expression of the Lion King, they all felt so strange. This kind of hesitation and confusion even appeared on the face of the Lion King. Just now what happened? They can't imagine what happened to the Lion King, who is a legend. There are so many people's worship, but also many people's idols, but now it will show this expression. It's just incredible. They desperately want to know what just happened, but just when they want to speak. The lion moved, but said something unexpected. You are strong enough to make me feel hopeless. At that moment, I felt that what I was facing was death. I had already had fear, and my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I've never experienced this feeling, but I really realized the gap between you and me. Looking at his hands, the Lion King seemed to have thousands of words, and finally said, "You are right, I am really too weak." Chapter 605 Be quiet. Somehow, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Many people still feel puzzled. They didn't know what had just happened, and the Lion King said this again. This makes them look at each other, which is really a little confused. But the lion is still talking to himself. You are so powerful that I feel hopeless. I used to think that I was the most talented person, even if there were many people who were stronger than me, but I didn't think that I was really weaker than them. So I always have a sense of pride in my heart. I think I can be the most powerful person in the world. But just now, my self-confidence has been completely shattered by you. I admit that I am not as good as you. You are so young and have such terrible power. Just by looking at each other, I have a fear in my heart. It also made me realize that I am not the most talented person, and then you will be the target. As soon as the Lion King's painting style changed, the whole person exuded a very strong fighting spirit, and his eyes slowly absorbed a strange breath. This also made Gao Peng stunned. Unexpectedly, this guy's painting style turned directly, which made him a little surprised. But he finally smiled and shook his head. The guy in front of him was inexplicably appreciated, and Gao Peng didn't want to kill him. Maybe it's the feeling that the other side gives him. However, the next second Gao Peng is completely stupid, only to see a very horrible thunder slowly around the Lion King, and soon his strength is slowly improving. In a short time, the strength of the whole person soared countless times. Here is this a breakthrough? Gao Peng was so shocked that he didn't see anyone break through on the spot, and he was still in front of him. In addition to the shock, I felt a little speechless. From the beginning to the end, he broke through in front of others. No one could break through in front of him, but now someone broke through in front of him. Besides, he didn't mean to stop each other. It's this guy that gives him a good impression, so he looks at it with great interest and even starts to make his own small idea. The strength of the other side has been improved. Doesn't that mean it can make him improve again? Just like when he first met the devil, it made him look forward to and excited. All present were also stunned. No one expected that the Lion King would make a breakthrough on the spot. It was just too much of a surprise. And those Tianzhao who worshipped the Lion King were full of little stars at the moment. They didn't dare to blink at the Lion King. That's great. It's really amazing. I've never seen anyone break through on the spot. It's really worthy of being the master of lion. What I've done is so incredible. All Tianzhao are very excited. Although they don't know what happened before, they also know the general story after hearing the lion's self-talk. But they are still a little reluctant. Now, the Lion King's direct on-the-spot breakthrough does not mean that the Lion King's strength has been improved again. That guy, just wait. Chapter 606 On top of the Lion King's head, a large black cloud gradually converged, and the power of the sky robbery slowly converged, and a small thunderstorm slowly appeared, although it is much smaller than Gao Peng's. But it is also within the normal range. However, when Gao Peng carefully looked at the expression of the crowd, he was slightly surprised, which puzzled him. Why do they have such an expression? Why are they still surprised by such a weak scourge? Gao Peng just raised a trace of doubt, but when he listened carefully to the voices around him, he had all understood. Why do all people feel surprised? My God, it's worthy of being the master of Lion King. The power of natural calamity is just too terrible. It's rare for ordinary people to succeed in such a calamity. The stronger the power of the sky robbery is, the stronger the people who cross it are. Just looking at the huge Likey, you can know how powerful the elder Lion King is. I think the Lion Master has been able to compare with some ancestors. He is just a legendary figure. Today we can see it. How lucky. A lot of Tianzhao's eyes are full of little stars, and they look at the Lion King with adoration. So far, they have not seen such a huge minefield, and the power of the sky robbery makes them feel extremely small. Hearing the screams of so many people, Gao Peng finally understood a little. When he was crossing the robberies himself, every time he made a huge noise. Even more powerful than once. But because of his special constitution, every time there is no danger, no, it should be said that it is easy to succeed, and even every time he has a great desire. Gradually, he had a wrong judgment on the power of the scourge. I think everyone's plunder is so terrible, but now I find that his idea is just a big mistake, others are called real plunder. He's a bit different. This made a difference in his mind. At the same time, people who have seen the Gao Peng do robbery also feel that the thunderstorm pool in front of them is a little smaller, although they know that this is the real normal, even a little stronger than the ordinary thunderstorm pool. But compared with Gao Peng, it's just a matter of wits. Although Liu Chengjin has not reached the level of crossing the robberies, he also understands this truth, so he only sees his mumbling. I've seen more likey of young master. I don't know why I see these normal likey now, but I think it's very small. I should spend it easily. I think it must be an illusion. It will be smaller than our strength. It's a question whether we can succeed or not. He still has self-knowledge, but he still can't help complaining. Even Gao Peng couldn't help saying, this likey is really a little small. I didn't expect that ordinary people could succeed in robbery so easily. If it's too easy for me, it's too simple. Although Gao Peng didn't say it out loud directly, the Lion King heard it clearly, only to see his mouth twitch. However, he didn't directly refute. Maybe it was true. Gao Peng brought him great pressure. He didn't believe that the other party's misfortune would be very weak. Hearing Gao Peng's words all the time, he doesn't know whether they are true or not, but subconsciously he will choose to identify with them. Chapter 607. Other martial gods also thought Gao Peng's words were a little exaggerated, but they didn't directly refute them. Because the Lion King is ready to rob. First of all, the power of a natural calamity split down from the sky, directly facing the Lion King, and the Lion King didn't want to dodge, because dodging is totally in vain. You can only carry it down, or you will be met with more terrible power of the scourge. This has long been common sense. No one will be careless. But looking at the lion's excited expression, he is also very looking forward to the power of the scourge, only to see him roar, the whole human hair is rising in the sky. It's like a male lion's hair. Behind him, the king of the purple and gold lion is also invincible. He flies to the sky and has a face-to-face impact with the sky robber. Boom! After the end of the calamity, the purple and gold lion king, whose hair color is more beautiful, was exposed. But now his spirit is still a little tired. This is only the first day of the power, but even so let him tired of coping. The power of the next day's calamity, the speed of falling down is faster, but also a little overwhelmed. But the Lion King and his blood are very good to deal with. Although they look a little embarrassed at the moment, their eyes are full of expectation and excitement. As long as they succeed in the robbery, the strength of both sides will soar, which is what they are most looking forward to. However, with the passage of time, Gao Peng has really seen what is called a normal fairy robbery. His method of crossing the robberies is just too wonderful. Now he is fully aware of this. But he didn't have any idea. He was just a little interested in other people's methods, but he would not follow suit. Who makes his strength so strong? He has already occupied all kinds of advantages. Why should he take his own shortcomings to fight hard? It's so powerful. Once the lion's real success, it is possible to have a PK with the common ancestor. I don't know who is stronger or who is weaker. What's more, if he can fight that guy after his strength soars, I don't believe he can do anything this time. Although Gao Peng said before that this likey is small in his eyes, they don't believe it. I think Gao Peng is just bluffing. This is to frighten them. Maybe I saw that the Lion King was about to break through, and I was a little flustered, so I would say such a word. Their hearts are so conjectured, which seems to let them know the truth, and their hearts are secretly happy. Gao Peng naturally doesn't know what they think. Even if they do, it doesn't matter. White Tiger will show them what is a real sense of disaster. After all, he has just been promoted, but he has been suppressing his own strength, so that the power of the scourge did not detect him. This is not like the lion that directly began to cross the robbery. Just when all the people are holding their own thoughts, the Lion King has reached the last day of robbery, and his breath has become extremely weak at the moment. However, in the end, I don't know what kind of power he broke out. In the last day of the robbery, a huge and fuzzy figure appeared directly, which made him succeed in the robbery. Chapter 608. With the success of Lion King's plunder, a mysterious force began to feed him back, making his originally weak breath slowly recover, and his strength also has an essential improvement. In a short time, his strength has returned to its previous peak. Shoo shoo shoo. Several figures suddenly appeared, surrounded the Lion King directly, and watched Gao Peng with great vigilance. It seemed that if Gao Peng wanted to make a move, they would stop it in advance. The Lion King was also stunned by their actions. "You, what are you doing?" One of them said. "You need to recover now. If he wants to start, we will stop him. Next, you must train these guys well." The others echoed, as if they were determined to stop Gao Peng. And this also let Lion King thoroughly understand, it is these guys in front of the eyes are completely brain overhead, not even understand the results of the facts. Where can they resist this man at present? Let alone the lesson, whether we can survive from each other's hands is a question. When the Lion King was about to speak, Gao Peng smiled and shook his head. "You are really naive, don't you understand the gap between us? Then look at the Lion King. He will tell you how big the gap between me and you is." As soon as Gao Peng said this, these people didn't believe it at the beginning, but the Lion King didn't respond, so they looked back at him suspiciously. Lion King smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't respond, but it's just this reaction that can already represent his real thoughts. This made all the people in the room stay at the scene, speechless. It was the scene in front of them that brought them tremendous impact. It was thought that after the Lion King's strength was improved, he would be able to compete with the other side, and the worst would not be worse. After all, Lion King is the most powerful of them. But who knows what will happen? No, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. You must be deceiving us. Yes, you must be colluding to cheat us. I don't believe it. There is a slightly older martial god who can't bear the blow. His ability to organize language is a little confused. He just shakes his head crazily. The rest of the people are not much different. They are more or less unable to accept the facts in front of them. Even though the Lion King has really confirmed it, they still can't accept it. This kind of attack directly hit their hearts. At this time, Gao Peng's words directly defeated their inner defense line. "Since you don't believe it, I'll show you what it's called a real robbery, your robbery too weak." Gao Peng satirizes mercilessly, but no one dares to contradict. Although he doesn't believe it in his heart, no one speaks. But on the contrary, Liu Chengjian and other people's reaction speed is extremely fast, only to see them fly out towards the rear in an instant. The speed is beyond imagination. And they did their best to fly. They didn't want to stop in the middle of the flight. Even those demons are the same, which makes all the people in the audience a little confused for a while. What's the situation? These guys are overreacting. Chapter 609. All the people in the central region made a mistake. It was Liu Chengjian's reaction that made them a little confused, which was too fierce. Isn't it a robbery? It's not necessary for Lion King to run so far, is it? What the hell? What are they doing? Oh, what can I do? A group of guys who have never met the world. Tianzhao of Zhongyu looks scornful. He thinks Liu Chengjian and others are too fussy. He's so afraid of Duji. There's no reason to be proud. However, the next second, they are even more ignorant, because the Lion King is also the head does not return to run away. That speed is beyond imagination. Its strength is already very strong. At this time, it's hard to escape. The speed is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Originally still good stand beside them, so a moment has disappeared in the sky. This makes everyone in a daze. Some people feel that they are looking at that figure after knowing it. This is what's the situation. How can Master Lion run so fast? Do you think Master Lion knows something about it? All the people are at a loss. I really don't know why so many people are so violent. In the next second, they already know why so many people are so unusual. Only to see the sky above them turn into darkness, where their eyes reach, there is no light at all. Some of them were covered with dark clouds, just like a piece of black cloth directly in front of their eyes, and none of them responded. But the Lion King, who had not hesitated to run away with the wind, felt a little lucky at the moment. At first, although he felt that such a move was unnecessary, When he felt the change on his head, he knew that it was just a life back. Judging from the dark clouds, we can know how terrible this scourge is. Who has ever seen such a terrible catastrophe? Directly, shrouded in a sky, as if the sky was originally covered with dark clouds, and even flickered a little lightning from time to time, they can feel the breath of terror from the branch. Before long, a terrible minefield appeared in front of them, and they could not see the edge of the minefield at a glance, which directly made many people despair. If we had run away before, there would be no problem. But where is the time to run now? Lie down, sink. Who told me this was a disaster? This is clearly the end of the world, where there is such a terrible catastrophe. Over this time, we are completely finished. We are almost completely covered. We can't escape at all. All Tianzhao's faces are ugly. It's their limited strength. Even if they are given time, they can't escape. It's really that the scope of the disaster is too large, which makes them despair completely. However, the next second I saw Gao Peng appear beside them, and I saw that one by one they began to be alert. But before they had any extra moves, Gao Peng waved and swept them out, throwing all Tianzhao Tongtong out of the range covered by Tianji. This made everyone a little unexpected, and didn't react for a while. Chapter 610 Gao Peng's move, let everyone not imagine, only to see all Tianzhao completely sent out by him. In the end, there are only a few guys who are slightly inferior to the Lion King. They all stared at Gao Peng one by one, as if expecting his next move. But who knows, Gao Peng didn't even pay attention to them, just looked up at the sky. Hear what's going on? What about us? Don't you care about us? Send us out, too. Otherwise, we will surely die here. If we were in this place, it would certainly have an impact on your plunder. Would you like to kill yourself? These people have been completely anxious. They didn't expect that things would develop like this. They thought that they would be sent out directly just like those Tianzhao. But who knows what will happen? They seem to have been completely abandoned. Gao Peng just glanced at them and then left them aside. These guys are really cheeky enough. I don't want to think about what I've done before. Now it's good to let him send them out and kill them in the wrong place. I didn't expect to ask so much. It's really wonderful, and the reason why they stay here is just to show them what is a real catastrophe. What they saw before is a complete pediatrics. It's even a smaller version. No, why don't you send us out? Are you going to offend us? There is a god who has been completely flustered. He feels that he may be locked by the sky robbery anytime and anywhere, because this time the sky robbery is too terrible. So the brewing time is a little longer, so they are not locked temporarily, which is why they are so flustered. Once they are locked by the sky, they will be really finished. But Gao Peng's present attitude makes them really confused. Didn't he send all Tianzhao out before? Why are they so indifferent when they arrive? Gao Peng said coldly, just you. Why should I take you out? A group of shameless guys, who just said they wanted to kill me. Now I even want to send you out, but you can say it. Gao Peng glanced at them contemptuously, but at last he didn't pay attention to them. But when they were shocked, they said, but you have to think about it. If we stay here all the time, it will not do you any good. The power of natural calamity will double, and you will also be buried with us at that time. In order to fight for a moment, you will take your own life. I don't think it's worth it. What do you think? Gao Peng's face suddenly showed a look of disdain, and then, without any merciful sarcasm, he said, only you will have such concerns, and I never fear whether the sky robbery is strong or not. I only fear that the sky robbery is not strong enough. After that, Gao Peng has completely ignored them, just a group of people who are going to die. Chapter 611 When Gao Peng spoke, the thunder and lightning in the sky changed completely. A human figure composed of thunder and lightning appears slowly, and then one after another, slowly accumulating into 100,000 soldiers. Each one is like the sun shining on the earth, emitting dazzling light. But no one felt lucky, but it was the bottom of my heart. In particular, those who did not go out completely are now in complete despair. If we don't know who is going through the disaster, we will just be locked. They are all likely to struggle to get out alive. What's more, what they see now. What did they see? One by one composed of lightning figures, and from them even feel the power of the sky. How can this not make them feel desperate? Is this a real disaster? Why have they never seen such a thing? And the power is so terrible that they even dare not move. They are desperate. Why, how could that be? Why have I never seen such a disaster? Is this beautiful woman terrible? Is there any other catastrophe in the world? No, it's impossible. It's impossible to have such a terrible catastrophe. If it's all like this, no one can survive. No matter how they don't believe it, what they see in front of them won't deceive people, and they can also feel a knife hanging on their head. This kind of feeling that they can be killed at any time has not been felt for a long time. In fact, they never felt this way when they were crossing the robberies. This period of time makes them scared. They have been completely scared. But they have no choice. They are completely locked by the sky robbers, and they are still locked by such terrible sky robbers. This I can't go back to heaven. And those who have already flown out of the range early, looking back at the past at this time, they can't help but feel that their choice is extremely clear. That's the wise thing to do. Fortunately, we can run fast, or we'll really suffer. It's so terrible. It's more terrible than ever, and it's not only doubled or doubled. Lu Chungjin and other people are disappointed to see it. At this time, they are very grateful. This is the result of experience. If it wasn't for their experience in this field, they would be foolish to stay in the sky at this time, and ghosts would know if they could survive there. As for those who are sent out, Tianzhao is always in a state of ignorance. I felt despair before. When I found that I was out of the range of the sky, I didn't know why. But when they think about it, they find that it was the guy who made them hate it so much who sent them out. This time makes their heart a little complicated. The crowd looked at each other, unable to say a word. At the moment, the heart is very complex, it's difficult to describe it in 1 or 2 sentences, but they can't help but sigh when they see the dark cloud-covered place. It's really terrible. Not only can't see the edge, but also can feel the boundless pressure from inside. They can't imagine if they really stay under that dark cloud. What kind of situation is that? I can't even breathe. Chapter 612. Looking at the increasingly terrible robbery, Gao Peng instead showed a happy smile, which was the battle he expected. Although the system can't play a direct role, it will give him some strength, which has satisfied him. Only to see him look up, his face is a change. I'm not talking about you. This is a terrible place. Last time, I heard you directly. Now I hope you're not too weak. And if I don't have a good time, I'm afraid of myself. Although Gao Peng's voice is not loud, it is just like the rolling thunder. That directly transmits what he said because of the reason that he has strengthened his real chi. So that everyone present can hear it clearly. I see that all people are completely ignorant. What kind of operation is this? Do you talk directly to Skylark? Or is it a curse? They really don't know, but after looking at each other, they still think that Gao Peng is too arrogant. It's just arrogant. It's no wonder that such a terrible force of natural calamity will be attracted. Maybe it's the power of others that is too terrible for them to exist. And those people who stay under the power of the scourge are completely ignorant at the moment. This operation because in their view, when Gao Peng's voice just fell, the sky robber even had a reaction, which seemed to be an unprecedented threat from 10000 Tianbing. Directly breaking through the sky, they felt unprecedented discomfort, and even one of them directly vomited blood. But what they couldn't accept was that the guy didn't care, and even the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. It's as if something pleasant happened to me. This makes them depressed. What kind of situation is it? Why do they feel so bad? But the guy's hair is still intact, even the expression on his face becomes more and more rampant, which makes them really incomprehensible. He's not a monster, is he? Why doesn't he seem to have any feelings? Is it just for us? It's impossible. All those who are locked in by the scourge will be affected by the scourge. When they were depressed, Gao Peng flew to the sky directly. With a fist tightly clenched, they went out towards the top. This group seemed to have some kind of beast roaring, rising up to the sky. Roar. The whole sky trembled, and then the 100,000 soldiers came back. One after another, the terrible thunder came down from the sky. The goal is Gao Peng. But it's not just all the attacks. Most of the heavenly soldiers fell down from the sky, carrying the power of incomparable terror. Gao Peng, a general attack, seemed to be besieged for a while. It's a magnificent scene. From time to time, thunders and thunders burst out. This scene completely made those people stupid. They had never seen such a person. Moreover, they could not imagine how powerful this was to fight against the sky robbery. No, even if the strength is no longer strong, it should not be possible to do so, right? In their cognition, there is no one who can make such exaggerated moves, let alone face the 100,000 soldiers calmly. Chapter 613. Just when everyone was in shock, A huge figure suddenly appeared, which seemed to break through the seal, making a deafening sound. All of them were unprepared, and then all of them looked at it with gaping eyes. They saw that the criminal Day was waving his axe towards the 100,000 soldiers. At first, I saw that the 100,000 heavenly soldiers were extremely powerful, but the axe that faced the sky of torture had the potential to be invincible. But it's not over yet. There's a powerful thunder beside Gao Peng. It's not the same as Tianji, though it's a little similar. But if you look closely, you will still find the gap between them. The Tianbing, who was split by the heaven of torture, was absorbed into his body by Gao Peng. However, he seemed to be charging the battery, and there was a trace of thunder all over his body. Gao Peng is also fearless of life and death rushed into the Tianbing. Fighting is like going into the daytime. Many people don't know what's going on, they only know that there's a shocking fight there. Even the two sides of the battle made them a little surprised. It's not what they think. This is it really a disaster. What's more, it's just too weird to see someone do this. Especially, those who are still under the sky robbery, they are ignored directly by the sky robbery, and they don't know what happened. They all looked at each other one by one. Although they still felt the overwhelming pressure, there was no natural disaster on them. It seems to be completely forgotten by the world. If it has been like this all the time, they will be really lucky. After all, they managed to escape. However, there is a little depression in their heart, which is just abandoned by the whole world. What is it called? Are we really abandoned by the world? Even the weather ignored us directly. No, that's because we are too weak to be noticed. This sentence, like a knife, directly stabbed them in the heart, and they were suddenly critically hit. Although someone wanted to refute this sentence, when he looked up at the fierce battle, he was silent for a moment. It's not that they are too weak, but that Gao Peng is too strong. I never thought that a person could show such terrible strength. No matter its blood power or constitution, it's a magic skill. It's God's son. Those who are outside the sky robbery feel the horrible battle more or less, but they can't see it clearly at all, because the place covered by the sky robbery is too large. You can't reach it with your eyes. What's more, they don't dare to use perception at all, so they can only vaguely feel the terrible thunder, and even some people are resisting. It is self-evident that resistance to nature is nothing more than that the people who are fighting against the robbery are fighting against the robbery. This is a fight of their own. There's no one to step in, let alone help. In a place full of despair, you are the only one I'm trying to fight alone. All of them are mending their brains, but they don't know what kind of situation Gao Peng is in at all, but in their opinion, it should be similar to what they think. Chapter 614 inches. You said how despairing is the man who crosses the robbery. Among the Tianzhou in the Middle Kingdom, some people couldn't bear their curiosity and finally asked. But many people are still silent. After all, they have never experienced such a terrible scene. At most, they can only think about the cataclysm they have seen. At last, he nodded seriously. This should be despair. After all, such a terrible disaster may disappear no matter who it is. There is absolutely no one who can make it. Although that's what he said, he saved us somehow. I don't want him to have anything really. With such a terrible strong man, he will become more and more lively at last. All Tianzhou's ideas are different, but no one has ever had a fierce idea. Even if there is, they dare not say it directly. At least Gao Peng has saved them. Although they still have a thorn in their heart, they will not repay their kindness with vengeance. Although they are arrogant, they are even unreasonable. But it doesn't mean they're unreasonable. That's why no one is bad, but they still don't believe that Gao Peng can succeed in the robbery. After all, the weather this time is terrible. No matter who it is, there is no 100% assurance. Gongsun Dong and others are still disappointed. If they didn't react too fast before, they might be really finished at the moment. At this time, his face is still a little shocked, turned to look at Lu Chungjin and asked, "Is the master's sky robbery always so terrible?" Lu Chungjin nodded calmly. "Although I don't know if it has always been so terrible, but with what I see, every time is more terrible than normal people. However, the strength of the young master is beyond everyone's imagination. Every time he crosses the robberies, it is extremely smooth. As I saw before, the young master just wants to pull other people on the back and let all people cross the robberies with him directly." What? After hearing Lu Chungjin's words, all the people were even more shocked. Is this something people can do? Even pull others on the back, and it's still in the critical moment of crossing the robberies. What's not looking for death? However, when they think about the previous scene, they don't know why they think there is nothing strange. Anyway, it's not the first time. But there is still some inexplicable admiration, which is not something that anyone can do, although they can. But it's really crazy. I can't guarantee whether I can succeed in the crossing. If someone else follows me, it's a trip in front of the ghost gate. Who can stand it? Unconsciously, they are not only afraid and awed of Gao Peng, but also have a very strange mood. Faith, reverence, no one knows. Maybe they have succumbed to the power of Gao Peng before, but now they are surprised by the actions of Peng. This is also unthinkable. I just heard what Gao Peng had done before, and I can't help but resonate with him. Although Lu Chungjin was only shocked, he also found the changes of all people, but he didn't think much about it, just thought that these people were shocked. Chapter 615. All the people are talking about the protagonist, which is not as good as they think at the moment. At the moment, Gao Peng's face also shows a time of boredom. Although it seemed that the battle was extremely fierce before, with the passage of time, he absorbed so much of the power of natural calamity. These heavenly soldiers gradually cannot bring him any harm, even cannot bring him any pressure, gradually cannot let him mention interest, who let his strength so strong. Even the strength of his blood, god of war, is too lazy to fight. The axe in his hand has gradually subsided. This kind of change directly let the sky robber feel insults, as if to reflect its mood, and the power of the sky robber suddenly doubled. But even so, Gao Peng did not respond. No, Gao Peng actually has a reaction, and his reaction is also very fierce. Only to see that he seems to have formed a black hole, which directly absorbs all the power of the sky robbery. Every minute he absorbs the power of the sky robbery, his strength becomes stronger. Although the increased strength is much slower than the speed given to him by the system, at least it has been improved. It's a lot more than a single step. Although he enjoys this power, he has no known rival, which makes him feel a little lonely every time he comes. It's like the height is too cold. Alas, when will a decent opponent appear? Why can no one in the world beat me? Am I really invincible? The watcher was speechless. Never seen such a narcissistic guy. They don't deny Gao Peng's powerful strength, but from Gao Peng's words, it's hard for them to accept. If other people say it, they may be able to accept it better, but this sentence is said by themselves, which makes them feel speechless somehow. They looked at each other and said nothing. Gao Peng just sighed and didn't have much idea, only to see that all the Tianbing were absorbed by him. And he has formed a thundering armor, which is much more terrible than before, because this time he is not absorbing the power of the scourge. Although there was before, there was no such horror. And the 100,000 heavenly soldiers in the sky have been unconsciously absorbed by Gao Peng. Also at this time, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. With Gao Peng as the center, we can see the blue sky slowly. The scene here also attracted everyone's attention. Only to see them for a moment, some don't know what happened. What is this? How could it suddenly disappear? Is it the failure of the fairy robbery? No number way. Even if it's a failure, it won't be so fast, will it? Is it a success? It's impossible. Even if it's successful, it's impossible to be so fast. How could someone cross the river so fast? I don't believe it. Everyone talks about it one after another. Everyone has his own ideas, but there is no one to say that can really serve the public. However, all the people did not move their eyes. They all stared at one direction, which was the place where Gao Pengdu robbed. They are desperate to know what's going on there. Is he successful? Chapter 616. After the success of Gao Pengdu's robbery, the dark clouds dissipated rapidly. All the people stared at Gao Peng. They thought that they were doomed. Who knew that the power of Scorpio didn't care about them? They totally ignored them, focus on dealing with Gao Peng, but the final result is completely absorbed by Gao Peng, which is just beyond imagination. I saw these people who were locked by the power of heaven, their eyes were almost protruding, and their mouths were too wide open to believe. Here isn't that terrible. Is he still human? I've never seen anyone do this before. This guy is terrible. Several people in the presence of the scene could not help but think of a strange idea, and then they shook their heads one after another. Got rid of the idea. It's really terrible. How could they have such an idea in their mind? Even think that this outlander has the ability to fight through the middle. It is undeniable that his strength is indeed very strong, but if he really has the strength to surpass the central region, this idea is simply too horrible. Although they think that the strength of the other side is very strong, few people will be his opponents, we can know by virtue of the terrible power of the scourge. It also has an unimaginable talent, and in the power of the scourge it seems so easy, which is the most shocking place. Several people looked at each other for a moment, and now they had no intention of making friends with Gao Peng, or even wanted to make peace. Whether or not they will lose face in front of all people, face in life, which is important, they are naturally very clear. Only to see one of them stand out, some hesitated and said, that before that, it was ours, and we apologize to you for the fact that we didn't make it clear. To be honest, we are not your opponents, and we don't want to have any hatred with you. I wonder if you can ignore villains and let us go. They do not have a high voice, so that their attitude is very low. To their level, it is impossible to blind feud. What's more, it's clear that if they fight back, the real death may be the one to greet them. Gao Peng, it's not so easy to deal with. The power of the terrible scourge is still in my mind. Whenever they think of that terrible place, they can't help shivering, especially they are locked by the power of the sky. This makes them feel the horror of that day. This is not the same as that of many powerful people in the central region. The intensity is also much lower. It's not that Gao Peng's natural calamity is weaker, but that it's too strong. It's the imagination of everyone. This is the final decision they made after weighing and weighing. Gao Peng was also a little surprised. Every martial god has his own self-esteem. Unexpectedly, these guys would be soft directly, which was beyond his expectation. But somehow, he thought that these guys could get into his eyes slowly, at least not to die, know how to bend and stretch. This is the most difficult and valuable, and he doesn't intend to kill all the people himself, so whether to let them go or not has already been doomed. As long as you don't die by yourself, you can't have a real accident. Chapter 617 inches here. My God, how is this possible? Just then, a cry of surprise burst out. I don't know when all the people have come here, but when they see that these martial gods have been subdued, they all feel incredible. Especially when they look at Gao Peng, their eyes are more shocked. They all think that Gao Peng has failed in the robbery, and now he has already lost his soul, but who knows where he stands in perfect condition. What's more, the rescuers they moved here are the most powerful group of people who are completely soft at the moment. These are their elders. However, just in front of them, it was like the enemy had softened. This time, they could not imagine anything. Originally, I just wanted to see if Gao Peng was dead. Who knew that I would see such a big play? Everyone was stunned. Liu Chongjun and others are also very ignorant, did not expect that these high god of martial arts will be directly subdued. Look at the attitude is also very good. It's obvious that they've given in. At this time, those martial gods were completely ignorant. They just wanted to soften when no one was around, so they wouldn't lose face. But who knew it would happen like this? They were still in a trance. They didn't find so many people. They had come over slowly, and finally caused such a result. It makes them want to find a place to get in. But now that it's over, they have no other way. They don't want to just make up their mind to be soft, and then give up all their previous achievements. Who can make the strength of each other strong? These martial gods bit their teeth, held everyone's eyes and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at the rest of the people, nor did they dare to look at Gao Peng. Gao Peng thought it was very interesting, but he didn't deliberately insult each other. After all, these guys have no use value, although they can invest. But now it seems that he thinks investment has no meaning. The return on investment can't be directly proportional to the speed at which he can improve his strength, which is meaningless. So, only to see Gao Peng said, "You go, I will not kill you, because your strength is too weak, kill you cannot get any benefits. Oh, and so do you. Go back where you come from." Gao Peng is fond of those Tianzhao again, and says with a wave of indifference. This made many people a little unprepared, although they felt it was humiliating, but when they saw still some unstable space, they bit their teeth and endured it. The other side is really very strong, which is the existence they can't match. If they dare to say more, they may be buried here. Oh, yes, if any of you still hate me, you can summon all the strong to revenge me. I will never hide my trace, and I welcome your revenge. But if I see you next time, then I won't let you go. I'll give you only one chance. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Peng paid no attention to these people in the middle region, and had no value for him, just said a word casually. In other people's eyes, it's arrogant and overbearing. But for him, it was very common. Chapter 618. No matter how shocked everyone was, Gao Peng led his people directly and went in other directions. Only all the people in the Middle Kingdom are left in disorder in the wind. At the moment, they are still unable to return to their senses. They are just turning over the waves in their hearts, although they all feel that Gao Peng's words are extremely arrogant. But when we think that he has such capital, no one will argue. The strength of the other side is not only very strong, but also in the face of such a terrible heaven, they can survive intact, which is the most exaggerated place. And it can also make these powerful martial gods subdue. Anyway, the strength of this man is beyond their imagination. And they can't fight. Although they think Gao Peng is arrogant, others do have such capital. Instead, they have withered completely. Although they have talent, talent doesn't mean strength. There are many phenomena of talent dying. They just have a little chance to become the strong in the world. It doesn't mean that they must have the strength of the strong. It just means they have value. When Gao Peng left, a man fell behind Gao Peng all the time. Although he kept a certain distance, he never got rid of him. The triangle demon suddenly accelerated to Gao Peng's side, looked back from time to time and said, "Master, there is a tail following behind us. Shall we clean it up?" Gao Peng smiled and shook his head. "No, let him follow. Even if we let him follow us all the time, it will not do us any harm. Let him follow if he wants to." With Gao Peng's words, other people won't pay any more attention, and they don't believe it. That guy will fight in front of Gao Peng. They have great confidence in Gao Peng. It's almost like blind confidence. Time flies by. Gao Peng finally left the entrance of the central region completely, but the time of the day has passed completely, with their speed of flying. It will take another day. It can be seen that the central area is not small. At this time, he can feel the stability of the surrounding space. Even at this moment, he has all the strength. Not necessarily can understand, not necessarily can move the space, we can see how stable the space here is. Gao Peng could see the city in front of him, but at this time he looked back a little and his face was speechless. I didn't expect that guy would still follow him. He didn't fall behind all the time, as if he wanted to stay behind them. This makes Gao Peng feel speechless. At least you are a martial god. As for you, are you always behind others' buttocks? Don't you have the pride you deserve? Following Gao Peng is the Lion King. Knowing Gao Peng's powerful strength, he already has his own idea that he must follow Gao Peng. He also wants to join the group of Gao Peng. He doesn't know how Gao Peng cultivates, but with such a peerless monster, he will surely have unparalleled opportunities and benefits. This is his idea, so he made a proper move to follow the asshole. He followed Gao Peng all the time and kept a certain distance. It can't be thrown off, and it doesn't cause resentment. Chapter 619 As the Middle Kingdom people returned to their respective forces, the rumors about Gao Peng gradually spread out. Therefore, the whole central region was completely sensationalized. Whether it's dismissive or rather serious, everyone has their own attitude. Because Gao Peng is a foreigner, he will not be totally despised. After all, they have suffered a lot. Although that guy has not been here for a long time, he still makes them feel afraid, which inevitably makes them pay more attention to Gao Peng. What's more, Gao Peng killed many martial gods and completely offended these forces. For example, this is just something that happens quietly. These forces will not even pay much attention to it. But now it's different. Their affairs have been thoroughly spread for a long time. It's also known by the whole people in the central region that such a man killed their powerful warrior. If they don't respond as they should, won't they be laughed at by everyone? This forces them to respond. For a time, the calm water in the central region seemed to be in waves, gradually not as calm as before. But everyone's opinions are different. Some people think it's an opportunity to break the existing rules. The central region has been dominated by various forces for too long. For a long time, they are all about to forget what they used to look like. Oh, we have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and finally there is an opportunity. Maybe this is also our opportunity to break their cage at one stroke. Of course, some people have muddled the water now, and all we need to do is to make the muddled water more chaotic. People in the dark said coldly, each with his own mind, but they all have a purpose. Break the existing rules thoroughly and let them have a foothold. What they really think is not known. Of course, there are some people who have different ideas, that is, people who don't know what kind of things they have, but see that the major forces have such a response. After many inquiries, they have a little idea. However, in their view, this is nothing more than a fuss by major forces. The reason why the Central Region can be called the Central Region is because it is the center of martial arts. It can also be called Holy Land. As for the Outland, how can it be compared with the Central Domain? Hearing all the people talking about it, many people feel that what forces are making a fuss is just trying to give them too much pressure. These big forces will only use this kind of vicious means. I don't know what they are thinking, but no matter what kind of ideas they have, I won't be fooled easily. Yes, we don't know what medicine they sell in their bones, but we can't be their guns. These are all monologues. After all, they have not joined in all forces, but they should always be on guard against the calculation of all forces. Every time there is a huge sensation, the first thing they think about is whether they are calculating. Although they feel so tired, they are better than joining the major forces. After all, joining those forces is like dancing with demons. Chapter 620. The whole Central Region began to talk about Gao Peng and others, which is a rare event. After all, the Central Region has not been so busy for a long time. What's more, all people are talking about the same thing. It can be seen how fast, just a few days, it has spread everywhere. But it's just when all the people find it interesting. A reward directly scared everyone. The War Shrine, the only divine power in the Middle Kingdom, even sent out a reward that shocked all of you. If you capture the mastermind of foreign countries alive, you can get 1 quota to catch the accomplice alive. You can ask the War God Hall for a request if there is evidence. You can get the friendship of Xianxia Temple and present 2 gods at the same time. This reward directly makes all the people's voices disappear suddenly, and then more intense voices erupt. They can't imagine what kind of existence can attract the attention of the War God Temple. In addition, it also directly sent a reward to the God of War Hall. So far, this is a very strange thing, and people began to remember what happened. The last time the Temple of War God sent out the mysterious god, it was a very long time ago. But now, even for some inexplicable people to send out such an attractive reward, how can this not let them heart? The reason why the War Shrine has become the only god-level power is that they have their own channels, that is, they can become more powerful. God King, it's a yearning existence. A God King can directly destroy the Middle Kingdom, but so far, only the God of War Temple exists. Other people can't find a way to break through, which almost represents the Central Region, that is, the Xianxia Temple dominates. And the reason why the War Temple says that quota is that it is expected to be promoted to the quota of God King, when all people know the reward. One by one seemed to be very excited. They had to pay a heavy price to get a place. But now, only one mastermind needs to be grasped, which makes many people feel the hope of promotion, especially those who stay at the level of Wuxian. Now it's completely crazy. If there is no chance to say that they can't go to the War God Temple to find trouble, but now it's different. The War God Temple has issued such a reward. How can this not make them feel excited? In the dark place, there are many eyes slowly waking up from the deep sleep. When they wake up, there is a little confusion in their eyes. You can hear the reward from the War God Hall. A flash of light came out, like a meteor in the night. The undercurrent is surging. Unconsciously, the whole Middle Kingdom seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. All people can see the presence of Wuxian everywhere. Although it wasn't so hard to see before, it seems that it has become extremely frequent. It is almost the same as going out to see the martial god. Although these martial gods are only the weakest group, for many people, it is extremely precious. This is not the biggest change. The biggest adaptation is the complete martial law. There are all kinds of portraits everywhere, almost all of which are Gao Peng's. All the people seem to be looking for Gao Peng together. Chapter 621. The Central Region has changed a lot unconsciously. But many people are still unresponsive. After all, this change comes too suddenly, and is not controlled by others. Although they all know that this is just a reward from the War God Temple, the change is unbelievable. God, who are those guys? It can directly attract the attention of the War God Hall. Are they really so powerful? Even the War God Hall began to be afraid. How is it possible? It's impossible for the God of War Temple to have people who are afraid. We should know that the God of War Temple has the God King, and only they have the God King. It should be that those guys have some genius treasures, or they can attract the attention of the War God Temple. I believe they have such a powerful power. After some discussion, many people seem to have come to the conclusion that Gao Peng and others must have secret or treasure, which will attract the attention of the God of War. What if they can also get this treasure? What opportunities will they get? Some people have begun to make a bad idea slowly. They don't want to give it to the War God Hall honestly. Since the War God Hall attaches great importance to it, it must be a very good thing. If you stay in their hands, you will make more money. Everyone has their own ideas, but they all have a common purpose, that is to find Gao Peng and others. Whether we can catch them alive or not, we should at least find the traces of Gao Peng and others. After all, since Gao Peng and others entered the central region, they have disappeared completely. No matter who they are, they can't be found. This is the reason why many people want to try their best to find it. The more they can't find it, the more secret they have in each other, and they work harder. It's just that all the ghosts and monsters are looking for Gao Peng, just like Gao Peng is the flesh of Tang Monk, and they are all looking for him. But they didn't know that the closer they were to Gao Peng, the more they were to die. But no one cares about it. They just want to fight for it. Maybe they will be totally lucky and even become the god they dream of. At that time, it will not only be ruled by the War God Temple, but they will become the second ruler. This suddenly makes many people work harder. When all the people are looking for it, Gao Peng has slowly found out the trend of these people, and even felt puzzled. Of course, when he knew that the only divine power in the Middle Kingdom offered him a reward, his whole face became extremely wonderful. It wasn't anger, it didn't feel any humiliation. There was a hint of excitement. I just wanted to stroll around and enjoy the local customs of the central region. After all, after such a long battle, he was a little tired. Especially from the beginning to the end, his strength could not be improved. He could not improve his strength by cultivating like others. He needs to do something. Now he found such a powerful force to offer him a reward, so he immediately found a good reason, which was that someone sent a pillow when he was sleepy. How can this not make him feel excited? Chapter 622 inches. It's interesting. I didn't expect someone to offer me a reward. It's really beyond my expectation. When he learned that the only divine power offered him a reward, Gao Peng was so excited that he shivered, even his mouth was smiling all the time. The people around him, one by one, are quiet. They can feel Gao Peng's excitement. But that's it, there's no reason for them to feel a little panic. If Gao Peng makes some amazing moves at this time, they really don't know how to deal with it. They looked at each other and wanted to stop them, but no one dared to go forward. They knew it was in vain. At this time, the guide and the fat man are really sorry. Unexpectedly, they would follow such a crazy man. They thought that they would only provoke some enemies at most. But who knows, this is the enemy of the world. What's more, they have noticed a little bit of bad now. It seems that this guy is going to start something again. And it's true. When hearing someone offer him a reward, Gao Peng is no longer ready to go on like this. Since it is the strongest force in the central region, its strength should not be weak. That just can let him improve his strength. As long as his realm is promoted to the top, then he can upgrade again. Just thinking about it, he looks forward to the next time to improve his strength. Phew, Gao Peng did not hesitate to fly to the sky, which makes many people feel very inexplicable. After all, few people will fly in the city, which is against the law. Serious violation of the rules made by the major forces. Once caught, it will be Zulian 9 clans. What's the situation? Is this guy looking to die? Who gave him the courage to fly? Don't he know what forces are in charge here? Or he didn't know who the chassis was all along? I think he is clearly challenging others' bottom line, which is really a good play. All the people in the city looked at Gao Peng, who was flying to the sky with a gloating smile. I'm looking forward to what kind of setbacks I will encounter next. It's not that no one is flying in this situation, but it's always going to be miserable. All the demons, because they want to hide their traces well, have already become almost human beings. At this time, their faces have shown a very dignified expression. They don't know what Gao Peng wants to do, but they can't stop it at all. But now they feel the crisis. If Gao Pengjun does something shocking, they will bear the brunt of it. What to do? I think it's too risky for us to persuade the master. Although I don't know what the master wants to do, I think the master's mood is very excited now. If we do anything impulsive, it will be extremely unfavorable for us. After all, the whole central region is very exclusive to us. A demon said softly, and then many demons looked at the triangle demon in the way of eye inquiry, expecting a good answer from the triangle demon. Who makes the triangle demon the most powerful of them? But the triangle god was silent for a while and said, "We can't change the decision made by the master, we can only accept and bear it silently." If you don't say it, you may die. If you say it, you will die immediately. There was a momentary silence. Chapter 623. Just when everyone is curious, Gao Peng slowly opened his mouth, which scared everyone directly. Reward my fellow, I don't care what your purpose is, but what you do makes me feel very excited. Then I will give you two choices. Send the strongest to me, and I will wait for you here. Or I'll call. Gao Peng's voice seems to have penetrated the space directly and passed directly to such a middle field, so that all people can hear his voice clearly. When hearing Gao Peng's voice, all the people were completely scared to pee. One by one, they all looked shocked and even stopped their movements. No matter how far or near you are, everyone feels extremely incredible. At this time, someone wants to challenge the authority of the War God Hall. Is this looking for death? That's the only one with the power of the God King, but now it's so openly challenged by others. It's just joy to hear. And for them, it's an incredible thing. In particular, all the people here wanted to see Gao Peng make a fool of himself, but who knew that they would see such a terrible thing with their own eyes? They all looked frightened. They were so afraid that the War God Hall would cause them trouble. The ghost knew whether the War God Hall would investigate. Perhaps, they will be directly affected by the fish. It made them feel like they were in fear. Here, how could that be? This guy wants to die, don't hold us. Why? Many people hold their heads in their hands. With a look of pain, they can foresee what kind of horrible things will happen next. If the Temple of War God really blames it, it can be razed to the ground with a single blow across the air, and it will be useless for them to escape anyway. What's more, they are bound to bear the label of one evil after another. At this time, they had no time to show their angry expression. They only fell into one fear after another and ignored Gao Peng at all. Although Gao Peng caused such a result, they were unable to do anything but fall into fear. Maybe other people don't understand the status of Xianxia Temple, but the guide knows very well when he sees Gao Peng making such a crazy decision. He's a fool in the eyes of the whole person. He almost scares the urine directly. The whole person's heart is broken. He never thought that this guy would do such a terrible thing. The reason why he followed Gao Peng was just that he wanted to escape, but who knew that the final result would be like this? In the end, he was doomed. And they have offended even more terrible forces. Why on earth is he? Unconsciously, he fell into a deep thought. The whole person's spirit is a little trance. At this time, he has determined that he can't escape anymore. No one has ever challenged the authority of the War God Hall. Even if there is, it won't last long. The War God Temple is the most powerful existence. No one can challenge their majesty. Gongsun Dong and others don't know much, but as long as they pay attention to observation, their whole emotions are about to collapse. The reaction of these people around me, for example, can show how crazy Gao Peng has done. Chapter 624. The Lion King is also in the wind at the moment. From the entrance of Zhongyu, Gao Peng and others have been following him. His purpose is very simple. He just wants to learn something from Gao Peng's hands. He even got Gao Peng's advice, but he didn't dare to get too close all the time. After all, it's easy to cause antipathy. But who knows, he hasn't asked Gao Peng. Now there is such a thing, which makes him immediately into a tangle. If he has too much contact with Gao Peng, no one knows whether the War God Hall will cause him trouble. No matter how conceited he is, he will not be conceited to compete with the War God Hall. Let alone him, even his whole force, cannot compete with the War God shop. And at the same time, he was shocked. It's unbelievable that Gao Peng could say such a thing. He won't easily conclude whether others are arrogant. He just thinks that no one has tried for so long. Unexpectedly, Gao Peng did it so generously. Can't help but show a trace of admiration. Only to see his eyes at the moment, there has been a lot of admiration, especially when looking at Gao Peng, he's almost thrown to the ground. What kind of god man is this? Even if we are strong, we should have done such crazy things. Maybe it's a feat. In the Lion King's view, Gao Peng's strength should not be underestimated, although the War God Hall has always had the dignity of being unable to be picked and challenged by others. But Gao Peng is not bad, especially the unforgettable power of the Scourge. If there were no two brushes, there would be no such terrible power of the Scourge. The War Shrine has never been owned. This is the place where the Lion King has never had any doubts. Even now, Gao Peng directly declares war on the War Shrine. He would not see it as a one-sided trend. Of course, he is not sure who is strong or who is weak. At most, he only makes a judgment based on his own cognition. No one knows the Lion King's idea. If anyone knows it, he will feel extremely crazy. You need to know that it is the God King. In Sinyuan continent, the God King has long been extinct, and only the War God Temple owns it. If you want to break through the God King, you have to go through the War God Temple. This is also a fatal disaster. It's also the reason why the War God Temple has such dignity. But there will always be people who want to overthrow, but no one has finished it all the time. After all, no one has the power of the God King, let alone want to overthrow the rule of the War God Temple. And just as everyone was shocked, a voice broke through the sky. Come on. The source of this voice is actually the God of War Hall. When everyone heard the voice clearly, there was a dull expression on their face, which they could not imagine. Although it's just a word, it can also represent the importance of the war shrine to Gao Peng. This suddenly makes many people feel a big wave. They don't know how to describe their mood at the moment, but they know that there will be big things to happen. Although I don't know the strength of that guy, since it can attract the attention of the War God Temple, now it is the War God Temple that responds. There must be a fate they don't know. Why is this foreigner so valued? Chapter 625. The storm is surging. At this moment, the central region is the most bustling. All people seem to have a purpose, and they all go to the place where the war shrine is located. Although it has almost become a forbidden area, it doesn't prevent them from going to have a look. They all want to see who Gao Peng is. It can even attract the attention of Xianxia Temple. And they are also very curious. They thought that Gao Peng had hidden secrets, but now they seem to have layers of fog. Let them not see clearly, not really. But that doesn't stop them from trying to get involved. Although I don't know what the War God Hall is trying to do, their actions have made the central region become lively. I hope. When he said this, he stopped for a moment, but his eyes were still shining, and no one knew what he was thinking. Not only him, many people have their own purposes, so they all go in the same direction. What's more, all people want to see the one who dares to declare war on the temple. Even the legendary one should not dare to do such crazy things. And now someone even made such a crazy thing, declared war directly across the air, and thought about it directly. They felt blood boiling all over. Of course, the most they can do is just to get together and see what kind of guy that declared war is. Who gave him the courage? However, there will always be some people who are thinking that although the War God Temple has always been the highest ruling position, they will not be too much involved in the Middle Kingdom. But some people always think that there is a force in charge of them all the time, as if it is binding them, and there will always be a surprising human brain circuit. Interesting. It's so interesting. I didn't expect that just one person could cause such a huge fluctuation. It seems that it's time to have a good time. However, I don't know how many old guys will show up this time. I think they can't bear it, even though they can already enter the earth. The reason why they wait for this time is that they just want to find a chance to break through, but they all encourage each other to do that. Tut tut. This person seems to have seen through all the things, seemed extremely light, even jumped out of the whole circle and made comments. It can be seen that this person is not the same as many people. Maybe the real thing is to have a look at the bustle with no too many purposes. But, after all, this kind of person stands a few. Everyone who can speak is extremely powerful. Even if Gao Peng stands among them, he can feel the extremely powerful threat. However, this is exactly what Gao Peng meant. He wants to improve his own realm. Others have already reached the top. At this time, he only needs to improve his own realm. By then he can also officially break through the stagnant power. Although the system has shown great strength before, it may be too rebellious, and this restriction will appear now. Gao Peng feels pain in the egg, but there is no way. The stronger the thing is, the greater the limit. Now it's just a little bit slower. If there are other restrictions, it is called the real pit dad. Chapter 626. The Middle Kingdom, like a sleeping beast, has come to life directly, and there is a depressing atmosphere everywhere. What's more, we can feel the change of heaven and earth. Although they felt that someone declared war directly on the war shrine, they felt extremely surprised, even surprised. But it's too far away from them. At most, it's just a discussion. But not long after that, great changes have taken place in the whole central region. The real qi is always turbulent. At the beginning, no one paid too much attention to it. But by the time they found out, there had been earth-shaking changes. Those forces that had closed the mountain gate a long time ago also appeared suddenly unconsciously, and some of them are now in the world. It's all caused by Gao Peng. Maybe in Gao Peng's view, he just wants to improve his own strength, and he doesn't think how great the impact will be. It's almost like pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Everything changes because of him. The pattern that has been fixed for a long time has changed unconsciously, and many brick and stone forces have disappeared in an instant. Some have been killed, some have fled. In this turbulent time, they really dare not mix in too much, especially from time to time, they will emerge a powerful warrior god. Who can stand it? It's over. It's all over. I don't want to let us live. Even if it is a declaration of war, you are quietly looking for a place to fight. Isn't it hurting people? Many Emperor Wudi have been completely desperate, which is not to let them live at all. In particular, some of them are evil spirits, once passing by. It's just that nothing grows, no one can resist their attacks, even inexplicably will be wiped out, which has been a very frequent thing. This almost made them into a desperate situation, but they felt very inexplicable at this time, and finally unconsciously became like this. And I don't know who to hate. This is the most painful place. My God, when did this world become like this? At first, Emperor Wu was not the most powerful existence, but he could not be destroyed by others waving. Now, he is indeed the bottom layer of ants. Brick and stone power, it's almost gone. There are still some forces of Xianxia. This kind of change makes many people feel unprepared, especially those who are living at the bottom of their feelings are most obvious. Originally, it was only because someone dared to challenge, who knows that the whole world has begun to change, and they are the most suffering group. Who can I reason with? And all the martial gods, they all have the same purpose, even they go in the same direction. That is the War God Hall. Just like the pilgrimage, there are countless martial gods going in one direction, and the scene is very spectacular. Even if they collide with each other, no matter whether they have hatred or not, they will put it down as soon as possible. After all, they reach their level of battle. It's not so easy to tell the difference. They also want to see who they are and dare to declare war on the temple. Although in this period of time, they have made a survey. But they still can't believe it. When did the Outlander become so powerful? Chapter 627 War Shrine. This is a palace suspended in the void. At a glance, there is no boundary at all. There are only majestic palaces. At the bottom of the palace, there is a huge vine, which connects the ground directly from the palace, as if forming a step, so that people can easily go up. And many people are stepping on the vines, no one can fly directly. No one. It also shows from the side that not everyone can fly up. Although there is no taboo, many people walk on vines honestly. Even the people in the War God Temple dare not be vague. It's as if it's something engraved in their heads. With the passage of time, more and more Wuxian have come here, especially those who are very close to themselves. But no one dared to venture up. This is the War God Hall. It's not a place where they can walk easily. Even if they are curious, they dare not try it easily. Who makes them weaker? It seems that the Lord hasn't arrived yet. Shouldn't we wait here all the time? If you don't want to wait, you can also try to go to the temple and wait. Maybe they will welcome you. One of them sneered. However, no one contradicted. Who dares to go up at this time? Although the road is in front of them, some things are still untouchable. Just like taboo, once touched, life is not like death. Even instantly wiped out, they will not have any doubt. After all, this is the existence of the God King. How could their defense be so fragile? Each martial god chooses his own territory to stand quietly, and those who know each other will gather together, or stand aside like a lone wolf. No one is picking, quarreling or making trouble in this place. Because they dare not. In the temple of the God of War, it has become very busy. Although they are always on the top, it doesn't mean they are detached, just because they have more opportunities. Moreover, there was nothing for them to offer this time. It was offered by the people who really controlled the whole War God Hall. Even they are full of doubts. Where on earth did the Outlander attract the Temple Lord to issue such a huge reward? Finally, he agreed to declare war. What do you think this is? Why do I feel muddled from the beginning to the end? Did something important happen when we were closed? Should probably not. In the Temple of the God of War, these people began to talk in a low voice. Although their power was not great, their strength was not weak. Even those warlords outside the Hall of Warlords are not necessarily their opponents, but their power in the Hall of Warlords is not great, even at this time they are a little confused. I don't know what happened. At most, they can only stare at each other. Although they want to ask the temple master, they are defeated and can only wait quietly. Because the Lord of the temple has already spoken. If a stranger does not arrive, he cannot be disturbed. All of a sudden, they were blinded. What are these things? Chapter 628. Boom. A cloud swept through, as if to block out the sun, but also accompanied by the rolling magic. The magic chi is squeezing the real chi, and the real sky suddenly becomes gray. All people feel a little bit depressed, even the martial god is no exception. This sudden change makes everyone feel a little confused. One by one, they are all at a loss. All of them look at the distance. They don't know why they are accompanied by this rolling evil spirit. Is there a demon man? But it's impossible. The seal of the devil man has not been broken at all, and it is impossible to appear in the middle region. But what is the matter with these devil chi? In the temple of the god of war, each of these martial gods was at a loss. They couldn't figure out how the evil spirit would appear. What's the matter? How could there be magic chi? It's impossible for the devil to appear here. Did someone communicate with Devil Kingdom? No, this is impossible at all. The space gap between the two domains is not so easy to break, let alone someone can communicate with the Devil Kingdom. Or is anyone directly possessed? All the martial gods began to talk slowly. They had all kinds of conjectures, but they didn't seem to panic at all. For others, the devil is the existence of fear. But for them, the devil man is just a little stronger human. Although there are some differences in essence, the strength is just like that. It doesn't pose such a huge threat to them. This is also the reason why they seem very calm. How about the devil people? They are not looked up to by others for their weak strength. And these people are talking about one after another, which is like a dark cloud of magic gas swept directly. Is the leader a human being? Human beings. This discovery really shocked them. Does anyone really communicate with the Devil Kingdom? There will be people colluding with the devil people, and even stand out in a dignified way. Is this looking for death? This cannot help but make all the martial gods more confused, one by one have a strong interest, really want to know who is this child. At least it has its own family background, otherwise, how can we communicate with the Devil Kingdom? But when Gao Peng and others approached, they were even more confused, and their eyes were dazed. Because they don't know each other. This is a little unexpected. Who is this guy? Why have you never seen it? While everyone was still wondering, Gao Peng didn't even look at them. His eyes were only on the lofty palace, though he envied the huge palace. But it doesn't mean anything to him. But he can be sure that this is the temple of the god of war. And he also had a doubt all the time. Why did the god of war suddenly offer him a reward? He didn't do anything too much. It's just killing some martial gods. What kind of operation is it that the only god-level forces offer rewards to those forces that don't bother him? This made him a little confused, but he didn't think much. Since other people have already made such a move, he can also hit the door in good faith. Just in time, he can also improve his own strength. As for the onlookers, it depends on their luck. Chapter 629. All the people at the scene were staring at Gao Peng blankly, trying to remember whether they had seen it or not, but they could not remember it. Moreover, Gao Peng ignored these guys. As for the people behind Gao Peng, their bodies could not help shivering at the moment, because they also knew what would happen next. Especially feel the strength of those martial gods below. This made them realize that the power of the war shrine might be more powerful. After all, with the help of these martial gods here, the power is beyond everyone's imagination. What's more, it's the only divine power in the Middle Kingdom. Just thinking about it, they really want to stop Gao Peng directly. However, Gao Peng has already opened his mouth. You guys, are you ready to die? I don't know what's going on in your head, but I can tell you very clearly that the top of your neck must be a tumor. Now you will pay for what you have done. As soon as Gao Peng spoke directly, all the people knelt. Lie, slot, no one thought that Gao Peng would say such a thing, and even say that he would die in the war shrine. Who gave him the courage? And his vulgar words echoed in everyone's mind, staring at Gao Peng one by one. The eyes almost fell off, and the mouth was opened very directly. This guy too bold. Even if he has successfully communicated with Devil Kingdom, he will not be so inflated, right? Does he think he is invincible? There must be a limit to arrogance. At a time when everyone was shocked, the palace suspended in the void shook for a while, and the vines below seemed to be alive, directly shaking wildly in the air. And you can see the figure standing in it. With the crazily shaking of the vine, many martial gods gave way one after another, and no one dared to approach it easily, and they did not expect that this vine would suddenly move. What kind of monster is it? Does it have life itself? All of a sudden many martial gods are aware of this. This is the first time they have this feeling, although they all know that the power of Xianxia Temple is incomparable. But just knowing that the War God Temple has the God King doesn't mean that they really know the War God Temple. But who knows, now they should see this scene. How can this not shock them? Damn it, what on earth is this? What kind of monsters are hidden in the War Shrine? Don't they have not only the God King, but also what we don't know? A vine has such terrible power. Even if we were caught off guard, we could be killed instantly. It's terrible. All the martial gods felt great fear. No one knew that this vine had such a terrible attack power. This is almost equal to the strength of a powerful warrior god. And from the beginning to the end, no one knows that he has such terrible strength, which is the most frightening place. Once you think of this vine, which is always fixed, it's like a poisonous snake trying to attract people to the hook. So, everyone feels cold sweat. Chapter 630. When watching this vine suddenly move, Gao Peng also felt shocked. He thought it was just a dead thing. Who knows that it has a life? And the strength is so terrible, Gao Peng can easily feel his energy, that surging energy. I didn't expect. It's surprising that such a huge vine also has life and its strength is so terrible. Gao Peng didn't panic, he even thought it was very interesting. He turned around and said, "Step back and try not to let the vines hurt you." Then, I saw Gao Peng step out. This scene led all people some unexpected. They didn't expect Gao Peng to rush forward suddenly. Isn't he afraid of death? Although that vine is not really invincible, it's really not easy to get rid of it when we don't know. What's more, if you are careless, you may be killed instantly. Is he not afraid to die? Ha ha, that is the guy who dares to shout with the War God Hall. Do you think he is really afraid of death? As expected, it's still too arrogant. If you think you have a little strength, you will not be able to expand. People often pay for their actions. It's really a good play this time. It's just enough to let him try the strength of that vine. I don't know what kind of secret there is in Xianxia Hall. Many martial gods saw Gao Peng's action. They first felt surprised and then began to sneer. It's very good that someone helps them test the water, so that they don't sacrifice in vain. These people's ideas are very good. One by one, looking forward to Gao Peng. Lu Chengjian is a little worried, and most of the others are, though they think Gao Peng's behavior is too crazy. But when they look back, they find that what Gao Peng does is not crazy. In their opinion, as long as Gao Peng does something, nothing is not crazy. Of course, they still feel a little worried. After all, the vine is too large, which makes them feel cold. Cold sweat came out directly. This is the absolute gap of strength, which makes them feel scared. However, Gao Peng suddenly smiled at this moment. Ding! Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan completed. Name: Border Vine Blood. Border Vine Physique. Spirit Body Realm. Wuxian Level 8 Martial Arts. God Level Martial Arts. Border is complete. God Level Martial Arts. Absorption is complete. It is detected that the enemy realm of the host is Wuxian Level 8, which will automatically upgrade to Wuxian Level 9 for the host. The enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded temporarily. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The host's martial arts have reached the top and will not be improved temporarily. Finally, this moment. Gao Peng is addicted to excitement. His realm has finally reached the top. He only needs to meet more powerful people, so he can improve his strength without any obstacles. Moreover, he knew that the god of war was a powerful man, which was the reason why he came here. And at the moment, he doesn't need to be counseled. He just doesn't need to be killed instantly. Then he doesn't need to have any fear. What's more, he can completely improve his strength at the moment, so he doesn't need to be afraid of any seconds. He will not fear anyone. Chapter 631. Gao Peng felt the unprecedented power. Although it was only the promotion of the realm, he opened a channel to a higher level. Now, he can improve again. And looking at the territory of Vine's aggressive attack is coming. Gao Peng raised his hand gently. Here is this guy crazy. Does he think this way he can resist that horrible vine? That's the stairs of the War God Hall. God, this guy is more arrogant than me. It's a matter of looking for death. I'd like to see what he can do to look down on that horrible vine. You can't look down on anything related to the War God Hall. There was a lot of discussion among the people. Although they were all powerful martial gods, they could never feel the power of terror on a vine. Not everyone can resist it. What's more, this vine belongs to the War God Hall, which makes them feel more afraid. However, just when they all want to see Gao Peng's jokes, they only see the vines. Fierce attack has come, but they have no destructive power in their imagination. There was no harm at all. When Gao Peng was still a long way away, he was stopped directly, and could not even go further. This curtain fell in the eyes of all the martial gods and scared them directly. What kind of ability is this? He stopped the attack of the vine directly, and it seems that he is so easy. Is his strength really so terrible? But why does he look so young? It's not like the old monster they've lived for a long time. What the hell is this? All the people are confused. In fact, it's not only these martial gods, but also the people who follow Gao Peng, although they firmly believe that Gao Peng has a strong strength. But they had never seen such a horrible vine. They didn't even see Gao Peng show such terrible strength. At this time, they have gradually believed. But they are still in shock. Such a powerful power is beyond expectation. In fact, the most shocked one is the one standing on the God of War Hall. They can't imagine that someone can resist the boundary vine. My God, that's the branch of the world tree. Although it's much weaker, it's also the branch of the world tree. But such a terrible attack was resisted by that guy's understatement. What kind of monster is he? All the people were confused and looked at each other one by one. Although they have seen a lot of things that countless people in the Middle Kingdom have not seen, they are also at a loss at this moment. In fact, it's Gao Peng's surprise. After all, Gao Peng's strength is not strong, and the breath revealed is very common, and hidden strength cannot be excluded. And when they watch Gao Peng's age carefully, this is the situation that makes them more ignorant, so young. What's up? This is genius, a man asked in a puzzled tone. Then, only to see that all people are confused, is genius so terrible? Or was he born a warrior? Otherwise, how could it be so horrible? It's just how big it is to have such horrible power. They really don't know how Gao Peng practices. Even with more resources, there is a buffer period. It's impossible for a trumpet to be promoted to full level all of a sudden, even with more experience. Chapter 632. Although this possibility is not excluded. But if we add the experience value, it will only lead to the situation of high level and weak strength. It is not that the higher the realm, the stronger the strength. The most important thing is to lay a good foundation. This is also the situation that all people feel muddled, which is beyond their expectation. Even with their experience of living for so many years, they have never seen such an example as Gao Peng. So, all the people are staring at Gao Peng. It's as if this attack moment of Gao Peng stopped the whole world. The world is silent. It seems that the vines in the world have been challenged and challenged. With their own bodies, the real void begins to shake. However, no matter how the vines struggle, they can't escape Gao Peng's palm in the end. Only to see Gao Peng slowly grasp the body of the vine, mouth slightly upward. I'm a professional, do you think you are really strong? It's just a comparison to the rubbish, and you're nothing to me. I don't look down on you, but all of you here are rubbish. I didn't mean to target you personally, said Gao, all in my opinion, it's all rubbish. After so long practice, I can't reach 10,000 times of my age. If I were your age, I would have been able to hit through a continent at will. You. In Gao Peng's eyes, there was disdain, and there was no concealment at all. It seemed that he was badly in debt. All the people here would like to fly directly to fight against Gao Peng. They never thought that they would be looked down upon face to face. Moreover, all those present faced the same treatment. Everyone was quiet at the time. The atmosphere slowly became eerie. One by one, they all looked at Gao Peng with strange eyes. Although some of them were self-evident, the expression on their faces was very strange. They are really angry, but when they think of Gao Peng's age, they are all like a ball of gas. They can't find any room for refutation at all. But they don't want to argue. In the territory of Xianxia Temple, if the performance is too high profile, it will be targeted. But the little guy didn't seem to understand. That's what makes these people look. Gao Peng doesn't care about this. Naturally, he knows that he has to keep a low profile whenever he meets something. He also wants to keep a low profile. Strength is not allowed, and when they thought it was over, Gao Peng opened up again. The reason why I come here is that you, a garbage force, want to reward me. Then I will complete you and let you all know how to provoke me. Don't worry, it's just starting to hurt a little, and it'll be over soon. Then you'll know what it's called sourness. Gao Peng showed a smile of evil spirit, but it was this smile that made everyone feel confused. It makes them feel weird. Why do you smile like this? They all fell into deep thought, even Gongsun Dong and others. Gao Peng naturally didn't know what they were thinking. He was still staring at the vine. Chapter 633 inches. Now that you have completed your mission, you can die. Gao Peng said with a smile on his face. But his words were just heard by people, although he didn't deliberately amplify his voice. But who are all present? One by one is a powerful god of martial arts. It's easy to hear what he's talking about. I saw everyone completely stunned, and then one by one began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, what did I hear? He said he wanted the vines to die. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Although he can easily resist the attack of the vine, he also underestimates the vine too much, right? Who does he think he is? Does he really think he is strong? Even if we dare not say such arrogant words, how can people at the same level kill each other so easily? This is the most funny. All the martial gods laughed and began to mock Gao Peng, because in their eyes, this is impossible. I even think Gao Peng is too arrogant. How naive is it to be so arrogant that you can't predict your own strength? This is basically the consensus of all people. All the people on the scene looked at Gao Peng with a smile on their faces. But Gongsun Dong and other people's faces are extremely ugly. After all, these guys are laughing at Gao Peng. Isn't that also contemptuous of them? But they have no one to refute. Weak is no human rights. In fact, it's not only these martial gods, those people standing on the God of War Hall, but also heard Gao Peng's words. They also laughed one after another. However, they have converged a little bit. They are not too unscrupulous, but they have not gone anywhere. But although Gao Peng heard these people's speech, and even heard their laughter, he did not ignore them. After all, there's no need to worry too much about a group of dead people. Sooner or later, these guys are going to enter the earth. Why bother with them too much? This is not the spirit of AQ, but these people have entered Gao Peng's blacklist. Kill list. Gao Peng put his eyes on the vines in the boundary area, and a huge energy came directly from his hands, which poured into the vines. Boom. A dull voice sounded. Hook shed a brain of all the power into the body of the vine. At last, I only saw the vines explode. This is what no one imagined. Although they saw what Gao Peng did, they had no doubt at all at the beginning. Even thought Gao Peng was making a fool of himself. We can see that after the vines directly burst, they were stunned. What the hell is this? How could it explode without any reason? Is it because of what that guy just did? However, there seems to be no problem with that move. All the people carefully recalled what Gao Peng had just done, but they found that Gao Peng just touched the vine. There is also a mysterious wave of power in the liver. In addition, there is no extra action. Is that why the vines burst? All the martial gods are at a loss, let alone those who are standing on the temple of the god of war. They are stupid. Chapter 634 inches. No way, how could someone kill the boundary vine? The people in the war shrine were shocked. Looking at the broken vines, their faces were frozen and their eyes were staring at each other. In the mouth is murmuring the incredible words. He couldn't accept it. The vines in the border area were killed by others in an instant, and he was a guy who didn't seem to have much strength. How could the vines in the border area explode directly because they are so powerful? Why is this? His eyes were dull, and so were the rest of the people in the War God Hall, looking at all of them. It's like losing your soul. Because the vines belong to the War God Hall, they have the best understanding and know how terrible the strength of vines is. Even they have to be careful. If you are not careful, you may get worse. However, the vines, which they thought were extremely powerful, exploded in front of their eyes. In particular, the other side didn't do anything at all, which was the reason why they felt that they couldn't believe it. It was as if the vines had exploded themselves. Like a suicide. Bullshit. How could it be? How can the vines in the boundary explode? It's impossible at all. Then the only thing is that guys. All people immediately put their eyes on Gao Peng. But at this time, Gao Peng was shocked. It makes them feel like a dog. Lie. Slot. What's the situation? The vines in the world have been blown up by you. What kind of shock do you want to make now? Is there any mistake? Shouldn't it be a calm expression? All the people don't understand why Gao Peng is like this, but they are very angry at the moment, as if Gao Peng played a trick on them. But in fact, it's really suspended. It's awesome. Such a large palace is suspended in the void. It's just amazing. What kind of principle is this? If I can get this principle, doesn't it mean that the house can also be suspended in the void? It's a motorhome that can fly from place to place. Gao Peng feels the incomparable newbie in the War God Hall. This is not an exaggeration, but what he really thinks at the moment. And he also enjoys such a high-powered palace, just like a motorhome that can fly around at will. It's just exciting to think about it. But all the people seemed to be splashing the dog, a pair of eating shit. The face became extremely ugly. One by one looks at Gao Peng with a livid face. It's a shame. This guy is insulting them. It's just unreasonable. Somehow, no matter what Gao Peng's performance is, they all think it's insulting them, especially Gao Peng's pompous performance. In their eyes, no matter what, they are mocking. Gradually, the faces of the people above the war shrine became ugly, and each one was extremely blue. Don't say it's these people. Those martial gods who come to see the bustle also have strange eyes. They all look up to Gao Peng. I think this guy's courage is just too much. Unexpectedly, he has been picking and challenging the Temple of War. Does he think the Temple of War is a soft persimmon? Chapter 635 Inches Abominable. This damn guy. A man gnashed his teeth and looked at Gao Peng, as if he wanted to eat Gao Peng raw. This guy is so arrogant, doesn't he know where it is? How can he be wild? You can't let this guy go. It's just arrogant. We don't pay attention to the War God Hall. It's not only to kill the vines in the world, but also to humiliate us again and again. It's not to be tolerated. Let him know what is the authority of the War God Hall. At the same time, you can scare those guys. The people on the war shrine talked softly, but the expression on their faces was still very angry, and there was no meaning of calming down. One by one, eyes were blazing. However, they occasionally glanced at the martial gods they were watching to avoid those guys doing something out of the ordinary. Moreover, they are ready to use Gao Peng to make an example of others, or some arrogant people will come to their trouble. It's beyond our capacity. When the people of the War God Temple looked at Gao Peng with great anger, Gao Peng really fell into meditation. He really wanted this floating palace. It's too aggressive, and it shows his nobility. However, it seems that he doesn't have this level. Although he is powerful, he doesn't lack this kind of foreign things at all, so he didn't care about it all the time. Well, it seems that it's time to think about something else like this. Although it's not useful for the improvement of strength, it's also necessary to enjoy in addition to the improvement of strength. In this way, Gao Peng looks up at the people above the war shrine. You tell me how the palace is suspended, so that I can forgive the past and not kill all of you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gao Peng's words, although not with any tone, could not be used to make everyone feel a cold, as if they were in an ice cellar. Of course, not everyone has this illusion. Those people above the war shrine have already had their noses crooked. This guy is just pushing forward. What's more, it's very annoying. But before they had any reaction, Gao Peng spoke again. What? You don't seem convinced. If any of you are not convinced, let's fight with me. I will never directly kill you. Not like that vine, I will fight with you slowly, which can also save your face. At least not so weak. Gao Peng's face is serious. It said so. But the martial gods who were watching all around were laughing. They had never seen anyone dare to talk to the people in the War God Hall. And they also saw the faces of the people in the War God Temple, which turned green directly. This feeling is just so interesting. Although they didn't dare to laugh directly, looking at their shaking shoulders and their faces had turned purple because of suffocation. It can be seen that they are in great pain at the moment. In particular, Gao Peng also said such words seriously. When did the War God Temple encounter such treatment? Chapter 636. With Gao Peng's voice just falling, the faces of the people above the war shrine are green. Gao Peng hesitated a little and said, "Aren't you satisfied? Then I'll give you a little more." Gao Peng carefully said, and at the same time looked around, said, "Then I will deliberately lose. Anyway, you are also winning, should not be looked down upon by others." Beep. Everyone can look at Gao Peng directly. This sentence is just too damaging. What is intentional loss? No one will look down on me. What are these? At the moment, the martial god in the audience did not dare to laugh anymore. They only thought that Gao Peng was too brave to play the War God Hall again and again. Is that what he wants? Don't you fear that the War God Hall will really fight with him? After all, the War God Hall is the only real God power. This one is not a joke, and there is more than one God King. But now there is a person who plays and challenges them again and again. It should be on the verge of breaking out, right? It's just like people think. It was the first time that the people in the War Shrine could not bear it. Their faces were distorted. The God of War Temple is high. Although their strength is not invincible, no one dares to give them eye drops. But now this guy repeatedly offended them and killed the vines in the realm, which made it difficult for them to explain to the temple master. But now they have to kill this guy even if they break the rules. Damn it, even if I break the rules, I must kill this guy. It's arrogant. Even though we will get into trouble, I can't stand it. All the people are angry, and no one wants to dissuade them. After all, even they are almost unbearable, let alone other people, so one by one seems to have their own tacit understanding. Not to stop, a man with green light all over his body could stand out, with a fierce expression on his face and fierce light in his eyes. Hey, 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 you are a dead man. I want to see when you can be arrogant. I don't want to crush all your bones. Green light man from the God of War Temple step by step down, his goal is very clear, that is Gao Peng. However, just as he was approaching Gao Peng, he heard only one exclamation from Gao Peng. Lie, slot, people with green light, even your head is green. How pitiful you are. Gao Peng tut shook his head, which made people not know what he was talking about. I only saw Gao Peng mumbling, I don't know who gave it green. It's really eye-opening to see that it's green all over my body. What a tragedy. Dang. At this time, if the present people have not understood, it is insulting their intelligence. And when they instantly return to their senses and look at the green people, it seems that they also take Gao Peng's channel, and the expressions on their faces become extremely strange. This kind of reversal also makes green people feel a little strange. Then, he was completely angry. Chapter 637. Hey. A green light flew out, and the green man came to the high air attack at a very fast speed, and now his face was already extremely distorted. As he approached, the void caused a huge shock. It gives a kind of illusion that it seems to be on the water surface, which shows how fast it is at this time. Here we are. The people fighting the temple are out. The martial gods in the surrounding area are all waiting for us. They have heard about it for a long time. Everyone in the shop has great strength, even more powerful than them in the dark. And still everyone has such a strong strength. This will cause everyone's fear. Although many people want to destroy the War God Hall, no one wants to have this knife hanging on his head. The power of the War Shrine is not terrible. It's not that you can get rid of it if you want to. Therefore, the War Shrine has always been very calm. No matter what happened, it seems to be sitting on the fishing platform. At this time, you can just observe the strength of the War Shrine. Only to see all the martial gods are very serious and do not want to miss any second. However, in the face of each other's attack, although he did not pay attention to it at all, he would not always stand in place and not fight back. Others have already made a move. Although the other side is only a mole ant, they still let him go to hell early. Ha ha, you have seed. You dare to take the lead in fighting me. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Peng had disappeared from the spot. Next second, Gao Peng appears directly behind the green man. A clear voice rings. The green man's head is directly separated from his body. It's just a moment. At this time, the green man still didn't respond. His face still had a very vivid expression, but with the passage of time, his face grew frightened. Before he screamed out, he had been completely wiped out. It also shocked people. They couldn't imagine what kind of speed it was to make people die, but they didn't react at all. Even in the wake of the hindsight, I thought I was dead. What kind of experience is this? I was killed in a flash, but you didn't realize it at all. When you finally found that you were dead, you didn't have the strength to live like that when you wanted to make an unwilling crossing. It's a kind of feeling. I feel a little chilly just thinking about it. All the people trembled and sweat came out directly. At this time, they really understood how powerful Gao Peng was. When they focused on Gao Peng again, it was not the same as before. There is always a trace of fear in the eyes. This time, it's real. Watching the green man being killed by seconds, and still in this way. How fast is he? It's terrible that people can be killed without being aware of it. My God, I have never seen such a terrible person. Such a powerful green man was killed in a second, or I found it in hindsight. For a long time, the expressions on the faces of all the people were still in shock. Chapter 638. This beheading behavior only appears in the two people with great disparity in strength, otherwise it is impossible for them to happen at all. That is to say, at the beginning of this moment, all people realized the power of Gao Peng. There's a huge gap with them. Strong. Too strong. This is beyond my imagination. How could there be such a powerful person in the world besides the War God Hall? How on earth did he practice? Only to see all the people on the scene blink their eyes and stare at Gao Peng closely, and look at them like that, it's just unsettling. Gao Peng's strength is indeed very strong, which is beyond reproach, but their strong has aroused their suspicion. If there are such powerful people in the war shrine, they won't feel any accident, but this boy who appears inexplicably. The time of cultivation is less than them, and it's much younger than they don't think. But they are many times stronger than them. How can this not interest them? It can also be explained from the side that Gao Peng must have a secret, otherwise his strength would not be so strong. It seems that this guy really has secrets. If we can get the secrets from him, it doesn't mean that our strength can soar. Even it can rival the Hall of War. Many people are suddenly silent. However, Gao Peng is never afraid of being spied on his secrets. After all, he has the most powerful system and does not advise at all. If someone dares to make up his mind, he must be ready to be destroyed. He disdains all intrigues. Just when everyone was shocked, Gao Peng smiled a little bit and looked up at the War God Hall suspended in the void. Now, are you ready for my attack? It's your own death. If you don't offer me a reward, maybe we can still have peace and even cooperate. But now it's impossible. Gongsun Dong and others were speechless for a while. They are the most aware of what Gao Peng has done. When they hear what Gao Peng has said, they all have endless slots. But in the end, I don't know what to say. But this does not mean that they want to make complaints about their efforts. It is impossible to cooperate with them, with the high temper of Gao Peng. That's right, in the eyes of all people, Gao Peng's character is just so grumpy. No matter who offends him, he will lose his life if he is light, and he will have 9 families if he is heavy. It's not just 1 or 2 things that happened. In particular, they have been following Gao Peng. In a short period of time, they have fully understood what kind of character is Gao Peng. Moreover, there is a heart that wants to do things anytime and anywhere, which is the most headache. Even if we are strong, we should think about doing things all the time. How can others stand up to it? Just at the time of everyone's confusion, Gao Peng's body erupted a powerful breath directly, and the whole void appeared lightning directly. There is even a faint space crack. You should know that this is not the entrance to the central region, but the space is very stable, but even so, there are still space cracks. And it's just a breath of its own. How terrible it is. Chapter 639 inches this. How can it be? How could he be so powerful? Just by virtue of their own breath, you can make the whole void unstable. Isn't it too frightening? What terrible destruction would it be if he burst out with all his strength? All present felt shocked one after another. Gao Peng just showed his hand a little and shocked everyone. Even they can't cause such terrible destruction. What's more, it's their full strength. Of course, it's not like Gao Peng. Just by virtue of breath, you can make the space crack. They need to gather enormous strength and attack the void at the same time, which can produce the same effect. This can also compare the gap between them. All of a sudden, led many martial gods more curious, what kind of secret does Gao Peng have? Some people have been implicitly revealed the color of greed. If they have this kind of strength, they can almost create an empire of their own, and then they can compete with the War God Hall. It must be we must dig out the secret from him. The people above the war shrine were shocked. Although they were also shocked by Gao Peng's strength, they were confused at this time. What does this guy want to do? Inexplicably, such a strong breath broke out. Does he want to fight us? He's not going to be so self-defeating, is he? Don't think that you can fight against the temple if you kill a person. Do you think this guy's brain is funny? Do you think you can compete with the War God Temple? Look for death. Although they were shocked by Gao Peng's strength, when they saw that Gao Peng wanted to compete with them, they all showed their disdain one by one. Even one by one, they all laughed coldly, which showed that they thought Gao Peng's move was ignorant, and they knew nothing about his strength. Only when they watched with interest, they didn't want to stop Gao Peng at all. In their opinion, it was just unnecessary. However, the emergence of this idea is bound to make them regret. Only to see Gao Peng's behind suddenly emerged a huge figure. It is a headless god of war, holding a huge axe. In a flash, all people felt the surging power. Space direct instability. Lightning flashes in the space, one after another obvious space cracks appear, all people can feel the danger of space cracks. This is not to get along with the outer space cracks, there is a very obvious gap. That's destructive. Just when everyone was still shocked by the power of Gao Peng's blood, Xianxia suddenly split out. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost color. All of us can see nothing but darkness and no light. There is a faint cry in heaven and earth, but all of us are blind. They haven't had time to panic. A loud voice scared them directly. Boom! The whole world is shaking. Xianxia's axe was just in the middle of the War God Hall. However, the War God Hall was only shaking violently, and there was a sound of collision. Others, there is no exception. Not even a crack. Chapter 640. Gao Peng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that after being attacked by the god of war, there was no damage. Except for shaking, there was no trace left. It was a little out of his expectation. At the same time, he also thoroughly understood that although his strength is strong, there is nothing to resist his attack. For example, the god of war hall in front of us is surprisingly hard. I didn't expect this palace so hard, or am I too weak? Gao Peng muttered in a low voice, which was an unprecedented experience. He never thought that he would have doubts about himself. Besides, I still think I'm too weak. After a violent shaking, everyone on the war shrine felt extremely panic, and even someone could make the world pale. Even the whole war god hall was shaken. What kind of attack is this? What terrible power does the other side have? They can't imagine that even if they join hands, it's hard to achieve such a result. But now, someone directly shakes the hall of war god in front of them, which makes the whole world pale. Now they still can't see any light. The imitative Buddha light has been completely swallowed. There has never been any light in the world. This caused a little fear in their hearts. Why, how can there be such a powerful attack? Who is he? Why have you never heard of such a person? There is no such person in the central region. My God, he can even directly shake the hall of God of War. If this interrupts the closure of the Temple Lord, then all of us are miserable. Bad, too much movement. In the confusion, they could hear their voices, but everyone's voice was slightly shaking. Although they are eager to take measures, when they gather their true chi, they feel that there is a mysterious force hindering them, no matter how hard they try. The end result is the same. This is the most frightening place for them. Not only are they unable to use power, but the War God Hall is also shaken. If the Lord of the Temple appears, they will surely have no good fruit to eat. What's more, they don't know exactly where Gao Peng is, and it's impossible to fight back, which is the most unacceptable thing. When the whole world has lost its color. In fact, all people are in panic. The only thing they rely on is their own strength, but when their strength cannot be revealed, they will show their cowardice. Not everyone has a strong heart. Especially when we fall into the situation where we can't see our fingers, we can't show our strength. In this unknown place, everyone will show his inner weakness. Many martial gods don't make a sound, but if someone can see the expression on their face, they will know how scared they are at the moment. Everyone's face is full of expressions, but they try their best to restrain themselves from making any sound, lest they appear too cowardly. However, what they have done has exposed their weaknesses, and they are afraid of each other. No matter how long they live, they still have to face the fear of darkness. Chapter 641. Even all the martial gods are so embarrassed. Let alone Gongsun Dong and others. Although they know that this is only made by Gao Peng, it doesn't mean that there is no fear in their hearts. It's not easy to face the darkness. Especially when they lose their power completely, like an ordinary person, the fear is magnified infinitely. Everyone's body shook uncontrollably. This is an inevitable thing. Why is that? I feel that my strength has completely disappeared and I have become an ordinary person directly. What kind of ability is it? Who is it? All the martial gods began to question one after another. Only in this way can their fear be calmed a little bit, and they can also feel the presence of people around them, which makes them feel a little better. But that doesn't mean it can be completely relieved. Fear is still in everyone's heart. Darkness, as if boundless fear enveloped their hearts. At the same time, bam bam bam, a violent crash suddenly rang, which made them a little surprised and even felt a little overwhelmed. In the darkness, when they couldn't see their fingers, they suddenly heard the sound of this violent collision, which made them feel even more frightened. Of course, at least they are all martial gods. Naturally, they are not so bad as they are. At most, They are just the gradual expansion of their inner fear. But don't make them pee. Just hearing this voice, they may have guessed what happened, but no one spoke. No one makes a sound. I really don't want to attract too much attention from others. I'm a little flustered. If I do, I'll attract others' attention. Isn't that directly exposed? They are not so stupid, so one by one, when they feel the shock, they close their mouths tightly and refuse to open their mouths. Those who are above the temple of the god of war will suffer. The whole palace began to shake, which lasted for a long time. Every time they collided, they felt death. There was only one collision after another. Others, they can't hear at all. Damn it, is it over? Do you want to die together? Once the temple master is released, all of us may be buried here. It's disgusting. There is no other way. It can't be concealed. Some of the martial gods have been paralyzed and their faces are in despair. Although it is dark around them, you can't even use your strength. But despair has begun to spread gradually. How could the temple master not hear the sound of such a violent collision? And at this time, they have completely accepted their orders, because they can't resist at all, can't stop Gao Peng's action, and can't resist the temple lord. What kind of helplessness is this? There is also boundless despair. They don't think about whether they can survive. They just want to end their lives in torture as soon as possible. It will be their biggest test. Although their strength is very strong, but in the face of despair, the performance is similar to that of ordinary people. Even worse than some ordinary people. Chapter 642 Dark. In fact, it didn't last long. It's just a moment, a few seconds. But for all the people present, it seems that they have experienced thousands of years. In particular, the feeling of falling from God to mortal makes them really realize what is called despair, which is also like passing a day like a year. In particular, the sound of collision in their ears from time to time is more painful to them. They know that someone can see it all the time, and there were violent attacks. Listen to the impact sound that seems to be echoing in the ear, just like the symphony, echoing from time to time. This is a kind of torture in the darkness. Gao Peng is the only god. The lives of all of them are controlled by Gao Peng. If Gao Peng wants them to die, no one can survive. This hits the hardest. Their lives are completely in the hands of others, and they can control their lives and deaths at any time, but they have no choice but to wait for the trial of life quietly. It's death, it's alive. The final result is up to others. What kind of suffocation is this? Especially for these powerful people, they can really say that they are gods, but at this time they seem so helpless. But no one showed it. They knew that if they were really timid, they would be really destroyed. Whether or not they will regain their light, they will no longer be able to hold on to their hearts. Light, slowly into the eyes of all people. And they, already slowly can feel the strength that oneself controls. The billow of abundant true chi billows, agitated the whole sky directly. And then came the rolling spirit. All of them recovered their senses for the first time. But when they looked around, they were completely shocked, and everyone was staring at them. The ground has appeared one after another deep cracks. The war god temple has gone back hundreds of battles completely. Although there is no damage on the surface, you can see how terrible and fierce the attack has been. Looking at the scars on the ground, they can feel the surging power as if they want to punch through the whole continent. Fizz tilde, the crowd gasped in succession. Even with a glance at each other, I can't believe what happened in such a short moment. And how terrible an attack can cause this. They can also create cracks in the ground. However, in such a short period of time, they can make the Ares temple go back so far. They can't do it. What's more, the space also flashed a trace of space cracks. Lightning also shines in the sky. From here we can feel how terrible the attack was before. In the dark, all people can't control their own power, so just like ordinary people, they didn't really realize how terrible the attack was at that time. I just thought it was so loud. At this time, they really realized just how irascible the power, the destructive attack, if it fell on them. I can't imagine that. Chapter 643 Inches. My God, is this something people can do? It never occurred to me that the war shrine was so far away and directly shook the war shrine. This is terrible. Is there such a huge gap between us and him? Why do I feel that the pressure he brings to us is not just a gap in strength? Why on earth is that? Many people frown tightly and look at Gao Peng in the distance. They really don't know what words to use to describe their mood at the moment. It's just awful. It was thought that they were already at the top level except for the War God Hall. But who knows, now they just find out how many frogs are at the bottom of the well. This reversal of identity makes them hard to accept for a while. Although it was known from the beginning that Gao Peng's strength was very strong, when they were really official Gao Peng, they felt that the gap was even greater than they imagined. So that they couldn't accept it for a moment. Looking at what was destroyed by Gao Peng, they felt that with their strength, they could not do this step at all. It is even more impossible to shake the god of war hall. Although the war shrine is just a palace, its huge size has been beyond everyone's expectation, and the god of war cannot be easily shaken. Even the peak is impossible. But Gao Peng can shake it, and the gap is obvious. Several of them, although they look very old, have gray hair and frown tightly. He said difficultly, "The gap is too big. How did he practice? What secrets do you have? I absolutely don't believe that someone can be such a genius. He must have got some opportunities, otherwise he will never become so powerful. If we really want to get the secret from him, relying on our current strength, it really doesn't have to be asked." These martial gods, who have lived for countless years, can't help but start to think of their own ideas, thinking that they don't have any chance to improve. Even want to improve the strength, has become less likely. They have already given up. But when they saw Gao Peng, they had a little expectation. If there is a secret in Gao Peng, once they get it, doesn't that mean they still have a chance? This also makes them gradually greedy, even if the gap between them is still obvious, but the gap does not mean that it cannot be achieved. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will get what you want. People with this kind of mind can't help looking at each other, looking for people who have the same idea with them. Gradually, they gradually gathered together. This is what no one has imagined. Even at this moment, no one is aware of this. They are just shocked by Gao Peng's strength. I didn't find that this part of the people had slowly gathered together and were communicating in a way that everyone didn't realize. They is plotting Gao Peng's secret. What we need is a way to make a breakthrough. They were already desperate and didn't care about the last fight. Chapter 644 Inches. Don't you? Am I really so weak? Gao Peng asked himself that he didn't think he was so weak, but after looking at the intact War God Hall, he had such doubts. I can't believe it, but the facts are in front of me. How could he deceive himself? It's just that he doesn't think about how horrible his power is. If anyone really knows what he's thinking at the moment, he would love to be beaten up. Who are these people? I've been in a big mess. I even say I'm too weak. I'm really in debt. Now, when Gao Peng was in doubt, a loud voice came up and immediately attracted everyone's attention. And they only to see a lot of martial gods suddenly surrounded Gao Peng. One by one, they kept looking at Gao Peng, and even they gave out a very horrible breath, which directly locked him in. The scene was unexpected to all. Even they feel extremely confused. What's the situation? Why do these guys all surround Gao Peng? But Liu Chungjin and others changed their faces. No, they may be going out to the young master. Damn it, these despicable fellows, since they are united against the young master at this time, are just a group of shameless fellows. All the people were a little anxious, but they couldn't do it. The people who surrounded Gao Peng gave out a very strong breath. It's not something they can handle at all. If they really rush up, it will not only be unable to break the siege, but it will be the existence of backwardness. Liu Chungjin has come up with this idea a long time ago. But every time he watched Gao Peng pass safely, he finally got rid of this idea gradually, and even he was still practicing in silence. However, compared with his cultivation speed, he is still too slow. No matter how much resources ordinary people get, they can't compare with the people who are open, and they are not the genius of that kind of monster. Even if it's the genius of evil, it's hard to surpass Gao Peng. This meal actually put them in a dilemma of choice. However, looking at the moment, there are so many martial gods popping up. Some people will know later, only to see their ugly faces at the moment. They just think they've missed a lot of opportunities. It's basically impossible to get a foot in the air now. It may even attract the attention of the martial gods. However, since they can't do it horizontally, they can have a yellow emperor. Just is this really possible? No one knows, but now they are more curious about what the martial gods are going to do. After all, the strength of that guy is very powerful. The advantage of numbers does not necessarily work. Gao Peng himself is also a little confused. Forgiving himself also produces some doubts, although not to let himself into trouble. However, I still think how can so many guys come out suddenly? He didn't want to be counseled, just felt puzzled. Although he thought he was too weak at first, he believed in the system completely, so there was no panic expression on his face. On the contrary, he crooked his head and looked at these guys without expression. Chapter 645. Gao Peng looked at the people who surrounded him without expression and said, What do you want to do? His tone is very gentle, and he didn't get confused suddenly. Instead, he gave others a feeling that you have a strong and confident feeling. This kind of powerful momentum is coming. Let those martial spirits release their momentum, and even the expression becomes extremely wonderful. I had planned very well. I didn't expect that I would be relieved by a word from others, or even put them into a bad situation. Good momentum, all of a sudden by the other side to occupy the upper hand. Who can I reason with? Some of them looked at Gao Peng with gnashing teeth, and some of them even looked at the other guys with hatred of iron and steel. They just didn't have enough success and more failure. I would be scared by the other side's momentum. Do you want to get someone else's secret? Funny. Then, a white-haired warrior god looked at Gao Peng, with fierce light in his eyes. On his wrinkled face, he felt a lot of vicissitudes. Boy, we think that the reason why you have such a strong strength is that you have got the opportunity, right? Handed in this is not something you can get. As long as you can give it to us honestly, then you can let go of your life. Although you are indeed stronger than any of us, I don't think there is any way for you to deal with the siege of so many people. It's better to tell us your secret so as to save a life. This martial god spoke in a calm and indifferent voice. Although some people have been in disorder, he did not panic. Instead, with their own calm, let all the people slowly calm down. All the people here know what they want to do. Obviously, it's too greedy to win each other's secrets. Although many people have this idea, but they dare not put it into action, at this time they began to curse shameless. Gongsun Dong and others are constipated. At this time, they not only can't help, but also have to hide secretly. This is bullshit. Since they had been with Gao Peng, they have felt an unprecedented suffocation. Their strength is not weak in foreign countries, but I don't know why they feel that their strength is too weak every time since they have been with Gao Peng, not only that they haven't helped anything. Every time, I have to hide, just not to make trouble for Gao Peng. Not even holding back, this kind of feeling is too oppressive, but they have no way. It's really that their strength is too weak. If they really have the strength of so many martial gods present, they don't need to be afraid at all, but this kind of situation doesn't hold up at all. After listening to the purpose of these people, Gao Peng can't help but want to laugh. These guys can really think. Even put the idea on him, is this their own death? Although he has said this many times, it is the first time that he saw someone come up to find his own death. But these clowns are so happy. Why not complete them? After Gao Peng had his own idea, he didn't think about anything else, just saw him say lightly, a group of clowns jumping beams. Chapter 646. Boom. Gao Peng is just a light sentence, as if he put a bomb in the void, and everyone felt the surging momentum. It is as if the machine gun is suddenly opened on the calm water, which directly breaks the peace. Those martial gods who surround Gao Peng have already changed their faces. They can't even bear this horrible momentum. They have taken several steps backward. Then, one by one looks at Gao Peng. They never thought that they would be frightened by others' momentum. And I was shaken back, so it's a shame for them. However, but all the people present were shocked by the scene in front of them. What kind of power is this? In a word, you can shake off so many martial gods. Isn't that powerful? What? So powerful? My God, he's the most powerful person I've ever met. I didn't expect that he could shake off so many martial gods with just one word. Isn't that too terrifying? Powerful, it's stronger than ever. These guys want to take advantage of the fire. This time they may really want to play the iron plate. Although their number is dominant, the other side is obviously not so easy to deal with. Among those who watched, some were shocked, others gloated and showed different performances. But they have to admire Gao Peng at this time. It's the strength that Gao Peng shows, which refreshes their cognition again and again. Also let them really realize what is really powerful. The power of the war shrine is legendary. And Gao Peng's strength is what they witnessed. There is still a clear gap between them. You totally pissed us off. One of the martial gods gnawed his teeth and said, with anger in his eyes. Other people also slowly around. Everyone exudes an incomparable breath. At the same time, a poor look at Gao Peng. The guy in front of them has completely thrown them into the face. They naturally looked at Gao Peng extremely unhappy, and it's no wonder that they would show such fierce expressions and eyes. However, how could Gao Peng be frightened by their eyes? Moreover, Gao Peng has never been afraid of challenges. It has to be said that your strength is really strong, stronger than that of all the people we are here, but personal strength doesn't mean anything. When more people get together, the power that can erupt is beyond imagination. I don't think you realize it at all. Now, give you one last chance to stop making the wrong choice. All the martial gods stare at Gao Peng. If they can get the secret without fighting, it's the best thing. They don't want to fight, either. Because they are afraid of Gao Peng all the time. Who let Gao Peng show such terrible strength? This has to make them more careful. However, they obviously underestimated Gao Peng. A trace of disdain flashed in Gao Peng's eyes, and he said, "Oh, you are right to make a new choice. If you kneel now and beg for mercy, maybe I can let you go, if not then don't blame me for being rude. I will crush you." Chapter 647. Everyone was stunned. Then I saw everyone roaring with laughter. It's like hearing a joke. Ha 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 ha, it's the funniest joke I've ever heard. I want to crack us. Are you too arrogant? Don't you think you're strong? Even if you're a little bit stronger than us, do you think it's really going to be our opponent with so many people here? Arrogance. Ignorance. There is no denying that Gao Peng's strength is obvious to all. But no one believed that Gao Pengjun could match so many people at once. That's why these people find it so funny. But from beginning to end, Gao Peng's expression did not change at all. On the contrary, it has revealed a trace of contempt. Who is ignorance? The frog at the bottom of the well always thinks that the sky is only the one in front of you. Who knows the sky's size? Can you peep? As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, he stepped out. And he also ignored the eyes of these people, who were nothing but paper tigers in his eyes, and could not constitute any threat at all. I saw him take 2 steps forward with a smile on his face. Why bother killing you? Who gave you the courage to offend me? Anyway, let me show you the reality. Hiss. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared around Gao Peng. With the gradual increase of lightning, Gao Peng seemed to be bathed in it. It gives people a very sacred feeling. In particular, his every move is a little opaque, especially when he glanced at the people around him. The people on the scene felt the gap between them even more. All of a sudden they are directly oppressed by a strong momentum to the town. The whole sky seems to have collapsed. There is only Gao Peng bathing in lightning. Just when the crowd wanted to be shocked, Gao Peng's hand had already stretched out directly and got a fist in the void. There was a big bang. One of the martial gods exploded in an instant, leaving no bones. At the same time, there was a hurricane of energy, which spread to all the people around, and they did not react at all and suffered. What's more, it's a hurricane formed by Wuxian. Everyone has suffered some minor injuries, which is nothing, but their faces are very ugly at the moment. It's like eating shit. Originally, they also vowed to get Gao Peng's secret, but who knows that they have been frustrated since the beginning. Now they are the ones who have been killed in front of others. How can we make them feel? Although they were not seriously injured, they seemed to be slapped in the face by others, which made them unable to get better. I said, it doesn't take much effort to kill you. I can crush you at any time. Damn it, how could this guy be so horrible? Is there such a huge gap between us? I don't believe it. It's not true. How could he be so powerful? Even if it is the War God Hall, without the realm of the God King, it is impossible to have such a huge gap, which must be an illusion. With Gao Peng's actions, almost all people don't believe the scene in front of them. One by one, they begin to deny themselves. Think what you see is an illusion. But is this really possible? Chapter 648. Inches so strong. The pupil of a martial god in the audience shrinks, which is unbelievable. The rest of the people also felt extremely shocked. The god of martial arts is just like an ant. How powerful is it? They have overestimated Gao Peng over and over again, but in the end they found out that they had underestimated Gao Peng's strength. Gao Peng's strength is beyond the imagination of all of them. At this time, no one dares to look down on Gao Peng. It's not like good luck to combine his previous performance with his present one. Moreover, it's not just restraint at all. But Gao Peng really has such terrible strength. Otherwise, how can we directly kill all the martial gods? It also makes many people begin to feel lucky. Fortunately, they didn't collude with those guys before, or they should be worried about their lives at the moment. Now they are at most marginalized, which will not cost them their lives. They just need to watch, which is much better than fear. Haha, these guys are too greedy. Now they've finally hit the iron plate. I don't know what they're going to do next. Is it sad? And those martial gods who are greedy can't get down at the moment. At this time, they really realized that Gao Peng is not the existence they can provoke at all. In fact, there is such a fascinating secret that you have to take it with your life. Now, they are really a bit of a horse. Some people even want to quit. Some of them just quit. But when they just came up with this idea, they touched Gao Peng's eyes. In an instant, the thought was dispelled. Because no matter what they do later, this guy will never let them go again. It's their intuition. This also makes them more firm. We must kill Gao Peng. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Even they may have lost their lives. For a moment, it seems that all people are full of blood, and each of them exudes an extremely terrifying momentum, just like a desperate fight. However, Gao Peng doesn't care what these people will do. He just wants to kill all these guys now. Maybe there are still people waiting for him who can make him improve his strength. You can't waste your time here. That's what he thought. Gao Peng stepped out step by step, but fell into the eyes of all people, but suddenly there were countless Gao Peng. Just like shadow separation let people do not know which is his real body, which is the shadow. However, each individual came directly to a god of martial arts, and slowly extended his hand under everyone's astonished eyes. Many martial gods wanted to resist, but they found that their bodies were out of control, especially when Gao Peng's hand came out directly. The whole man stood frozen on the spot. They do want to get out of control, but it's not something they can do at all. For a moment, they seem to be under control. What? Here, how could it be? Why can't I control my body? What did you do to me? Let me go, or I will not be blamed. All the martial gods seem to be in a bad mood. They are all anxious, especially when they are watching Gao Peng and slowly approaching them. This makes them look more flustered. In a flash, they even thought of the martial god who was pinched and exploded before. It was a miserable ending. Don't you? Will they follow suit? Chapter 649. Everyone in the room was stunned. Many people's faces have already shown a shock expression. Just for a moment, there has been such a huge change. One person rolled the whole sight directly. How powerful is this? Looking at the figures as if they were separated, they were shocked. Is everyone real? Otherwise, how can we directly crush all the people and make them just like they are locked? How can we do this? My God, how did he do it? Is everyone real? This name is too horrible. If everyone is real, it's invincible. Terrible, I've never seen such a powerful man. How did he cultivate? We are closed for a long time than he exists, but why is the gap between us and his strength so wide? In addition to shock, I feel more incredible. In particular, they couldn't believe what Gao Peng showed, because Gao Peng's age is too young, and the cultivation time is very short. But why is his strength so strong? It's not only stronger than them, but also more powerful. It can crush the whole venue directly, and make all people have no resistance. Everyone a person can be compared with all the martial gods. Here, every martial god is standing at the top of the existence, but now they all feel shocked. It can be seen how terrible Gao Peng brings them. Again and again, they refresh their three views. It's hard for them to recover. The inner fluctuation is too violent. Compared with Gao Peng, those so-called talents are nothing. Even they can't compare, let alone those who are called geniuses. This gap cannot be made up by cultivation resources and time at all. It's like being born, it's the peak. All the martial gods are stunned, only to see those targeted martial gods' pupils shrink, one by one to fight. Behind them, emerge one after another huge blood force, all kinds of demons and ghosts emerge, as well as their physique. The momentum of each martial god suddenly soared, and space cracks appeared in the whole void. A single person may not cause much fluctuation, but now there are so many martial gods. Each represents the peak power, but when they show all their strength together, the whole void is dimmed by them. The frequent flicker of thunder and lightning gives people a rhythm that the world is about to be destroyed. Even the blue tendons on the faces of some martial gods burst up, which shows how angry they are at this time, and how their own strength gushes out, which is totally ignored. No one wants to keep their hands, because it's not necessary at all. This is when they should explode. All the people in the room did not dare to blink and stare at all these things. Under the flash of lightning and thunder, one breath of terror rose to the sky. It's like trying to break the whole void, heaven it dimmed. All of us dare not get distracted. Now it's the ultimate contest, from momentum to strength. No one wants to stop. Chapter 650 Inches Xiao. Hiss. Behind each martial god, the power of their blood emerges, and they are bathed in the brilliance of power. and the expressions on their faces are more fierce than each other, staring at Gao Peng, as if they wanted to eat Gao Peng. We have missed the opportunity we gave you. There is no denying that you are powerful, but don't look down on us. Each martial god controls his own body, which makes them feel more angry. He just didn't exert all his strength, and he was directly held. It's as if they were afraid of that guy. It's a shame. This makes all the people look at Gao Peng's eyes worse. With their fierce eyes, the breath has been surging, as if it can't be stopped. God split. Ellipsis ellipsis. Powerful. These guys are just as powerful as they have never been before. I didn't expect that their joint efforts would cause such a terrible reaction. I don't know the man, can you take it? Ha ha, although his strength revealed before is very strong, but now it's estimated that it's really arrogant to let him fight with so many people at once. If he dealt one by one, all the people present were not his opponents, but he was so arrogant that he fought with so many people all at once. How contemptuous of others is that? It's true that he will pay for his actions. He can't even estimate his own strength. He's just looking for death for doing such an arrogant thing. All the people here thought that Gao Peng was too arrogant. After all, he dealt with so many people at once. Every martial god has his own card. What's more, these are the very top of the world. Every martial god has lived for countless years, let alone how many cards they have. How could they be dealt with so easily? Moreover, each martial god itself represents an ultimate combat power, which can be dealt with easily. Therefore, all people are not optimistic about Gao Peng's performance. It's really puzzling. They will think that Gao Peng will definitely win the battle one by one. Because Gao Peng is so powerful, few people can do any harm to him. But that's just one-on-one. If we fight with so many people at once, no one knows what the final result will be. What's more, every warrior god has such a terrible power. It's not just a simple battle, it's to fight for his own life. So whoever loses or wins is an unknown number. What's more, Gao Peng directly provoked the all-round war. This makes the outcome even more unpredictable. Even those who follow Gao Peng feel deeply suspicious at the moment. It's not that they don't believe Gao Peng, but that the strength shown by the other party is too horrible. The triangle demon also frowned tightly. At this time, he also realized the strength of the other side, and he also felt that the strength of the central region was too terrible. It's more powerful than the Devil Kingdom. In fact, the Devil Kingdom can't be weak. It's just that many demons haven't thought about it all the time. In the end, only these demons will appear too weak, but when all the fighting forces are added together, they will still be invincible to the Middle Kingdom. Chapter 651. All people are not optimistic about Gao Peng. One person dealing with so many powerful martial gods really doesn't give them much confidence. There are even some worries. It's impossible to win at all. Watching them burst out with all their strength, we can see how confident they are in themselves, and every blood force can bring them bonus. It's like a riot. It is impossible to raise any confidence. However, just as everyone was so worried, a voice that was not so loud rang. You are really slow. After a long time, is this your real strength? If it is too weak, isn't it? I really can't have any interest. I thought you were still a little strong. In the end, you showed me this. Each individual said the same words seemed to overlap, one after another like echo, but all of them could hear clearly. Weak, unable to generate interest. All the people are in a daze. Is this a description of those martial gods? Why is the contrast so great? For a while, they didn't come back to their senses. At first, all the people didn't think highly of Gao Peng. But now Gao Peng has come to this sentence, which makes all of them stupefied. Is this full confidence in their own strength? Or arrogance? No one knows, but they can't describe their mood at the moment. In fact, those martial gods are stunned at the moment. It's impossible to imagine that their opponents would say such words. They don't deny Gao Peng's strength. But when he faced so many people on his own, he could still say such a big talk. Who gave him the courage? Now I look down on them, it's just unreasonable. Phew. All the people's faces changed and their breath became extremely unstable, as if they wanted to break through the cage and get freedom. But just when they want to be angry, one hand held them steady. Gao Peng slowly stretched out his hand and put it on everyone's forehead. In a moment everyone's momentum is stagnant, even the blood force behind them seems to be fixed. I couldn't move for a moment. I didn't even make a sound. Only to see this time, Gao Peng slightly shook his head, tone became very helpless. Originally thought you could really bring me some interest, but you really let me down. You've lived so long, isn't that all you have? How weak. As soon as this sentence comes out, all people are shocked. What kind of person can say such arrogant words? Now, of course, no one would think it's arrogant. Because Gao Peng directly controlled all the people, and these martial gods were afraid to let go of their words, even their faces became extremely delicate. It all happened in a flash. But in this way, they also understand how powerful Gao Peng is. A person can subdue so many strong people in an instant. It's powerful enough to explode the watch. All the people present stared at the scene. Although they couldn't believe it, it was a fact. They couldn't believe it. Chapter 652 inches this. People stared at him, but they didn't expect that all of them had developed all their strength, but they still couldn't help him. In front of him, he was still like an ant. How does this practice? And how terrible is his real strength? No one knows, but he was really aware of the fact that the number of people could not occupy an advantage at all, especially in front of Gao Peng. Everything will be destroyed. Everyone in the room was surprised and even couldn't believe it. Silence. The scene fell into a strange atmosphere. All the people dare not make any sound, only to see them staring at Gao Peng. And those who are under control look at Gao Peng in horror. This feeling that his life is not under his control is the second time. And at this time they feel particularly clear. As long as Gao Peng gently pinches them, they will lose their lives completely. They can't even resist. This is their fate. It makes them feel more frightened. The expression on his face has been twisted for a long time. Although he has been struggling all the time, he can't break away from Gao Peng's palm. A huge breath directly oppressed them. Even they felt that as long as they dared to have two hearts, they would be oppressed and die instantly. No number. As a leader, the white-haired warrior god is not only frightened, but also begging for mercy. He just wants to get Gao Peng's secret, and finally improve his strength to prolong his life. He doesn't want to take his own life. So he would not hesitate to ask for mercy directly. But they were the first to plot against them. How could Gao Peng easily let them go? The rest of them want to follow suit. After all, their lives are almost gone. Is the question of fate still so important? As long as they can survive, I really want to have a time tomorrow. However, they obviously underestimated Gao Peng. Gao Peng smiled contemptuously. Are you afraid that your brain has gone bad? Is it still in the water? Now you want to beg me for mercy. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You want to rob my secret, but now you beg me for mercy and let you go. Don't you think it's brain damage? Or do you think my brain is just like yours? How could they let the tiger go back to the mountain? Gao Peng looked at them as if they were looking at a group of brainwashed people. After all, these guys wanted to rob his secret. If they succeed, maybe Gao Peng's life will not exist, and these guys still want to beg for mercy. This is a joke. Is there such an easy thing in the world? Although these martial gods know it, they still can't accept death. Even though they are so humble, they want to survive. No number, please let us go. As long as we are free, we can do anything, even if it is all the resources and treasures online, we are willing to. Yes, let us go. You can't get any benefits even if you kill. It's better to let us go and get our treasures and even our surrender. Now, these martial gods have fought. As long as they can survive, they would rather discard their dignity. Chapter 653 inches. Ha 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 ha. Do I need you to obey me? Don't be kidding. I can kill you just like you. What's the use of it? What's more, if I kill you, I can get the treasure in your hands. Why should I let you go? Gao Peng smiled coldly and looked at these guys with sarcasm on his face. At the same time, all the people here also thought that these guys were too ridiculous. In the end, they even treat others as fools. None of the people here is a fool. Put yourself in a position where you can't let these guys go. Isn't that just letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Who would have done such a stupid thing? Therefore, many people are also looking at those guys with a cold smile. These guys are not only greedy, but also treat everyone as a fool at the moment. Is this looking for death? However, they have completely ignored it in order to live. No number, as long as you spare us, we can give you all the treasures. Those who protect us are not taken with us. As long as you let us go, those nannies belong to you. Or the treasures will be lost and you will not get them. The expression on Gao Peng's face gradually became cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you threatening me?" Just for a moment, the temperature of the whole sky suddenly dropped, as if it solidified directly into ice. Even the martial god felt cold. What's more, the whole space will be directly broken with a touch, and the people in it may be completely broken. Everyone's pupils shrank and looked at Gao Peng in horror. They didn't expect that guy to get angry and explode such horrible power. Even those of them who stand so far away feel that minutes will fall into it. What a terrible power it is. Not to mention those who are deeply involved in it, at this time they just know how wrong they are. A wrong word is like falling into the abyss. Even their souls are frozen. This is a kind of extreme oppression, resulting in the formation of solid in the whole void, and they are completely frozen from the body to the soul. Although they still have thoughts, they are completely fixed. At this time, a lot of people have regrets. But it's impossible for them to beg for mercy. Because they are completely unable to open their mouths, even their bodies and souls have been frozen, and some are just extreme cold. At this time, Gao Peng said, "You are really arrogant. You want to not only spy on my secret, but also threaten me now. Maybe you chose the wrong goal, and even chose to my head, which is doomed to your fate." The voice just fell, only to see Gao Pengchao gently clenched his fist in the void. Snap! A clear voice sounded, and the whole void seemed to be broken. The trapped martial gods, except for the fear in their eyes, could not move at all. With the collapse of the void, their souls and bodies slowly disappeared, leaving no trace of debris. There are only some water vapor, and even their breath has completely dissipated, as if it had never appeared in the world. Chapters 654 inches. Those who threaten me should be turned into water. All the parts disappeared in a flash, leaving Gao Peng alone. He was only a week away, and all the people shrunk their heads. I dare not look at him at all, as if something terrible is coming. All the people dodged one after another, which showed how scared they were at this time. They saw that so many martial gods were killed in an instant. It's because they don't have fear. How can they resist if this means is applied to them? They don't have any thinking at all, so they can know that once this means comes to them, they will surely die. Therefore, one by one, they are very afraid to avoid Gao Peng's sight. They are really afraid that they will be implicated. It's terrible. His strength is really terrible. Just for a moment, he killed all the martial gods. What a terrible strength it is. Is this really just a warrior? Why do I feel that he has the power of the God King? How can the god of martial arts have such terrible power? They were measuring their strength in their hearts and suddenly found that Gao Peng had exceeded them too much. It's like a god king who has never been explored before. This makes them feel scared. At the same time, there is a lot of curiosity. But these curiosities can only be buried in the heart. No one dares to show them. They are afraid of being stared at by Gao Peng. Looking at those dead people, we can know what kind of result it is to be stared at. They don't want to die so soon. Although they will die slowly, and even can't make any progress from the beginning to the end, they are much better than those who die right now. The more greedy you are, the faster you may die. Just like those greedy guys, now even a whole body can't be preserved. This is the end of greedy. Gao Peng looks at these guys' timid look, and inevitably loses interest. It's the performance of these guys that makes him unable to mention any interest. I'm afraid it's like this. How could someone else give him a hand? Moreover, these people cannot provide him with materials to improve his strength, so why should he waste time on these people? Now he wants to improve, maybe he can only find problems from Ares. What's more, since those guys came to him, the whole War God Hall suddenly quieted down, as if it had never appeared. And they don't seem to exist. This also made Gao Peng feel a little confused. Although he thought that the Ares Hall was so huge, it could not disappear directly. And in his perception, the Ares movie didn't disappear at all. But why is it suddenly quiet? With such an idea, he immediately looked up at the sky, which directly scared him, and at the same time, he was alert. What is that? Why give him a very bad feeling? Do you mean is that the guy he needs to find? A guy who can give him a promotion? He didn't know, but he knew, as he might have guessed, that was the guy he was looking for. Can bring him promotion. Chapter 655. While Gao Peng's eyes were on the war shrine, all the people followed his eyes and looked at the war shrine one after another. That is to say, everyone was shocked. I didn't expect a person to stand there all the time, even though that person seems to have been standing there for a long time, watching what they have done quietly, but they never seem to feel the arrival of each other. This what happened? When did this happen? Why didn't they feel it? Is the strength of the other side really so strong? All people's faces became extremely dignified. Although the people in the war shrine were generally powerful, the presence of any one person brought them such great pressure. This let them feel a very dangerous feeling. Of course, they didn't mean to challenge God of War. However, at this time, a martial god suddenly exclaimed, "Temple, Lord, this is the Lord of the War God Hall, absolutely not wrong. I once had the honor to see it. Although I didn't fully see it, I dare to be 100% sure that it was him." With this exclamation, all the people pay more attention to the person standing there quietly, and look at him up and down one by one. Although they were also surprised, when they thought about the identity of that person, they all felt relieved. If even he does not have such strength, who else has such a strong strength? But they still feel curious. The Lord of the War Shrine has always been very mysterious and rarely appeared in front of the public. It's the first time for him to appear in such a grand way in front of them. All the people looked at him with their breath closed and wanted to know what it meant. After all, the reason for all this was because of him. Without this unexplained reward, they would not be able to gather here, let alone lose so many martial gods at once. At the end of the day, it's all because of his decision. Now people are even more curious about why he issued a reward for something they didn't know. Gao Peng is obviously a character they don't know. Although he is powerful, he just appears suddenly. What's more puzzling is that the War Shrine will issue a reward. The reward is so attractive that all people can't refuse it. After all, there is a great chance that they can be promoted to the God King. This is also the only way for them to break through the state of stagnation for a long time. Otherwise, they will not arouse so much curiosity and attention of the martial gods. All the martial gods on the scene were breathing. It was not their occasion, so they could only watch it quietly. Gao Peng is also squinting at the guy. He can feel the horrible strength of the other side, and he also feels a little familiar. Just after such doubts arose, he suddenly remembered. It's not that he is familiar with others, but that he feels like a guy in the Devil Kingdom. It also makes him feel more dignified. There's no denying that this is a good opportunity to improve his strength, but he still has some worries. If he can't get the promotion, no one knows how terrible he is, how to surpass his level too much, then he will definitely not be promoted. Chapter 656. While Gao Peng was looking at the Lord of the War God Hall, he finally spoke. However, his voice seemed to reverberate in such a heaven and earth, giving people a sense of melting into heaven and earth. You should be confused. Why did we suddenly offer you a reward when we didn't know each other? Gao Peng didn't speak. He stared at him and waited for the answer. In fact, his heart is full of doubts. Although I feel that the other side has created a challenge for him, why does the other side offer him a reward for no reason? It still made him curious. Although it is not necessary to make it clear, it is better to make it clear if there is a chance. And all the people were even more curious. At that time, they felt extremely confused. When they heard the Lord of the War God Temple saying this, they were even more itchy. One by one, they are very anxious, but they also know that they need to wait quietly. Otherwise, waiting for them could be a more terrifying result. The other side is not easy to provoke. Where can they be allowed to interrupt the other side's speech? It has to pay a price. A man of character. The temple lord smiled quietly, and then said, "We really have no grievances or enemies. We have never met before. Even I have great curiosity about you. But I have to do this in order to make the Xing Yuan continent peaceful. I will never allow anyone to disturb the pattern of this continent. No one is allowed to destroy, and the whole continent is in crisis. Because you have such a possibility, I will strangle in the cradle. Not allowed. There are any unpredictable factors." The main tone of Xianxia Temple suddenly became very heavy. His eyes revealed cold, although he still had a little curiosity, but he had made up his mind for a long time. We must kill Gao Peng. Heat and uncertainty must not be allowed to exist. He doesn't like the situation that he can't control. Once there are any uncertain factors, he will directly strangle in the cradle. Don't let the other side grow up, so that it won't destroy the existing pattern. Hearing the other side's words, Gao Peng was surprised. He never thought that he would be offered a reward for such a crime. Is he a factor of uncertainty? Where does the other side know that he is an uncertain factor? Do you know that he has a system? I really have to make him alert. If the other party really knows that he has this system, it will be really bad. He was never afraid that anyone would know his secret, but if the strength of the other side was too strong, which was countless levels higher than him, he began to be vigilant. After all, the power gap is too wide, and the system cannot be 100% improved for him, which is the only place he needs to be vigilant. At this time, he was more careful. Looking at each other's eyes has become the enemy. No matter what the cause of the other party is, it is an uncertain factor to determine him, but he will not gamble because of it. Everything it's better to be careful. No matter where the other party is determined, he must be killed. This kind of guy is terrible. If he really knows my secret, he can spread it. Although it may not hurt me, it will cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 657. The audience first looked at the Lord of the War Temple, then at Gao Peng, scanning back and forth between them. They really can't understand. What's the uncertainty? However, Gao Peng does have such a capital, because he can already be regarded as the most powerful person outside the War God Hall. At this time, they are more curious about what will happen next. Do you really want to fight? Just thinking about it, they felt their blood boiling. It's just too exciting. Gao Peng's eyes narrowed slightly. I really want to know where you come from to find out that I am an uncertain factor. Forecast. Originally, I just wanted to predict the direction of the mainland, but who knew that there would be such an uncertain factor, even an astrologer. After that, all of us realized that it was someone who predicted the future. But now, someone can do it. How terrible is his strength? Although astrologers can predict a lot of things, they are basically on the verge of misfortune and will not try to predict the future. Because the future is full of too many variables, once they predict bad things, even beyond their own scope, they will suffer from serious backfire. This is something many people can't afford. But now, they have heard that someone can predict the future, or even predict such a long time, which makes them feel shocked. Is the War God Hall full of such monsters? Even though it is powerful, there is such a kind of talent. We have to say that the War Shrine is too deep, just like a mystery, so mysterious. Now it's slowly revealing something for them to know. That is to say, they are even more afraid to fight against the God of War Hall. Whether it's their strength or not, even the other side may already know what to do next. What else is going on? So they are just like the ball, they dare not have any thoughts at all. Gao Peng's expression became extremely complex, muttering, "Predict the future. It's amazing. I didn't expect there were such people in the world. It's the first time I've heard of them." This also makes Gao Peng more cautious. No one knows whether these guys will predict the fact that he has a system. Everything is unknown, which is the most headache. However, Gao Peng's face was positive, and other emotions were immediately forgotten by him. Although he was still shocked, he would not believe that someone could predict his future so easily. But it's unpredictable. Only to see him suddenly raised his head and looked at the Lord of the War God Temple and said, "Since you can predict the future, have you ever predicted your future? Or is it predicted that you will die in my hands?" The air solidifies in an instant. All the people on the scene stared at Gao Peng. Originally, I was shocked by what the War God Hall did, but now I am even more shocked by Gao Peng. This sentence is just too overbearing. Let them all look at each other. How strong is this confidence in the end, to be able to say such words? Chapter 658 Inches He. Is there a hole in your mind? Although he is powerful, is this the whole person has gone? He thought he could kill the Lord of the War God Hall. God, it's too audacious. He's very strong, but he's still a little over his head. All the people in the room looked at each other one by one, and saw the shock from the other's eyes, and they couldn't help exclaiming. It's what Gao Peng did that shocked them too much. There is also a limit to his self-sufficiency. Before that, he could not even break the Hall of War God. At most, he just shook it. Has it made him forget? However, they don't know exactly what Gao Peng's purpose is. Gao Peng is nothing but to provoke the other party and want the other party to fight against him first, so he can improve his strength. However, the other party obviously didn't eat this set. After a surprise at the beginning, he still looked at Gao Peng disdainfully. It's undeniable that you are indeed an uncertain factor. But now you are not qualified at all. You are still too weak. It doesn't take much to kill you. Is it? Gao Peng's eyes flashed complex emotions and lowered his head slowly. It was the first time that someone despised him so much, and he could not help it. His heart is very angry, but the other side has always refused to make a move, which makes him look particularly helpless. If the other party is going to make a direct move, then he can improve his strength in an instant. It's not easy to kill each other. It's just that the other side doesn't eat this set at all, as if they are looking at him without fear, which makes him feel helpless and powerless. No way, must let the other side as soon as possible, otherwise the strength gap is too big, I will always fall into the passive. Gao Peng secretly made up his mind and looked at the Lord of the War God Hall with his bright eyes. Since you are so confident, I only want to see when you can survive. Man, sometimes don't be overconfident. Overconfidence is arrogance, and arrogance. Phew. Gao Peng suddenly rushed out. Just when all the people were stupefied, he had come to the front of the War God Hall. The whole body twined with thunder for a moment, and the heaven of torture was also looming. At this time, he suddenly hit the God of War Hall. However, the War Shrine is still happy and motionless. Although he attacked it for a while, it was just shaking. There is no real harm at all. The owner of the War Shrine shook his head and said, "It's useless. You can't break the defense at all, although you are really an uncertain factor, even you don't know where you came from. But your current strength is too weak to cause any harm. Just give up your life." Gao Peng didn't respond, but he was still attacking there. At this time, all people saw clearly that each attack came to the front of the War God Hall. It's like there's an invisible membrane separating all the attacks. When the attacks are coming, these membranes will appear in an instant. There is no hesitation at all, which also makes all attacks unable to fall on the Temple of God of War. This maybe it's the defense system of Xianxia Temple. Chapter 659 inches. It's a waste of energy. Everything is in vain. How could the defense of the War Shrine be so easily broken? If it were so easy, the War God Hall would not have been there for a long time. Stupid. Even his own strength has not been measured correctly, and he does not know what he thinks. Maybe he will suffer at this time. All shook their heads and felt that Gao Peng was too arrogant to really understand the difference in strength. Moreover, in their view, the defense of the War Temple cannot be broken at all, unless it is the God King. Otherwise, how can we break through the defense of the War God Hall? The War God Temple has the power of the God King. How can we say that it can only break through the defense of the War God Temple? People think so, they feel extremely sorry. If they have such a powerful power as Gao Peng, they can almost dominate the Middle Kingdom. Besides the War God Hall, where else dare to question? After such a thought, they feel even more regrettable. Why didn't such a powerful force appear to them? On the contrary, it appears in a little boy, and he is a guy who can't help himself. Even those demons, at the moment, began to worry slowly. If Gao Peng had 3 long and 2 short, they might all die here. No matter who makes them different from midfield itself, no matter whether they win or lose, they can't meet with each other at last. They destined to stand on the opposite side of the middle field. Lu Chungjin and others are naturally extremely worried, because now things have slowly developed into the direction they can't predict, although they believe in Gao Peng. But now it has nothing to do with believing or not. Gao Peng has tried to attack so many times, but in the end, it is not the same. He did not really shake the God of War Hall. This has already made a decision, and there is no need to have any idea of self-deception. But they have no way. All the people around here are eyeing them covetously and want to get secrets from Gao Peng. Naturally, it is impossible for them to leave easily. They have to extract the last vestige of their worth. This also makes them fall into absolute passivity. However, also at this time, Gao Peng suddenly stopped the action in his hand and looked at the temple master with his eyes moving. "I didn't expect that your tortoise shell is really hard, but do you really think it can resist me? If I don't know if I can break your shell, I'd better stand here and let you go first. If I move a little, I'll lose. If I lose, I will take my life. And if I win, I hope you can let us go." What about? Isn't my proposal excessive? All of us were stunned, but Gao Peng would say such a bet. It was as if he had given in. Although it makes them feel a little inconceivable, they think that this is the real development direction of things. If they know that they are invincible and they still have to fight to death, it is called real abnormality. Lu Chungjin and others are completely stunned. When will Gao Peng step back? One by one, his mind was blank, and he just looked at Gao Peng. Chapter 660. The Temple Master was also stunned, and his face was obviously unbelievable. Is this submission? Just now the tone is so arrogant, but now it has a faint meaning of wanting to be soft, which makes him feel a little excited. It brings him an inexplicable sense of achievement, which directly tames others and makes him happy in body and mind. Of course, he also felt that Gao Peng was too fanciful to think that he could resist his attack. How much did he despise him? And he won't release any water. He doesn't want Gao Peng to leave alive, or when Gao Peng grows up, they will suffer. Especially Gao Peng, who has the talent of monsters, is so terrible now. If you give him another period of time to practice, how terrible would that become? He didn't dare to think about it at all, but he knew that it was a moment that could threaten him. Therefore, he agreed to Gao Peng's bet without hesitation. If I don't agree, you will inevitably think I'm too arrogant, and I don't think you can win the confidence. You don't care whether you win or not, you just need to say if you want to. Gao Peng stares at each other intensely. He doesn't want to give each other too much time to think about it. Only the other side really falls into the situation he designed. It's only possible for him to pull back. What he needs now is the other side to kill him. As long as the other side shoots at him, he will be invincible. The temple master chuckled and said, I can promise you, but it's not me, it's someone else. Gao Peng was stunned. Some didn't respond. Why did he say such a thing? Don't doubt that the strength of that man is not much weaker than that of me. It's a question whether you can survive in his hands, so you don't have to think about too many things. Because you are too far behind him. As soon as this sentence came out, Gao Peng was instantly silent, not because he was afraid, but because his whole blood was boiling directly. And it's exactly what he wants. If it's the Temple Lord, he will really worry about it. After all, he's afraid that the strength of the other side is too strong, too much more than him. If he wants to improve, then he may not succeed. But if other people are weaker than him, that must be 100% of the things. It's just like dozing off and someone will give a pillow. Although he would like to laugh a few times, he can only pretend to be silent in order not to let others perceive his inner thoughts. However, all people thought he was backing out. Although no one spoke, their eyes and expressions could be seen clearly. Gao Peng doesn't pay attention to these people. After all, those ants are useless to him. Why waste time and attention? Yes, I'll see who is so powerful, but I don't think anyone can really shake me. I'll stand here and let him fight. If I take a step back, I'll lose. Gao Peng's face showed unprecedented domineering spirit. All the people present felt some stupefied spirits. Who gave him the backing? And why did he say that? I always think it's too arrogant, but considering all the things before, Gao Peng doesn't look like a completely arrogant person. Why do you feel so contradictory? Chapter 661. Many people around the scene twitched a little, thinking that Gao Peng was talking big. After all, who was in such a mess just now? It can't be said that it's a mess. It's just that it's not as powerful as what he said. But now from his words, it's as if he's the eldest and the second. I'll go, how arrogant is this? All the people have wide eyes. They really think that this person's face is too thick. Although the strength is very admirable, the thickness of this face also has to let them sigh. This cheeky face is really thick enough. Just who can't even break the defense of Zanshan Hall? Now it's so big that no one can shake him. Tut tut, it stinks. This guy is really interesting. Everyone here thought it was extremely funny. This guy was still talking hard. Later, he was beaten black and blue by others, even gambled his life. It depends on how arrogant he is. You are very kind, but your arrogance makes me angry, so I am not ready to be merciful. Just as everyone was wondering who it would be, a cold voice rang, and no one had been found. This makes many people look around. But they did not find the owner of the voice, which makes them feel more confused. Of course, they also know that with their strength, they may not really find each other. It can be felt that the gap is so huge. There is still a blood imbalance inside. It's just that there are so many strong people all of a sudden, which is beyond their expectation, and it's still a little hard for them to accept for a while. After hearing this sudden sound, Gao Peng's face suddenly appeared a smile, which was a long-lost excitement. Finally, I don't know the strength, but don't let me down. At least let me improve my strength and break the existing prison. Where are you muttering to yourself? A figure stood in front of Gao Peng's body. His face was extremely cold, as if he refused to live thousands of miles away. Are you afraid to talk to yourself? I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. I really look up to you. If you really only have such a level, it's not worth me to fight at all. I hate to fight with waste. This person said this sentence, and even inadvertently glanced at all the people present, without any taboo at all. All of a sudden, the faces of the people on the scene became extremely ugly. They can't deny that the other side may be really strong, but they are also the top strong people they like, but they are actually said to be rubbish in front of each other. And they don't have any room for refutation. For a while, they feel extremely depressed. But no one has the guts to stand up. One by one, his face was very red, even his eyes had turned red, but after he understood the gap of their strength. They are not rivals of each other, and dare not offend the War God Hall. Damn it, don't look down on people. If we can get the secret of improving our strength, I must let the War God Hall disappear completely. Some people are full of hate, but they dare not say it directly. At most, they can only make up their mind secretly. Of course, whether it can be done or not is another matter. Chapter 662. Gao Peng's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him had such a personality to fight with him. It's just that their personalities are not the same. It's just that he doesn't bother to fight with those who are weaker than him, because he can't get any benefits at all. It's a waste of time. And the other side, it's obvious that they really hate to fight with waste. Tut tut tut, it's really haughty enough. With personality, I never fight with waste. After all, it's a waste of my time. But how can you prove that you are not a waste? I don't know who you are. Maybe you're a waste too. Gao Peng crooked his head and said with a smile. Dang, all the people stared at Gao Peng. Even the temple master was a little unbelievable at the moment. He didn't think about it. It was such a blast at the beginning. It makes him more interested in it. He has a sense of gunpowder. It's interesting, so I only saw that he looked at Gao Peng up and down. Although his strength was not so strong, he was brave enough to be such a young genius. And it's predicted to be uncertain. But this time, this guy will really suffer. Who let him completely offend the war? The war is not so easy to deal with. What's more, I'm still being challenged. Tut, it's really a good play. The Lord of the War Shrine immediately became more interested, even his eyes were slightly shining, a curious baby watching. Most afraid of the air moment of peace. Shang is a young man in his early 20s, but his strength is not to be underestimated. Even in the War God Hall, he is one of the best. No one dared to talk to him like that. No one dares to disobey his words. But now, it seems that someone has begun to question him. Moreover, he is a kid who doesn't know him. His strength doesn't look good, which makes him feel extremely insulting. The whole face became even colder, just like the ice had already formed, and the whole person sent out a little cold. Eyes seem to be filled with cold ice, giving people a feeling that they can freeze the world just by looking at it. I'm the deputy hall leader of Xianxia Hall, don't you think I'm a waste now? Oh, it's okay by force. It's a little bad, but it's not worse than those guys before. Gao Peng does not care to wave his hand, there is a kind of barely acceptable feeling. This immediately made all the people more speechless. When did this guy become so arrogant again? The strength is not so good, but the tone is bigger than once. Does he think he didn't die fast enough? Even the defense of the war shrine can't be broken, and now they start to dislike others, and the identity of the other party is not small. At this time, all people really realized that this seemingly young guy might not be weak. Even beyond the imagination of all of them, it must be very powerful. The deputy temple leader of the war shrine is not bragging. His strength is more or less to crush everything. Otherwise, he will not be able to serve the public. It's the first time they see it, it's the first time that it's directly printed in their hearts. It's definitely a person they need to remember deeply. No one knows when they will meet, just don't offend, or they may lose their lives in minutes. Chapter 663. The temple leader of the war shrine has a big look. Now he can be absolutely sure. This guy must be bluffing in front of him. Because his strength is not enough to support what he said. It can be seen from his previous attacks that he is not so powerful that he cannot even threaten the war. But he's dying like this. Later you will know what will happen when you offend Xianxia, and who will make you love your mouth. But maybe your life should be reaped for him. I will never allow any uncertainty. No one can. No one knows his inner thoughts, because only he himself can know what kind of ideas he is working on. Why do we predict the future? We know that Gao Peng is an uncertain factor. Everything seemed to be under his control. Except Gao Peng. Don't compare me with those rubbish. They can't even compare me with one finger. They are just a group of rubbish who are going to die of old age. I can easily kill them even if I don't move my feet and hands. It can be seen that they have lived for a long time. They all live on dogs. Does a guy who doesn't even know what to cultivate mean to stand at the top of the world? It's just that we don't want to take care of them, pity them. Every word of war is so cruel, as if everything he gave to others. However, the presence of those martial god faces slowly showed a distorted expression. One by one faces are gradually ferocious up, hands tightly clenched fist. If they had been able to endure a little before, now it seems that they are going to explode directly, although they want to live. But people always have a little self-respect, or even dignity. Being so devalued by one person, putting all of them in the only glory, all of them are devalued to nothing, which makes them a little unacceptable for a while. Look at the war's eyes also gradually showed anger. They can't beat each other, but it doesn't mean they don't have any temper. However, Shang was very keen to feel the eyes of all the people present, but he did not panic at all, but showed a smile. What? You don't seem to agree. But you also know that if it wasn't because the war god Hall didn't disdain to compete with you, now you are just some pitiful insects, and you still think you are standing at the top of the world. Oh, ridiculous. He didn't show any expression before, but now he will show you a smile, but what he said is directly like a knife stabbed into everyone's chest. This is their pride, but now it seems that they have been thrown on the ground by others, even trampled by others at will, but they are somewhat unable to refute. After seeing all this, Gao Peng changed his chin with great interest. He had already thought that the central region was a little strange. Unexpectedly, it was like this. The real ruler is the god of War Hall, but it has always been a state of mind, leaving these gods who think they are the top fighting force. But the problem is, what is the purpose of the war shrine? Why did you give up when you could have dominated? Now, they say that Gao Peng is an uncertain factor, and what does this indicate? Chapter 664 inches. I don't want to talk about these wastes, but it's just a little bit better than them. Did you dare to think that you can really compete with the war god Hall? Oh, let me wake you up completely. What is real power in this world? Boom. There was a huge noise. There was a gray force around the war, and two wolf heads appeared on his shoulders. Looking up at the sky and roaring, a breath of incomparable terror came out. The space was completely broken, only to see his eyes also completely changed. The whole eyes are more lethal. The clothes of old houses can make people fall into the same place of eternal doom just by their eyes. Changed. The eyes changed completely, and what happened to the shoulder? Two wolf heads suddenly appeared. Is this the power of his blood? Should number, I've never seen such blood power before. Isn't it fake? All of the people here are completely stupid. They have never seen such blood power, and they haven't really determined at this time. This is blood power, but it's really powerful. No one dares to look down. In particular, they can feel the extremely strong pressure. Even if they are so far away, they are afraid of being killed in an instant. So many people have stepped back slowly. They dare not come near without hesitation. No one knows whether the other side will move towards them or not. Although it's rubbish to say things verbally, it's easier to be used by others to vent their anger just because they are called rubbish by others. Who makes them weak? Of course, persimmons are soft, which is a well-known thing. Only to see many people have already run far away, for fear of suffering next. No one has a trace of hesitation. Gao Peng's eyes also showed a dignified look. He really didn't dare to have any carelessness. He felt too dangerous from the other side. Although I don't know how far it is from the Lord of the War God Temple, this guy feels extremely dangerous to him. It seems that we should be more careful. This guy has put too much pressure on people. It seems that he has covered the whole world. It's too powerful. I hope I can stand it, otherwise I will die in the hands of others instead of improving my strength. This is a complete tragedy. Gao Peng never dared to have any small vision. Since the other side is so confident, the strength must not only be those shown now. Now, it's just showing some superficial strength. The real strength hasn't fully erupted yet. Just when Gao Peng was on guard, the war disappeared from the spot for a moment, and then appeared directly in front of Gao Peng in the next second. He didn't react at all. A huge fist had covered his eyes. Just like when he just came across, this kind of familiar feeling made him stunned, but when he had not returned to his mind. The system beeps up. Ding. Because all data of the host has reached the top, it will break the existing limit. And get promotion again. The system is officially optimized. Boom. Gao Peng is completely stupid, and his whole person, just like weightlessness, has a close contact with the ground. The earth is moving and the mountains are shaking. Chapter 665 muddled. This time, Gao Peng is completely ignorant. He has never felt pain. This time, he was really hurt by others. And it's because the system is not reliable for the first time. Originally thought it would directly improve the strength, as usual, but who knows, there is a system optimization. This is Kang Dad. Almost killed him. Fortunately, the other side didn't make full use of his strength, otherwise he could only worship thoroughly, not even the strength of resistance. However, at the moment, he also felt the pain all over his body, as if the bones of his body had been completely broken, and he could not stand up at all. Even there is a feeling that the whole soul will be torn. When Gao Peng looks at the grief, he also thoroughly understands what the pain of the soul tear is because of. Those two wolves' heads are chewing. Is this tearing his soul? What the hell is going on? When has the system become so unreliable? This time almost killed me. If I didn't take a little beating, I might die completely next second. What is the situation? Gao Peng extremely depressed, but the system has no voice completely, and I don't know if it will appear next. Or has it disappeared completely? Isn't that killing him? When is the optimization bad? Since it's optimization at this time, it's just harmful. In fact, it's not only Gao Peng who is depressed, but also all the people here are completely ignorant. Are these things always saying that he is a strong guy? Why did you fall in one blow? It's too fragile. I just said it's like he's the second eldest brother of heaven. Then he was beaten down by others. He's so fragile. Even have the face to say that they are so powerful. My God, this cheekiness is really thick enough. Is it completely stupid now? Some words can be said, and some words are better not to be said. You can do whatever you can within your own ability, but if it is beyond your own ability, that's equivalent to being stupid. The temple leader's mouth slightly opened, and he could clearly see the blue tendons on his forehead. At this time, he was at a loss. This is it, uncertainty. With the most powerful celestial master in Zanshan Hall, he finally predicted such a thing. This is it, a loss. Now he doesn't know how to describe his mood. If Gao Pengjun is really strong, he doesn't think he has any loss. But he has doubted for a time now whether what he has done is worth it. He always feels that all he has done is in vain. It's not worth it at all. Gao Peng, will it really affect his plan? Just as he was struggling, the voice of war completely interrupted him. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be so weak. I really thought you were so strong. I was so excited for so long. It was really disappointing. Not enough. The first time I saw you looking for death, if you want to die like this, I don't mind giving you a ride. As soon as the voice of war fell, there was no room for other people to think, so it disappeared in the original place. But Gao Peng felt a little flustered for the first time when he saw the other party's action. This time, he really didn't know whether the system would appear. If not, isn't he dead? No. Chapter 666. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan completed. Name: Shang Blood. Yulong, high-level creature. Constitution: Xiaoyu, serious realm. Shenwang, level 1, the strongest martial skill. Wang, level martial skill. Xiaoyu, using this martial skill will wake up your blood and body completely, so you will get an increase. The enemy, S. Realm, is level 1 of the God King, and will be automatically upgraded to level 2 of the God King for the host. The enemy's most powerful blood force is Yulong, which will automatically increase to Black in Heaven for the host. The strongest constitution of the enemy is the Howling Moon Sirius, which will automatically upgrade the host to Bang. The blow of war, as if to fight through the whole continent. All people can feel the obvious shaking. There is a huge and incomparable crack on the ground, and the bottom is like a dark black hole, which makes people feel frightened. Even Wuxian, seeing such a terrible attack, felt that he was sweating all over. Moreover, at this time, everyone was stunned. Is that guy dead in such a horrible attack? No one can resist such a terrible attack at all. Although there is no momentum they have created, few people can do so. No, it should be said that there is no one who can do it. In the middle region, the ground is not so soft, and it is even more impossible to create such deep and bottomless cracks. So many people opened their mouths and felt that this group fell on them directly, which must be that there was no room for survival at all. They couldn't help shivering when they thought about setting themselves up. However, just when they thought it was over, they found that the war was tightly frowned, which was not the end of the battle. The same is true of the temple leader of the war temple. He even looks around. What does that mean? Isn't the fight over? How could it be that no one can resist such a terrible attack, let alone Gao Peng? Just now he can't resist the attack. How can he hide now? Is that too unexpected? Just when everyone felt confused, a figure slowly came out of the deep crack. Yes, it's just walking in the void, walking slowly. But however, they found that the figure seemed to have troubles and depressed face. At this time, they also saw clearly who this person was. Gao Peng. How is this possible? How could he be alive? It's even as if he didn't lose his hair. He just lost in a flash. What's going on now? Are you on drugs? All the people present felt extremely puzzled, which was beyond their cognitive scope, and they could not understand what the fight meant. It's just that their level is too low to know what happened to them. Gao Peng doesn't care what they are thinking, let alone why others are shocked. He is just a little depressed now. What is my constitution? Why are all question marks? Chapters 667 inches no more problems. Gao Peng can't help but burst out a rude remark. The whole face has directly changed color. It's really that this system has become too much pit dad now. More and more unreliable. What are they and what are they? It's not the first time. It's too much to give him the whole moth. Due to the strong constitution of the host, it is temporarily located to obtain complete release, so it does not display the name temporarily. Once it is completely released, the host will be completely excluded by this side of the world. The system is hard to explain. This also made Gao Peng fully realize how powerful he is at the moment. Only physical fitness can cause the rejection of the whole world. How powerful this is. This also made him a little relieved, which was also an acceptable explanation, and his previous depression was gone. Listen to this, meaning to leave this side of the world, he can completely burst out his full strength, now just don't want to attract the attention of the world and be excluded. Therefore, he cannot make full use of his strength. Doesn't that mean perhaps his strength is even stronger than that of the Lord of the War Shrine? Although there is no evidence, we can get this explanation from all the data. Of course, Gao Peng does not blindly think that he is really strong. There is another guy in the Devil Kingdom who makes him feel dangerous. Now, Gao Peng has completely determined that this continent is not the only one, perhaps there is a more advanced one. Otherwise, there won't be so many strange things. The Devil Kingdom guy said that he was given the opportunity, and the War God Hall won unprecedented honor, just like the ruler. Coupled with the prompt on the system, Gao Peng has thoroughly known that there are more advanced continents besides here. But Gao Peng had a faint expectation. If he can really go, the strength should be released completely, and even get another promotion, right? Although he is very strong here, it does not mean that he will be equally invincible on the higher continent. Tut tut tut. After such a thought, Gao Peng felt extremely moved. Originally, he thought that the central region was already a vast place, but who knew that it was a coincidence that he directly hit the God of War Hall. Not only did he fail to appreciate the scenery of the central region, but he had already gained the most powerful strength. Even if he looked back, he felt particularly uninterested. Boring, but now he knows that there are more advanced continents, and he has gradually generated greater expectations. No one knows what he will encounter. And how powerful will he be? Just for a moment, he had already thought about many problems, but in the end, he was still a little absorbed. This powerful mysterious constitution made him curious. But now it's not too much time to get tangled up. All the people are staring at him. If they keep staring at him like this, no one knows what kind of mood they are in. What's more, at this moment, all people have been filled with shock, and they all think that this scene is impossible. However, when everything appears in front of them, they can't help believing it. Chapters 668 inches. You. How can you be unharmed? Who are you? Just now you are so fragile, how can you resist my attack now? Shang's face suddenly changed and asked in a deep voice. He can't believe that the guy who was defeated by him just now is still intact, and still comes out of the deep crack. He didn't believe this scene, but when he was thinking about how Gao Peng did it, he thought it was impossible to achieve it. At one time, he was very entangled, and his face changed again and again. It looked very wonderful. Oh, does it matter who I am? Besides, you can also see that I am undamaged. Of course, I just resist it. Gao Peng shrugs his shoulders and says helplessly. He thinks that this is nonsense. Can't he see his current state? Now Gao Peng's strength is not the same as before. It is impossible for him to be as bad as before. Even his injury has been recovered in an instant. Naturally, it's more powerful. No matter how powerful the other side is, he is confident that he is invincible, and who has made his constitution can make the whole continent repel him. Isn't this already the most powerful? With such a strong self-confidence, Gao Peng naturally seems to be indifferent. Now it's my turn to do it. Looking at all people are still in shock, Gao Peng seems to be indifferent. However, when Gao Peng wanted to make a move, the owner of the War Shrine suddenly stopped. Wait. As soon as the voice fell, his figure appeared directly in front of Gao Peng, and all people were immediately attracted by him. And all the people here, at the moment, also have some doubts. Why does he appear suddenly? Do they want to join hands to deal with Gao Peng? Then they had just come up with the idea that the Lord of the War God Temple began to speak. Just now you said that even if you lost, you still gambled on your life. At the first strike, you were directly blown out. Don't you say do you want to go back now? The head of the Temple of War smiled a little and stared at Gao Peng. He wanted to see what Gao Peng would say next. Just now, this guy is very arrogant. What he said is so arrogant that he almost believed it. If it wasn't for the sudden reversal now, maybe Gao Pengjun would have been killed. But he still wanted to see what this guy was going to say. But he obviously despised Gao Peng. Gao Peng's eyes glared, and he said doubtfully, "Did I say that? Why don't I remember saying that?" Everyone, all the people are speechless. Who just said it was so domineering? How to turn your face and not recognize people? Moreover, he even expressed such a puzzled tone, which was shameless, and had already promoted the shamelessness to a certain level. It makes people really speechless. Originally many people were still in shock, but when they heard what Gao Peng said, the expressions on their faces became extremely strange. The whole face of the temple leader was pulled down. Although he had some guesses, he heard Gao Peng's words. I still think the guy's face is too thick. Too shameless. Chapter 669 The color of war is not good. Originally, I thought it was just a relaxing thing, but in the end, it turned out to be like this. What's more outrageous is that this shameless guy should be in debt. It's very annoying. However, he didn't have any way. Now he still hasn't figured out why Gao Peng can resist his attack. Even as if he had been reborn, it gave him a mysterious feeling, even a strong and incomparable self-confidence. Who on earth gave him so much confidence? No matter what he thinks, he can't make sense of it. Gao Peng looked at them like this, and finally he could only say innocently, "Well, although I want to admit that I lost, I don't think I lost. Why don't we make another bet? This time, it will never happen again. Otherwise, how about a thunderbolt?" There was a smile on the corner of Gao Peng's mouth. No one knew what he was thinking, but they had to think about what Gao Peng said. No one knows if he's trapped. There is even a secret. Or what else would it look like now? The Lord of the War Temple thought a lot, but he didn't speak at last. However, War suddenly stood out. "Yes, I don't believe you can resist my attack anymore. I want to see what you are using. I won't be so lucky next time." Shang doesn't believe it. This time, the other side can resist his things. There must be something he can't pay attention to. This time, he will never be merciful again. When he thinks so, he has more confidence in himself. "Lord, I believe I can." Mourning over the hall master, looking at Gao Peng said. At this moment, he has the momentum of no hesitation. It is impossible to drop the chain at this time, no matter what means the other party uses. There must be no last mistake. Must be make sure he looks good. Gao Peng didn't make a provocation. Now he has fully understood his strength. It's impossible for him to make too many speeches. If we continue to pick and quarrel, what should we do if the other party doesn't play with him directly? He also aimed at the next goal. Although he may not be able to improve his strength, he only needs to go to a higher level of the mainland, and his strength should naturally improve, right? He doesn't know the specific situation, but with his consistent behavior, he still wants to gain more powerful strength, so he can't go too far. Now, it's time for this deputy temple leader to really understand his strength, and then guide that guy to fight. Tut tut tut. After such a thought, Gao Peng thought that he was too routine. This kind of memes can be figured out. It's inhumane. How shameless. But he likes it. Looking at Gao Peng's calm expression, all the people on the scene were uncertain. No one knew what Gao Peng thought. Isn't his strength really the same as before? Or was he hiding his strength before, and now he is ready to show his real strength? Is it just like a hair that's not damaged? All people have some expectations. Although they still don't believe it, it doesn't prevent them from expecting to see a more amazing scene. Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobook, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request.